10 Gods Chapter 543 to Chapter 593. The blue-robed young man's face turned gloomy. He was at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Imperial Sky Realm and was the #1 true disciple of the Golden Fire Tao sect. He was revered by everyone, but now, someone said that his brain had been kicked by a donkey, or even that he had no brain. "You're courting death." Staring at Lin Tian, the blue-robed young man's eyes turned cold. He didn't even bother to hide his killing intent. Lin Tian sneered at these words. "You're talking as if you didn't want to kill me from the start. You're really brainless." The crowd listened to Lin Tian's words and looked at the blue-robed young man. They suddenly felt that this blue-robed young man was really an idiot. Of course, these people were only thinking about it. If they said it out loud, no one would dare to do so. That would be courting death. The blue-robed young man's eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Tian like a hawk. In response, Lin Tian merely smiled indifferently. He pressed the sword in his hand against the gray-robed young man's throat and asked with a smile, "Do you want to live or die?" The gray-robed young man trembled as he felt the sharpness of the sword pressing against his throat. He couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. I want to live," the gray-robed young man said with a trembling voice. "Okay." Lin Tian smiled and nodded. He glanced at the blue-robed young man and asked, "What's his name?" The gray-robed young man didn't know why Lin Tian asked this question, but he didn't hesitate and said, "Zhao Xinggu." Lin Tian said, "Look at him and say that Zhao Xinggu is an idiot. Then, I'll let you go." "What?" The gray-robed young man was shocked. At the same time, the surrounding people were shocked. Lin Tian actually wanted the gray-robed young man to call the blue-robed young man an idiot. The blue-robed young man's face darkened. He stared at Lin Tian and then at the gray-robed young man with a warning look. Only Ling Yan laughed and gave a thumbs up. "Kid, this is a great idea." The gray-clothed youth trembled. The blue-clothed youth was the #1 true disciple and had a lot of prestige in the sect. How could he dare to call the blue-clothed youth an idiot? However, in the next moment, the gray-clothed youth trembled again. This was because the long sword that was pressed against his throat was slightly pressing inwards. Bright red blood flowed out, causing him to be instantly terrified. "Speak or not, I'll give you 3 breaths of time," Lin Tian said calmly. 3, 2, as he counted, the sword in his hand pressed in bit by bit. Just as he was about to count 1, the gray-clothed youth finally broke down and said in a trembling voice, "I'll talk. I'll talk." Lin Tian loosened his grip on the sword, and the blade moved back slightly. The gray-clothed youth trembled, his lips trembling. "Zhao Xinggu is an idiot." Stuttering and stuttering? Lin Tian Dao. The gray-robed youth trembled. This time, he did not stop, but he was still trembling. His voice was very soft. "Zhao Xinggu is an idiot." Louder. "Did you not eat?" Lin Tian Dao. Moreover, the sword in his hand began to move inwards again. Suddenly, the gray-clothed youth was frightened again and shouted directly, "Zhao Xinggu is an idiot. Zhao Xinggu is an idiot." This time, the gray-clothed youth's voice was very loud, and it spread far and wide. Suddenly, the crowd was shocked. All the cultivators were stunned, and they stared at the scene in shock. He really said it? Many people stared. On the opposite side, the blue-clothed youth's face darkened. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Lin Tian ferociously. He wanted to tear Lin Tian into pieces with his bare hands. Lin Tian actually allowed his junior brother, who was weaker than him, to call him an idiot. This was a slap to his face, a slap to his face. In front of so many people, he had lost all his face. At the same time, the blue-clothed youth also stared at the gray-clothed youth with a sinister gaze. Obviously, he would not let the gray-clothed youth have an easy time. Beside him, the brocade-clothed youth and the yellow-clothed youth were also moved. Their expressions turned ugly as they glared at Lin Tian. The gray-clothed youth spoke with a trembling voice, I've already said it. Can you let me go now?" "Of course." Lin Tian smiled. The gray-clothed youth immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he suddenly trembled and felt an intense pain in his throat. You when his body fell, the gray-clothed youth spat out blood as he looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. I only said that I would let you go, but I didn't say that I wouldn't kill you. Now, I've already let you go. Lin Tian said calmly. The gray-clothed youth's throat was cut. When he heard Lin Tian's words, his face was filled with regret and unwillingness. Then, he stopped moving. Instantly, the crowd was shocked again. Lin Tian actually killed a disciple of the Golden Fire Dao sect. He was too powerful. The brocade-clothed youth and the yellow-clothed youth became even angrier. You didn't keep your word. Lin Tian smiled indifferently. I've already said it. I only said that I would let him go. I didn't say that I wouldn't kill him. How can I not keep my word? As he spoke, his face revealed a disdainful and mocking expression. Also, you people from the Golden Fire Dao sect really don't have any brains. All of you are idiots. You want me to keep my word with someone who came to kill me? Staring at the two of them, Lin Tian's face was full of disdain. Although his words are crude, they are reasonable. It seems like that's the case. There were cultivators discussing in the surroundings. In the world of cultivators, it was really childish to talk about keeping your word and reasoning with someone who came to kill you. Kid, well said. Ling Yan laughed loudly. Hearing Lin Tian mocking the people from the Golden Fire Dao sect, this perverted thief felt very refreshed. Boom, at this moment, a shocking aura spread out. It was cold and icy. The blue-clothed youth's eyes were ruthless as he approached Lin Tian and the yellow-clothed youth step by step. Today, the two of you will taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. The blue-clothed youth's words were cold. In the surroundings, many people were moved. The aura emitted by the blue-clothed youth was very terrifying, causing many people to be shocked. Do you think you're strong by using your true essence? Lin Tianlong laughed. His footsteps flashed and he instantly arrived in front of the blue-clothed youth. Without giving the other party any time to react, he struck out with his palm. With a bang, the true essence light barrier around the blue-clothed youth dissipated, and his entire body was directly slapped to the ground by Lin Tian. Moreover, Lin Tian attacked again. The long sword in his hand spun and directly pierced the blue-clothed youth's thigh, nailing him to the ground. Ah! The blue-clothed youth screamed. His left leg was immediately dyed red with blood. It was a shocking sight. Such a scene immediately caused many people's expressions to change again. Just a moment ago, the blue-clothed young man had released a tyrannical aura. Many people were shocked by the aura of the blue-clothed young man, but in the next moment, the originally majestic aura of the blue-clothed young man was defeated in an instant. His thigh was pierced by a long sword, nailing him to the ground of the street. The huge contrast between the two was really shocking. Not far away, the handsome youth in the luxurious robe was slightly moved. He stared at Lin Tian with some surprise in his eyes. Senior brother! Senior brother! 2 exclamations sounded. The brocade-robed youth and yellow-clothed youth's expressions changed. The gray-clothed youth was killed, and now, the strongest blue-clothed youth was also defeated in an instant. This made the two of them shocked and frightened. This time, they seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the two of them. What are you going to do? The yellow-clothed youth was terrified. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. He took a step forward and slapped the yellow-clothed youth away, which happened to fall on the blue-clothed youth. Then, he came to the side of the brocade-robed youth, avoided his opponent's fist, and kicked him away. With a bang, the brocade-robed youth also fell beside the blue-clothed youth. The crowd stared in shock. In the blink of an eye, a peak Zephyr Realm, a Zephyr Realm level 8, and a Zephyr Realm level 5 were all on the ground, so strong. If you want to be arrogant, you have to have the ability to be arrogant. If you don't have the ability to be arrogant and force yourself to be arrogant, the consequences may be your life. Lin Tian said. He stepped toward the 3 people, and a long sword appeared in his hand, shining with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of the 3 people who fell on the ground. The long sword in his hand swallowed the sword light and pointed at the 3 people. Do you have any last words? He said indifferently. These people wanted to kill him, so he naturally would not let them go. Especially the yellow-clothed youth, who first stole his and Ling Yun's divine accumulation fruit and wanted to kill them. Then, he reversed the truth and invited the gray-clothed elder of the Golden Fire Dao sect. Now that they met again, he asked the blue-clothed youth and the others to kill him. He had harmed him and Ling Yun again and again. How could he let such a person go? If he let him go, he would not be Lin Tian. Wait. At this time an indifferent voice sounded. Not far away, the young man in the brocade robe walked forward, stared at Lin Tian, and said, "Let them go." Looking at Lin Tian, the young man in the brocade robe looked very calm, like an emperor looking down at his subjects. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the young man in the brocade-robed youth. He paused for a few breaths and said, "Who do you think you are? You want me to let them go, so I have to let them go?" Judging from the blue-clothed youth's attitude towards the young man in the brocade-robed youth, the identity of the young man in the brocade-robed youth should be very unusual. However, so what? He, Lin Tian, had never been a person who feared the strong. The most important thing was that when the young man in the brocade-robed youth asked him to let them go, he was completely arrogant, which made him very unhappy. The young man in the brocade-robed youth's face sank, and his eyes became cold. "Because I am the descendant of the dragon-seeking family, the Jiang family." Wow. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was shocked. He is the descendant of the dragon-seeking family? The crowd's heart palpitated. In the third heaven, the Xing continent was vast and boundless. No one knew how vast it was from the north to the south. It was incomparably vast, and no one had ever truly traveled through this territory. In this boundless territory, the three great empires were at the peak, overlooking the Xing continent like behemoths, followed by the 6 great immortal sects and the dragon-seeking family, followed by the 12 Dao sects, and then the dense small sections. The dragon-seeking family, as famous as the 6 great immortal sects, was far more tyrannical than the 12 Dao sects. This young man in the brocade-robed youth was the descendant of the dragon-seeking family. At this moment, staring at the young man in the brocade-robed youth, everyone showed a look of awe. Ling Yun shrugged, rolled his eyes, and said, "Boy, the descendant of the dragon-seeking family, big iron plate, what should we do?" A snort sounded, and the young man in the yellow shirt sneered. "What should we do? Help us up and kowtow to apologize." As the descendant of the dragon-seeking family, the young man in the brocade robe stood up for them at this time. As a result, the fear on the young man's face disappeared in an instant, and his eyes became sinister again. The young man in the yellow shirt became very arrogant, but at this moment, the crowd felt that it was really normal because the descendant of the dragon-seeking family stood up for them. With such a strong backing, he naturally had the right to be arrogant. "Let them go," the young man in the luxurious robe said indifferently. The young man in the yellow shirt had a dark expression as he stared at Lin Tiandao. "Why aren't you helping us up? Pfft." Ah. Blood splattered, and a scream sounded. An arm flew out diagonally. The young man in the yellow shirt screamed, and his arrogant face was instantly filled with horror. His right hand was chopped off by Lin Tiandao. "Trash, how dare a piece of trash like you ask me to help you up?" Staring at the young man in the yellow shirt, Lin Tiandao's face was cold. The young man in the yellow shirt's lips trembled, and he was trembling in fear. His left hand covered his severed right arm, and blood kept flowing from his 5 fingers. He looked into the distance in horror. Young Master Jiang, save us, save, idiot." "Pfft." Lin Tiandao sneered. He raised his hand and directly chopped off the young man's head, which rolled 3 feet away. "You don't have any awareness of being a prisoner," he said indifferently. The crowd was shocked, and they all stared at Lin Tiandao with their eyes wide open. The descendant of the dragon-seeking family stood up and asked Lin Tiandao to let them go. However, after knowing the identity of the young man, Lin Tiandao did the opposite. He chopped off the young man's right hand, and then chopped off his head. He was simply too powerful. Isn't he too bold? That's the descendant of the dragon-seeking family. He dares to offend them? Someone's heart palpitated. The dragon-seeking family was on par with the 6 major immortal sects. It was a great force second only to the 3 great empires. Ling Yun walked over and rolled his eyes at Lin Tiandao. "Kid, you're really arrogant. How dare you offend the dragon-seeking family? What else can we do? Go over and apologize? Lin Tiandao squinted at him. Ling Yan thought for a while and curled his lips. Daoist sister. After interacting with Lin Tian for so long, as their relationship improved, this pervert also became bolder. That's enough, Lin Tiandao said. Then, he looked at the young man in brocade and the young man in blue. Any last words? These people wanted to kill him, so he naturally had to give them a taste of their own medicine. Before they came, the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion had told them to bully their peers from the Golden Fire Dao sect as much as they could. Most importantly, Lin Tian felt that he was in the right. After all, the other party was the one who came to bully them first. The surrounding crowd trembled. This, you still want to kill? This young man is truly domineering. Many people stared ahead. When the descendant of the dragon-seeking family stepped out to protect someone, normal people would give him some face. After all, the dragon-seeking family's strength was there for all to see. Apart from the three dynasties, there were very few forces that could compete with them. Normally, no one would be willing to offend such a great inheritance. However, at this moment, Lin Tian did not give him any face at all. If he said that he wanted to kill someone, he would kill someone. The young man's face grew even more gloomy. He'd asked Lin Tian to release them, but what right did Lin Tian have? So, he'd revealed his identity and background. He'd thought that Lin Tian would immediately release them obediently once he found out about his identity, and even if that wasn't the case, Lin Tian would at least hesitate and fear him for a while. However, the outcome was completely different from what he'd imagined. After Lin Tian heard what he said and found out about his identity, Lin Tian actually didn't hold back at all, and he directly attacked and even disregarded him. You're quite bold. Staring at Lin Tian, the young man in brocade said coldly. Lin Tian smiled indifferently, completely ignoring the young man in luxurious robes. It was as if he treated the other party as invisible air. The sword in his hand flickered with a cold light as he pointed it at the young man in blue and the young man in brocade. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Instantly, the young man in brocade and the young man in blue trembled in fear. At this moment, the arrogance of the two of them had long disappeared. Young Master Jiang, save us! Save! Pfft! With a wave of his hand, Lin Tian beheaded the young man in brocade. Then, Lin Tian looked at the young man in blue and did not show any mercy. He directly ended his life. It wasn't that he was being cruel. His opponents had come to kill him. If he showed mercy now and let these people go, he could imagine that these people would definitely not be grateful to him. If he missed this day, they would definitely find powerful people to take revenge on him. They would do everything in their power to kill him. They might even threaten his friends. If that was the case, how could he show mercy? Showing mercy to the enemy was something only an idiot would do. On both sides of the street, the crowd was in a daze as they stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. This guy is really bold. He really killed all the young men that the successor of the Xuanlong family wanted to protect. Someone whispered. Lin Tian heard these people's voices, but he did not care at all. He said goodbye to Ling Yun and walked away. It was also at this moment that a cold aura spread out, causing many people to be shocked. The young man in brocade stared at Lin Tian with a cold gaze as he slowly took a step forward. I've already asked you to let them go, but you did the opposite and killed them in front of everyone. This is a slap to my face. Staring at Lin Tian, the young man in brocade's voice became even colder. Do you think it's possible to simply leave after slapping my face? The hearts of the surrounding crowd trembled when they heard this. The young man in brocade felt a chill. It turned out that he did not care about Lin Tian, the young man in blue, and the others. What he really cared about was that Lin Tian had slapped his face, but very soon, these people felt relieved. Why would the successor of the Xuanlong family care about the lives of a few people from the Golden Flames Dao sect? It seemed that there was indeed no need. Then, what do you want? Lin Tian turned around. My face is not that easy to slap. Since you killed them, I'll leave you and your friends alive. The young man in brocade said coldly. With a boom, a powerful aura rushed out from the young man's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Facing this aura, everyone's expression changed. Lin Tian frowned and narrowed his eyes. Divine power? Immortal realm. He frowned. What he cared about was not the cultivation of the immortal realm, but that the other party looked only 25 years old. One had to know that in the history of cultivation, normally speaking, the younger one was when they reached a high realm, the more terrifying their combat strength would be. This young man in brocade had reached the immortal realm at the age of 25. His combat strength was naturally far from what an ordinary immortal realm cultivator could compare to. Kid, you've really kicked a big iron plate. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. It's just the first heaven of the immortal realm. It's not like I haven't killed anyone before. Moreover, my current realm is higher than before. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. Facing the aura of the young man in brocade, he appeared very calm. The young man in brocade stared coldly at Lin Tian. The divine power outside his body interweaved like surging waves. In the next moment, the young man in brocade moved. With one step, he crossed dozens of feet. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Tian. Buzz! He slapped out with his palm. With a dense divine light, it caused the space to tremble slightly. This speed, coupled with the power of the palm, instantly caused the hearts of everyone around to tremble. A chill ran down their spines. Such an attack could be said to be terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He took a step back and leaned his body slightly. His left hand turned into a dragon's claw and grabbed the wrist of the young man's palm. Although this young man in brocade had reached the immortal realm at the age of 25 and was even more terrifying than Yu Qianling, he was no longer the same person as before. Just as he said, his cultivation had increased, and his combat strength had also increased. He blocked it. How is this possible? He actually blocked the attack of an immortal realm elite. Am I seeing things? All around, the crowd was shocked. With the cultivation of the airborne realm, he had actually blocked the attack of an immortal realm elite. The young man in brocade's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that someone could block his palm with the cultivation of the airborne realm. You're not bad. The young man in brocade said coldly. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. His left hand grabbed the young man's wrist, and his right hand clenched into a fist. The light of thunder and fire faintly intertwined. He did not show any emotion, but his eyes were a little cold. He punched the young man in brocade's cheek. Boom, that punch was rather frightening. The power of lightning and the light of fire intertwined, and it also carried an extremely terrifying physical strength. It was definitely capable of killing experts at the peak of the airborne realm, causing the crowd to be shocked. At that moment, they truly felt fear for Lin Tian's combat strength. He was actually so powerful. Although the young man in brocade was in the immortal realm, if he was hit by such a powerful punch, it would definitely be a very tragic ending. He would definitely be severely injured. Lin Tian's face was cold. The wind from his punch was even more terrifying, and it went straight for the young man in brocade. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, a dangerous signal rose in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, the yin-yang lotus sea swayed together. This made him feel a chill down his spine. He did not have time to think. He immediately let go of the young man in brocade and moved dozens of feet away. Huh? What's going on? Why? Why did he suddenly retreat? Is he still afraid of the Xuanlong family? Even if the other party wants to kill him, he doesn't dare to make a move at this time? The crowd was puzzled. Ling Yan also frowned, but he knew that Lin Tian would not retreat because of the identity of the young man in brocade. At this moment, Lin Tian appeared 5 feet away in a flash. His eyes flickered as he stared in the direction of the young man in brocade. Your spiritual sense is really good. The young man in brocade glanced over. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his face became even colder. At this moment, a small jade-like thing suddenly floated in the void beside him. It was only the size of a thumb, and it was intertwined with a faint light. Lin Tian frowned. He could see that this thumb-sized thing was the Ling Jing. However, this was not the most important thing. He stared in front of him and saw that this thumb-sized Ling Jing was actually engraved with strange runes. These runes were like small dragons that had a life of their own. Inside, there was a terrifying destructive power. The Lingjing Dragon Engraving Rune, this is, the dragon technique? Someone exclaimed. P.S. The 5th update has arrived. I hope everyone has a good time watching. Also, thank you to fellow Daoist ZZF20133 for your support. Thank you. Wax. At the same time, thank you to High Flying Eagle, Laughing Under the Heavens, Book Friend 1362925, F1Y Dragon Wings, and a few other friends for their enthusiastic support. Thank you all. This month, there were already 6 days where there were 5 chapters a day. The chapters that were owed from last year's New Year should have been paid back. There should only be more, not less. Please allow the dragon to rest for a few days. Next, there will be 2 chapters a day. Then, on the 22nd of this month, the dragon will continue to explode. There will be no less than 5 chapters a day. Staring at the small piece of Lingjing floating in the void beside the young man in the luxurious robe, the crowd's expression changed, and some could not help but retreat. On the small piece of spirit crystal, tiny runes jumped around like small dragons swimming around. It was somewhat frightening. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He truly felt the terrifying aura contained within it, enough to threaten him. What is the dragon technique? He tilted his head and looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun clearly knew some things about the dragon-seeking family better than him, so he should know. Ling Yun rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't I tell you a long time ago that the dragon-seeking family is very powerful, and they have some strange mysterious god techniques, and the dragon technique is one of them. The people of this lineage engrave some special runes passed down in the family on Lingjing, and with the help of the pure spiritual energy contained in Lingjing, they can draw out extremely terrifying destructive power." Using Lingjing to cast a spell? Lin Tian frowned. Wasn't Lingjing very precious? Even if it was only the size of a thumb, it was still worth a lot. Wasn't it too extravagant to use Lingjing to cast a spell? Ling Yan obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking and explained, "That's why this family is terrifying. They have the ability to search for dragons, and it's very easy to find and excavate Lingjing spirit veins. The number of Lingjing hidden in the family is frightening, so they naturally don't have to worry about using it. If they run out, they can just search again." As he spoke, Ling Yan added, "Look at that bastard over there. He entered the immortal ascension realm at the age of 25. He must have used countless Lingjing to cultivate along the way. Maybe he's been hiding in the pile of Lingjing. That thing is completely formed from pure spiritual energy, and there are no side effects at all." This perverted thief had an envious expression. "You're exaggerating. Does this lineage really have that many Lingjing? Can they always use Lingjing to cultivate? In terms of the number of Lingjing, the dragon-seeking family has much more than the 12 sects and the 6 major immortal sects combined." Ling Yan rolled his eyes again. Boom. Overbearing divine power surged, interrupting the duo's conversation. The young man in luxurious robes looked at them indifferently. Lingjing, who had mysterious runes engraved on it, floated up and down. "I will give you one last chance to live. Kneel down, kowtow, apologize, and destroy your own cultivation. Then, I can be merciful and not kill you." There were a lot of gravel on the streets of the goddown city. Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked out. Immediately, a dozen pieces of gravel flew out, and like a dozen bolts of lightning, they shot towards the young man in the luxurious robe at an astonishing speed. "Put away your sense of superiority." The young man in the luxurious robe snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shook it, shattering the dozens of pieces. "You don't know what's good for you." With a cold look in his eyes, the luxurious robed youth pressed forward step by step. In an instant, an even more powerful wave of divine power spread out, causing an oppressive wave to intertwine in the air. "Brat, be careful," Ling Yan said solemnly. This luxuriously robed youth was indeed not simple. "No problem." Lin Tian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light flashed in his eyes. His body swayed, and he moved in an instant. Each step left after images. It was as if he was moving on the 3,000 great paths, giving people an illusory feeling. It was as if the clouds on the horizon were difficult to capture. So fast, Why do I feel like he's moving on a spatial node? This? I can't see clearly. The crowd suddenly changed their expressions. At this moment, Lin Tian's speed was too fast. Many people on the street were in the airborne realm, but they were all shocked. At this moment, Lin Tian used the yin and yang puppet to the limit. His body was illusory, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the young man in the luxurious robe and directly punched at him. During this process, he naturally stared at the small piece of lingjing floating beside the young man in the luxurious robe. He deliberately circled to the other side of the small piece of lingjing and punched the young man in the right side of his face. The young man in the luxurious robe was also moved by the speed. He gritted his teeth and quickly retreated, avoiding Lin Tian's punch. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now, wanting to kill us? Now, why are you retreating? Lin Tian mocked him. As he spoke, he stomped on the ground with his right leg and once again pressed forward. At this moment, Lin Tian's speed was extremely fast. Even though the young man in the luxurious robe was at the immortal realm, and even though there was a piece of dragon technique lingjing floating beside him that was filled with destructive power, he was still in a somewhat sorry state for a moment. This was because Lin Tian's speed was too fast. Every time, he would dodge the dragon technique lingjing to attack him. He didn't even have the chance to use his divine ability. In the blink of an eye, the young man in the luxurious robe was suppressed. This kid, his speed is actually faster than when he was escaping from the gray-robed old man from the Golden Fire Dao sect. Ling Yan was surprised. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Each step he took left after images, forcing the young man in the luxurious robe to retreat repeatedly. For a moment, he seemed to be in a sorry state. Bang! After dozens of breaths, his fist finally landed on the chest of the young man in the luxurious robe, directly sending him flying. With a puff, a string of blood fell into the void. This? The successor of the dragon-seeking family was injured? That's an expert at the immortal realm. Some people's hearts trembled. Many people stared at Lin Tian, feeling that Lin Tian was too ferocious. He actually sent the successor of the dragon-seeking family, who was at the immortal realm, flying. Boom! The young man in the luxurious robe was sent flying. The divine power outside his body vibrated like a raging wave. Clearly, the young man in the luxurious robe was furious after being punched by Lin Tian, even though this punch didn't injure him too badly. With a bang, a powerful divine power surged. It was even stronger than an ordinary third heaven of the immortal realm. He's indeed not weaker than Yu Qianling. Behind him, Ling Yun frowned. It was also at this moment that Lin Tianling snorted, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. Boom! Behind him, the sea of clover, the desolate mountain, the treasure bell, the blood-colored crack, the 9 springs sacred sword, and the rest of the divine elephants were all summoned. Finally, a thunder palace appeared, and the divine roar palace of the monarch region was also held up by him. Like an immortal king, he took a step forward and came to the side of the young man in the luxurious robe again. Several divine elephants pressed down together. Bang! The divine power outside the young man in the luxurious robe was directly shattered, and he was sent flying again. Lin Tian had a cold smile on his face as he pressed forward once more. After refining a divine accumulation fruit, his cultivation had increased by a small level. His true essence had become more condensed and pure. Naturally, his combat strength had increased by a lot. This young man in the luxurious robe's strength was comparable to Yu Qianling's. When he was at the 5th heaven of the imperial sky, he might not be a match for him. Now, he was at the 6th heaven of the imperial sky. The dragon technique lingjing next to the young man in the luxurious robe was indeed terrifying and gave him a great sense of threat. However, there was only one dragon technique lingjing. He only needed to avoid the lingjing's attack. At this moment, he stepped on the yin-yang robe and moved extremely fast. His powerful aura also surged out wave after wave, sweeping the young man in the luxurious robe away again and again. Bang! 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 The sound of fists landing on flesh was constantly heard. The divine power light screen outside the young man in the luxurious robe became chaotic. Because Lin Tian was too fast, he could not use a single divine power or treasure technique. He was almost suppressed and beaten into an extremely sorry state. Everyone around was stunned, and they were all like clay sculptures. The descendant of the Xuanlong family, a first heaven of the Ascension Realm powerhouse, was now being beaten up by a cultivator in the Imperial Sky? This kid is only at the 6th heaven of the Imperial Sky, but he can fight an Ascension Realm powerhouse? In the distance, even Ling Yun was shocked by Lin Tian's combat strength. Bang! 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 Lin Tian did not hold back. Naturally, he would not show mercy to the young man in the luxurious robe. His fists landed on the other party's body. For a moment, the young man in the luxurious robe became even more sorry. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his face turned green. Enough! The young man in the luxurious roared. He was the descendant of the Xuanlong family, and his cultivation was in the Ascension realm. Now, he was punched dozens of times by a small cultivator in the airborne realm on the streets of Godown City. Each punch caused him unbearable pain. He roared angrily, and a fist-sized Lingjing floated out. It was also full of runes and emitted an even more terrifying destructive aura. Lin Tian's fist was about to land on the other party's body again, but after seeing this thing, his expression changed and he retreated in a flash. The fist-sized Lingjing was full of mysterious runes. It was much more terrifying than the thumb-sized Lingjing. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. The young man in the luxurious robe had blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lin Tian angrily. As he spoke, 7 fist-sized spirit crystals floated in the air. Each of them was engraved with a dense array of mysterious magic characters. They formed a circle around the young man in luxurious robes and slowly rotated around him. The dreadful fluctuation of energy shocked everyone. Someone opened his mouth, but he could not say anything. 7 fist-sized Lingjing pieces were too valuable. It attracted everyone's attention. These 7 Lingjing pieces together were almost comparable to 2 complete spirit veins. At the same time, the 7 Lingjing pieces together emitted a destructive fluctuation that made people's hearts tremble. The aura was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything here. Using Lingjing to carve dragon runes and turn Lingjing into an offensive divine weapon. This is one of the dragon arts, a terrifying and mysterious art. Someone muttered. Lin Tian retreated more than 10 feet and stared ahead. His eyes narrowed slightly. Kid, look, why did you have to be so ruthless? Looks like this bastard flew into a rage out of humiliation. He actually created so many dragon arts Lingjing. Ling Yun naturally knew how terrifying these 7 Lingjing pieces were. He rolled his eyes and looked at Lin Tian. This is troublesome, troublesome. 7 fist-sized pieces. This is really not easy to deal with. When the 7 fist-sized spiritual crystals were put together, it was comparable to 2 complete spiritual veins. Using the 2 complete spiritual veins as source energy, and engraving some inheritance runes of the Xuanlong family, it was equivalent to detonating the 2 spiritual veins. Once the pure spiritual chi exploded, the destructive power would be enough to make one's scalp numb. The young man in the luxurious robe walked over step by step. His face was gloomy, and the killing intent in his eyes surged like waves. Lowly commoner, you actually injured me. 7 fist-sized pieces of Lingjing floated beside him. The tyrannical destructive fluctuation spread out in waves, causing the surrounding void to distort as if it could be shattered by this aura at any time. Lin Tian and Ling Yun stood together. Ling Yun's face was solemn, while Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a little bit of light. Pervert, tell me, he's at the immortal realm, and he used 7 fist-sized pieces of Lingjing to attack us. Isn't that a bit too much? He asked. Very King much. Ling Yun cursed. Lin Tian nodded and said, then, it shouldn't be too much for me to use an immortal artifact to beat him up. It's very fair, right? Very fair. Ling Yun nodded, then was stunned. What? Boom. Suddenly, a vast immortal aura rushed out of Lin Tian's body. The stone mirror appeared, and strands of immortal Tao radiance fell down. P.S. Cold, power and internet were cut off early in the morning. The dragon notebook had power, but after writing it, there was no internet. Crying, using the phone hotspot to connect the notebook to the internet, and then there were notifications about internet restrictions, no internet service, tragic. In short, it took half a day to update, and it made the dragon's nerves tired. A faint wave of sadness came over. The 7 pieces of dragon technique Lingjing that the young man in the luxurious robe took out were indeed terrifying. It was comparable to the power of 2 complete spirit meridians. That was no joke. Even though Lin Tian's combat power was strong, it was obviously very difficult for him to resist the 7 fist-sized pieces of dragon technique Lingjing with his bare hands. It should be said that it was impossible. If he was not careful, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he took out an immortal artifact. Boom! The stone mirror floated in the air. It was originally a middle-grade immortal artifact, but he engraved dense immortal enhancement patterns on it, increasing the power of this immortal artifact greatly. It was comparable to a high-grade immortal artifact. Now, he used the 6th heaven of the Zephyr realm to activate the stone mirror. In an instant, a destructive force that was not inferior to the 7 pieces of dragon technique Lingjing radiated out. This is? Immortal artifact? He has an immortal artifact. And it's not an ordinary immortal artifact. It seems to be of a very high grade. Everyone was shocked. Immortal artifacts were precious treasures that could only be found by chance. Some elders of large sects did not have one. The young man in the luxurious robe also changed his expression and stopped in his tracks. Lin Tian actually had an immortal artifact. Ling Yan stared at Lin Tian and opened his mouth. Then, he raised his thumb with a solemn expression. You're awesome. Lin Tian smiled slightly and looked at the young man in the luxurious robe opposite him. Let's try and see if your dragon technique Lingjing is more powerful or my immortal artifact stone mirror is more powerful. He smiled coldly. With that, he stepped forward and stepped on the yin-yang robe. The stone mirror was activated, and the immortal light was vast and mighty, pressing forward. The young man in the luxurious robe moved quickly. The 7 pieces of dragon technique Lingjing spun and went forward. Suppress, Lin Tianling said. He directly used his true essence, and the stone mirror shone brightly. The young man in the luxurious robe retreated and raised his left hand. A faint light rushed into one of the pieces of dragon technique Lingjing. Dragon Spirit Mix Explosion. This piece of dragon technique Lingjing floated forward and collided with the immortal light of the stone mirror. Then, it exploded into pieces. Suddenly, a huge wave swept out in all directions, and the void directly shattered. Lin Tian felt his blood tremble. Even though he had already sensed that the dragon technique Lingjing was very powerful, he was still a little shocked when it actually collided. He was using a high-grade immortal artifact, but his blood qi was actually trembling. No wonder it can be compared to the 6 great immortal sects, second only to the 3 great imperial dynasties. It is truly terrifying. He muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at the other side. The young man in the luxurious robe was not in a good position either. Under the pressure of the stone mirror, he was forced back several steps. It seems like my celestial mirror is still superior. Looking at the young man in luxurious robes, he coldly laughed. You are doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, he left behind afterimages with each step he took and pressed forward again. The immortal artifact stone mirror erupted with radiance, activated to the limit by him. Without making any fancy movements, it directly pressed forward. The young man in luxurious robes gritted his teeth. He could only take out the 2nd dragon essence crystal and ignite it. Bang! There was another huge collision, and huge waves surged. It had to be said that the dragon technique Lingjing detonated by the young man in the luxurious robe was very terrifying. That power could definitely kill a 3rd heaven immortal. Even though Lin Tian was using an immortal artifact to protect himself, the blood qi in his body was still in turmoil. He felt like a small boat on a stormy sea that could be overturned by the waves at any time. However, he was still slightly better in this collision. The young man in the luxurious robe was forced back again. His face became a little pale, and his aura plummeted. Again! Lin Tianling shouted. He took a step forward and pressed down with the immortal artifact stone mirror again. Explode! The young man in the luxurious robe roared. The destructive aura of the 7 pieces of dragon technique Ling Jing was even stronger as they flew forward one by one. Lin Tian's expression was very cold. He did not use any martial arts or divine abilities. He only activated the immortal artifact to the strongest. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided 6 times, and the ground was shattered. After 6 collisions, the young man in the luxurious robe used up 6 pieces of dragon technique Ling Jing. He was hit by a ray of immortal light and flew away on the spot. Lin Tian did not give the other party a chance to adjust. He took a step forward and pressed forward again. Damn it! The young man in the luxurious robe roared. The 7th piece of dragon technique Ling Jing and the thumb-sized Ling Jing met him together. The 2 pieces of dragon technique Ling Jing, one big and one small, exploded together. The destructive power was much more terrifying than any of the previous times. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He protected himself with the Divine Cry Palace, and the immortal artifact Stone Mirror met him again. The two collided. With a loud bang, the surface of the Goddown city completely collapsed. For a moment, smoke and dust swept up and rushed into the sky. Bang! The young man in the luxurious robe was sent flying again. His clothes were stained with blood, and he was in a sorry state. On the other side, Lin Tian's face was pale. He took a few steps back and his body shook, but in the end, he stabilized himself. The first level of the Immortal Ascension realm from the Xuanlong family was defeated? Someone muttered, revealing the outcome of the battle. The Xuanlong family was a super force comparable to the 6 great immortal sections. The descendant of this lineage was defeated in the Goddown city. For a moment, many people were stunned. Lin Tian stabilized his body, adjusted his breathing slightly, and directly rushed forward towards the young man in the luxurious robe who was sent flying. The young man in the luxurious robe's expression changed. He naturally felt the danger and turned around to leave. You keep saying that you want to kill us. Now that you can't beat me, you want to leave so easily? Is that possible? Lin Tianling said. He took a step forward and directly punched the young man in the luxurious robe's right face. With a bang, the young man in the luxurious robe was immediately knocked to the ground, and a tooth flew out. You, bang! The young man in the luxurious robe was shocked and furious. However, just as he opened his mouth, he directly met Lin Tianyi's foot and firmly landed on his chest. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The crowd felt their scalps go numb. Kill us? Kill us. Come, stand up. Descendant of the Xuanlong family, aren't you very powerful? Lin Tianyi's words were sarcastic. When he said these words, he did not stand still. Instead, he kicked the young man in the luxurious robe one foot after another. In the blink of an eye, the young man in the luxurious robe's body was covered with dense shoe prints. Even his mouth was crooked from being stepped on. This caused the young man in the luxurious robe to be extremely furious. As the descendant of the Xuanlong family, he had never suffered such humiliation. You, bang! Lin Tian did not say anything else. He kicked again without mercy. At this moment, he turned his head to look at Ling Yun and said, "Pervert, do you want to step on me? Come and vent your anger." Ling Yun shook his head repeatedly. I won't. In the future, when the Xuanlong family comes looking for trouble, they will only look for trouble with you. Lin Tian's forehead was immediately filled with dense black lines. This shameless thing. He glanced at the pervert. If the Xuanlong family really wants to find trouble with me, do you think you can escape without stepping on me? Ling Yan could not help but roll his eyes. In the next moment, he rushed over like the wind and raised his leg to land on the young man's cheek. You bastard, why did you provoke us for no reason? Who told you to be reckless? Let's see if your master Ling will cripple you. You say no, but your body is quite honest. Lin Tian looked down on him. Ling Yan was unhappy. He kicked even harder and kept repeating, who told you to be reckless? Who told you to be reckless? Who told you to be reckless? Lin Tian naturally would not show mercy. The two of them surrounded the young man in the luxurious robe and kicked him ruthlessly. You. Ouch, the young man in the luxurious robe howled miserably. On both sides of the street, the crowd looked at each other, dumbfounded. Those two. What are they doing? It seems like they are trampling on the genius descendant of the Xuanlong family. It seems, indeed, like that. Many cultivators were stunned. Moreover, some of them could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths. This was because Lin Tian and Ling Yun did not kill the young man in the luxurious robe at all. Instead, they surrounded the young man in the luxurious robe and stomped on him continuously. There was even smoke and dust rising from their stomps. Looking from both sides of the street, the young man in the luxurious robe was holding his head with both hands. His face was almost deformed. Trample on you, you bastard. Who told you to be reckless? Go ahead, get up and do it again. Ling Yun muttered as he stomped wildly, his saliva flying everywhere. Your master Ling is so handsome and suave. Everyone loves him, but he has always been very low-key. Look at you. You are so ugly, but you dare to come out and be arrogant. I will King trample you to death. The surrounding crowd was speechless. Lin Tian wanted to cover his face. He felt that he should not have asked this pervert to come over and vent his anger. It was too embarrassing to stand with this guy. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. At this time, Lin Tian had stopped stomping. Instead, Ling Yun was stomping on him fiercely without holding back at all. I'm so tired. My feet are sore. Ling Yun patted his chest and finally stopped. At this time, the young man in the luxurious robe was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. There were shoe prints all over his body. Kid, how should we deal with this? Ling Yun asked. Those who want to kill will be killed. Lin Tianling said. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he directly slashed at the throat of the young man in the luxurious robe. At this moment, a tyrannical divine power pressed down from a distance, causing Lin Tian and Ling Yun's expressions to change. Without hesitation, the two of them flashed and moved more than 50 feet away. Coldness intertwined. An old man in a long robe stepped on the void and walked over. He arrived in an instant and appeared beside the young man in the luxurious robe. This old man in a long robe had astonishing divine power fluctuations intertwined on his body, causing Lin Tian and Ling Yun's expressions to change. At least the seventh heaven of the immortal realm. These were the words that appeared in the minds of the two at the same time. Moreover, it could be seen that the old man in the long robe was the elder of the young man in the luxurious robe. He should also be a member of the dragon-seeking family. You've got guts. The old man in the long robe's eyes were cold. He stretched out his left hand and actually drew the psionic power in the air, converging it into a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun. It covered Lin Tian and Ling Yun completely under it, even freezing the surrounding space. Lin Tian's expression changed, and Ling Yun's heart palpitated. This huge hand was too terrifying. Why are you interfering in the fight between the younger generation, old man? A voice rang out. Without a sound, the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion appeared in front of Lin Tian and Ling Yun, holding up a divine light curtain. Instantly, the huge hand that covered the sky that the old man in the long robe pressed down was blocked, and it was difficult for it to press down again. Senior! Lin Tian shouted and immediately felt relieved. The middle-aged man glanced at Ling Yun and nodded at Lin Tian. The light screen outside his body shook, and a circle of divine light swayed out. Item booknet. With a bang, the hand of the old man in a long robe from the dragon-seeking family was immediately pushed back. His eyes immediately narrowed. He's not dead yet. He just suffered some superficial injuries. Just take him away. There's no need to find any trouble. The middle-aged man said. The descendant of the dragon-seeking family is not so easy to bully. The old man in a long robe said coldly. As he spoke, a black awl hung behind the old man in a long robe. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely terrifying divine aura. Moreover, there were runes jumping around the black awl. They were similar to the runes on the Lingjing dragon technique that the young man in a luxurious robe used. Obviously, this was a powerful divine ability. Moreover, it was a type of dragon technique. As soon as this technique was used, the surrounding spiritual energy actually boiled, and the light mist was shining. This old man's aura has become even more terrifying. Ling Yan shrunk his neck. Lin Tian was also slightly shocked. After the old man in a long robe used the black all, his aura was indeed very terrifying and much stronger. Dragon seeking all, old man, aren't you afraid of harming the innocent passers-by on both sides? The middle-aged man said indifferently. Two balls of divine light appeared and wrapped Lin Tian and Ling Yun in them. He said, save your divine power and go to the God Burial Mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man disappeared with Lin Tian and Ling Yun. In the blink of an eye, they left this place. A hint of surprise flashed across the old man's eyes. When the middle-aged man left, he actually did not catch his movements. With a cold snort, the black all behind the old man in a long robe disappeared. He soared into the void with the middle-aged man in a luxurious robe and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the place quieted down. A faint smell of blood floated in the air. The crowd looked ahead. Only 4 corpses were still lying on the street. Someone opened his mouth, but he could not say anything. 4 disciples of the Golden Flames Tao sect died on the streets of Goddown City. Among them, there was even a true disciple at the peak of the Zephyr realm. The middle-aged man in a long robe left the street with Lin Tian and Ling Yun. At this moment, they had already returned to the guest room that they had booked earlier. You two are really good at causing trouble. You even want to kill the successor of the dragon-seeking family. The middle-aged man sat down and glanced at the two of them. With a serious face, Ling Yun pointed at Lin Tiandao and said, Senior, you can't blame me for this. It was all this brat's doing. He even instigated me to step on people. As he spoke, he sighed and said, actually, at first, when he asked me to step on people, I refused. However, I couldn't stand his repeated guidance, and in the end, my body moved on its own. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead, and he directly kicked over. Roar. Brat, your kick is too ruthless. Ling Yun held. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with him and just sat there. The middle-aged man glanced at the two of them and said, the Golden Flames Tao sect is nothing. Don't provoke the dragon-seeking family in the future. The ancient scriptures passed down by this family are very mysterious. Relying on Ling Jing, they can create many destructive things. They can even reach the level of a high-grade Tao weapon. If you don't have to be enemies with this family, it's best not to be enemies with them. Lin Tianwei was slightly moved. The feeling that the middle-aged man gave him was indifferent, but he was very powerful. However, he didn't expect that he also cared about the dragon-seeking family so much. He couldn't help but frown. Is this family really that terrifying? The middle-aged man nodded. In the past, the ancestor of this lineage had accidentally obtained the ancient scriptures passed down by one of the 9 celestial lords, Celestial Lord Zonglong. Of course, it was less than 1 in 10,000. However, this 1 in 10,000 inheritance was enough for him to use, and he used it to make a name for himself. After that, the ancestor established a big family and named it after the dragon-seeking family to show respect and reverence to Celestial Lord Zonglong. After all, they were not qualified to inherit the 2 words Zonglong. The 1 in 10,000 inheritance they obtained was at most to explore and excavate the spirit veins, Ling Jing. In terms of attacking, they could at most use Ling Jing to cast spells. That was the limit. The complete ancient scriptures created by that celestial lord were said to be able to control the power of heaven and earth. If he was willing, he could even destroy the ancestral dragon veins. Therefore, he was respectfully called Celestial Lord Zonglong. After saying that, the middle-aged man took a sip of tea. Lin Tian was shocked. Senior, isn't this rumor a little too exaggerated? Even the ancestral dragon veins could be destroyed? According to the ancient records, the ancestral dragon veins were the foundation of a great world. Destroying the ancestral dragon veins was equivalent to destroying a great world. Celestial Lord Zonglong could even destroy a great world? You sound exaggerated, but in fact, it's not. The middle-aged man obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking and said, the 9 celestial lords each have their own methods. It's not something people like us can understand. Lin Tian frowned, still very surprised. Ling Yan was also stunned by the middle-aged man's words. Being able to destroy the ancestral dragon veins was really terrifying. Alright, don't be too surprised. Who knows, you might be able to reach the height of those 9 people in the future. The middle-aged man stood up and said, 2 days later, we will enter the burial god mountain. Don't run outside for these 2 days. After killing those people from the Golden Fire Dao sect, the old fellows from this lineage will probably be furious. Once they discover you, they will definitely kill you. I won't be able to coincidentally come to your rescue every time. Also, the people from the dragon-seeking family will not show you any mercy when they find you. Just stay in this house for the next 2 days. Do you understand? Yes, Senior. Lin Tian said. I won't go out. Ling Yun nodded. The middle-aged man said that it was so dangerous outside. How could he be willing to go out now? The middle-aged man nodded and left to make some preparations. Lin Tian had nothing to do, so he paused and walked to the side to cultivate. The path of cultivation was difficult. He could not relax. What a cultivation maniac. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. This perverted thief had nothing to do alone. In the end, he could only walk halfway and cultivate with Lin Tianyi. In this manner, 2 days passed very quickly. Early in the morning, the middle-aged man said that it was time to enter the burial god mountain. The burial god mountain was not too far from the god-down city. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at the outermost area of the burial god mountain. When they arrived at the outermost area of the burial god mountain, they looked at the scarlet mountain in front of them. It was like the spine of a dragon, giving off a shocking feeling. When they entered the burial god mountain, the air suddenly became much colder. There was an extremely ancient aura intertwined in the void, causing Lin Tian to tremble slightly. Follow me carefully. The middle-aged man said. Lin Tian and Ling Yun naturally nodded seriously. The god-down mountain was not simple. Since ancient times, many people had died here. Staring at the continuous scarlet mountain in front of him, Lin Tian's eyes flickered with a faint light. In the past 2 days, he had taken the time to carefully read the ancient sheepskin scroll in the stone ring several times and memorized the entire map in his mind. According to what the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion had said before, out of 10 great Dao realm experts, only 1 would be able to walk out alive. He guessed that the ancient sheepskin scroll must have been left behind by that person who had walked out alive. In other words, this ancient sheepskin scroll was something condensed from the lives of 9 great Dao realm experts. It recorded everything that had happened in this mountain range and could be said to be a beacon of light. With this ancient sheepskin scroll in hand, he had an advantage over others. When the 3 of them entered the god-down mountain, many people from other major factions had already walked in. Front. Many figures could be seen in the mountain, and all of them were experts. It was rare to see people below the airborne realm. Lin Tian and Ling Yun followed behind the middle-aged man. Not long after, they crossed thousands of feet, crossed a red mountain range, and appeared in a valley. There were many figures in the valley. There were experts of the older generation and geniuses of the younger generation. All of them were outstanding. Lin Tian and Ling Yun followed the middle-aged man into the valley and immediately saw a few familiar figures. The gray-robed elder of the Golden Fire Dao sect, the long-robed elder of the dragon-seeking family, and the young man in the luxurious robe were also standing beside the long-robed elder. These people clearly saw Lin Tian and the other 2. Immediately, a cold light swept over. Animals! How dare you come here? The gray-robed elder of the Golden Fire Dao sect had a cold light in his eyes. His face was filled with anger as he stared directly at Lin Tian. He raised his leg and pressed forward. There was even an astonishing divine power fluctuation surging from his body. This time, he came to the God Burial Mountain with a few outstanding geniuses from his sect to broaden their horizons. However, 2 days ago, those people were all killed by Lin Tian. This gray-robed elder only found out later. How could he not be angry when he saw Lin Tian at this time? His eyes immediately revealed a bone-piercing killing intent. Lin Tianyi was shocked. The gray-robed elder's killing intent fell on him, causing him to suddenly feel a sense of oppression. Old man, your own sect's disciple is too arrogant. He wanted to kill someone and was killed. You can't blame others. The middle-aged man said lightly. Instantly, Lin Tian felt the pressure on his shoulders relax. The middle-aged man had completely blocked the other party's aura. He killed 11 of my Golden Fire Dao sect's disciples and even relied on the power of an immortal artifact to attack the genius successor of the dragon-seeking family for no reason. This child's temperament is like that of a devil. Perhaps in the future, he will bring an earth-shattering disaster to our cultivation world. No matter what, he must die. The gray-robed elder of the Golden Fire Dao sect knew that the middle-aged man was very powerful, but he did not retreat at this time. He deliberately told the story of Lin Tian attacking the genius successor of the dragon-seeking family, wanting to pull the elders of the dragon-seeking family to attack together. When he said that Lin Tian had an immortal artifact, it was completely for the others present to hear. An immortal artifact was extremely tempting. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Naturally, he could hear the gray-robed elder's thoughts. How vicious, there were many people here. Forget about the people of the dragon-seeking family. Perhaps even without the instigation of the gray-robed elder, they would attack him. As for the others, they originally had no enmity with him, but after knowing that he had an immortal artifact, there was a high possibility that they would attack him. After all, an immortal artifact was very valuable. If they could take it from him, their combat strength would definitely increase greatly. In this world of cultivation where the strong were respected, killing others to steal their treasures was too common. Reality proved that Lin Tian's worries were not unfounded. After hearing the words of the gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect, many people's eyes instantly became heated as they looked at Lin Tian. None of these people were weak. There were even experts at the immortal realm among them. Some of them had a hint of greed in their eyes. Damn it, this old bastard. Ling Yan could not help but curse. The coldness in Lin Tian's eyes became even stronger. He keenly captured the changes in the expressions of some people. Many people were staring at him. The middle-aged man's face darkened for the first time. Old man, don't be too dirty. Staring at the gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect, the middle-aged man's divine power surged out from his body, and his aura gradually rose. Fellow Daoist from the Golden Fire Dao sect is just speaking the truth. How can you say that I'm dirty? The long-robed elder from the Xianxia family stood out. This thief relied on an immortal artifact to attack our disciples yesterday. Now that we've met, it's just right. I also want to seek justice. The people of the Xianxia family can't be bullied. The long-robed elder walked out and stood together with the elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect. In an instant, two powerful divine power fluctuations appeared and pressed towards Lin Tian. You want to make a move? You'd better think it through. The middle-aged man's voice turned cold, and the aura around his body became even stronger. It was as terrifying as a stormy sea. The elder from the Xianxia family snorted. It sounds like you're threatening me? Sir, you're a little too strong. The elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect took another step forward. The two of them were actually going to attack at the same time. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. I'll see how you can kill him. With a boom, a gust of wind surged out, causing the ground to tremble. Lin Tian was shocked. Although he had long known that the middle-aged man was very powerful, he did not expect him to be so strong. This kind of fluctuation was truly terrifying. It was comparable to an expert at the peak of the immortal realm. The long-robed elder and the gray-robed elder were both shocked. Their expressions were solemn. Clearly, the middle-aged man's strength had exceeded their expectations. However, even so, the two of them did not retreat. The divine power fluctuations around their bodies became stronger. My dragon-seeking family has never feared anyone. With a cold harumph, the old man stepped forward. The person behind you must die. The gray-robed old man followed along. In an instant, two waves of murderous intent intertwined, and two waves of divine might surged. Both of them actually raised their hands at the same time to grab Lin Tian. For a moment, Lin Tianji felt his scalp turn cold, and his soul felt like it was about to crack. Humph! The guard snorted and raised his right hand, blocking the two of them at the same time. His majestic aura forced the two of them back. The long-robed old man and the gray-robed old man narrowed their eyes. Then I'll end you first. The long-robed old man said. The gray-robed elder's eyes were cold. He naturally followed as well, directly using the golden flames Tao Gate's great divine ability to suppress. With a boom, the space was instantly filled with violent divine power. They've lived for so long, and now that they've lost the battle between the younger generation, they're jumping out one by one and making a fool of themselves. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and sword light filled the sky. Boom, 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 the three immortal powerhouses fought. For a moment, shocking airflow swept out, shattering many large rocks. The middle-aged man fought against the two of them, and soon, the battle reached the sky. Lin Tian raised his head and stared at the sky, his eyes flickering. The middle-aged man was too strong, completely suppressing the two of them. However, the two of them were not at a disadvantage, just a little. The combined strength of the two of them was not much weaker than the middle-aged man. At this moment, a cold laugh rang out. In the distance, the young man in the luxurious robe swept his gaze across the surrounding cultivators. Everyone, if anyone can take down these two, I'll give you 3 pieces of lingjing the size of a human head. As he spoke, the young man in the luxurious robe pointed at Lin Tian and said, "Of course, I don't want the immortal artifacts and other things on him. They belong to you. I only want their corpses." Whoosh, as soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Killing Lin Tian would give them immortal artifacts and 3 pieces of lingjing the size of a human head for free. That was equivalent to 3 complete spirit meridians. In an instant, many people stared at Lin Tian and Ling Yun with burning eyes. Especially when they stared at Lin Tian, many cultivators' eyes lit up as if they were staring at a piece of roasted chicken drumstick dripping with oil. Ling Yun pointed at the young man in the luxurious robe and scolded, "Shameless thing, come over if you have the guts. Let's fight one-on-one." Lin Tian's eyes emitted a murderous intent as he stared coldly at the young man in the luxurious robe. The young man in the luxurious robe sneered and did not respond to Ling Yun's provocation at all. Everyone, think carefully. 3 pieces of lingjing the size of a human head. As soon as these words were spoken, it undoubtedly shocked the crowd again. Moreover, some people stepped forward with greed and murderous intent in their eyes as they stared at Lin Tian and Ling Yun. Of course, most of them were staring at Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian had an immortal artifact with him that was extremely valuable. Lin Tian's aura turned cold as his cold eyes swept across everyone present. "I'll kill whoever dares to step forward." Boom, he did not say anything else and directly activated the immortal artifact, the stone mirror. These people wanted to snatch his immortal artifact, so he naturally had nothing to say. He threatened them with the power of the immortal artifact to intimidate them. The stone mirror shone brightly and flashed with immortal light, which indeed shocked many people. Some people originally wanted to rush forward, but after feeling the power of the stone mirror, they became fearful and stopped. Kill whoever steps forward? You're indeed vicious. You can't be left alive. An old man in a blue robe stepped forward. This person's body was also intertwined with divine power. He was an elite at the first heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared coldly at this person. Ling Yun directly pointed at him and cursed, "Old fart, can you be any more disgusting? You want to F***king kill people and steal their treasures, and you don't allow others to resist? If you resist, you'll be vicious? Damn, you're a genius. I hope you'll die without descendants and your whole family will die. A piece of trash like you can cultivate to the connecting immortal realm. God must be blind. He didn't kill you during the great tribulation of the connecting immortal realm. It's really unreasonable." The old man in the blue robe's face instantly turned green. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Ling Yun. "What are you looking at? You old bastard, come and bite me if you dare." Ling Yun scolded. The blue-robed elder was so angry that his face turned purple. He had reached the level of connecting immortals a long time ago and was the Grand Supreme Elder of a small sect. He was usually respected and revered by others, but he did not expect that someone would insult him like this. He even wished that he would not have any descendants and that his entire family would die. He kept calling him trash and trash. This made his killing intent erupt like a volcano, rising steadily. "Stop talking nonsense. Attack. We have so many people. So what if he has an immortal artifact? He can't stop us." Another person stepped forward. This was an old man in a blue robe. He was at the connecting immortal realm, but his eyes were very cold, like a vulture that ate people. Yes. We have more people. Attack together. Even if he has an immortal artifact, he can't stop us. That's right, attack. Many people became bolder because they had more people. Suddenly, almost 100 auras surged. They were all extremely powerful and pressed towards Lin Tian and Ling Yun. Among them, the majority of them attacked Lin Tian. These people could naturally see that Lin Tian was the main target of the young man in the luxurious robe. You're asking for death? Ling Yun was furious. He activated the Zephyr 9 heavens to the limit. Suddenly, a tyrannical true essence fluctuation spread out in an instant. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The immortal stone mirror shone brightly, and the immortal aura was terrifying. Moreover, he supported the Sea of Clover, the primitive mountain, the divine bell, the 9-spring sacred sword, and the other divine elephants. He instantly appeared in front of the old man in the blue robe. The old man in the blue robe was shocked. Lin Tian's speed was too fast. You think you can kill me with numbers? You said it. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel. He didn't hold back at all. The immortal stone mirror directly pressed down on the old man. The divine elephants also attacked together. The old man in the blue robe was terrified. This aura was too terrifying. It made him feel cold all over. Die! Lin Tianlong shouted. The immortal stone mirror and the divine elephants pressed down together, crushing the old man in the blue robe into blood. His body and soul were destroyed. The crowd was shocked. An immortal connecting realm expert was crushed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian didn't care about their expressions. His eyes were cold. He stepped on the yin-yang puppet and came in front of the old man in the blue robe. You will die too, he said coldly. He activated the divine elephants again and pressed down with the immortal stone mirror. The old man in the blue robe was terrified. Stop! Pfft. A mist of blood exploded. The old man in the blue robe was dead. Instantly, more people showed fear in their hearts, and they all stopped. In the blink of an eye, 2 immortal connecting realm experts were killed. Everyone, as you can see, the power of an immortal artifact is so strong. If any of you can obtain it, why worry about not being able to dominate a region? The young man in the luxurious robe spoke, causing everyone's eyes to burn. Then, the young man in the luxurious robe continued, I will add 2 more Lingjing the size of a human head. As long as you give me their corpses, I will give you 5 Lingjing the size of a human head. It is equivalent to 5 complete spirit veins. Everyone, this condition is not bad, right? Lin Tian's eyes were even colder. 5 pieces of Lingjing the size of a human head. This young man in the luxurious robe was really willing to let him die. Damn it, if I can also excavate spirit veins, I will offer 100 spirit veins and let people bite him to death. Ling Yan cursed. The young man in the luxurious robe seemed very indifferent. He didn't care about Ling Yan's curses at all. Friends, do you still think the conditions are not good enough? Alright, I will add 1 more piece of Lingjing the size of a human head. The young man in the luxurious robe glanced at the surrounding cultivators who had stopped moving forward and said, whoever can kill them, give them a fatal blow, and hand their corpses to me, I will give them 6 pieces of Lingjing the size of a human head. 6 pieces. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. For a moment, everyone's eyes became greedy as they stared at Lin Tian and Ling Yun. All of them were filled with killing intent. Kill! Someone roared and rushed forward. Everyone was greedy. In the face of the young man in the luxurious robe's offer of 6 pieces of Lingjing, as well as the immortal artifact of killing Lin Tian and Ling Yun, it was worth it for many people to risk their lives for such a tempting offer. Kill! Many people roared and rushed forward. Among them, more than 10 people were in the immortal connecting realm, and they were the grand elders or sect leaders of some small sections. Once they obtained the immortal artifact of a sect, 6 pieces of Lingjing the size of a fist, it would immediately increase the strength of their sects. In an instant, dozens of tyrannical auras pressed toward Lin Tian and Ling Yun. Damn it! Ling Yun cursed. Even though Lin Tian was holding the immortal artifact, he felt a chill down his spine at this moment. Who dares to attack? A cold voice came down from the sky. The middle-aged man in the pavilion was fighting against the long-robed old man and the gray-robed old man. At this moment, his eyes became cold as he looked over. Suddenly, many people trembled and were shocked by this terrifying fluctuation. You'd better take care of yourself first. The gray-robed old man snorted coldly. The long-robed old man did not say anything and directly used a powerful dragon technique. In an instant, the sky was filled with terrifying runes. Although the two powerhouses did not have the upper hand, they completely restrained the middle-aged man in the pavilion. Everyone, why don't you take this opportunity to attack? The voice of the young man in the luxurious robe sounded at the right time. In an instant, the murderous voice sounded again. Seeing that the terrifying middle-aged man in the pavilion was indeed restrained in the sky, these people became bolder again. Kill him. This man's methods are vicious. He killed 2 of our fellow cultivators in succession. For the peace of the cultivation world, we must get rid of this evil. Such a demon must not be left alive. The crowd shouted. These people's eyes were cold, but the greed in them could not be concealed. Many people stared at Lin Tian. Damn it, a group of shameless people. Ling Yan was shocked and angry. Such a large group of people charging over was not a joke. In the void, the middle-aged man in the pavilion wanted to attack, but he was firmly restrained in the sky by the long-robed old man and the gray-robed old man. Kill! 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 A group of cultivators shouted. It was as if they had entered the battlefield of the cultivation world. Their auras were all overbearing. Among them, the dozen or so immortal reaching realm experts were the most frightening. When they merged together, it was as if they were going to tear apart everything. Even though Lin Tian was holding on to an immortal artifact, he felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. There was no way he could stop so many people. It's over, it's over, it's over. This time, we're really going to die here. Ling Yun was enraged, but then he suddenly looked like he was about to cry. The middle-aged man guarding the pavilion was pinned down in the sky. How could he and Lin Tian hold off so many experts by themselves? Lin Tian clenched his fists and stared at the group of people pressing down on him. His eyes became incomparably cold. Come with me, you pervert. After saying that, he found a direction and rushed forward. Ling Yun naturally didn't stop. With so many people pressuring him, he would be courting death if he stayed. He directly rushed after Lin Tian. Chase! The group of people shouted. Now, Lin Tian and Lin Tian represented a sex immortal artifact and 6 head-sized Lingjing. This was a sex treasure. How could these people just watch the treasure slip away? Immediately, they all rushed forward. Lin Tian was very fast. With so many people chasing behind him, he didn't have time to say anything to the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion in the sky. Ling Yan followed behind him. After an hour, the 2 of them had run very far. They were almost crossing another red mountain. Gradually, a faint white mist appeared in front of them. Lin Tian's eyes flashed a wisp of light. Of course, there was also a wisp of cold light. Pervert, pay attention to the path I take. Don't miss a single footprint. He transmitted his voice solemnly. Ling Yun was puzzled. Kid, you mean you want me to follow behind you and step on your footprints? Yes. Remember, look carefully. Don't miss a single footprint. Lin Tian was very serious. Ling Yan still didn't understand, but after hearing Lin Tian's solemn words, he immediately nodded. I got it. Soon, the white mist rushed into it. Ling Yan stared at Lin Tian's footsteps seriously. Just as Lin Tian said, he was completely stepping on Lin Tian's footprints as he ran forward. Kill. You can't escape. Your lives are mine. What a joke. They're mine. Their heads belong to whoever takes them. The group of people rushed forward. Tyrannical energy intertwined in the air. The group of people quickly reached the place where the white mist lingered and directly rushed in. These people were not slow, especially the few immortal ascension experts in the lead. They were much faster than the rest. The young man in the luxurious robe walked at the back. He sneered at Lin Tian and Lin Tian's backs. "You're my enemy, and you still, ah." A scream rang out, interrupting the young man in the luxurious robe's mutterings. One of the immortal ascension experts in front of the group suddenly trembled. His body shattered inch by inch and turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. His body and soul were destroyed. What's going on? What happened just now? Why did it appear out of thin air? It seems like no one attacked. The crowd was shocked. At this moment, another scream rang out. Not far away, a peak immortal ascension expert accidentally stepped on a black stone and was contaminated by a gust of black smoke that rushed out from it. He melted almost instantly. The human world evaporated, leaving not a trace of his flesh and bones. Such a scene immediately shocked many people. This place is strange. Someone's heart palpitated. Not only this person, but everyone saw it. In the distance, Lin Tian's footsteps had slowed down a lot. In the end, he stopped directly. At this moment, when he heard the two screams behind him, a cold smile appeared on his face, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Ling Yun naturally also heard these screams. When he looked back, he was shocked. There seemed to be a few people behind who died. Could it be that there was a fight to the death over our lives? No. Lin Tian Ondao. He stared in that direction with a cold smile on his face. Seeing him smile like this, Ling Yun suddenly felt a chill on his neck. "Kid, your smile is too sinister. It's creepy." Lin Tian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He could not be bothered with him and just stared coldly behind him. The parchment scroll had a very detailed description of the burial of God's mountain fall. There were marks on some dangerous places, and there was an absolutely safe passage route. After 2 days of studying, he had already memorized the entire parchment scroll by heart. The place where he escaped just now was the forbidden area marked on the parchment scroll. One wrong step could lead to death, therefore, when escaping to this place, he asked Ling Yun to step on his footsteps. That was the only way to be absolutely safe. "I'll kill all of you," he said to himself coldly. He turned around, a cold light intertwined in his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Pervert, stay here and don't move. Remember, don't move," he said seriously. There was still a large distance between this place and the crowd. At this moment, this place was very safe. Of course, this safety referred to the fact that they didn't have to worry about being attacked by the people chasing after them. However, there were still dangerous elements in this space. One wrong step and even an immortal ascension expert would die instantly. Therefore, he warned Ling Yun not to move recklessly. "Hey, kid, you," Ling Yun was shocked. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Tian had already gone far away. Of course, he did not charge forward. Instead, he turned back the way he came. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the group of cultivators chasing him and... "Ling Yun. You actually turned back?" When the crowd saw Lin Tian, they were all shocked. The person who was chased pathetically by them was actually walking back now. However, the expressions of most of these people changed very quickly. These people were originally shocked by the strangeness of this place and stopped for a moment. However, when they saw Lin Tian appear in front of them, they instantly forgot about the strangeness of this place and stared at Lin Tian with a cold smile. To them, Lin Tian was not Lin Tian, but a treasure that represented a sex immortal artifact and a few completed spirit veins. How good was it that the treasure had appeared in front of them by itself? Lin Tian glanced around. There were a total of 97 people chasing him. Among these people, the weakest cultivation was at the 6th heaven of the Zephyr realm. There were even 19 of them who were at the Immortal Ascension realm, and the strongest was at the 4th heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm. They were very terrifying and could be considered a destructive force. However, at this moment, he stared at these people again with a cold smile on his face. "I'm back to send all of you on your way," he said. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned for a moment, then they burst into laughter. "Send all of us on our way? Crazy, really crazy. You want to fight so many of us by yourself? Even if you have an immortal artifact, it's impossible. Being chased by us must have scared you into an idiot." The crowd mocked. Soon, someone moved. It was a powerhouse at the third heaven of the immortal ascension realm. He walked toward Lin Tian with mysterious steps. Seeing this person rushing forward, the others were shocked and hurriedly rushed forward. Now, Lin Tian was a great treasure of a sect. These people were all here for it. How could they let others get it first? Boom! In an instant, more than 40 people rushed toward Lin Tian. Staring at these people, Lin Tianji sneered. An ordinary long sword appeared in his right hand, and he directly slashed forward. Clang! The sword light clanged and landed 30 feet away from the crowd that was rushing over, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. The sword light landed 30 feet away? Is he trembling in fear? The powerhouse at the third heaven of the immortal ascension realm who was rushing at the front was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and rushed toward Lin Tian even faster. At the same time, the others also sped up, each with a strong aura. At this moment, at the place where Lin Tian slashed out the sword mark, a pure white air wave rushed up like water vapor. Ah! The powerhouse at the third heaven of the immortal ascension realm who was rushing at the front accidentally touched a bit of the white mist and immediately screamed. As if covered by blazing magma, his clothes were torn, his body melted, and then he exploded with a puff. What's going on? The dozens of people who were rushing over all turned pale and stopped, shocked by the scene in front of them. At this moment, Lin Tian waved his hand and swept out a sword wind. The sword wind swept past, and the white mist spurted out from the sword mark immediately swayed and spread toward the rushing crowd. The white mist was very light, and it was blown to the side of the dozens of people in an instant. Ah! The white mist looked very light, but it seemed to be the source of destruction. As long as one came into contact with it, even a powerhouse in the immortal ascension realm could not resist it. Lin Tian stared ahead. Among the dozens of people who caught up, there were 7 powerhouses in the immortal ascension realm. At this time, when they were brushed by the white mist, their flesh and blood melted in an instant, and they died. Ah! Help! No! Screams sounded one after another, miserable and sorrowful. The white mist drifted past. It did not seem to have any terrifying fluctuations, but at this moment, it seemed to be black flames from hell. As long as a cultivator was infected, he could not break free. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people who rushed forward first all turned into a bloody mist. None of them were left behind by the white mist, and only the smell of blood floated in the air. Ling Yan stood in the distance and stared at this scene. His eyes widened. That kid, what did he do just now? At the same time, the other cultivators' expressions changed. You, what did you do just now? What's going on? Someone shouted. Dozens of people, including a few powerhouses in the immortal ascension realm, were all killed in an instant, which made these people feel a chill down their backs. I told you, I'm just sending you on your way. Lin Tianling said. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his right hand with a clang. Stepping on the yin-yang puppet, he directly rushed toward the group of people. Kid, are you crazy? Ling Yun shouted from afar. Lin Tian was actually charging towards everyone by himself. There were still a few 4th-level connecting immortal experts in that group of people. Arrogant. You overestimate yourself. You're courting death. The crowd shouted. A powerhouse in the immortal ascension realm stepped forward, wanting to take Lin Tian's head. However, the next moment, he trembled, and his expression changed drastically. At this time, his body couldn't move, as if there was an invisible hand holding his legs in place. Puff, a ray of light rushed up from the ground, directly shattering him. This is? What's going on here? No, there's really something strange. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Since just now, such things had happened one after another. Some people felt a chill on their backs, and their scalps went numb. Behind them, the youth in luxurious robes was visibly moved. He slowly retreated. Ah! Miserable screams filled the air as cultivators exploded one after another. Let's leave this place first, then find a chance to take the heads of those 2 people. Someone suggested. Quite a few people nodded in agreement. This place was too strange, making many people feel fear. Some people began to back up. But right at this moment, the sound of a sword rang out as Lin Tian closed in. "You want to retreat now?" "It's too late," he said coldly. He stepped on the yin and yang liang like a dream. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of a sixth celestial layer Zephyr. He raised his sword and chopped off the opponent's head, causing blood to spurt out. He did not stop there after that. He turned into a stream of light, leaving afterimages in the area. At that moment, he was specifically targeting those airborne realm cultivators, slashing out with the sword in his hand without mercy. Pooh! 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 In the blink of an eye, 6 people were killed. Moreover, Lin Tian's sword carried the light of thunder flames, interfering with the group of cultivators' retreat, continuously attacking the group of cultivators. "Bastard! Do you really think we can't take you down? Kill him directly. Kill him and then retreat," someone shouted. Lin Tian dared to attack them in this strange place. Did they not dare to fight back? Suddenly, an immortal connecting realm cultivator stepped forward and closed in on Lin Tian. This was a 4th celestial layer immortal connecting realm cultivator. His aura was so strong that it shocked the heart and soul. Ordinary people could not withstand it at all. Lin Tian was now at the 6th celestial layer immortal connecting realm, but it was obviously impossible for him to fight a 4th celestial layer immortal connecting realm cultivator. Even so, he was not afraid at all. The sword light slashed past, shattering a black stone beside the man's feet. With a sizzle, black smoke came out and landed on the man's feet. "Ah!" A scream sounded instantly. The 4th celestial layer immortal connecting realm cultivator's legs were directly melted, leaving no blood or bones. Moreover, the black smoke did not stop there. It went up the man's legs and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. With another shattering sound, the 4th celestial layer immortal connecting realm cultivator turned into a bloody mist, dyeing the ground red. What is that?" The crowd was shocked. A cloud of black smoke directly swallowed a 4th celestial layer immortal connecting realm cultivator. With a clang, the sword light was ear-piercing and clanging. Lin Tian would not give these people time to be surprised. Holding the long sword, he stepped on the yin-yang puppet and flashed in the space. The sword light slashed out, shaking the space and making it sizzle. In the blink of an eye, a few more 7th celestial layer immortal connecting realm cultivators died under his sword. They were either beheaded or pierced through the glabella. They were all killed in one strike. Clang! 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 The sword light was cold and merciless. The crowd was in chaos. In the face of the sharp sword light, some people dodged, and some directly resisted with powerful means. For a moment, the energy in this place surged, almost turning into a destructive sea. Even the 6th celestial layer immortal connecting realm cultivators were shocked. "Ah!" Screams sounded again. A 3rd celestial layer immortal connecting realm cultivator was suddenly hit by a ball of light that rushed out from the ground and directly fell to the ground. He died and his Tao disappeared. "No. Retreat. We must retreat. This is the death zone." At this moment, even the immortal connecting realm cultivators were frightened. This place was too strange. For a moment, no one tried to kill Lin Tian. Instead, they all chose to retreat and rush out of this area. "Since you're here, don't think about leaving." Lin Tian's words were cold. "I'll send all of you on your way. I'll do what I say." These people clearly had no enmity with him, but they wanted to kill him and Ling Yun in order to steal his immortal artifact and a few pieces of Lingjing from the young man in the luxurious robe. From a certain point of view, these people were more disgusting than the young man in the luxurious robe. Staring at these people, his eyes were merciless. Stepping on the yin-yang puppet, he flashed crazily in the crowd and slashed out cold sword light. Some cultivators dodged, but in the next moment, they stepped on something. They were not slashed by Lin Tian's sword light, but were entangled by an inexplicable force and directly exploded on the spot. Pieces of flesh and bone splattered all over the ground. Lin Tian did not care. His feet swayed, and he rushed in another direction. He was familiar with the ancient sheepskin scroll. Although it was his first time in this area, he knew clearly which place was safe and which place was dangerous. At this moment, stepping on the yin-yang puppet, every place he stepped on was absolutely safe. However, it was different for the others. Most of them were stepping on death to move. Ah! Screams rang out again. Another immortal connecting realm cultivator died inexplicably, and his body directly exploded on the spot. Moreover, not only that, the people who were escaping nearby also exploded one after another. These people weren't struck by Lin Tian's sword light. Instead, they were killed by some strange energy in this area. It was impossible to guard against it. Even experts at the 4th level of the connecting immortal realm felt their scalps going numb at this moment. This place was simply a death zone. Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang puppet and waved the long sword in his hand. With the help of this death zone, he slashed at all the cultivators. Poof, 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 human heads floated up one by one, extremely dazzling. In the distance, Ling Yan stared at this place, and his eyes widened. God, what is going on? That kid, what did he do? Lin Tianyi alone charged into the group of nearly 100 cultivators. Some died under the sword light, and some mysteriously exploded beside Lin Tian. This made this perverted thief dumbfounded. Ah! Screams rang out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were still 6 immortal connecting realm cultivators alive. All of them were pale and terrified. What is this place? You lured us here on purpose? The 6 of them glared at Lin Tian. In less than a quarter of an hour, only the 6 of them remained out of the 100 experts. Among those who had died, the majority had died miserably for no reason. They had not died under Lin Tian's sword, but had been killed by the strangeness of this area. A single wrong step would have led to their death. During this process, Lin Tian moved as he pleased. There was no accident at all. At this point, even an idiot could see that Lin Tian was very familiar with this place. He knew that this was a forbidden area, and that this place was very dangerous. Lin Tian deliberately escaped in this direction and deliberately led them to this area. From the beginning, he did not really want to escape. He wanted to kill all of them. How despicable. The 6 of them were furious. Despicable? Lin Tianling laughed. Do you have the right to say that? He did not say anything more to the 6 of them. This time, he supported the celestial mirror and pushed it to the limit. A vast and mighty celestial force pressed down on the 6 of them. The 6 of them could survive until the end. Naturally, they were not ordinary cultivators. Although he was very familiar with the general situation of this place, he did not dare to be careless when facing the 6 of them who survived. The 6 of them roared angrily. As they attacked Lin Tian, they carefully observed their surroundings. Unfortunately, this could not change anything. Ah! Someone screamed. He did not know where he stepped, but a black lightning bolt shot up from the ground and directly destroyed his body and soul. After that, the screams continued. The remaining immortal cultivators suffered one after another. Except for one person who was killed by Lin Tian's celestial artifact, the others exploded inexplicably. They were either shattered by the black lightning or melted by the strange fog. In less than 15 minutes, the 100 or so cultivators who had rushed over were all killed. Oh my God, this brat, what did he do? In the distance, Ling Yan's eyes widened. 19 immortal cultivators and dozens of cultivators above the 6th heaven of the Zephyr realm were all killed in less than 15 minutes. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a cold light. He swept his gaze forward and frowned. He escaped quite quickly. He muttered to himself coldly. He did not notice that when he turned back after killing everyone, the young man in the luxurious robe had already escaped. He stared into the distance, his eyes flashing with a cold light. After 3 breaths, he calmed down and turned back to walk toward Ling Yun. Brother Lin, oh no, Brother Tian. Wrong, great God. Please accept my kneeling. Ling Yun called out. Nearly 100 experts had charged over, but they had all died in less than 15 minutes. One had to know that the weakest among these people was at the 6th level of the airborne realm, and there were even 19 of them at the immortal ascension realm. They were all grand elders or sect masters of some small sections. With such a powerful force working together, even an existence at the 6th level of the immortal ascension realm would frown. It would be very difficult to deal with them. But now, such a terrifying force was easily defeated, everyone was annihilated. How could such a battle result not be shocking? For a moment, Ling Yun was stunned as he stared at Lin Tian in shock. Lin Tian glanced at him and looked into the distance. No one is chasing us. Let's go deeper. Let's go this way. Where's the senior guarding the pavilion? Aren't we going back to take a look? Ling Yun came back to his senses and asked. Lin Tian shook his head. That senior is very powerful. Don't worry. The two immortal Ascension Realm cultivators from the Golden Flames Dao sect and the dragon-seeking family combined shouldn't be a match for that senior. At most, they can hold him back. We don't have to worry. The strength of the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion was indeed very terrifying. Lin Tian had seen him show his strength a few times and could feel it. Most importantly, he felt that if he and Ling Yun went back now, it would bring more trouble to the guard. After all, he had to protect them while fighting against two strong opponents. Obviously, that would consume more of his energy. That's true. That senior is indeed very powerful. Ling Yun said, but then he was a little puzzled. It's strange. There shouldn't be such a powerful person among the ordinary elders of the sect. Could it be a reclusive elder of the sect? However, it doesn't seem right. A reclusive elder shouldn't be so free. Moreover, they are all old men. Lin Tian frowned, but he shook his head. Don't worry about this. In short, that senior is very good to us. Indeed. Ling Yun nodded. The two of them didn't stop. Lin Tian led the way and walked deeper into the pavilion. Soon, the two of them walked far away. Damn it, that little bastard from the dragon-seeking family actually escaped. Ling Yun was very unhappy when he learned that the young man in the luxurious robe had escaped. Lin Tian smiled. The next time we meet, we'll kill him with lightning speed. We must kill him. Ling Yun said. The young man in luxurious robes took out 6 pieces of lingjing the size of a human head and repeatedly pointed out the immortal tools on Lin Tian's body, inciting the crowd to chase after him and Lin Tian. Naturally, this made him extremely displeased. Right now, he just wanted to slap the other party into pieces. The two of them walked towards the depths. Of course, they walked very carefully. This god burial mountain was intricate and complicated. Not long after, Lin Tian led the way, followed by Ling Yun. They went around another red mountain range and appeared on the equator. Quite a few people came from all directions, all of them extremely powerful. There are quite a lot of cultivators coming to God Burial Mountain Fall. Ling Yun muttered to himself. Lin Tiandao said, although the God Burial Mountain range is very dangerous, it contains many rare treasures. Moreover, it is said that there is a divine treasure trove. Although no one knows what that divine treasure trove is, everyone believes that as long as one obtains that divine treasure trove, their strength will definitely increase greatly. A few days ago, he specially asked the middle-aged guard about some things about the God Burial Mountain range. The middle-aged guard naturally didn't hold back and told him everything he knew. A divine treasure trove that can be hidden in this God Burial Mountain range. Just thinking about it makes one feel really excited. It will definitely be shocking. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. It's very obvious. Lin Tian nodded and said. Back then, there were 10 great Dao realm cultivators who entered to explore. It was enough to imagine how valuable the treasures in this area were. Most importantly, only one of the 10 great Dao realm cultivators who entered back then walked out alive in the end. They didn't manage to find the divine treasure trove. Many aspects were enough to show how shocking this divine treasure trove was. Without saying anything else, Lin Tian asked Ling Yun to follow behind him. He simply looked around and then walked forward with large strides. After going around another red mountain, the mountain in front of them became a little dark. It was as if it was dyed red by blood and then turned dark again. It looked a little scary. Looking around, not far away, the only road that led to the depths was very rugged. There were many corpses scattered on the road. Their clothes had completely rotted away, leaving only bones. Their flesh and blood were long gone. They should be people who entered here in the past and died later. Ling Yun said. Lin Tian nodded, and the two of them continued forward. This road was very wide, and the road seemed to be relatively damp. Other than the two of them, there were many other cultivators walking on this road. Most of these people were walking in groups. Of course, there were also some very powerful people who chose to walk alone. For example, there were some itinerant cultivators at the immortal reaching realm. There were also some supreme elders of small sections. They were all not simple people. A cold wind blew in the air. The people who walked here all had very solemn expressions. Clearly, they had encountered many troubles along the way. Ka. In the distance, on an old black tree, a few old crows that were filled with the aura of death cawed. Their black eyes stared in this direction, causing many people to involuntarily tremble. These caws were indeed a little desolate and sounded very horrifying. It's strange. Along the way, many people died tragically, but these crows are actually resting here. Someone muttered to himself. There was a huge bird's nest on top of a large black tree. It was somewhat blood red, and a few crows were standing in the nest, staring at the pedestrians. Their pitch-black pupils were like machines. There was not the slightest bit of life in them, as if they were dead objects. In the crowd, Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. He pulled Ling Yun and retreated directly. Kid, what are you doing? Ling Yun was puzzled. At this moment, the sound of flapping wings rang out. A few black crows on a big black tree in the distance suddenly appeared on this road. Their bodies were surrounded by the aura of death. One of them landed on the body of an expert at the immortal reaching realm at the front. The bird opened its beak and directly tore off a large piece of flesh from this person, biting out his heart. Ah! Damn it, what is this? These crows are not. Screams rang out immediately. A few black crows rushed over like man-eating birds. Immediately, a few powerful cultivators died tragically, their flesh and blood devoured in the blink of an eye. After that, the few black crows did not retreat. Their bodies looked extremely small, but they were surrounded by an extremely shocking aura of death. Everywhere they passed, screams rang out. Some experts at the immortal reaching realm could not escape death. Lin Tian pulled Ling Yun and stepped on the yin yang puppet to retreat hundreds of feet away. Only then did he stop and look ahead. The screams were ear-piercing and made one's scalp tingle. On the road ahead, cultivators fell one by one. Their flesh and blood were all devoured by the black crows. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. These crows, A few black crows, at most the size of 3 palms, actually devoured dozens of cultivators in the blink of an eye. Among them, there were even experts at the second heaven of the immortal reaching realm. No one could resist. This made Ling Yun feel a chill down his spine. Lin Tian said in a low voice, "Stay here. Don't go forward. They are looking for food and will retreat soon." He pulled Ling Yun far enough away. At this moment, they were in an absolutely safe area. Looking for food? Ling Yun was surprised. Then he asked, also, how did you know they were going to rush over just now? Lin Tian pulled him back in advance just now as if he knew the black crows were going to rush over. This surprised him. Intuition. Lin Tian Ondao. There were many things recorded on the sheepskin scroll. Naturally, there was a description of these black crows. According to the scroll, these black crows were not ordinary crows. They were a kind of ominous bird in ancient times. They fed on the flesh and blood of cultivators. Their bodies were intertwined with the aura of death. When they opened their eyes, it was a signal to attack. They would attack living creatures and devour their flesh and blood until they had devoured enough. Then they would retreat and close their eyes. Ling Yan responded with an "oh." Without thinking much, he carefully stared ahead. Screams reverberated. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people fell. Their flesh and blood were devoured, leaving only their bones. The corpses that fell on the road no longer had flesh and blood. I thought they had rotted over the years. It turns out that they had been devoured by these black crows long ago. Ling Yan stared ahead and shrank his neck. But speaking of which, these crows have such small stomachs. Where did the flesh and blood that they devoured go? Until now, almost 100 people have been devoured by them. Can their stomachs hold so much flesh and blood? Who knows? These things are not ordinary birds. They are almost demonic. You can't understand them with common sense. Lin Tian said. The screams in front continued to reverberate. Many cultivators were frightened. Many of them fled back. Of course, there were also people who attacked the black crows, but it didn't have any effect at all. When the swords and sabers landed on the black crows' bodies, they actually made clanking sounds, as if they were slashing on extremely hard metal. Damn, these demonic bodies are too hard. They are at least comparable to those at the peak of the connecting immortal realm. Ling Yin stared. Lin Tian's eyes were also shining. Although he had already known about the horror of these black crows from the sheepskin scroll, he could not help but be surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. The black crows looked very ordinary. There was no difference between them and ordinary crows. However, their demonic bodies were really terrifying. That strength was actually more than 10 times stronger than his body. The blood-curdling screams continued until more than 10 people fell. Finally, the black crows came to a stop. Another crow cry sounded. The black crows returned to their nest on the big tree in the blink of an eye. Their black eyes closed. That's enough. They won't attack again. Lin Tian Andao. Are you sure? Ling Yin asked. The scene of those black crows attacking the group of cultivators earlier was truly frightening. Even immortal channeling cultivators were unable to block them. If he were to walk forward and those black crows flew over again, he would be in trouble. He did not have the confidence to block them. Lin Tian nodded silently. No problem. He believed the description on the sheepskin scroll. The black crows had already closed their eyes. They should not attack again. He and Ling Yin walked forward. The process was also somewhat cautious. In the end, the black crows really did not fly back. Let's go, he said, and increased his speed. Because of the scene just now, many cultivators were afraid to move forward. However, when they saw Lin Tian and Ling Yin safely pass through, many people moved again. Instantly, many people rushed forward. They quickly passed through this place. Lin Tian and Ling Yin walked at the front. Not long after, they passed through another red mountain range. The sky was already dark. A blood-red sunset floated in the horizon. In front, several humanoid creatures with black wings on their backs stood on the mountain peak. Their mouths spat out light, and their bodies were covered in green scales. Yixias, also known as Yixia ghosts, were said to be ghosts that existed in hell. They had black wings and green scales. They were very scary. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, damn it, there are 6 of them. They're all ferocious beasts that can swallow humans and kill immortals. Ling Yin shrank back. Yixias were even scarier than ghost kings. It's going to be night soon. It's time for Yin energy to gather. They're swallowing Yin essence. Let's go around them. Lin Tian said in a low voice. Looking around, 6 Yixias stood at the peak of the mountain. They were about 6 meters tall, and green demonic flames intertwined on their withered bodies. It was very strange. They stood at the peak of the mountain, and black and red light surrounded their mouths. They seemed to have forgotten about their surroundings. Lin Tian had the sheepskin scroll and was very familiar with the direction of the god burial mountain. He pointed to a mountain path at the side. Ling Yin stared at the 6-headed Yixias at the peak of the mountain. He shrank back and muttered, Master Ling wants to go back. We're playing with our lives. Look at you. How can there be no danger when we're looking for treasures? Lin Tian looked at him with disdain. Lin Tian led the way in front, and Ling Yin followed behind. They walked along the mountain path at the side, bending their backs as they walked deeper into the mountain. The weakest Yixias could kill a 4th-stage immortal. With 6 of them standing together, the 2 of them didn't dare to provoke them. They walked carefully, and their steps were very slow. At this moment, a group of people rushed over from behind. They were all very fast, and the energy waves around their bodies weren't weak. Due to the large number of people, the energy fluctuations around their bodies mixed together and became somewhat intense. Immediately, the 6 Yixias on the mountain peak paused for a moment. Some of the Yikshaws stopped absorbing the essence of Yin and tilted their heads to look down the mountain peak. It was a pair of blood-red demonic eyes. Together with the Yikshaws' ferocious faces, they really looked like evil spirits from hell. Roar! The Yikshaw let out a vicious roar, causing the mountains to tremble. Lin Tian and Ling Yun had already walked some distance. When they heard this roar, their scalps went numb. Lin Tian glanced at the mountain peak, and a chill ran down his spine. The six-headed Yikshaws were all alarmed. Roar! Another roar sounded. The six Yikshaws stared at the crowd and rushed down from the mountain peak. Bloodthirsty radiance flickered in their eyes. "Let's go, pervert!" Lin Tian shouted. The six-headed Yikshaws were alarmed. At this moment, caution was useless. Escaping was the best option. F***ck. Those evil bastards. Ling Yin cursed as he ran like mad. Lin Tian didn't say anything and just led the way. In the blink of an eye, they had already traversed several dozen feet. Ah! Damn it! Let's deal with them together. Miserable shrieks and furious roars resounded from the rear. Facing the Yikshaw, the crowd was immediately shocked. All kinds of martial arts and divine abilities were used. Ling Yin looked behind him and was instantly shocked. One of the six Yikshaws had discovered him and Lin Tian and was actually pouncing towards them. With a light flap of its black wings, it was able to cover a distance of more than 10 feet. "Oh my God! Brat, he's coming!" This fellow shouted loudly. Lin Tian looked back and felt his scalp go numb. The baleful aura around this Yikshaw was too thick, causing his heart to tremble. "Run!" He only had this one word and directly said it. F***ck. I'm being chased again. Ling Yin cursed loudly. Miserable shrieks and the smell of blood drifted in the air, causing the two of them to feel a chill down their spines. However, at this time, the two of them were facing a very dangerous situation. They didn't dare to stop and kept running. Behind them, the Yikshaw was chasing after them. The baleful aura was getting thicker and thicker. "It's getting closer. It's getting closer." Ling Yan looked back and his face turned pale. For a moment, the soles of his feet were like the wind. His speed was not much slower than Lin Tian's. Roar! The Yikshaw that was chasing after them roared. The Yin Qi in its mouth was puffing out, and its eyes were frighteningly red. Lin Tian and Ling Yan flew all the way and soon ran far away. Gradually, the air became much colder. A figure stood not far away. His clothes were tattered, his face was pale, and his eyes were extremely hollow. "Someone's there?" Ling Yin stared. Lin Tian's face changed slightly. He lowered his head and shouted at Ling Yun, "Don't look at it. It's not human. Whoever looks at it will be unlucky." Ling Yin was shocked and hurriedly lowered his head. Not human? Kid, don't scare your Uncle Ling." Ling Yin had seen his fair share of ghosts and demons, and he had killed his fair share of them. However, at this moment, in this God Burial mountain range, Lin Tian's sudden outburst of not human seemed to have a terrifying aura that made this pervert tremble. In short, don't look at it. Just lower your head and look in the right direction. There's no need to reduce your speed. Lin Tian Ondao. Relying on the sheepskin ancient scroll, he knew that this was a kind of evil spirit. It was very terrifying. Ling Yun shivered. He still completely believed Lin Tian's words. At this moment, he naturally didn't dare to raise his head. Roar! Behind them, the Yikshaw chased after them. It was getting closer and closer, roaring. Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Tian and Ling Yun. Suddenly, it raised its head and glanced at the figure in front. It roared again, as if the figure in front was also its prey. It was also at this moment that the figure in front of them raised his head slightly. The temperature of this space seemed to drop by dozens of degrees in an instant. With a whoosh, Lin Tian and Ling Yin only felt a chill in their bodies. It seemed that a black shadow rushed past them. The next moment, a shrill scream sounded behind them. The two of them couldn't help but look back. They saw that the figure had appeared behind them without them noticing. His withered hands grabbed onto the Yikshaw's wings and bit down on the Yikshaw's neck. dark red blood splattered all over the sky. Then, in a few breaths' time, this Xianxia that could kill a fourth-tier immortal was directly sucked dry. Its sturdy body quickly dried up, and then with a poof, it shattered into pieces and drifted in a gust of cold wind. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Such a scene shocked the hearts of the two. "Oh my god! You scared your Uncle Ling to death." Ling Yun trembled. The ferocious Xianxia was actually killed in an instant. No, it was sucked dry. "Don't talk nonsense. Run!" Lin Tian shouted in a low voice. The two's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of feet away. That strange figure was too terrifying. It was like a demon. It was really a little scary. Soon, the two walked for about 2,000 feet. "It seems that we can't fly anymore," Ling Yun suddenly said. At this place, the air seemed to have become heavy. They couldn't jump up anymore. They couldn't even use the simplest artifact control technique. It didn't have any effect. They couldn't leave the ground and rise into the sky. "After reaching 1/5 of the God Burial Mountain, we can't fly anymore. There's an extremely mysterious force affecting this place." Lin Tianandao. He learned about this from the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion, so he wasn't surprised. Ling Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "First, we were hunted down. Then, we met the man-eating crows. Then, we met the legendary Xianxia. Then, we met an evil spirit that can eat Xianxia. Now, we can't even fly. What kind of sin have we committed?" Lin Tian glanced at this perverted thief and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. The mountain range in front of them was like a huge red dragon. It gave people a sense of grandeur. However, walking in this place, the yin qi lingering in the air made it difficult for people to appreciate this kind of grandeur. Instead, it gave people a sense of gloominess. Walking in this mountain range, it could be said that every step had to be taken carefully. Their nerves were always tense. The two walked all the way into the depths. Soon, a group of people caught up with them. It seemed that these people all had grave and ugly expressions. Many of their clothes were torn, and some of them had blood stains on them. The number of people they met at the beginning was less than half. Obviously, when they walked through the area of the Xianxia and the strange figure, many people died tragically. "So tragic," Ling Yun muttered. "Almost everyone who came here was stained with blood. Their faces were pale. Some even had broken arms and legs. So, compared to them, you should know how lucky you are. Stop complaining and speed up." Lin Tianandao. Ling Yin shrugged and quickened his pace. Not long after, a pool appeared in front of them. Under the moonlight, there was a silver glow. The spiritual energy was very thick. "This is?" Ling Yin was shocked. This pool was very unusual. Light and mist interweaved, like a divine pool in the celestial world. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked straight ahead. This celestial pool was very big. It was impossible to see the end of it at a glance. It was like a huge lake. Looking over, at this moment, the surface of the pool was overflowing with light and color. There was a faint mist floating. It was very dreamy. The water was incomparably sparkling. It was hard to imagine that there was such a large pool full of spiritual energy in such a mountain range. The crowd came over and saw the celestial pool. Naturally, they were all shocked. Night had already enveloped this mountain range. Under the moonlight, a bright light suddenly flashed in the pool. 50 feet away, a jade-like fist-sized rock lay peacefully at the bottom of the shallow water. It was exquisite and translucent, and there was an astonishing amount of spiritual energy spewing out. "Ling Jing!" Someone shouted. Not far away, another ray of light dissipated. A piece of black metal fell to the bottom of the water and was covered by the mud. There was a faint luster interweaving. An immortal reaching realm cultivator's eyes lit up. He was surprised and happy. Black refined pure gold. This is a divine material for forging Dao weapons. Then, more and more treasures were discovered. They were all rare treasures that could be sold for a sky-high price outside. For a moment, the crowd was agitated and rushed forward in unison. "Kid, go. Steal the treasure." Ling Yun shouted. After entering the burial god's mountain range, he had worked so hard for so long and encountered so many difficulties. Now that he saw a celestial pool that contained so many treasures, his eyes lit up. He howled and rushed forward directly. Lin Tianyi stepped into the celestial pool. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed a fist-sized Ling Jing. The fist-sized Ling Jing was not very useful to him now, but he could give it to Shuiyi. Shuiyi's cultivation was still low. This piece of Ling Jing could help Shuiyi increase his cultivation by a few small levels if he slowly refined it. Ah! Screams rang out. Some cultivators were fighting over a treasure. One of them had his heart pierced. Facing such a celestial pool, no one could remain calm. The fist-sized Ling Jing had already been cut into more than 10 pieces. Under such circumstances, the fighting became more intense. Screams continued, and blood soon dyed the surface of the pool red. Boom! The crowd was shocked. Many people stopped fighting for treasures and looked toward the deep part of the celestial pond. Lin Tian grabbed the second fist-sized Ling Jing. His eyes were bright as he looked into the distance. Boom! The surface of the pond churned violently, and the murderous aura became stronger. A huge creature rushed out. It was covered in black scales, had a head like a bull, and a body like a long snake. It was more than 100 feet long and had a pair of extremely cold eyes. Is that a flood dragon? Some of the immortal reaching realm cultivators were shocked. Many people heard the voice of the immortal reaching realm cultivator and were shocked. There's such a thing in this mountain? Ling Yin stared. A flood dragon was a species of dragon and was regarded as a ferocious fish in the pond. It was rumored that if the flood dragon bloodline advanced further, it could transform into a true dragon. A true dragon was a legendary existence. Once it became a true dragon, it could look down on the world and be invincible. Let's go. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He pulled Ling Yun and retreated. There were more treasures in this celestial pond, but now that such a ferocious beast had appeared, they would definitely die if they did not retreat. Roar! The black flood dragon was sleeping in the celestial pond and was awakened by the smell of blood. At this moment, it roared, and for a moment, the entire celestial pond shook. With a boom, the celestial pond boiled, and there was a real stormy wave rising. The wave was more than 100 feet tall, and it was so powerful that it caused the void to rumble. Under the moonlight, it was extremely terrifying. Boom, there was another rumble. Finally, the huge wave came crashing down. The crowd was hit by the wave. Some of the weaker cultivators were directly crushed, their bodies and souls destroyed. Lin Tian used an immortal artifact to protect himself and Ling Yun, but he was also directly pressed to the bottom of the pond by the huge wave. He almost choked on a mouthful of water. Floating on the water, he panted heavily. Although he had an immortal artifact to protect his body, he still felt that all the bones in his body were about to break. A conservative estimate is that it's comparable to a peak immortal reaching realm cultivator. His expression was solemn. Kid, what are you mumbling about? Hurry up and run. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out, extremely ear-piercing. As far as the eye could see, the black flood dragon roared, engulfing heaven and earth. It truly was like an exceptional great vicious being. Waves of energy and waves of blood erupted. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 cultivators were shattered. Some of them were even directly swallowed into the black dragon's stomach. This crappy mountain fall is filled with great dangers. It's really not a place for people to come. Ling Yin shrunk his neck and said. The more dangerous a place is, the more shocking the immortal treasures it contains. Lin Tiandao. Bah. He didn't see any immortal treasures, but he suffered a lot. It wasn't easy to find a celestial pond of treasures here. There were many good things inside, but he didn't expect to find a black flood dragon. Mother of Cur, can't we just happily treasure hunt? Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to deal with this guy. His true essence vibrated, and with the might of the immortal artifact, he rushed out of the immortal pond. Roar! The black flood dragon roared, and the entire celestial pond shook. The crowd was in great trouble, especially those who relied on their strength to rush to the depths of the pond. At this moment, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The black flood dragon roared, and the celestial pond churned. Dozens of waves surged, freezing the surroundings. Moreover, with the black flood dragon as the center, a huge whirlpool appeared, and a strong force swept everyone into the depths of the celestial pond. One could imagine that the depths of the celestial pond at this moment was definitely hell. That was because the black flood dragon was there. Damn it! Someone shouted and tried his best to escape. This black flood dragon was at least comparable to a super cultivator at the peak of the immortal ascension realm. Once they were swept in, they would definitely die. However, the whirlpool created by the black flood dragon was too strong. Ordinary immortal ascension realm cultivators would find it difficult to escape. For a moment, everyone was terrified. Kid, what should we do? What should we do? Ling Yan panicked. Lin Tian frowned, and his eyes flashed. After taking a deep breath, the true essence outside his body surged and became violent. Starry moon, he said in a low voice. Under the moonlight, he used the king's domain of the extreme physique. Because of the power of the moon, it became stronger. He used this king's domain to enhance the immortal artifact stone mirror. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the huge whirlpool was torn apart by him. He took Ling Yun and shot out directly. Roar! The black flood dragon looked over and saw someone tearing the whirlpool. It roared angrily, and a black light rushed over. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. The Divine Cry Palace, the Barren Heaven Realm, the Sun Ocean, and several other kings' domains all supported themselves. I'll do it too! Ling Yun shouted. The pervert took out his quasi-immortal sword. Instantly, 36 Xianxia immortal swords rushed up. Each of them became more solid and powerful than before. The terrifying sword intent caused the space to distort as they rushed toward the black flood dragon and black light. Boom! The shocking collision directly shattered the space in front of them. Gusts of wind swept up inexplicably and rushed in all directions. Lin Tian and Ling Yin coughed up blood at the same time. Both of them were severely injured. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Using the recoil force, he stepped on the yin-yang puppet and jumped on the water surface, shooting into the distance like lightning. It was dangerous. The two of them finally escaped from here and were very far away from the celestial pool. Roar! The black flood dragon roared. Someone escaped in front of its eyes. This seemed to make it extremely angry. The celestial pool became even more turbulent. The group of cultivators who were still in this place immediately suffered a great disaster. Many of them screamed in horror as they were crushed by the waves. No! Screams echoed in this place. The huge celestial pool was quickly dyed red. A few hundred feet away, Lin Tian and Ling Yun supported each other. Their faces were pale. Kid, how far are you from dying? Ling Yun asked weakly. Lin Tian was speechless. Did this shameless thing know how to chat? What did he mean by how far he was from dying? After another few hundred feet, the two of them finally stopped when they were sure that they were far away from the celestial pool. Lin Tian took out the healing Baodan and gave one to each of them. After swallowing it, the two of them looked much better. Flood dragon, I can't believe I saw such a vicious creature. Legend has it that this thing has the bloodline of a true dragon. Ling Yin shrunk his neck and said, but then again, do true dragons really exist? According to the ancient records, they are the supreme beasts. It's hard to say. Lin Tian shook his head. He had seen the nether demonic dragon before. It was recorded in the catalogue of demonic beasts that it was crowned with the word dragon. However, the nether demonic dragon was far from a true dragon. The word true in a true dragon was the so-called supreme beast. A true dragon was definitely a supreme divine spirit in the realm of chaos. The appearance of a true dragon could shake the entire 10 directions celestial realm. Ling Yin sighed, his face full of yearning. If a true dragon exists, I really want to see it. It is said that a true dragon's body is full of treasures. A dragon scale is comparable to a peerless divine weapon, a drop of dragon blood can extend one's life for at least a few hundred years, and a dragon tendon can be refined into the most powerful primordial chaos heavenly treasure. How great would it be if I could get these? Smack! Lin Tian gave this guy a slap. He stared at this pervert speechlessly. Stop daydreaming. You can't even fill the gaps between people's teeth. How dare you ask for dragon scales, dragon blood, and dragon tendons? I think you're tired of living. In life, one must have dreams. If one doesn't have dreams, then what's the difference between a person and a salted fish? Ling Yun said. Lin Tian was a little surprised. I didn't expect a pervert like you to say something like that. Ling Yun was a little proud. Of course. Lin Tian glanced at this guy and silently channeled the 4 extremes meridians. He only stood up after a quarter of an hour. Ling Yun let out a turbid breath and stood up. Let's go. Lin Tiandao said, and then headed in a certain direction, heading into the depths. Kid, you still want to go in? Can you not go? Ling Yan pulled a long face and said with a sad expression, along the way, we have encountered endless dangers. Moreover, we are not really close to the center of the God Burial Mountain. As you can imagine, the deeper we go in, the more terrifying the dangers are. Master Ling really doesn't want to go. Lin Tian looked at him with disdain. Who said that he wanted dragon scales, dragon tendons, and dragon blood? Who said that people should have dreams in life? Now that you have encountered a little hardship, you shrink back and talk about dreams. Do you have any shame? Ling Yan was speechless. Okay. Master Ling will go with you, okay? This guy said dejectedly. That's right. Lin Tian nodded and walked forward. I'll say the same thing again. The more dangerous a place is, the more shocking the treasures hidden there are. This saying is definitely not wrong. Maybe there are spirit crystals the size of a human head everywhere. Do you think Lingjing is sand and gravel by the roadside? I'm just making an analogy. Whoever believes it is an idiot. $. Okay, stop nagging. Let's go. Lin Tianandao. Staring at the center of the mountain, his eyes flashed and the contents of the sheepskin ancient scroll flashed in his mind. At the center of the scroll, the person who engraved the scroll had drawn a red circle. It could be seen that he had drawn it over and over again. He thought that this must be the most important place in this God Burial Mountain range. If the rumors were true, if there really was a peerless divine treasure hidden in this mountain range, then the place where the treasure was hidden must be at the position of the red circle. He walked in front and Ling Yun behind. They walked forward step by step. Because he had the sheepskin ancient scroll, he was very familiar with this mountain. He knew how to go in the right direction to avoid the death trap. However, even so, in the next few days, he and Ling Yun still almost died several times. They walked on the line of death several times and suffered several serious injuries. Soon, 10 days passed. On this day, with the help of the sheepskin ancient scroll, he and Ling Yun finally arrived at the center of the God Burial Mountain. They appeared outside the red circle marked on the sheepskin ancient scroll. Looking forward, this place was a huge cave. Standing outside the cave, it was difficult to see inside. However, there were some strange blood red and black stones around. They looked very unusual. Boom! At this time, there was a shocking fluctuation of divine power coming from the cave. At the same time, there was a monstrous aura of death. Lin Tian's expression changed as he exchanged a glance with Ling Yun before quickly running inside. Soon, the two of them went deep into the cave and saw a light flashing. There were several powerful cultivators in front. Looking around, Lin Tianyi saw the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion of the Feather Transformation Dao sect. Sen, Lin Tian called out. However, in the next moment, he trembled violently. The yin-yang lotus sea in his sea of consciousness shook violently. He looked to the side and saw 9 corpses standing in front of a stone tablet. Each of them was surrounded by black fog. It was terrifying. This aura, there are fluctuations of Tao on them. These are ancient corpses of the great virtue realm? The 9 corpses were too frightening. Even though their bodies were withered, there was a thick black fog around them. The most frightening thing was that there was a faint fluctuation of Tao in the black fog, causing Lin Tian's scalp to go numb. Everyone, please search for the most complete version of this novel. A novel, the fluctuation of Tao was something that only great virtue realm elites had. The these 9 ancient corpses were at least great virtue realm elites when they were alive. Lin Tian was moved. Could they be the 9 great virtue realm cultivators who died in God Burial Mountain? How did they? Even though the 9 corpses were withered, they did not decay. The aura they emitted was as frightening as the abyss. They seemed to be guarding the stone tablet behind them. Ling Yin had naturally seen the 9 ancient corpses long ago. At this moment, he pointed at the stone tablet behind the 9 ancient corpses. As far as the eye could see, the stone tablet was around 10 feet tall. There was nothing special about it, but there was a faint glow on its surface. When one looked at it seriously, one would suddenly feel that the stone tablet had become huge and vast, unfathomable. There's something inside. Lin Tian's heart trembled. Looking at the stone tablet, he scanned it with his divine sense. Suddenly, he felt that it was like a huge universe that he could not see through at all. He looked at the few figures in front of him. There was the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion, the gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect, and the long-robed elder from the dragon-seeking family. Other than them, there were a few others. Their auras were not weak, and they were all elites above the 6th heaven of the Ascension realm. Without exception, all of these celestial Ascension realm elites were staring at the 3-meter-tall stone tablet. They were eager to make a move. Obviously, everyone had their eyes on the stone tablet. Boom, divine power surged and swept through the grotto like raging waves. The 9 corpses stood in front of the stone tablet. They did not make any big movements, but the aura of death surged like a vast ocean. The black fog pressed towards the Ascension realm elites who came here. It was obvious that they wanted to kill everyone. The elites in the grotto vibrated their divine power and resisted the black fog that was filled with the aura of death. What are those 9 ancient corpses? They seem to be formed by the aura of death. It's so terrifying that it's frightening. Ling Yin swallowed his saliva. Lin Tian stared ahead as well. There were 9 immortal realm elites in front of the grotto. 9 people against 9 corpses. Divine power and deathly aura clashed. From time to time, shocking electric arcs would intertwine. Lin Tian's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. He glanced at the stone tablet behind the 9 ancient corpses. This stone tablet was extremely attractive. Stay there and don't move. Don't come over. It's very dangerous here. A voice rang in his ears. The middle-aged man realized that he and Ling Yin had come to this place and secretly transmitted a message to him. Facing the Golden Fire Dao School's gray-robed elder and the dragon-seeking family's long-robed elder, the 3 of them finally arrived at this place. At this moment, when he found that Lin Tian and Ling Yin had appeared in this place, the voice of the middle-aged man was a little surprised, but he seemed very relaxed. Obviously, he was relieved to see that Lin Tian and Ling Yin were safe and sound. After all, the 2 of them had been besieged by nearly 100 powerhouses. The guard had been very worried, and only now did he feel relieved. Boom. Almost as soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the energy in front of them swept out. Ancient corpses pounced on them. The 9 ancient corpses' faces were expressionless. They looked very stiff, like zombies that had just been unearthed. Since you're already dead, don't come out again. A powerhouse shouted. Kill them. Another person said. To be able to come to this place, not a single one of the 9 were weak. After all, none of these people were like Lin Tian, who controlled the detailed and safe paths of this mountain range, completely relying on their own strength to force their way through. As a result, all of their strength was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the 9 of them attacked. For a moment, the entire space trembled and creaked. The 9 ancient corpses charged forward. The black fog outside their bodies rolled and flooded the 9 powerhouses wave after wave. Sharp fire escape, kill. Fierce thunder sword, kill. 2 powerhouses in the Ascension realm shouted. They were from the Qingyang Dao School and the mysterious Thunder Dao School. Their combat power was very strong, and their supernatural powers were terrifying. Boom. The black fog rolled and rolled. The aura of death was stronger than the previous one, corroding the light of these supernatural powers. The 9 ancient corpses' faces were stiff. They did not have any expression. They just waved their arms. The black fog of death outside their bodies surged and flooded towards their opponents. This black fog was a little scary. It was not just purine qi. There was also a fluctuation of Tao within it. Although this fluctuation was very weak, it was terrifying enough. It made the 9 of them slightly passive. It seems that the 9 ancient corpses have completely blocked the 9 of them, but they don't seem to have the absolute upper hand. Ling Yin said. They have just gained intelligence. Their movements are still a little mechanical. They have not developed any terrifying techniques. They can only attack with the yin qi outside their bodies and with their powerful physiques. Lin Tian said in a low voice, if they are given more time, tearing apart a powerhouse in the Ascension realm would be as easy as cutting grass. Even the Great Virtue Realm powerhouses would be afraid of them. Boom. 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 In front, the divine light and yin qi collided, causing a rumbling sound. After some time, the powerhouse from the mysterious Thunder Taoist sect used the thunder-attracting technique. For a moment, lightning intertwined. This kind of lightning had a great restraining effect on the evil spirits. Soon, the ancient corpses in front of them were sent flying, and they stepped in front of the stone tablet. I got it. This person's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and pressed it on the stone tablet, causing the other powerhouses in the Ascension realm to change their expressions. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed again. In front, the 8th Heaven Ascension Realm Elder of the mysterious Thunder Taoist sect placed his hand on the stone tablet. However, suddenly, a terrifying force overflowed. With a bang, this person was sent flying. He fell into the distance and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, revealing a shocked expression. There's a seal? This person gritted his teeth. For a moment, the other 8 people turned their heads to look at the stone tablet. Their pupils constricted. An elite of the 8th sky of the Ascension realm was sent flying just by banging against the stone tablet. Clearly, he was severely injured. Roar. The ancient corpses roared. It seemed that because someone had approached the stone tablet, a few ancient corpses were angry. Their eyes turned blood red, and the black fog outside their bodies became even more terrifying. It rumbled and surged like a wave of death, drowning the 9 people. Especially the elder of the mysterious Thunder Taoist sect. At this moment, he was in great trouble. In a situation where he was severely injured, the ancient corpse that he had sent flying was close to him. The evil fog enveloped him, and one of his arms was almost torn off by the ancient corpse. Damn it! This person gritted his teeth and used the secret footwork to dodge. However, the ancient corpse became more ferocious. It was as if it was moving close to his body, and the evil fog was like a wave. Buzz. On the other side, a sky full of runes jumped out. The elder of the dragon-seeking family used the dragon technique to exchange with the runes in the sky. After shaking off an ancient corpse, he also approached the stone tablet. Because of the lesson of the elder of the mysterious Thunder Taoist sect, the elder of the dragon-seeking family did not act rashly. He used the dragon technique again, and hundreds of runes enveloped the stone tablet. However, his ending was not much better than the people of the mysterious Thunder Taoist sect. Chi. 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 The runes trembled and shattered one by one. In the end, the old man in the long robe was also sent flying. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face appeared slightly pale. Of course, his situation was much better than that of the person from the mysterious Thunder Taoist sect. That person from the dragon-seeking family can't move that stone tablet either. If he tries to take it by force, he will suffer a great disaster. In the distance, Ling Yin was surprised. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly as he stared straight ahead. He was also a little shocked. Just now, he had guessed that the 9 ancient corpses might be the 9 great Tao realm experts who had died in God Burial Mountain Range. Now, it seemed that he was right. Back then, those 10 people had already come to this place and discovered the stone tablet. However, those 10 people did not have the ability to take it away. The 9 people who died should have wanted to forcefully take what was inside the stone tablet and died miserably here in the end. Let me do it. A shout sounded in front. The gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Taoist sect stepped forward and used a super great ability. However, in the end, it was still useless. He spat out blood and was sent flying. After falling into the distance, the old man trembled slightly as he stared at the stone tablet in disbelief. The stone tablet that was more than 10 feet tall was unshakable like a god fiend. "It's just a stone tablet. I don't believe that I can't take it away," the elder from the Azure Sun Taoist sect said. With powerful footsteps, he collided with the ancient corpses. The expert from the Azure Sun Taoist sect arrived in front of the stone tablet and used the unique sealing technique of the Azure Sun Taoist sect. He wanted to take away the stone tablet, but in the end, he failed and almost had half of his body shattered. "This stone tablet definitely contains a great treasure. It's enough to shock the world. I don't believe that I can't move it. It's just a dead object. Let me do it." Next, the other experts came to the side of the stone tablet using special methods. They each used their own tyrannical methods, wanting to take the stone tablet for themselves. However, in the end, no one succeeded. The more anxious they were to take away the stone tablet, the more terrifying the rebound force they suffered. One of the experts at the 8th heaven of the immortal ascension realm had an arm directly shattered, and he almost died miserably on the spot. Buzz. The middle-aged guard sent the ancient corpses flying and appeared beside the stone tablet. He covered it with his gentle but astonishing divine power. However, a faint ray of light flashed across the stone tablet, and the middle-aged guard was sent flying on the spot. He coughed up blood and retreated dozens of feet away. This, at the back, Lin Tian was shocked, and his face was filled with disbelief. He knew the strength of the middle-aged guard. It was very terrifying, but now, he was helpless against the stone tablet. What exactly is this stone tablet? He was a little surprised. In front, the 9 people were all heavily injured. They all frowned, and their faces were very ugly. Especially one of them. His right arm was shattered, and drops of blood fell to the ground. The gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Taoist sect suddenly said, "Fellow cultivators, there's obviously a very powerful seal on this stone tablet. It's difficult to open it with ordinary methods. We can try to use the blood and soul of a living person as a guide to perform a divine technique and sacrifice it to this stone tablet. Perhaps it's possible to break the seal on this stone tablet and take the thing inside." As he spoke, this person's eyes were cold as he looked in the direction of Lin Tian and Ling Yun. Suddenly, Lin Tian and Ling Yun's expressions changed. "This old bastard discovered us long ago. He actually wants to use us as a sacrifice to open that stone tablet." In the cave, the other immortal reaching realm experts had also noticed Lin Tian and Ling Yun, and they all looked over. Instantly, several divine senses swept towards the two of them, causing their expressions to change once again. "I'll go and catch them," the gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Tao sect sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, this person's footsteps flashed as he directly charged towards Lin Tian and Ling Yun. Boom! A wave of coldness spread out. It was rare for the middle-aged man to be angry, and his eyes turned cold. His divine power surged as he grabbed towards the gray-robed elder. "Do you want to fight against the 8 of us alone? Those 2 thieves deserve to die." The elder of the dragon-seeking family came over and stopped the middle-aged man. "Scram!" The middle-aged man shouted coldly as his shocking aura rose and pressed forward. The elder of the dragon-seeking family snorted coldly, and a dragon technique Lingjing the size of a head floated out, overflowing with destructive power. The Lingjing the size of a head was comparable to a complete spirit vein, and it was engraved with dense runes. It was unknown how many times more terrifying it was than the Lingjing that the young man in the luxurious robe had used previously, causing everyone here to be moved. Even someone as powerful as the middle-aged man stopped in his tracks because of the appearance of the dragon technique Lingjing, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. It was also at this moment that the gray-robed elder of the Golden Fire Tao sect walked very far away and forced himself to the position where Lin Tian and Ling Yun were. With a sinister sneer, this person flashed behind the two of them and blocked their path of retreat. He directly stretched out his large hand and grabbed forward. Buzz! The large hand was boundless and covered all directions. "Old thing," Lin Tian said coldly. His vital essence vibrated as he stepped on the yin-yang puppet and retreated. He grabbed Ling Yun and flashed towards the front of the cave. Because at this moment, the gray-robed elder blocked the way out, and he and Ling Yun could not escape from the exit. With a boom, the place where he and Ling Yun were standing just now shattered, and they landed in the depths of the cave in a flash. Divine light blossomed from the body of the middle-aged man. His body was like a dream. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Lin Tian and the other man and pulled them behind him. Staring at the grey-robed elder from the Golden Fire Gate and the long-robed elder from the dragon-seeking family, the middle-aged man's face was very cold. At this moment, he was no longer as easygoing as he usually was. He was like an unsheathed sword, revealing a peerless sharpness. The grey-robed elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate walked over, still blocking the exit. At the same time, the long-robed elder from the dragon-seeking family also wore a cold expression. The grey-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao School stared at Lin Tian and Ling Yun behind the middle-aged man. In the end, his gaze landed on Lin Tian and he said, "I don't care about the other person, but this animal killed 11 of my people. He must die." As he said this, the elder from the Golden Fire Dao School continued, "This animal's methods are cruel and he deserves to die. At this moment, try to sacrifice his blood and soul to the stone tablet. Perhaps it can be opened. It can be considered as this animal atoning for his evil deeds. More than 10 days ago, if I hadn't arrived, this animal would have relied on an immortal artifact to kill the genius of my dragon-seeking family. Even though my descendant is still alive, my dragon-seeking family will not be bullied by others." The elder from the dragon-seeking family took a step forward and stared at Lin Tian. He said coldly, "Fellow Daoist from the Golden Fire Dao School is right. This animal deserves to die. Now, using his blood and soul as a sacrifice to the stone tablet can be considered as atoning for his sins. His death is worth it." The two old men blocked the exit and stared at Lin Tian, who was behind the middle-aged man. It could be said that their words were heartbreaking. Standing here and saying such words, they were actually finding an excuse for the other 6 experts to make a move. Because Lin Tian had killed 11 people from the Golden Fire Dao School, and because Lin Tian had almost killed the genius descendant of the dragon-seeking family, the 6 of them making a move now could be considered as justice for the Golden Fire Dao School and the dragon-seeking family. It could be considered as an act of justice. "Damn it, you two shameless dirty old things. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for doing this time and time again?" Ling Yan cursed angrily. Lin Tian's eyes were cold at the same time as he coldly glanced at the two of them. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and a chill appeared in his eyes. "Do the two of you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" Staring at the grey-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao School and the long-robed elder from the dragon-seeking family, the middle-aged man's face revealed a cold killing intent. This killing intent was somewhat terrifying, causing the eyes of the grey-robed elder and the long-robed elder to narrow. They secretly thought that the middle-aged man was so strong. "Sir, you seem to be too domineering." "That's right. From the sound of it, the person behind you should be killed. Killing 11 people in a row is too cruel. It's not good for you to be so protective. If you leave him alive, aren't you afraid that a peerless devil will appear in the cultivation world?" In the cave, the other people spoke one after another. These people all moved. They moved slightly and vaguely surrounded the middle-aged man and Lin Tian in a circle. These people had come for the great treasure of the God Burial Mountain. Now that they had discovered the stone tablet, they could not take out the things within it, nor could they take them away. Naturally, they were unwilling to give up. The words of the grey-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao School had undoubtedly given these people some hope. With the blood and soul of a living person as a sacrifice, they might really be able to break the seal on the stone tablet. Moreover, the elder from the dragon-seeking family was also here. These people had made a move at this time, which could be considered as upholding justice and upholding justice. There was no need to find a reason. At the same time, they could be considered to have given the elder of the dragon-seeking family some face. In the future, they might be able to establish some relations with him. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, these people naturally would not hesitate. "You're all a bunch of shameless things." Ling Yan cursed without any scruples. Lin Tian clenched his fists and scanned the people in front of him with a cold gaze. "You can come over and give it a try. See if you can kill him," the middle-aged man said coldly. Facing the 8 experts of the Immortal Ascension realm. The middle-aged man did not show the slightest bit of fear. His eyes seemed even colder and more oppressive. The gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao School snorted coldly. Do you think you can stop the 8 of us alone? Do you think you can protect that thief? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Or perhaps, you're underestimating everyone here. As he spoke, this person did not hesitate. He moved his feet and used his divine ability to directly suppress Lin Tian, who was behind the middle-aged man. You can't protect this person today. The old man in a long robe from the dragon-seeking family said coldly. A dragon Lingjing the size of a human head hung on his shoulder as he pressed forward. At the same time, the others also made their moves. They used their own methods and pressed down on Lin Tian. In an instant, 8 terrifying forces merged together. Their colors were different, causing the ground of the cave to tremble. None of the 8 immortal Ascension Realm cultivators were weak. How could their auras not be terrifying when they merged together? Facing such fluctuations, Lin Tian felt as if he was a sheep under a thunderbolt that could be smashed into pieces at any moment. The middle-aged man shouted in a low voice. Treasure light appeared and protected Lin Tian and Ling Yin within as they faced the 8 people who were charging towards them. Boom! 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 A shockingly huge collision occurred. The middle-aged man was fighting 1 against 8. He waved his hand in all directions, colliding with the light of the 8 people's divine abilities, causing the mountain cave to shake even more violently. Gravel fell from the top of the mountain cave. Bang! The middle-aged man sent the gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect flying. He was also hit by another person and took a step back. This middle-aged man was very powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to shake 8 people at the same time. One had to know that among the 8 people, there were also experts at the peak of the immortal Ascension realm. Moreover, the dragon Lingjing on the shoulder of the long-robed elder from the dragon-seeking family was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, the middle-aged man had to protect Lin Tian and Ling Yin while fighting against the 8 people. The situation was very disadvantageous. If you fight against the 8 of us head-on, not only will you not be able to protect him, but you will also die. The gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect said coldly. Boom! 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 In this cave, divine power surged like a tide and constantly collided, causing cracks to appear on the ground of the cave. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He kept attacking, but he was at a disadvantage. It was indeed very difficult to protect Lin Tian and Ling Yin while fighting against the 8 people. Roar! The 9 ancient corpses roared and rushed over. The 9 people were fighting in this cave, and their divine power was scattered everywhere. The 9 great Dao realm ancient corpses naturally couldn't just watch. For a time, the cave was completely chaotic. Divine power fluctuations and the aura of death intertwined, rumbling. Due to the addition of the 9 ancient corpses, the middle-aged man's situation was much better. After all, the 9 ancient corpses couldn't all attack the middle-aged man. Instead, they attacked indiscriminately. In this way, it brought a lot of trouble to the other 8 people, reducing the pressure on the middle-aged man's shoulders by a lot. Even so, the situation was still one-sided. This group of damn old things. If I can survive, I will definitely slaughter them all and feed them to the dogs. Ling Yin cursed angrily. Lin Tian clenched his fists, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. At this moment, the middle-aged man had already suffered some injuries in order to protect him and Ling Yin. His clothes were stained with blood, causing his eyes to be filled with killing intent. Especially when he stared at the gray-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect and the long-robed elder from the dragon-seeking family, the killing intent in his eyes was especially strong. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his head, and his powerful body couldn't help but tremble violently. Buzz! In his sea of consciousness, the yin-yang lotus sea swayed slightly. At the bottom, the immortal divine sword trembled slightly, and a faint light overflowed. This light didn't carry any power. It was very gentle, like a spring, slowly flowing into the distance. Lin Tian was shocked. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved on its own again. He couldn't feel any aura, nor did he capture the power that could destroy everything in the sword tomb in the second heaven. He could only look in the direction of the light. Then, he was stunned again. That was where the stone tablet was located. Buzz. The divine sword trembled again, and more light overflowed, surging in his sea of consciousness like ripples, pointing at the stone tablet. Lin Tian's heart trembled. The divine sword seemed to be indicating for him to go to the stone tablet. Boom! The divine light in the space trembled, and the aura of death surged. 9 people and 9 corpses fought together, and the momentum was terrifying. Among the 9 people and 9 corpses, the middle-aged man's situation was the worst. After all, 8 immortal powerhouses were besieging the middle-aged man. Moreover, the middle-aged man had to spare some energy to protect Lin Tian and Ling Yun with a divine light curtain. Under such circumstances, even though the middle-aged man was very powerful, it was still difficult for him to deal with them. He had already suffered some injuries. Let's see how long you can last. The old man in a long robe from the Xuanlong family said coldly. The other 7 people also looked indifferent. While dodging the ancient corpses, they attacked the middle-aged man in the middle. For a moment, the terrifying divine power and the black mist of death moved together, causing the grotto to shake even more violently. Lin Tian clenched his fists, and his eyes flashed. Seeing the middle-aged man desperately protecting Ling Yun, who was injured from time to time, he finally gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Facing the destructive divine waves and dark mist, he rushed toward the stone tablet. Seeing Lin Tian's sudden movement, he actually stepped out of the middle-aged man's divine light screen and rushed in the direction of the stone tablet. Everyone's expression changed. Ling Yun directly shouted, "Kid, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" One had to know that the surroundings were filled with destructive fluctuations. Even ordinary immortal realm experts might not be able to block it. "Come back!" The middle-aged man shouted in a low voice. He raised his hand to grab Lin Tian, wanting to bring Lin Tian back. At the same time, several other powerful fluctuations spread out. Someone made a move and shook the middle-aged man's hand away. "How dare you?" "Very good." The long-robed elder from the dragon-seeking family shouted coldly and raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. "You're courting death." The gray-robed elder from the Golden Flames Dao sect snorted coldly and also made a move to grab Lin Tian. Everyone's eyes were very cold. A small cultivator in the airborne realm actually dared to rush into such a destructive fluctuation. Moreover, he actually rushed in the direction of the stone tablet. "Humph." Someone snorted coldly. His large hand emitted light, instantly covering the sky and the sun, almost completely covering the surrounding space. Roar. At the same time, the 9 ancient corpses roared and rushed towards Lin Tian. They seemed to have turned into the guardians of the stone tablet. When they saw someone approaching the stone tablet, they only wanted to kill him. It could be said that Lin Tian's action stirred up a huge wave. The situation in this place changed in an instant. Boom! Thunder rumbled, the sun interweaved, the moonlight crossed, the barren mountains appeared, and a sacred and powerful force soared into the sky. After rushing out of the middle-aged man's divine light screen, Lin Tian was directly shaken by the destructive force around him and coughed up blood. He felt that he could be crushed at any moment. He did not hold back at all. He used the divine art of divination and supported several types of king's territory. Facing this aura, the few immortal realm experts were all shocked. A cultivator at the 6th level of the airborne realm could actually emit such a powerful fluctuation. He was not weaker than an early-stage immortal realm cultivator. For a moment, the eyes of 8 of them became even colder, especially the gray-robed elder and the long-robed elder. Their killing intent was dense. "We must kill him," the long-robed elder said coldly. His large hand that pressed over was even stronger. "Die." The gray-robed elder spoke, sending out murderous light. As for the other 6, they naturally didn't show mercy either. They realized that Lin Tian wasn't an ordinary person. If such a genius didn't belong to their sect, he would definitely become a huge problem in the future. Killing him now was the best choice. For a moment, several killing lights shot toward Lin Tian at the same time. "How dare you?" The middle-aged guard was enraged. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. He directly propped up a pagoda and swept it towards the 8 people. This pagoda was a high-grade immortal artifact. Don't think that you're the only one with an immortal artifact. Someone said in a deep voice. A precious blade appeared. Immortal light interweaved, releasing extremely swift and fierce blade radiance. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the middle-aged man's precious pagoda. It was clear that this person was quite extraordinary, possessing a top-level immortal artifact. With a hong sound, the cave trembled greatly, continuously swaying. Roar! The 9 ancient corpses roared, and the death aura became even more terrifying. The 9 pairs of empty eyes became menacing, and the black fog seemed to have rushed out of hell. It also surged toward Lin Tian, corroding the air with a sizzling sound. More than 10 forces combined and instantly shattered the 4 types of king's territory that Lin Tian had propped up. Pfft! Coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, Lin Tian's body was like a small boat thrown by the waves. With a bang, he landed beside the stone tablet in the distance. Lin Tian. Ling Yan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately rushed out of the middle-aged guard's divine light screen and rushed towards the stone tablet. You're courting death. The middle-aged guard grabbed Ling Yan back. The immortal artifact above his head vibrated wildly, and a terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions. The murderous intent was so terrifying that it was as if the starry sky was falling. The 8 of them were all shocked. They didn't dare to be careless and joined forces to resist. Boom! The violent power surged, and the cave shook even more violently. Finally, after 3 breaths, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the surface of the cave and spread out like a spider web. Then, with a crack, it completely shattered. Death aura rushed up from the ground, and the cave was dark as if it was a bottomless pit. Damn it! Someone's expression changed as he stepped on the gravel and retreated. After coming to this place, everyone was suppressed and couldn't fly. If they fell, they would definitely die. In the distance, Lin Tian leaned against the stone tablet. Although the middle-aged guard used the immortal artifact pagoda to reduce most of the power for him, that attack still almost killed him. At this moment, his eyelids were twitching, and his vision was blurry. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Vaguely, he could only see Ling Yan roaring at him and rushing towards him. As for what Ling Yan was shouting, he couldn't hear it clearly at all. He could only feel the intense pain in his body. Boom! The cave shook violently, and gravel kept falling. With a crack, the surface next to Lin Tian also shattered. The stone tablet shook and collapsed, falling into the ground with him. Lin Tian! Ling Yan roared. Stepping on the gravel, he rushed towards Lin Tian without caring about anything. The middle-aged guard raised his hand, and his divine power appeared and turned into a big hand. It went past Ling Yan and grabbed at the falling Lin Tian. Humph! A cold and gloomy voice sounded. The Elder of the Golden Flames Dao sect attacked and shot out 2 beams of immortal light. One of them rushed towards Ling Yan, and the other hit the middle-aged guard's big hand that was grabbing at Lin Tian. This person's eyes flashed with a sinister light. The stone tablet had fallen, and he had no other choice. However, he didn't want to see Lin Tian being rescued. At this moment, he stopped the middle-aged guard and attacked Ling Yan to distract the middle-aged guard. The middle-aged guard's big hand was about to grab Lin Tian, but because of the Elder in Grey, he missed Lin Tian. Endless darkness swallowed Lin Tian and the stone tablet in an instant. Old thing! Ling Yan was furious. He hadn't interacted with Lin Tian for a long time, but their relationship was very good. Now that he saw that Lin Tian could have been brought back, but because of the grey-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao Gate, he couldn't succeed, his eyes turned red. The middle-aged guard shattered the murderous light that shot towards Ling Yan and pulled Ling Yan back. At the same time, he quickly retreated from the cave. At this moment, Lin Tian's figure had disappeared. He was powerless. After retreating from the cave, he put Ling Yan down. A raging wave directly pressed towards the Elder in Grey from the Golden Flames Dao sect. Suddenly, the surrounding space shook and crackled. The Elder in Grey was shocked. He was shocked by the middle-aged guard's murderous intent. The middle-aged guard's eyes were extremely cold. His murderous intent was like the sea. With the light of the immortal weapon, he crazily flooded towards the Elder in Grey. A violent aura swept out wave after wave. In front of him, the entire cave had completely collapsed. Endless darkness sealed everything. Around him, he couldn't see his fingers. Lin Tian felt pain in his body. It was so painful that it was difficult for him to breathe. He couldn't see anything in front of him. He could only feel himself falling. There was a whistling wind in his ears. It was very cold. His consciousness was a little blurry, but he knew what was happening at this moment. The cave had collapsed, and he was falling towards the ground. He struggled with all his strength, trying to come up with a plan. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to even move his fingers. The cold wrapped around his body, making him feel very cold. It was as if death was approaching him. Buzz. At this moment, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled. A ray of light spread out and rolled over in his sea of consciousness. This ray of light didn't spread out of his body, nor did it have any power. It was just as gentle as a hot spring. It was also at this moment that a ray of light lit up in the darkness. Beside Lin Tian, the stone tablet that fell with him lit up. Mysterious runes jumped out one after another. Tens of thousands of runes flashed in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they gathered to form a real dragon. The real dragon was immeasurably long. The dragon's body coiled around the stone tablet. The dragon's tail stretched out very far. The dragon's head was looking at Lin Tian. There was a kind of solemnity and pressure in the dragon's huge eyes. Lin Tian's body trembled, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Roar, vaguely, a dragon's roar sounded in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. It was earth-shattering and set off huge waves in his sea of consciousness. In the darkness, the real dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Lin Tian. Then, the real dragon's body trembled and gradually shrank. It actually took Lin Tian's body and slowly disappeared into the stone tablet. It was still very dark all around. The stone tablet was still falling. Lin Tian's eyelids trembled. His body had been brought into the mysterious stone tablet. At this moment, he seemed to have arrived in an incomparably vast world. As he glanced around, he saw numerous runes leaping about in his surroundings. They were like small dragons swimming about. Staring at these runes that looked like small dragons, Lin Tian trembled slightly. He had seen these runes on the dragon technique Lingjing of the young man in the luxurious robes from the dragon-seeking family. However, they were far more clear and resplendent than the runes on the Lingjing of the young man in the luxurious robes. His eyes trembled, and his heart was full of shock. If the runes here were like small dragons, then the runes on the Lingjing of the young man in the luxurious robes were like earthworms. If the runes on the dragon technique fairy of the young man in the luxurious robes were like small dragons, then the runes here could be called dragon emperors. Buzz, 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 all around, the runes jumped and buzzed. As far as the eye could see, there were countless such runes in this space. Each rune was like a dragon, but they were all different and had different halos intertwining. He stared at these runes. Then, a dragon-like roar resounded in his ears. These runes suddenly moved together and crazily flooded towards him. His glabella glowed as if a door had opened. All the runes rushed towards him. Boom, in the blink of an eye, all the runes rushed into his sea of consciousness and covered every corner of it. Light flickered, his sea of consciousness rippled, and the yin-yang lotus sea swayed crazily. There were too many runes that rushed into his sea of consciousness. They emitted extremely dense light and quickly gathered at the center. Finally, they condensed into a real dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. It roared towards the sky in the sea of consciousness. The terrifying sound waves shook the entire sea of consciousness and caused waves to surge. The sea of consciousness seemed to be collapsing. Lin Tian felt an intense pain in his head. At the same time, an obscure feeling surfaced in his heart, causing him to stare blankly at the true dragon in the sea of consciousness. Dragon Rune. Dragon Burial Scripture. End of chapter. Lin Tian was stunned. In the next moment, he trembled and looked at the sky in disbelief. A true dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long hovered in the sky, roaring at the sky, causing his soul to tremble. Dragon Burial Scripture? His heart trembled. Dragon Burial Scripture. Dragon Burial Scripture. He remembered the peerless existence that the middle-aged man had mentioned to him before, the celestial venerable dragon burial, roar, the true dragon roared, shaking the sea of consciousness. Its huge dragon head stared at Lin Tian, and its huge dragon eyes were full of majesty. In the next moment, with a whoosh, the true dragon collapsed and turned back into dense runes. Dragon runes. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thousands of dragon runes jumped like small dragons, interweaving with a kind of Tao, surging in this sea of consciousness. Lin Tian only felt his body tremble as waves of pain assaulted him from the inside of his head. Buzz, light covered the surroundings. Suddenly, images of the great Tao appeared in front of his eyes. It was the same mountain range, the same crimson color. A slender figure walked across this land. Not long after, he walked into a cave and sat down in the deepest part. Time passed little by little just like that. No one knew how long this slender figure sat there until the dust settled and slowly piled up on his body. Finally, it turned into a large rock that was about 10 feet tall. Through this large rock, Lin Tian could still see the slender figure inside. Many dragon talismans circled around him. The rock was not big, but the inside seemed to have formed a vast space of its own. The slender figure was as still as a mountain. Only the dragon runes that filled the sky jumped around, then turned into a true dragon that surrounded the slender figure. The true dragon was tens of thousands of feet long, and its thickness was unknown. It was terrifyingly huge. However, when Lin Tian stared at this scene, he felt that compared to the slender figure, the true dragon was so small, as if it was just a speck of dust. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, many years had passed. The slender figure finally opened his eyes and stood up. Faint light lingered around his body, and his slender figure stepped out of the stone like a ray of light. The stone that was originally formed by the sand and dust that had accumulated on his body did not crumble. It still stood in its original position, and within it, thousands of dragon talismans were also jumping. They had been imprinted on it due to the power of time. The stone turned into a stone tablet that was about 10 feet tall. The slender figure stared at the stone tablet and raised his right hand slightly as if he wanted to shatter it. However, in the end, he lowered his hand and tilted his head to look behind him. This action caused Lin Tian to tremble. He saw a pair of eyes as deep as the starry sky. It was clearly just an image in his mind, but through the image, he felt that the slender figure in the image was looking at him. In an instant, Lin Tianji felt a chill run down his spine. He stared straight at the image that appeared in his sea of consciousness. His eyes widened involuntarily as he stared straight ahead. In the image, the slender figure's appearance was difficult to see clearly. Only a pair of extremely deep eyes could be seen. Then, Lin Tian saw that the slender figure seemed to smile. His smile was unfathomable, revealing only a mouthful of clean teeth. Traversing 1,000 rivers, traversing 10,000 mountains, entering the ancestral veins, burying the momentum of heaven and earth. Fighting with others, fighting with the earth, fighting with the heavens, all for the sake of attaining eternal life. The hazy words echoed in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. Thousands of dragon talismans jumped around as if in joy, but also as if they were wailing. Lin Tian trembled violently as he stared straight ahead. This person was Celestial Venerable Zhang Long. In the image, inside the cave, the slender figure chuckled and took a step forward. The thousands of rivers and mountains behind him disappeared in an instant. Chi! The image shattered, turning into specks of light. In Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, Lin Tian was in a daze. The slender figure's words kept echoing in his ears, traversing 1,000 rivers, traversing 10,000 mountains, entering the ancestral veins, burying the momentum of heaven and earth. Fighting with others, fighting with the earth, fighting with the heavens, all for the sake of attaining eternal life. The first sentence was about an unrivaled life, thousands of rivers and tens of thousands of mountains under his control. Not even the ancestral dragon vein could block his path. That was the glory of a lifetime. The second sentence was filled with unspeakable sorrow. A glorious and unrivaled life could only be defeated before eternal life. Celestial Venerable Zhang Long. Lin Tian whispered, but his eyes flickered with an extremely resplendent radiance. Just by looking at a simple scene from the past, he could feel that this man was an imposing figure. Traversing 1,000 rivers, traversing 10,000 mountains, entering the ancestral veins, burying the momentum of heaven and earth. What kind of heroic words were these? Looking at the past and present, who in the world could say such words? Only celestial venerable Zonglong was glorious and invincible in an era, bearing the momentum of heaven and earth. Buzz. 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 As if sensing his mood, the thousands of dragon talismans in his sea of consciousness jumped and shook, emitting an even more dazzling light. Lin Tian knew where he was now. Countless years had passed. Because of celestial venerable Zonglong, the stone tablet formed a space of its own. He was now inside the stone tablet. At this moment, the dragon talismans floating in his sea of consciousness were celestial venerable Zonglong's supreme technique, the legendary technique that shook the 10 heavens, the dragon burial scripture. He took a deep breath and became incomparably calm. The dragon burial scripture was a divine technique that could control the momentum of heaven and earth. He closed his eyes and immersed all his thoughts in his sea of consciousness, seriously comprehending the dragon talismans in his sea of consciousness. The dragon talismans were densely packed, like small dragons. As his divine consciousness approached, they began to vibrate one by one. Buzz. Rays of light flickered, and thousands of dragon talismans were like stars in the sky. Lin Tian seriously sensed these dragon talismans. He found that each dragon talisman seemed to be intertwined with a kind of momentum, engraved with a kind of Tao seal. It was vast and boundless, possessing great power. Inside the space of the stone tablet, he closed his eyes and raised his hands. He slowly and rhythmically moved his hands, and wisps of faint brilliant halos emerged from his body. At the same time, mountains and rivers appeared behind him, and dragons roared. Vaguely, 9 divine dragons appeared and surrounded him. Traversing 1,000 rivers, traversing 10,000 mountains, entering the ancestral veins, burying the momentum of heaven and earth. He whispered to himself. As his hands moved, thousands of dragon talismans jumped in his sea of consciousness, emitting an even more dazzling light. Then, these dragon talismans suddenly moved, turning into small dragons that rushed out of his sea of consciousness, rushing to every corner of his body. These dragon talismans seemed to be the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and also seemed to be the laws of a sect. They carried indescribable power as they crazily rushed into Lin Tian's flesh and blood. They carried a mysterious power and poured into Lin Tian's limbs and organs, into Lin Tian's true energy, and into Lin Tian's 8 extraordinary meridians. Gradually, they merged with Lin Tian. Boom! A powerful aura rushed out of Lin Tian's body, vast and mighty in the stone tablet. His cultivation of the 6th level of the Zephyr realm rose bit by bit. Lin Tian didn't care. His hands moved rhythmically, and his divine consciousness enveloped his body, intertwining with each dragon talisman, comprehending every bit of it. These dragon talismans were formed by the dragon burial scripture. At this moment, they merged with him, making it easier for him to comprehend this supreme technique. It was as if these dragon talismans were teaching him how to cultivate. Roar. Inside his body, the dragon's roar shook and became louder. Gradually, the dragons outside Lin Tian's body increased from 9 to 18, and from 18 to 27. In the end, a total of 99 dragons appeared beside him. Each dragon intertwined with an extremely powerful fluctuation, as if 99 legendary true dragons were circling around him, making him seem unapproachable. At this moment, Lin Tian forgot everything and silently cultivated. There was no self, no other, no matter. Time passed quickly. In the darkness, the stone tablet fell and finally fell to the ground with a bang, falling into a pitch-black sludge. Lin Tian didn't notice any of this. At this moment, all of his consciousness was immersed in his body. Thousands of dragon talismans intertwined in his body, as if swaying in front of his eyes. He sat cross-legged in the stone tablet and moved his hands. Little halos circled around him, and the aura outside his body became stronger. In his flesh, the dragon talismans glowed like small dragons, but also like small suns, illuminating Lin Tian's entire body, causing the yin-yang lotus sea in his sea of consciousness to sway, releasing little black and white lights of yin and yang. Roar! The 99 dragons roared and circled around him like guardian dragons. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the stone tablet and cultivated silently. He didn't feel hungry, thirsty, or tired. The spiritual chi that came with the dragon talismans replenished everything, and the Taoist connotation on it made Lin Tian sink into an ethereal state. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Boom! A month later, an even stronger aura rushed out of Lin Tian's body. He finally opened his eyes, and the light of dragon patterns flashed. Peak of the sixth heaven of the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Clenching his fist, he felt an even stronger power. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded in all directions. As he woke up, the 99 dragons circling around him roared, turned into light, and rushed in all directions. Crack! Following a crisp sound, Lin Tian felt like something was breaking apart, and a cold wind swept over. The 99 dragons didn't disappear, and the light they emitted illuminated the surroundings. He was now in the underground space of the mountain cave. The stone tablet was shattered by the 99 dragons, and the fragments were scattered everywhere. With a boom, the 99 dragons roared again and turned around. After circling around him, they rushed into his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the underground space, the air was slightly cold, and it was pitch black. In the darkness, Lin Tian stretched out his right hand, and a blazing flame appeared in his palm, illuminating the surroundings again. He looked up, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Dragon patterns flashed on the soles of his feet, and his body slowly rose into the air. The God Burial mountain range was complicated, and there was a mysterious power in the depths that suppressed thousands of cultivators, making it impossible for them to fly. But now, this power could no longer suppress him. Now, he had mastered the complete Dragon Burial scripture. After a month of cultivation, he had reached a certain level. The power that restricted cultivators from flying in this place could no longer restrain him. Not long after, he rose to the top of the mountain cave and used sword qi to cut open the collapsed cave. Sunlight appeared, dispelling the darkness. At this moment, it was noon. Sunlight, long time no see. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Sunlight shone down from the sky. Lin Tian landed on the ground and looked around. Compared to a month ago, the cave was now in ruins. There were obvious signs of a fierce battle. Not far away, he saw a pool of blood that had already solidified. It seemed that someone had died there. He glanced behind him. Without stopping, he walked back the way he came. Now, he could fly, but he didn't do so. Instead, he measured the ground on foot. He wanted to walk through the God Burial mountain again to feel the direction of the land. Now that he had mastered the Dragon Burial scripture, he had a special feeling when he stepped on the mountain. This mountain range was not simple. It was a terrifying terrain. In the Dragon Burial scripture, it was called the land of the fallen gods. There was celestial spiritual energy underground and endless evil energy. It was very shocking. Walking in the land of the fallen gods, even a cultivator at the peak of the connecting immortal realm would die instantly if he walked in the wrong place. Faint dragon patterns flashed under Lin Tian's feet. With one step, he covered dozens of feet. The dragon patterns were a kind of pattern formed by dense dragon talismans. Only those who had mastered the complete Dragon Burial scripture could display them. Lin Tian's expression was very calm, and his steps were very steady. After walking for a short distance, he crushed a black rock in front of him. Black smoke that could devour immortal ascension experts instantly surged up, coiling around his legs. However, in the next moment, the dragon tattoo on the soles of his feet flashed, and the terrifying black smoke dissipated in an instant. There was only a crackling sound. Not long after, a green forest appeared in front of him. Dense spiritual energy intertwined in the air. This was the strange part of the land of the fallen gods. The immortal qi and boundless baleful qi coexisted underground. Some places could be said to be a land of death where not even a blade of grass grew. The ground contained baleful qi that could corrode everything. It was just like the place where he first entered the God Burial mountain and killed the dozens of people who were chasing after him and Ling Yun. Some places were full of vitality. For example, the celestial pond and the green forest. Cultivating in these two places had endless benefits. Lin Tian strode through the green forest. His steps were gentle. Green leaves floated in the air and fell beside his feet. His expression was calm as he quickly walked through half of the forest. Sixth Grandpa, this is indeed a good place to cultivate dragon techniques. In a month's time, my dragon techniques have become much stronger. Of course. Put in more effort. I don't have much time to teach you personally. This time, we didn't gain anything from the God Burial mountain range. At the very least, we have to use this mountain range to improve your dragon technique. In the clan, there are still a few people in the same generation who are stronger than you. Two voices came from the front. An old man in a long gown and a young man in a luxurious gown were under a strange plant. The young man in the luxurious gown sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. There were runes flickering around him. As for the old man in the long gown, he stood with his hands behind his back and guided the young man in his cultivation. They were the two people from the dragon-seeking family. When Lin Tian saw the two of them from afar, he couldn't help but smile. It's great to see you here again after a month. He laughed. His steps were steady as he continued to walk forward. Hearing the familiar voice, the old man in the long gown and the young man in the luxurious gown tilted their heads and looked over. They were instantly shocked. It's you. It's you. The old man and the young man said in unison. You're still alive. The middle-aged man in the long gown stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. There seemed to be a bottomless pit below, and Lin Tian actually walked out alive. Moreover, there was another thing that surprised him. His cultivation was very strong, but he didn't notice anyone approaching at all. If Lin Tian hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have noticed at all. You're all still alive. How can I die? Lin Tian said calmly. He stepped on the dragon patterns and walked all the way here, measuring the God Burial mountain range. Every step he took was silent. Not to mention a person in the 7th level of the Immortal Ascension realm, even a powerhouse at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm would find it difficult to notice him without really looking. He didn't stop and walked toward the two of them step by step. The young man in the luxurious gown's eyes were cold. He stopped cultivating his dragon technique and stood up. You didn't run away when you saw me, and you even dared to walk forward without any scruples. Should I say that you're very bold, or that you don't know what's good for you? The old man in the long gown snorted coldly. Then, he thought of something and asked, what about the stone tablet that fell to the bottom of the cave with you? What happened? Also, how did you get up here? At the mention of the stone tablet, the eyes of the old man in the long gown flashed with a glimmer of light. That stone tablet was not simple. Do I have the obligation to answer you? Should I call you an idiot, or an idiot? Lin Tian said. He stopped 30 feet away from the old man in the long gown and the young man in the luxurious gown. His expression was calm, but his eyes were slightly indifferent. The old man in the long gown's face immediately darkened. You're courting death. As he said that, the old man in the long gown directly took a step forward. A majestic divine power surged out, and his killing intent was not concealed at all. Many experts were powerless against that stone tablet. It was useless to ask you. It was this old man who did something unnecessary. Fortunately, you didn't die. If you hid, you might have some chance of survival. Unfortunately, you are a little arrogant. This is the biggest reason why you walked to your death. Remember, be more humble in your next life. Sixth Grandpa, wait. The young man in the luxurious gown said. He stared at Lin Tian and said, killing a little ant in the airborne realm like him is simply dirtying your hands. Let me do it. I can also take revenge for the humiliation of more than 10 days ago. The old man in the long gown stopped and nodded. Okay. For cultivators, it was easy to have inner demons if they had lost. At this moment, when they met Lin Tian, it was undoubtedly a good choice for the young man in the luxurious gown to take Lin Tian's life. Thank you, Sixth Grandpa. The young man in the luxurious gown said. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Tian again. His eyes were cold with a kind of arrogance. More than 10 days ago, you defeated me with an immortal artifact. Now that my dragon technique has improved greatly, even if you have an immortal artifact, it is no longer useful. I will not give you the slightest chance. In an instant, I will wipe out your life in an instant. With a buzzing sound, a dragon technique linging the size of a human head floated in front of the young man in the luxurious gown. A destructive aura overflowed. Staring at this scene, the old man in the long gown nodded silently, revealing a somewhat satisfied expression. In the past month, he had personally taught the young man in the luxurious gown cultivation. The results were indeed good. A month ago, the young man in the luxurious gown could only engrave a dragon technique Lingjing the size of a fist. Now, he could engrave a dragon technique Lingjing the size of a human head. Although it was not mature enough and the dragon talisman engraved was not stable, it was definitely enough to kill an ordinary fourth heaven of the immortal realm. Die! The young man in the luxurious gown shouted and stepped in front of Lin Tian. The dragon technique Lingjing pressed down on Lin Tian with the power of destruction. With a boom, the void shook and distorted. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He raised his right hand and a dragon talisman flickered, pressing down on the dragon technique Lingjing that was rushing over. Immediately, the dragon technique Lingjing stopped. The destructive power that was about to explode was forcefully suppressed at this moment. You. The young man in the luxurious gown's expression changed when he saw the dragon pattern in Lin Tian's hand. At the same time, the old man in the long gown was also moved. He stared at Lin Tian's right hand with an expression of disbelief. A dragon talisman actually floated out of Lin Tian's hand. And from the looks of it, those dragon talismans were so resplendent, like small true dragons. The aura they emitted was incomparably pure, and it seemed to be even stronger than the dragon talismans he controlled. Lin Tian had a smile at the corner of his mouth, but it was slightly cold. I'll return it to you. His right hand pressed down on the dragon technique Lingjing that was rushing over and gently pointed his finger. The dragon technique Lingjing immediately trembled and floated towards the young man in the luxurious gown. Instantly, the young man in the luxurious gown's expression changed drastically. The dragon technique Lingjing that he had used was actually attacking him at this moment. This was a destructive monster that could wipe out a fourth heaven of the immortal realm powerhouse. This can't. Boom. The young man in the luxurious gown only spat out 3 words, and the dragon technique Lingjing that was the size of a human head exploded with a bang. The terrifying destructive power was vast and mighty, annihilating a piece of space. Under such power, the young man in the luxurious gown died without leaving even a trace. Smoke and dust flickered in the air. It wasn't until a few breaths later that it gradually dissipated. On the spot, there was a large pit. Lin Tian lowered his head to take a look. There was no change in his expression. He was still very indifferent as he looked at the old man in the long gown in front of him. The old man in the long gown was shocked and angry. Lin Tian actually controlled a dragon talisman and killed a genius of his lineage. However, in the next moment, the old man in the long gown suddenly trembled. He stared at Lin Tian, and the shock and anger on his face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by surprise. His voice trembled a little. I found out from some ancient books that this god burial mountain had once been here. You. Could it be that you have obtained the complete inheritance of that god burial mountain and obtained the legendary dragon burial scripture here? Staring at Lin Tian, the old man in the long gown was incomparably excited. That stone tablet, it must be that stone tablet. You opened that stone tablet and obtained the dragon burial scripture from there, right? Am I right? Am I right? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint light flashed through his eyes. It seemed that the old man in the long gown from the dragon-seeking family came to this mountain because he knew what might be contained here. Staring at Lin Tian's expression, the old man in the long gown knew that his guess was right. He immediately became even more excited and almost crazy. Ha 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 ha, great. This is great. Teaching the descendants here to cultivate the dragon technique and staying here for a month was worth it. It was worth it. I didn't expect that I would be able to wait for you. After killing you, this old man will be able to obtain the complete dragon burial scripture. My dragon-seeking Jiang family will be able to look down on this third heaven, no, look down on the 10 heavens in the future. At this moment, the old man in the long gown even forgot that his descendant was killed in front of him. There was no trace of anger in his eyes. It was completely filled with excitement. He was glad that he was able to teach the descendants here. He was glad that he had stayed here for a month. Because he had been waiting for waiting for a Lin Tian who had mastered the complete dragon burial scripture. Boom! An astonishing divine power rushed out, and the old man in the long gown laughed excitedly. He stared straight at Lin Tian. In the next moment, 13 pieces of dragon technique Lingjing the size of a human head floated out from his body. Each piece emitted a destructive aura that was several times stronger than the dragon technique Lingjing summoned by the young man in the luxurious gown. When the 13 pieces gathered together, the destructive power was terrifying. It directly shattered the surrounding void, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. End of this chapter. 13 dragon technique Lingjing pieces the size of a human head. At this moment, the old man did not hold back at all. He activated all the dragon technique Lingjing pieces he had accumulated. A terrifying fluctuation destroyed the void and shattered the ground, completely sealing off all escape routes. He did not give Lin Tianyi any chance to escape, nor did he give Lin Tianyi any chance to resist or survive. A complete dragon burial scripture. The heavens have been treating me well, very well. The old man laughed loudly. He was very excited and even a little crazy. Boom, the divine power was even more shocking. The 13 dragon technique Lingjing pieces vibrated, and the dragon talismans lingered around, overflowing with destructive power. A hurricane suddenly appeared in this place, sweeping in all directions. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead danced wildly in the wind, and his clothes fluttered. However, his eyes were indifferent. He stared at the old man opposite him and faced the destructive fluctuation. He was not afraid at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. However, it was a mocking smile. He looked at the old man opposite him as if he was looking at a clown. His right leg stomped on the ground. Instantly, the ground shook, and spiritual power rushed into the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded in all directions. 9 huge dragons rushed up, each of them dozens of feet long, and circled around him. The 9 huge dragons were silver in color. They looked down at the ground and the old man. 9 pairs of huge dragon eyes were full of majesty. For a moment, 9 waves of seemingly real dragons might spread out, suppressing the destructive fluctuation of the 13 dragon technique Lingjing pieces in the old man's body. Even the divine power fluctuation outside the old man's body became a little chaotic. The excitement and madness on the old man's face receded like the tide, and a sense of fear appeared. The 9 huge dragons floated in the air. The vast and mighty power was too terrifying. It was as if the legendary true dragon had appeared. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. The 9 dragons circled behind him. He was like a true dragon emperor looking down on the long-robed old man. Since you have guessed that I have the complete dragon burial scripture, you still want to kill me in this god burial mountain? He was now at the 6th celestial layer of the Zephyr realm, and the gap between him and the old man was too great. Even if there were 100 of him, he wouldn't be a match for the old man. If it were somewhere else, he would only be suppressed and killed by the old man. However, it was different now. Right now, he was standing in the God Burial Mountain range. This mountain range was the place where gods had fallen. Endless spiritual energy and murderous aura were intertwined at the bottom. At this moment, he used the dragon burial scripture to forcefully draw out the endless spiritual energy hidden under the green forest. It turned into 9 world-shocking dragons that circled around him, directly suppressing all of the long-robed elder's aura. Yuve guided the power of the falling mountains. Can the complete dragon burial scripture really do that? You can borrow the power of heaven and earth to fight. You've already reached this step, how can you be so fast? The long-robed elder trembled and couldn't help but take a step back. The 9 shocking dragons looked down at him. Their vastness and majesty made him tremble from the bottom of his soul. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Behind him, the 9 dragons roared once again. After a month of bitter cultivation, the dense dragon talismans were like good teachers. This month was very important to him. Roar! All of a sudden, the 9 dragons swooped down and submerged the long-robed old man. The long-robed elder's expression changed drastically. He detonated 13 head-sized dragon Lingjing and went to meet the 9 dragons. Unfortunately, it was useless. The 9 dragons represented the endless spiritual energy under the green forest. It was comparable to the power of half an immortal meridian. How could it be compared to merely 13 people? How could a head-sized dragon spirit crystal be compared to it? The difference was too great. In just an instant, 13 head-sized dragon Lingjing evaporated. The 9 dragons swooped down and drowned the long-robed elder from the dragon-seeking family. Ah! The long-robed elder roared angrily and tried his best to resist. He used all his divine abilities and dragon techniques to fight with the 9 shocking dragons. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He just looked ahead indifferently. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the surroundings. The 9 dragons circled around and attacked the long-robed elder again and again. They broke through space and shattered the earth. In just a short moment, the long-robed elder, who was at the peak of the 7th heaven of the immortal realm, was in a sorry state. One of his arms was almost broken. He glanced at Lin Tianyi in shock and anger. The long-robed elder roared and directly fled into the distance. In this place, Lin Tian, who controlled the dragon burial scripture, was almost invincible. Although his cultivation base was much higher than Lin Tian's, he was no match for the power that Lin Tian drew from the god burial mountain. A deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. "Can you escape?" Lin Tianling said. He stomped on the ground with his right leg. With a boom, another 9 dragons rushed out and pressed towards the long-robed elder. The 18 dragons combined were incomparably terrifying and sealed off the surroundings. Boom, Lin Tian was expressionless. The 18 dragons swooped down in unison. The long-robed elder was terrified. He pushed his cultivation base to the limit and used his strongest divine ability and dragon technique to meet the attack. However, it was still useless. His strongest divine ability and dragon technique evaporated in an instant. "Stop." Puff, the 18 dragons rushed down and directly crushed the long-robed elder into pieces. Blood mist floated in the air. Lin Tiantan glanced at it indifferently. The 18 dragons dispersed on their own. He walked out. He still didn't fly. Instead, he walked on foot. Soon, 6 hours passed. He arrived in front of a celestial pool. Because he had mastered the complete dragon burial scripture, walking in this mountain range was like walking on flat ground. The distance that would have taken him 10 days in the past only took him 6 hours. When he arrived in front of the celestial pool, he stepped on the surface of the pool step by step. The light of true essence flickered in his hand as he searched the celestial pool. Not long after, he grabbed a fist-sized Lingjing. Boom, up ahead, waves surged and a baleful aura surged. A black flood dragon rushed out. The black dragon's body was very huge. It stared at Lin Tian and roared. A terrifying murderous aura rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian was very calm. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered. A large amount of immortal light rushed up and blocked the black dragon's light. He stepped on the surface of the pool and completely ignored the black dragon. After a few breaths of time, he shook his hand and grabbed a head-sized Lingjing. Roar, the black dragon roared. Its demonic eyes were blood-red. Suddenly, raging waves rushed up from the surface of the pool and pressed down on Lin Tian. At this time, the black dragon recognized the human in front of it. It was the person who escaped from the whirlpool it created more than 10 days ago. Boom! The raging waves were dozens of feet tall. They carried a murderous aura with shocking destructive power. Lin Tian raised his head. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet became denser. For a moment, the celestial pool shook. With a boom, 9 dragons rushed out from the bottom of the celestial pool. They shattered the raging waves that the black dragon swept over. Then, the 9 dragons roared and rushed up together. The black Jiao dragon coiled around the black Jiao dragon. The 9 dragon heads looked down at the black Jiao dragon, causing the ferocious black Jiao dragon to involuntarily tremble. The blood-red color in its demonic eyes dissipated, and it actually revealed a somewhat frightened expression. Lin Tian raised his hand. The 9 dragons emitted an even stronger fluctuation. 9 pairs of dragon eyes stared at the black dragon, showing its supreme power. However, in the next moment, he paused. In the end, he lowered his hand. Rumor has it that a trace of the true dragon's blood flows in the dragon's body. When it grows to the limit, once the blood is awakened, it can turn into a proud true dragon. It can be said to be very rare in this world. He looked at the black dragon in front of him and said, I won't kill you. If you can understand me, don't kill creatures for no reason in the future. If you can understand, nod your head. In front of him, the black dragon trembled. Its huge head hurriedly nodded up and down. Okay. Lin Tiandao said. The 9 dragons that coiled around the black dragon collapsed and scattered on their own. He didn't say anything else. In the end, he glanced at the black dragon indifferently and turned to leave. Not long after, he walked far away from the celestial pool. A figure stood in front of him. Its clothes were tattered, its face was pale, and its eyes were empty. It was that strange evil spirit that sucked the Xianxia dry and tore it to pieces. This time, Lin Tian didn't look away. Instead, he stopped and stared at the figure in front of him. The figure raised its head slightly. A terrifying chill spread out instantly. It turned into a shadow and pounced at Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered and spread out like water ripples. In front of him, the strange figure trembled. It stopped and retreated. It turned into a black light and disappeared. I didn't see it clearly. Lin Tian shook his head and turned to leave this place. He continued to walk. Not long after, he passed by a mountain peak. There used to be 6 Xianxias there, but now they were gone. On the ground, he saw many green scales. He understood that there were many strong cultivators who came to God Burial Mountain. It seemed that other than the Xianxia that was sucked dry and torn to pieces by the strange figure, the other 5 Xianxias were also killed. He didn't stay. His steps were gentle, and he continued to walk out. In front of him, the mountain became dark. It was as if it was dyed red by blood and then turned dark. It was a little scary. Looking around, the road leading to the outside was a little rugged. There were corpses on the road. There were no bones and flesh left. There were also bloodstains on the ground. Lin Tian looked calm. He stepped on the bloodstained road and walked out. Ka. In the distance, on an old black tree, a few old crows filled with the aura of death let out a cry. Their black eyes opened. They flapped their wings and rushed toward Lin Tian. They were very fast. They had a terrifying chill. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Lin Tian. Their beaks were like the blades of death from hell. They bit at Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped. The ground shook. A black light rushed up and instantly shrouded the black crows. Ka. The black crows cried out. Their voices were so shrill that it made one's scalp tingle. Lin Tian didn't have any expression on his face. He lifted his leg and walked out. Pft. 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 Behind him, the light mist that enveloped the few black crows vibrated and directly crushed them into pieces. Dozens of days ago, he could only avoid these black crows. Now that he had the dragon burial scripture, he could kill them. The reason why he didn't show mercy to these black crows like the black dragon was because these black crows didn't have any intelligence. They were just killing machines filled with appetite. There was no need to keep such things. End of chapter. After killing a few black crows, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. His footsteps were slow, and his expression was calm as he walked outside. Rays of light flickered under his feet. Every step he took was intertwined with dragon patterns. He entered the ground of the God Burial Mountain. The place of fallen gods is indeed extraordinary. He muttered to himself. He had already walked to the outer area of the God Burial Mountain. He was far from the center, but the evil aura that filled the ground was still shockingly dense. It was actually formed by the evil aura. It was enough to corrode everything in the world. He was surprised, but his expression didn't change. He still looked very calm as he walked away step by step. After a few hours, he finally walked out of the God Burial Mountain. He glanced at the continuous red mountain range one last time and turned to leave. Not long after, he walked out of the God Burial Mountain. At this moment, footsteps sounded in front of him. They seemed to be very hurried. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and looked forward. He was instantly moved. A young man and a young lady were walking towards them. The young lady was running at the front. There were still traces of tears on her beautiful face. The young man behind her also had a gloomy expression, looking very ugly. Shui, Ling Yun. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Staring at the two of them, he couldn't help but stop and stand still. In front, the young girl ran very fast. However, she was stunned in the next moment. She saw a familiar figure in the distance. Slightly shocked, the young girl rushed over like the wind. She hugged Lin Tian tightly like a child who hadn't seen her family for a long time. "You're still alive." The young girl sniffled and buried her head in Lin Tian's chest. She sobbed softly. A month ago, in the God Burial Mountain, the cave collapsed. Under the situation where he couldn't fly, Lin Tian was seriously injured and fell into the ground. He was almost certain to die. The middle-aged man brought Ling Yun back to the Ascension Path sect. Naturally, he couldn't hide this from the young girl. At that time, the young girl was heartbroken. She was alone, and Lin Tian was her only family. She begged Ling Yun to bring her to the God Burial Mountain range. Because she couldn't fly, she could only ride a fast horse. It took her almost a month to reach this place. During this month, she cried almost every day and didn't rest much. After arriving here, just as she was about to enter the God Burial Mountain, she saw Lin Tian walking towards her. The young girl instinctively rushed over and hugged Lin Tian. Feeling the warmth of Lin Tian's body, she was so emotional that she started sobbing. Lin Tian wasn't dead, he was still alive. Ling Yun naturally saw Lin Tian as well. He opened his eyes wide and asked, "Hey kid, are you a human or a ghost?" A month ago, he had seen Lin Tian fall into that bottomless abyss with his own eyes. Logically speaking, in a situation where he was seriously injured and unable to fly, Lin Tian had no chance of surviving at that time. But now, he was standing in front of him, perfectly fine. "I'm not dead." Lin Tianwei smiled. Seeing the two of them, he could roughly guess what was going on and felt slightly moved. "How is that possible? You didn't die?" Ling Yun was shocked. Lin Tian was speechless. Does this guy know how to talk? Does he want me to die or what? He couldn't be bothered with this guy anymore. He helped the young girl tidy up her slightly messy hair and comforted her, "Don't cry." The young girl's face was very haggard. She nodded and revealed a smile. Ling Yun walked over and said, "Kid, you've made little Shui very sad during this period of time. She washes her face with tears every day." Seeing that Lin Tian was still alive, this pervert was naturally very happy. Lin Tianwei smiled slightly. He used his pure true yuan to stabilize the young girl's spirit. Soon, the young girl's complexion improved a lot. "Let's go back." He smiled. Ling Yun nodded. He didn't ask how Lin Tian survived because that wasn't important. The most important thing was that Lin Tian was still alive. Lin Tian pulled the young girl, and the three of them walked out. "Oh right, what happened after I fell into that abyss?" Lin Tian asked Lin Tian. At the mention of this, Ling Yun was a little angry. "At that time, Senior Pavilion Guardian and I tried our best to pull you back. We could have succeeded, but at the crucial moment, we were stopped by that old bastard from the Golden Fire Dao sect. We failed and watched as you fell into the abyss." Senior Guardian Pavilion was furious. Under the obstruction of the other 7 people, he killed that old bastard from the Golden Fire Dao school outside the cave. However, in the end, he suffered heavy injuries and had no choice but to bring me out of the God Burial Mountain. When Lin Tian heard this, he nodded. When he walked out of the collapsed cave, he found that there were traces of an intense battle around the cave. He also saw a pool of dried blood. At that time, he guessed that someone might have died in that place. Now that he heard Ling Yun's words, he understood. After he fell into the abyss, the middle-aged Pavilion Guardian fought with 8 people and killed the grey-robed elder of the Golden Fire Dao sect. The pool of blood he saw was left by the elder of the Golden Fire Dao sect. His heart warmed, and he was even more grateful to the middle-aged Pavilion Guardian. That middle-aged man was really good to him. Of course, he was also very grateful to Ling Yun, and his heart was moved. A month ago, even though he was seriously injured and his vision was blurry, he still remembered some things. When the cave collapsed, he saw this perverted thief rush towards him without a care for anything, risking his life to save him. This friendship was very important to him. Of course, he didn't say any words of thanks to Ling Yun. He only silently remembered this friendship in his heart. The sun was very warm. Not long after, the three of them were completely far away from God Burial Mountain Fall and appeared in the nearby God Down City. Because the young girl was still far from the flight realm, she could only ride a horse back to the Ascension Dao sect. On the way back, because they weren't in a hurry, they stopped and walked for a month and a half. On this day, the three of them finally stepped into the Ascension Dao sect. 3 months. Lin Tian laughed. Calculating it, 3 months had passed since they went out and came back. However, these 3 months were too worth it. After returning to the Ascension Dao sect, Ling Yan left and returned to his place. Lin Tian brought the young girl back to his residence and then went to the Divine Accumulation Pavilion of the Ascension Dao sect to report to the Pavilion Guardian that they were safe. This middle-aged man was really good to him. He had stood up to protect him several times. In the end, he even killed the elders of the Golden Flames Dao sect for him. This made him very respectful. The middle-aged Pavilion Guardian was very surprised that Lin Tian was still alive. Of course, he was also very happy. He urged Lin Tian to cultivate diligently. Lin Tian nodded and stayed in the Divine Accumulation Pavilion for an hour before leaving. When he returned to his residence again, it was already dusk. The young girl cooked some simple and delicious food. After eating and cleaning up the dishes, Lin Tian called the young girl to the room in the middle. This room was specially made by Lin Tian as a place to teach the young girl. Nothing happened while I was away, right? Are you used to life in the Ascension Dao sect? He asked the young girl. It's nothing. I can get used to it. The young girl nodded. Lin Tianyi smiled and didn't ask any more questions. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a fist-sized piece of lingjing from the stone ring. Now that the young girl had reached the 9th level of the body refining realm, he was prepared to use this piece of lingjing to let her enter the divine vein realm. I will protect you. Absorb this piece of lingjing and break through to the divine vein realm, he said to the young girl. The young girl nodded seriously and followed Lin Tian's instructions. She placed the lingjing in her hands and then focused on the 4 extreme meridians. A faint silver light appeared, and dense heaven and earth spirit crystals interweaved in the surroundings, surrounding the young girl. When they were in the first heaven, Lin Tian had protected Lin Shi all the way and taught Lin Shi for a whole year. Now that he was teaching the young girl, it was naturally easier. After about 2 hours, an even stronger aura rushed out of the young girl's body. With the support of the lingjing, the young girl completed the first divine vein realm and stepped into the divine vein realm. Next, consolidate the realm, Lin Tian said. The young girl was very serious. She followed Lin Tian's instructions and cultivated diligently. Lin Tian stood aside until the young girl's aura stabilized. Then he left the room and returned to his own room. At this moment, the young girl had completely stabilized her cultivation in the first level of the divine vein realm and started the next level of cultivation. He didn't need to guard her anymore. After all, the young girl had the king body, which was extremely talented in cultivation. Back in the room, he took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Buzz. The 4 extreme meridians began to circulate. The true yuan in his body circulated rhythmically, flowing to every corner of his body. Soon, his essence, qi, and spirit rose to the peak. The light on his body dimmed. He gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and closed his eyes. Dragon tattoos flashed out. The dragon tattoos flashed with a kind of vastness and intertwined around him. Then, the dragon tattoos trembled slightly and spread to the bottom of the room. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the ground. The ground was dark. Across the darkness, the dragon tattoos continued to extend. Not long after, the surroundings suddenly became incomparably bright. Lin Tian's divine sense followed the dragon tattoos. When he saw the scene around him, he was slightly shocked. As far as the eye could see, the 12 large veins intertwined in a regular pattern. Each vein was about 1,000 feet long and 10 feet wide. It was extremely shocking. These are immortal veins? Lin Tian was shocked. This was the first time he saw an immortal vein. It shocked him. It was too vast. The spiritual energy was frighteningly rich. With the help of the dragon tattoos, he scanned the underground. Near the 12 immortal veins, there were countless spirit veins intertwined. However, compared to the 12 immortal veins, these spirit veins were like small earthworms. They were very small. As expected of one of the 12 sects. He muttered to himself. After a pause, he hesitated for a moment. His eyes flickered as he tried to use the dragon tattoos to guide the spiritual energy in the underground world. However, he failed in the end. He could not guide the power of the 12 immortal veins. In fact, he could not even guide the power of some simple spirit veins. There was a very powerful force sealing the surroundings, suppressing the 12 immortal veins and the many spirit veins. I was too naive. He mocked himself. Great inheritances and powers would use special methods to suppress the spiritual chi of their sects to prevent the spiritual chi from leaking out. Even though he had cultivated the dragon burial scripture and could control the power of the world, it was obviously impossible for him to draw out the spiritual chi foundation power of someone else's sect. Unless his cultivation reached a certain level, it would be possible for him to do so. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Tian put the dragon marks away from the ground of the Ascension Dao sect and stopped probing the spiritual energy foundation of the Ascension Dao sect. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down again and silently comprehended the dragon burial scripture. In the cave of the god-burying mountain range, although he had been cultivating diligently, forgetting everything around him, he had only managed to learn a tiny corner of this ancient scripture. He was still thousands of miles away from mastering the entire scripture. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in his room, comprehending the ancient scripture with all his heart. Then, he was shocked. The dragon burial scripture was all-encompassing. There were too many things recorded in it. 9 dragon mark arts. He muttered to himself. The 9 dragon mark arts were 9 great divine abilities. It could be said that they were the 9 dragon techniques. They were unfathomable and powerful. Divine eyes of delusion. He was shocked. The delusion breaker divine eyes was a profound divine art recorded in the dragon burial scripture. Once one cultivated this pair of divine eyes, they would be able to see through almost everything in the world. They would be able to see the number of spirit veins and immortal veins in a territory. Moreover, this pair of eyes could see through many other things. For example, there were some powerful transformation techniques in the world. After cultivating them, one could change one's true appearance and transform into other things. Divine sense could not see through them, but the divine eyes of delusion could. Moreover, in some special places, one's divine sense would be suppressed, but the divine eyes of delusion could not be suppressed. They could see through many mysterious mists. Moreover, cultivating the divine eyes of delusion breaker had a marvelous effect in battle. They could see through the essence of many spells, and could even predict the next move of the opponent with this pair of eyes. From there, they could react in advance, which was very shocking. So powerful. Lin Tian was shocked. The divine eyes of delusion made his heart tremble. If he could cultivate the divine eyes of delusion, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. However, although the divine eyes of delusion was powerful, the difficulty of cultivating it was very high. Lin Tian carefully comprehended it and found that it was impossible to cultivate and use this pair of eyes without an absolute cultivation base. With his current cultivation base, there was no need to consider cultivating this divine ability. There was no possibility of cultivating it. If he forced himself to cultivate it, he would suffer a backlash. He shook his head and took a deep breath. After that, he continued reading. The more he read, the more astonished he became. This was because there were too many things recorded in this ancient scripture. Not only did it include the 9 arts of Dragon Mark and the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye, it even touched on the path of formations. There was a great dragon burial formation that relied on the power of heaven and earth to lay down a dragon formation that could bury everything. Lin Tian was not surprised that there was a great array treasure technique in the dragon burial scripture. For the peerless existences at the peak chaotic realm, the so-called array Dao, dragon Dao, pill Dao, sword Dao, and so on could all be used. People at that level could lay down a great array casually with a raise of their hand. They could refine a shocking bowdown casually while sitting down with their legs crossed. They could slash out a peerless sword light with a wave of their hand. It was just that there was a huge difference in the same field. For example, although Celestial Venerate Zonglong was involved in Array Dao, his Array Dao was far inferior to one of the 9 Celestial Venerates, the Array Emperor. On the other hand, the Array Emperor was far inferior to Celestial Venerate Zonglong in terms of Dragon Dao. The 9 celestial sovereigns from 10 directions celestial realm had unfathomable means and overwhelming power. Each of them had their own strengths, but they had dabbled in almost all of the domains in this world and could use them all. Dragon Burial. In the end, Lin Tianji could only spit out these 2 words. He spent 3 hours to scan through the entire ancient scripture, and only after a few dozen breaths did he calm down again. Huff. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he closed his eyes and cultivated seriously. Dragon patterns floated around him, jumping slightly as he cultivated the dragon burial scripture. They were like tiny dragons. Soon, the night passed. After a night of cultivation, Lin Tian's control of the dragon burial scripture improved a little. Of course, it was only a little. At this time, the morning sun rose. He walked out of his room and breathed in the morning light, stretching his limbs rhythmically. At this point, his cultivation was already very strong, but he still maintained this habit. After about a quarter of an hour, the young girl's voice sounded. She had finished preparing the morning meal. "Let's cultivate in the Immortal Spirit Valley for now," he said to the girl at the table. The girl nodded obediently. The breakfast was quickly finished. After the girl cleaned up the dishes, the 2 of them walked to the Immortal Spirit Valley. Lin Tian found 2 stone rooms next to each other. After putting in some 9th-level beast cores, he entered with the girl to cultivate. About 3 days later, the 2 of them walked out of the Immortal Spirit Valley and returned to the outer sect disciples' residence. The following days passed simply. 1 day of rest, 7 days of cultivation. It could be said that it was very boring. However, cultivation was like this. Time passed unknowingly. Half a month had passed since Lin Tian returned to the Emergence Dao sect. On this day, the sun was as bright as usual. The Emergence Dao sect's martial arts arena was very lively. There were many people around, at least 10 times more than usual. And all of this was because of one person in the center of the arena. Gu Jianchen. For the disciples of the Emergence Dao sect, these 3 words could only be looked up to. Gu Jianchen entered the Emergence Dao sect at the age of 18 and became the most ordinary outer sect disciple. After that, he advanced at an unimaginable speed. Within 2 months, he entered the inner sect. After 7 months, he became a true disciple. A year later, he became the #1 true disciple. This shook the entire Emergence Dao sect. Even the secluded elders of the sect were alarmed. At that time, one of the secluded elders came out of seclusion and was shocked by Gu Jianchen's talent. He immediately accepted him as a disciple and personally taught him. Gu Jianchen did not disappoint the secluded elder. With the guidance of the secluded elder, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Not long after, he broke through the ranks of the true disciples and stepped onto the high platform of the core disciples. After entering the core disciple level, his battle results were still brilliant. 3 years ago, he stepped onto the throne of the #1 core disciple. In these 3 years, many disciples of the Emergence Dao sect and many geniuses appeared. However, no one could shake his position as the #1 core disciple. In terms of battle strength, even some of the sect's elders were far from his opponent. At this moment, Gu Jianchen was fighting with another young man in the main arena at the center of the martial arts field. The young man fighting with Gu Jianchen was also very strong. He was the 2nd core disciple of the Emergence Dao sect, Xianxia. Boom! The tyrannical power intertwined, causing everyone to be shocked. They all stared ahead. The battle between the 2nd core disciple and the 1st core disciple was very rare. Naturally, they would pay attention to it. Soon, a few dozen breaths passed. With a bang, a figure was swept out of the main arena. It was Xianxia. Xianxia was 29 years old. He was in the 2nd tier of the Ascension realm. At this moment, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He stood up from the main arena and looked at the figure in the arena helplessly. He said, I thought that the gap between us would be reduced after I made some progress recently. I didn't expect it to be even bigger. You mainly cultivate the way of the sword. Now that you haven't even used your sword, I'm already no match for you. This is really. You are indeed stronger than before. It's just that I've become stronger after a few months of seclusion. Gu Jianchen said coldly. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Gu Jianchen was 28 years old this year, 1 year younger than him. He was also in the second tier of the Ascension realm, but his battle strength was much stronger than ordinary cultivators in the second tier of the Ascension realm. Xianxia was far from being his match. The surrounding crowd was even more shocked. Too strong. The second core disciple, Xianxia, was actually swept out of the main arena in half an hour. Moreover, Gu Jianchen didn't even use his sword. He cultivates the way of the sword. If he uses his sword, he will definitely be stronger. He deserves to be the first core disciple of the Emergence Dao sect. This generation's chosen saint of the Emergence Daoist Gate will definitely be Gu Jianchen. It shouldn't be wrong. Gu Jianchen was really too strong. He didn't even use his sword against the second core disciple and swept him out of the main arena in half an hour. What kind of battle strength was this? Who among the disciples of the Emergence Dao sect could defeat him? That's not necessarily the case. Did you forget that not long ago, an outer disciple called Lin Tian came to the sect? That person easily killed the 9th core disciple, Yu Qianling. At that time, he didn't even move his feet. His battle strength is also terrifying. Perhaps he can defeat Gu Jianchen. Someone whispered. This person's voice was extremely soft. Normally, only those within a radius of a few meters could hear him. However, Gu Jianchen, who was standing on the main stage a few dozen meters away, looked over with a whoosh. In an instant, he disappeared from the main stage. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the person who had spoken. With a bang, he kicked the person to the ground and coldly looked down at him. You said that among the disciples of the Emergence Dao sect, there is someone who can defeat me? Is it Lin Tian? Tell me the details. Staring at the person on the ground, Gu Jianchen's eyes were extremely oppressive, giving off an extremely cold feeling. At the side, the crowd hurriedly retreated. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Gu Jianchen, the first core disciple, had always done things his own way. He was extremely domineering and would often start a fight. Coupled with his identity as the disciple of a reclusive elder, all the disciples of the Emergence Dao sect were afraid of him. Seeing Gu Jianchen make a move, how could the surrounding disciples not retreat? They were afraid of bringing trouble to themselves. Speak. Staring at the person on the ground, Gu Jianchen kicked his chest again. Lying on the ground, blood gushed out of his mouth, but he didn't dare to have any objections. He immediately told everything he knew about Lin Tian. Killed Yu Qianling? He didn't even move his feet? Interesting. I want to see how many moves he can take from me. With a sneer, Gu Jianchen turned around and walked out of the arena. It was already afternoon. Lin Tian didn't cultivate today. Walking with Ling Yun in the Emergence Dao sect, he could be considered to be resting. Although one couldn't slack off on cultivation, it was obviously not a good thing to cultivate day and night. Doing some appropriate rest and relaxation while cultivating would be more effective and beneficial for future cultivation. Kid, why do I feel that you've become a little different after coming out of the God Burial Mountain range alive? Ling Yan stared at Lin Tian curiously. Recently, he felt that Lin Tian had a strange aura. I've become more handsome. Lin Tian joked. So that's the case. Then this has nothing to do with going to the God Burial Mountain range. It should be because you've been with me for too long. Ling Yan sighed. I always knew that I was handsome, but I didn't expect that being handsome could be contagious. Lin Tian was speechless. This bastard is too shameless. He gave this guy a sideways glance and walked forward with steady steps. At this moment, many people walked over. It was a little noisy. The young man in the lead had a cold look in his eyes. Gu Jianchen. The crowd came closer and closer. Soon, they were within 10 meters of Lin Tian and Ling Yun. Many people were pointing at them. Young Master Gu, he is Lin Tian. Beside Gu Jianchen, a young man in brocade clothes pointed at Lin Tiandao. This person was Luo Changheng, a true disciple of the Emergence Dao sect. He was one of the strongest true disciples and was ranked at the top. He was Gu Jianchen's follower. Lin Tian frowned. Were these people here for him? Luo Changheng, what do you mean? Ling Yan asked. Luo Changheng glanced at Ling Yan but did not say anything. Beside him, Gu Jianchen took a step forward. His eyes were sharp as he looked down at Lin Tian. Outer disciple Lin Tian, I heard that you killed that trashy Qianling and might even defeat me. I think this is very interesting. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yu Qianling was trash? Only Gu Jianchen had the right to say this. These people thought about it. If Yu Qianling was compared to Gu Jianchen, then Yu Qianling was indeed trash. That was because Gu Jianchen was strong enough. Very strong, Lin Tian was very calm. He looked at Gu Jianchen indifferently. He wanted to see what Gu Jianchen was thinking. Gu Jianchen sneered. I want to see how many moves the person who is said to be able to defeat me can take. Gu Jianchen stared at Lin Tian with his hands behind his back. He was like an emperor surveying the world. Fight with you? Do I know you? Lin Tian asked. Gu Jianchen's eyes were threatening. Shouldn't you know me? Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He was curious. Are you the sky? Or the earth? Why should I know you? The crowd was stunned. They stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Was this guy mocking Gu Jianchen? How dare you be rude to young Master Gu? Luo Changheng's face darkened. He took a step forward and stared coldly at Lin Tian. Ling Yan mocked. Luo Changheng, you're a good dog. However, when the master is talking, the dog better not interrupt. Luo Changheng's eyes turned cold. Ling Yan, you're provoking me. Not long after, the number one position of the successor disciple will be. Shut up. Gu Jianchen shouted coldly and interrupted Luo Changheng, he's right. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Luo Changheng's face froze, and he could not help taking a step back, not saying anything. Ha 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 ha, that's right. A slave should act like a slave. Ling Yan laughed. Luo Changheng's face turned green as he glared at Ling Yan viciously. Gu Jianchen glanced at Ling Yan before looking at Lin Tian. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He took out a piece of white paper with the word battle written on it. He threw the paper into the ground in front of Lin Tian. I heard that you had to wait 10 days for your battle with that trash Yu Qianling. I'll give you 5 more days to prepare. Half a month from now, we'll fight at the martial arts arena. After saying that, Gu Jianchen glanced coldly at Lin Tian before turning around and heading towards the core disciple's residence. Luo Changheng glared at Ling Yan viciously before leaving with Gu Jianchen. Soon, they disappeared around a corner. That Gu Jianchen actually wants Lin Tian to fight with him? There were many people around, and many of them were shocked. Many people stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Ling Yan curled his lips and said, Kid, you're in trouble again. You're a troublemaker. Are you blaming me? Lin Tian glanced at the perverted thief. Ling Yan spread out his hands and said, Gu Jianchen, 28, the number 1 core disciple. His cultivation is at the 2nd tier of the Ascension Immortal Realm. His master is a reclusive elder of the sect. In the past 3 years, 5 people have been able to shake his throne. It can be said that this generation's saint should be none other than him. No one can compete with him. Ling Yan briefly introduced Gu Jianchen to Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head. What does it have to do with me? It really has nothing to do with you. Ling Yan shook his head and stared at the challenge letter on the ground. Are you going to fight or not? Do I look like an idiot to you? Lin Tian looked at Ling Yan. If a random stranger jumped out and asked him to fight for no reason, would he fight? You don't. Ling Yan shook his head. I think Gu Jianchen is more like it. However, he's an idiot with strength. Strength or not, it can't hide the fact that he's an idiot. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. After saying that, he walked forward. Whether it was intentional or not, he stepped on the challenge letter and crushed it. Ling Yan shrugged and didn't say anything. He followed him. On this day, Lin Tian and Ling Yun walked around the Ascension Immortal sect and passed by many places. During this process, Lin Tianyi strolled and used the Dragon Burial scripture to comprehend the Ascension Immortal sect's power. Of course, it was just a slight comprehension. There was no other purpose. After that, he said goodbye to Ling Yun at dusk and returned to the small courtyard in the outer sect residential area. Very soon, the sky darkened. At night, Lin Tian silently cultivated the Dragon Burial scripture. Dense dragon talismans surrounded him. It was very magical. The night passed very quickly. The next day, after facing the morning sun, Lin Tian brought Shuiyi to the Immortal Spirit Valley of the Ascension Immortal sect as usual. 7 days of cultivation and 1 day of rest. He had a very regular schedule. We'll leave in 7 days. He opened a stone room for Shuiyi. Naturally, his stone room was next to Shuiyi. Walking into the stone room, Lin Tian activated the Four Extremities scripture. A faint halo surrounded him as he cultivated silently. Very soon, 7 days passed. Soon, I should be able to enter the 7th heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm. He muttered to himself as he walked out of the stone room. Together with Shuiyi, he returned to the outer sect residential area. After resting for a day, he went to the Immortal Spirit Valley to cultivate again. Very soon, another 7 days passed. On this day, the martial arts practice field became lively again. It was filled with people. Looking over, a young man stood in the center of the main arena with his hands behind his back. His eyes were very cold. It was Gu Jianchen. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. Today was the day that Gu Jianchen invited Lin Tian to the martial arts practice field. Many Ascension sect disciples came to the martial arts practice field. There were even more people than on the 15th day. It was all because Gu Jianchen wanted to fight Lin Tianyi here. Of these 2 people, one was the first core disciple, and the other had killed Yu Qianling with absolute power not long ago. He didn't even move his feet. The battle between the 2 naturally attracted the attention of many people. Jianchen, that Lin Tian may have killed Yu Qianling, but how can he be your opponent? You've overestimated him. Someone beside the martial arts practice field said. It was the second core disciple, Shi Qiuji. I can't tolerate even a single grain of sand in my eyes. Gu Jianchen sneered, overestimating him? Wrong. I just want to cripple him in front of everyone. I want to let those people see if there's anyone in the Ascension sect who can defeat him. There really is someone who can defeat me. Many Ascension sect disciples around the martial arts practice field trembled when they heard this. They secretly thought that Gu Jianchen was overbearing and vicious. Lin Tian had no enmity with him, but Gu Jianchen wanted to cripple Lin Tian in front of everyone just because someone said that Lin Tian could defeat him. Of course, these people could only think about it in their hearts. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, it was noon. Gu Jianchen stood in the martial arts practice field with his hands behind his back. He had already waited for 6 hours, but Lin Tian still hadn't arrived. This caused Gu Jianchen's eyes to darken. His hands behind his back flashed with a cold sword light. He's probably afraid of fighting and doesn't dare to come. Shi Qiuji shook his head. I told him to fight. How dare he not fight? Gu Jianchen's eyes were cold. Soon, another 6 hours passed. The sun was setting in the west. It was already dusk. Many people around the martial arts practice field looked at each other. Was Lin Tian going to be late again? Just like when he fought with Yu Qianling, at this moment, a young man in embroidered clothes walked over from afar and landed beside Gu Jianhe. It was Gu Jianchen's follower, Luo Changheng. Young Master Gu, that Lin Tian is meditating in the courtyard of the outer sect residence. It seems like. After a pause, Luo Changheng's expression turned slightly ugly. It seems like he doesn't plan on coming. Luo Changheng's voice was very soft, but many people around the martial arts practice field still heard it. They were all shocked and in disbelief. Gu Jianchen had personally challenged Lin Tian to a battle in the martial arts practice field. However, Lin Tian seemed to have completely ignored Gu Jianchen. On the day that was supposed to be a battle, he was actually meditating in his own courtyard? This was a slap to Gu Jianshan's face. You're courting death. Gu Jianshan's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. A chilling aura spread out as he headed straight for the outer sect residence. Many people were shocked as if they knew what was going to happen. Many people hurriedly followed after him. In the outer sect residence, Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged on a green stone in the courtyard. Coincidentally, there was sunlight shining on this place. It was very warm. This was a day of rest. He didn't cultivate and instead meditated leisurely while bathing in the sunlight. It was very peaceful. I'll cultivate in the Immortal Spirit Valley for another 7 days to stabilize my qi and blood to the peak. Then, I'll refine the head-sized lingjing I got from God Burial Mountain. Then, I should be able to reach the 7th celestial layer of the Imperial Sky Realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After cultivating for a while, he stopped meditating. His left leg was bent and his right leg was stretched out. He raised his head and closed his eyes. The sunlight was very warm. Resting in the sunlight like this was a kind of enjoyment. At least, it was much easier than cultivating. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the front. Lin Tian frowned and opened his eyes. Looking around, he saw a group of people walking towards this place. The person at the front was Gu Jianshan. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He still sat on the green stone and didn't get up. He just stared indifferently ahead. Soon, the group of people approached and Gu Jianshan stepped into the courtyard. I asked you to fight. How dare you not go? Staring at Lin Tian, Gu Jianshan's words were cold. He asked Lin Tian to fight in the martial arts field. Lin Tian actually dared to ignore his words. Lin Tian sat on the green stone and stared coldly at Gu Jianshan. Get out. Gu Jianshan's face darkened. You want me to get out? With a boom, an extremely terrifying sword intent surged out. It carried a bone-piercing killing intent, causing everyone to tremble. End of chapter. Gu Jianshan unleashed his sword intent. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine sword. The sword aura he released was extremely terrifying. Facing this aura, many people retreated in horror. This sword intent was too terrifying. It was as if it could tear everything apart. Lin Tian sat on the green stone. His eyes were even colder. I'll say it again. Get out. Immediately. Now. Gu Jianshan's eyes were even colder. The sword light broke through his body and pressed down on Lin Tian. Crack. With a crisp sound, the green stone Lin Tian sat on was shattered. Lin Tian dodged to the side and stood firmly on the ground. His eyes were completely cold as he stared at Gu Jianshan. Boom, in an instant, the small courtyard shook, and the void in all directions distorted. Beams of killing light shot into the sky, and formation patterns filled the sky. This is? It's the same formation that he used against Yu Qianling. There's one here too? Outside the courtyard, everyone's expression changed. Gu Jianshan's eyes were threatening. The sword intent outside his body was even stronger. He stared at Lin Tian. And, today, you can't, clang, poof, the killing light vibrated like a sword and landed on Gu Jianshan's body. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Poof, a ray of light fell from the sky and pierced through Gu Jianshan's right leg. Blood splattered in the air. This? Gu Jianshan is injured. His right leg has been pierced. Outside the courtyard, everyone was shocked. The second core disciple, Shi Qiuji, was shocked. Beside him, Luo Changheng's expression changed drastically. Gu Jianshan had actually been injured, and he was injured in the blink of an eye. Boom, an even more terrifying sword intent surged. Gu Jianshan's face became ferocious. He stared at Lin Tian like a beast. Lin Tian. You. Poof, a dozen rays of sword light flew over and shattered the sword aura outside Gu Jianshan's body. He was sent flying again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. A few months ago, when he left the Ascension Dao sect to train, he had engraved the triangular eternal killing formation around his small courtyard. At this moment, he directly activated the 2 corners of the formation. Instantly, killing light overflowed and shook the heavens. Then, he opened the final corner of the killing formation as well. Even more terrifying killing light surged, covering all directions. At this moment, he stood in the small courtyard like a god. Ah! Gu Jianchen roared as violent killing intent intertwined. Lin Tian had actually injured him several times in a row. Trash that only knows how to shout and shout. Lin Tianling said coldly. These words immediately caused Gu Jianchen's expression to become incomparably ferocious. Lin Tian actually dared to call him trash. What did you say? Staring at Lin Tian, Gu Jianchen gave off an even more ferocious aura. He really did. Seem like a ferocious beast. Get out. Lin Tianling said. With a boom, the void trembled. A majestic killing intent swept out, and with a bang, Gu Jianchen was sent flying dozens of feet away. In the distance, a strange stone tablet shattered. Gu Jianchen was covered in blood. His clothes were torn, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Young Master Gu. Luo Changhen quickly ran over with a face full of shock. The powerful Gu Jianchen, the strongest disciple of the Ascension Dao sect, was injured to such an extent in the blink of an eye. In the surroundings, the other cultivators were all in a daze. Gu Jianchen was domineering. He asked Lin Tian to go to the martial arts practice field to fight, but Lin Tian directly ignored him and did not go. This made Gu Jianchen furious. He directly forced Lin Tian from the martial arts practice field to Lin Tian's residence, wanting to attack Lin Tian. However, the result was that he was sent flying out of the small courtyard by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. He was heavily injured and fell in the distance with blood all over his body. This caused the many disciples of the Ascension Dao sect who had arrived to gasp. Some of them stared at Lin Tian, who was standing in the courtyard, and couldn't help but tremble. This person was so terrifying. In the distance, even the powerful second core disciple Shi Qiuji was shocked. His eyes were filled with shock. Lin Tian. A roar sounded in the distance. Gu Jianchen stood up, his body covered in blood. His face was pale as he stared at Lin Tian ferociously. A sword appeared in his hand. The blade was surrounded by a cold light as he approached the small courtyard step by step. Lin Tian raised his head and looked over. His eyes were cold and ruthless. If you dare to take another step into this courtyard, I'll kill you directly. He said coldly. As if in response to his words, the eternal runes in the surroundings shone brightly. An even more terrifying killing intent surged out. It was as if the killing intent of the Milky Way had fallen from the sky, shattering a large part of the surrounding void. After saying that, he didn't even look at Gu Jianchen. He directly walked back into the house and closed the door with a bang. For a moment, there was only a terrifying killing intent lingering around the courtyard. Gu Jianchen's clothes were tattered. His expression was extremely ugly. He held his cold sword and veins popped out on his forehead. He wanted to rush in, but the killing intent surrounding the courtyard was indeed terrifying. He didn't have the confidence to block it. Let's go. In the end, Gu Jianchen roared and turned to leave. Luo Changhen didn't dare to stay and quickly followed. The second core disciple Shi Qiuji looked at the small courtyard in front of him in shock. In the end, he also left this place. Outside the small courtyard, the crowd was in a daze. Gu Jianchen came domineeringly, but in the end, he left in a sorry state. Too scary. Some people shrank their necks. Soon, the disciples of the Ascension Dao sect who came to this place left one by one. Many people were afraid of making Lin Tian unhappy. After all, last time, there was a crowd that followed Yu Qianling here. This time, there was a crowd that followed Gu Jianchen here. 2 times, so many people gathered in front of the door to watch the show. Any normal person wouldn't be happy. Lin Tian returned to the house. Shuiyu was washing vegetables and preparing to make dinner. Outside, the girl looked out of the house. The movement in the courtyard was so big that it was impossible for the girl not to feel it. It's fine. Lin Tian shook his head, indicating that the girl didn't need to worry. The girl nodded and didn't say anything else. She put her energy into the matter at hand. Dinner was soon ready. After eating, Lin Tian returned to his room and silently cultivated the dragon burial scripture. At this time, the eternal killing array outside the courtyard had calmed down. Lin Tian cultivated the 4 extreme scripture. The night passed quickly. The next morning, he had just walked out of the house to cultivate when Ling Yun jumped over from afar. He excitedly hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. "Kid, I heard that you beat that bastard Gu Jianchen up so badly yesterday?" Although yesterday's matter happened at dusk, it still spread throughout the Ascension Dao sect. Ling Yun naturally knew. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian glanced at him. Ling Yun laughed. "Nothing, I just feel good. That bastard is so overbearing. He really thinks he's the best in the world." Lin Tian curled his lips and didn't say anything. Not long after, Shui walked out of the house. After resting yesterday, it was time to go to the Immortal Spirit Valley to cultivate. "With a beauty, I won't disturb you. I'll go laugh for a while." Ling Yan winked at Lin Tian and ran away. Lin Tian was speechless. He waited until Shui closed the door before walking to the Immortal Spirit Valley. During this process, the two of them walked in the Ascension Dao sect and naturally attracted many shocked gazes. Many people stared at Lin Tian, their eyes full of respect and fear. After killing Yu Chanling a few months ago, Lin Tian showed his power again yesterday. He actually beat the number 1 core disciple so badly that he couldn't resist at all. This made everyone's hearts tremble. Lin Tian naturally didn't care about these gazes. Not long after, he and Shui came to the Immortal Spirit Valley of the Ascension Dao sect. They chose 2 stone rooms near each other and put in a certain amount of level 9 beast cores. Then, they started cultivating together with the girl. This cultivation lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, his essence, qi, and spirit were all at their peak. His cultivation at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Zephyr realm was completely stabilized. A light flashed across his eyes. "I can break through to the 7th heaven of the Zephyr realm." He stood up. Shui was already waiting outside. The two of them walked out of the Immortal Spirit Valley and quickly returned to the outer sect residence. Not long after, night fell and the world darkened again. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the room. A faint silver light flickered on the surface of his body. Buzz. The silver light flickered like starlight. After about 10 breaths, Lin Tian's aura became extremely condensed. His essence, qi, and spirit were at their peak. There was a kind of full state. It was like a pool that was completely filled with water and couldn't be filled anymore. At this time, Lin Tian took a deep breath and took out a piece of lingjing the size of a human head. He put the piece of lingjing between his legs. Then, the meridians of the 4 extremities circulated even faster. Buzz. Suddenly, the rich spirit qi in the lingjing rolled and surged into his body. When he was at the 5th heaven of the Zephyr realm, he used a piece of lingjing the size of a human head to reach the 6th heaven of the Zephyr realm. However, to reach the 7th heaven of the Zephyr realm from the 6th heaven of the Zephyr realm, 1 piece of lingjing the size of a human head was not enough. He would need at least 20 pieces of lingjing the size of a human head to do it. Therefore, even though he reached the peak of the 6th heaven of the Zephyr realm in the God Burial Mountain, he didn't immediately refine this piece of lingjing. Instead, he consolidated his cultivation and stabilized his qi and blood. It took him more than half a month to refine this piece of lingjing and reach the 7th heaven of the Zephyr realm. Buzz. He sat cross-legged and circulated the meridians of the 4 extremities over and over again. The spirit qi in the lingjing jumped like a small stream and was crazily absorbed into his body. At the same time, he immersed his consciousness in his body and guided the spirit qi into his true essence. He seriously refined his true essence and erased the impurities in his true essence. Silver light intertwined around him. Soon, 6 hours passed. After 6 hours, the lingjing that was the size of a human head had shrunk to the size of a baby's fist. It was also at this time that a strong force rushed out of Lin Tian's body. It was as if a door had been knocked open by something. 7th heaven of the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared. He clenched his fist slightly. He could clearly feel that his true essence had become denser. His qi and blood had also become stronger. His strength had greatly improved compared to 6 hours ago. He clenched his fist again. He found that the strength of his physique still did not have any obvious changes. Perhaps there was some improvement, but the improvement was very small. It was almost negligible. It seems that only by reaching the immortal realm can the strength of the physical body be greatly improved. Shaking his head, Lin Tian loosened his fist and closed his eyes. The four extremes meridians began to circulate again. At this time, Ling Jing still had some left. With the help of the spiritual energy, he began to consolidate his cultivation of the 7th level of the Zephyr realm. Buzz. A faint halo lingered around his body. Only after another 2 hours had passed did he finally stop. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the aura on his body had also stabilized. He walked out of the room and faced the morning sun, breathing in and out, looking refreshed. Very quickly, an hour passed. After an hour, he stopped breathing and said goodbye to Shui, then walked out of the courtyard and walked around the Ascension sect. He had just stepped into the 7th level of the Zephyr realm, so he did not plan to immediately immerse himself in cultivation. He was going to relax a little. Quick! Use this last period of time to increase my strength. Strive to improve my strength in half a month. This time, I must enter the inner sect. In front, a few disciples were rushing towards the immortal Spirit Valley. In other places, there were also many disciples running towards the immortal Spirit Valley. Lin Tian's expression was slightly strange. It seemed that the disciples of the Ascension sect had become more hardworking. Moreover, the entire Ascension sect was much noisier than usual. Kid, which junior sister are you peeping at? No, you just came here not long ago. Which senior sister are you peeping at? A figure jumped over. Lin Tian did not even need to think to know who it was. Other than that pervert Ling Yun, who else would say such vulgar words? Did anything special happen in the Ascension sect recently? It seems to be a little different from the usual Ascension sect. He asked. Ling Yun hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. Hearing this, he was stunned. Then, he said, it's about the sect tournament. Sect tournament? Lin Tianyi was stunned. In the past, when he was in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy, there was a tournament. Did the Ascension sect have a similar tournament? Ling Yun nodded and said, in another half a month's time, there will be a big competition organized by the sect regularly. The promotion of outer sect disciples to inner sect disciples to successor disciples to core disciples, as well as the ranking battles between disciples of various levels will be organized by the sect in half a month's time. This big competition is held once a year. Ling Yin explained. The disciples of the Ascension Dao sect were divided into 4 levels from the lowest to the highest. They were the outer sect disciples, the inner sect disciples, the core disciples, and the core disciples. The rules for promotion were very simple and primitive. They were free to challenge. If an outer sect disciple wanted to become an inner sect disciple, they had to challenge any of the current inner sect disciples. If they won, they would be promoted to inner sect disciple. As for the defeated inner sect disciple, they would automatically be demoted to outer sect disciple and would not be allowed to challenge anyone for 3 months. Similarly, if an inner disciple wanted to become a true disciple, they would have to challenge any of the true disciples. If they won, they would become a true disciple. If they lost, they would become an inner disciple. If a true disciple wanted to become a core disciple, they would have to challenge any of the current core disciples. If they won, they would become a core disciple. In fact, the challenge can be carried out at any time. It doesn't have to be at the sect competition. It's just that the sect competition that is held once a year is the most lively and has the most challengers. It can be considered one of the most important events of the Ascension Dao sect every year. Moreover, the sect master and the various elders will personally attend the sect competition every year. This naturally causes many disciples of the Ascension Dao sect to be very active. They want to show off their strength in front of the sect master and the various elders. After all, if they can be recognized by an elder and be accepted as a disciple, there will be many benefits. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian nodded. Suddenly, she was curious and asked, why don't you say that you were recognized by the sect master and were accepted as a disciple? No matter what, the sect master's status is much higher than the elders. Wouldn't there be more benefits if you were recognized by the sect master? The probability is infinitely close to 0, so it's automatically ignored. Ling Yan shrugged and said, however, speaking of which, our sect master is quite mysterious. Every time he appears, his face is covered by a hazy fog of light. Ordinary immortal realm experts can't see through it. No one in this generation of Ascension Dao sect disciples has seen the sect master's true appearance. Why is that? Lin Tian was curious. Who knows? How can we guess the thoughts of a big shot? Ling Yan spread out his hands and said, in addition, the sect competition this time is very special. There's a very important matter that needs to be determined during this competition. What is it? To determine the holy son of the Ascension Dao sect for this generation. Ling Yan said seriously. Oh. Lin Tian nodded and looked ahead. Oh? Ling Yan stared, that's it? What else? Brother, my dear brother. Do you really not understand what I'm trying to say? This generation's holy son can be said to be Gu Jianchen. You brat, you treated him so well a while ago. He will definitely remember you. Ling Yan was a little speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, think about it. If that bastard really becomes the holy son of the Ascension Dao sect, will you still have a good life in the Ascension Dao sect? Lin Tian didn't care at all. He looked at Ling Yan and said with a smile, do I look like someone who's easy to bully? You don't. Ling Yan shook his head. He felt that Lin Tian was a scammer. Then it's fine. Lin Tian Andao. It was fine if Gu Jianchen knew his place, but if he didn't, he could make him die a horrible death. Ling Yan shrugged. Since Lin Tian was so calm, what else could he say? By the way, do you want to challenge the core disciples this time? Lin Tian asked casually. Although Ling Yan usually looked a little frivolous, his strength was very strong, especially that sword Dao remarkable ability. He felt that it was not simple. Although Ling Yan was only at the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm, his combat strength should not be inferior to an ordinary first heaven of the connecting immortal realm expert. Challenging the last person of the core disciples, the chances of winning should be very high. No, it's boring. Ling Yan shook his head and hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. What about you? Why don't you challenge the core disciples? The sect competition has no limit to the level of challenges. Outer sect disciples can challenge core disciples directly. Lin Tian shook his head. Same, boring. Ling Yan thought for a moment and said, then let's challenge the elite disciples. In the future, the two of us will become elite disciples together and stand shoulder to shoulder. We'll be known as the twin geniuses of the Ascension Dao sect. As he spoke, this fellow looked up into the sky with an intoxicated expression. Lin Tian. Finally, he nodded. Originally, he did not intend to participate in the challenge. What he pursued was powerful strength. It did not matter if he was only an outer sect disciple. However, since Ling Yan had said so, he naturally would not refuse. Who do you want to challenge? Let me introduce you to all the core disciples of the Ascension Dao sect. Ling Yan said. Before the sect competition, usually, disciples who wanted to be promoted would collect information on the higher level disciples. For example, if an outer sect disciple wanted to be promoted to an inner sect disciple, he would collect information on all the inner sect disciples in advance and find the easiest person to defeat to challenge. Although Ling Yan knew that Lin Tian was very strong, there should not be any core disciples today. Someone was Lin Tian's opponent, but there was no harm in letting Lin Tian know more. No need, I already have a candidate. Lin Tian Andao. Already? Which core disciple do you want to challenge? Ling Yan was curious, but he quickly understood and could not help but laugh. That guy should be thinking of competing for the #1 core disciple this time. Unfortunately, he has to return to the outer sect. Cultivation was always boring. In the following days, Lin Tian did not go to the Immortal Spirit Valley again. Instead, he cultivated in the house. Previously, when he went to the Immortal Spirit Valley, it was to stabilize his cultivation base at the peak of the 6th level of the Zephyr realm, to stabilize his chi and blood, so that he could better break through to the 7th level of the Zephyr realm. Now that he had reached the 7th level of the Zephyr realm, it was meaningless to go to the Immortal Spirit Valley again. Of course, Shuiyi did not go. Lin Tian gave Shuiyi 2 fist-sized lingjing fruits in the stone ring. For Shui's current cultivation, 2 fist-sized Lingjing fruits were enough to raise his cultivation by 3 small realms. At the same time, he gave the last fruit to the young girl and told her to eat it after reaching the spiritual sea realm. Time passed day by day. Lin Tianyi guided Shui's cultivation while he consolidated and refined his cultivation. At the same time, he comprehended the dragon burial scripture. As time passed and he cultivated every day, his mastery of the dragon burial scripture improved greatly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After half a month, the Ascension Dao sect was in an uproar. In the sect, many disciples were clenching their fists as if they were anticipating something and encouraging themselves. On this day, the martial arts practice field was full of people. More than 90% of the Ascension Dao sect's disciples were there. Because the martial arts practice field of the Ascension Dao sect was very big, there were heads everywhere. On the east side of the martial arts practice field, there was a high platform with a row of stone seats. Sect leader, great elder, and some other important figures of the sect will be watching the battle from that high platform. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian nodded and did not say anything. He and Ling Yin came to the martial arts practice field and stood in a corner. This time, I must enter the inner sect. I must. True teachings. I can do it. Around them, many Ascension Dao sect's disciples were whispering. Many of their eyes were shining. The huge martial arts practice field was very noisy. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Suddenly, the noisy martial arts practice field quietened down. On the high platform on the east side of the martial arts practice field, there were 3 figures. The person on the left was wearing a blue robe. He was the first ordinary elder of the Ascension Dao sect. On the right was an old man in a purple robe. His aura was as deep as the abyss. In the middle was a figure in a white robe. His face was covered by a faint fog. The person on the left is the first ordinary elder. He is called the Great Elder. You have seen him before. The person on the right is the reclusive elderly Danyan. He is Gu Jianshan's master. He is here to see Gu Jianshan become the saint. Ling Yin said, as for the person in the middle with a hazy fog, you should be able to guess without me saying. He is the sect leader of the Ascension Dao sect. Lin Tian glanced at the blue-robed Great Elder and the reclusive elderly Danyan. Then, his gaze landed on the Ascension Dao sect leader. His eyes were shining. He wanted to see through the hazy fog on the Ascension Dao sect leader's face. Unfortunately, it was useless. However, even so, he had a strange feeling in his heart. He frowned slightly and said, there is a familiar aura. P.S. Dear brothers and sisters, please give me a few monthly votes. Awoo. Then, I will try my best to write the 5th update, end of chapter. Sensing a familiar aura, Lin Tian tried to recall but couldn't remember where he had sensed it before. Most importantly, this familiar aura was too weak and blurry. It gave him a vague feeling as though it was air. Although he could feel its existence, he couldn't grasp it no matter how hard he tried. This made Lin Tian frown as he stared at the stage. In front of him, the Ascension sect leader seemed to have sensed something. He tilted his head and looked over. His gaze landed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian was shocked. In a blur, he seemed to have seen the Ascension sect leader curl his lips and smile at him. He knows me? Lin Tian was shocked. On the stage, the Ascension sect leader turned his head and looked at the training field. At this moment, the grand competition of the sect had officially begun. A few ordinary elders were in charge and the disciples were in an uproar. Lin Tian frowned as he stared at the Ascension sect leader on the stage. His eyes shone brightly. He wanted to see through the hazy fog on the Ascension sect leader's face. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see through it. If I had cultivated the illusionary eyes, I would be able to see clearly now. He muttered to himself. He was really curious about the Ascension sect leader. Kid, what are you muttering about? Ling Yan's name was Lin Tian. Lin Tian came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing. Oh yes, what's the specific process of the grand competition? He looked in front of him. There were already a few disciples who had gone up to different arenas and were challenging some of the inner disciples. The first round is to challenge the inner disciples, the second round is to challenge the true disciples, the third round is to challenge the core disciples, the fourth round is to rank the outer disciples, the fifth round is to rank the inner disciples, the sixth round is to rank the true disciples, and the seventh round is to rank the core disciples. The seventh round is to challenge the core disciples. The seventh round is to challenge the core disciples. The seventh round is to challenge the core disciples. Ling Yun continued. Lin Tian nodded. The first 7 rounds were easy to understand. Moreover, the distribution was very reasonable. As for the successor of the saint, it was probably just another great battle between the core disciples. Boom, on the various arenas, pairs of disciples were competing against each other. Powerful energy fluctuations swept out in waves. This was the first round of the Inner Disciple Challenge. Of course, the challengers could only be outer disciples. I challenge Inner Disciple Lu Yan. I challenge Inner Disciple Wang Youhao. I challenge Inner Court Disciple Mu Qinghong. I challenge Inner Disciple He Ji. I challenge Inner Disciple Zhao Yixing. Voices sounded one after another. Those who were being challenged, step onto the stage. An elder in charge of the abbot said. A few figures walked out from the group of inner disciples. Their expressions were very ugly. The grand competition of the sect was fair and just. Once one was challenged, it meant that one's strength was very weak compared to other disciples of the same level. As such, how could the person who was challenged be happy? Soon after, the battle began. Tyrannical fluctuations spread out again. Lin Tian looked at the several outer sect disciples who had challenged him. They fought against their opponents, but in the end, none of them won. Inner disciples are all very strong. If an outer disciple wants to defeat an inner disciple, it is naturally not a simple matter. Ling Yun said. That's right. Lin Tian nodded his head. Among the outer sect disciples, many of them were cultivating diligently. They felt that they were constantly getting stronger and were very confident. This was a good thing. However, to be able to become an inner court disciple, which one of them was a simple person? It was indeed very difficult to defeat them successfully. Of course, it was difficult. However, there were still some people who succeeded every year and were promoted from outer sect disciple to inner sect disciple. It was extremely glorious. As for the inner sect disciples who were defeated, they could only dejectedly return from inner sect disciple to outer sect disciple. Outer sect disciple Si Yuanwu has failed his challenge. He is not allowed to issue any challenges in any form for the next 3 months. Outer sect disciple Mao Xingqing has failed his challenge. He is not allowed to issue any challenges in any form for the next 3 months. Outer sect disciple Zi has failed his challenge. He is not allowed to issue any challenges in any form for the next 3 months. Outer sect disciple Gong Xiangyang has failed his challenge. He is not allowed to issue any challenges in any form for the next 3 months. Outer sect disciple Heng Feibai has succeeded his challenge. He is promoted to inner sect disciple. Inner sect disciple who has failed his challenge will be returned to outer sect disciple. He is not allowed to issue any challenges in any form for the next 3 months. An elder announced the results of each challenge. Instantly, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar again. The first round of challenges continued. Close to 100 rings were carried out at the same time. Very quickly, an hour had passed. The first round of the sect grand competition every year is the most time-consuming round. When it comes to the next few rounds, the number of challengers will gradually decrease. After all, in the last few rounds, the people who are challenged will be direct disciples and core disciples. As their strength gets stronger, the number of people who have the ability to issue challenges will naturally decrease. The time spent will also decrease. Ling Yun said. Lin Tian nodded. This logic was naturally very easy to understand. Very quickly, the number of challengers on the martial arts practice field decreased. Only after another 15 minutes did the first round of the competition end. The second round, challenge the direct disciples. An elder shouted. After the second round began, there were naturally people who issued challenges. Of course, the number of challengers was much, much less than the first round. I challenge Jing Yong. I challenge Yu Xinghua. I challenge Su Yu. A few voices rang out as they ascended the rings one by one. Almost at the same time, among the direct disciples, a few cold snorts rang out. The people who were called did not even wait for the elder in charge to speak. They flashed to the rings where their challengers were at. Immediately, without even waiting for the elder to speak, the battle began. In just a few dozen breaths, all the challengers who issued challenges were defeated. This undoubtedly caused many people to inhale a breath of cold air. Ling Yan shook his head and said to Lin Tiandao, "All the direct disciples are in the flight realm. How can they be so easy to challenge? Inner sect disciple Zhou Xueming has failed his challenge. He is not allowed to issue any challenges in any form within 3 months. Inner sect disciple Shi has failed his challenge. He is not allowed to issue any challenges in any form within 3 months. Inner sect disciple Chang Yueza has failed his challenge. He is not allowed to issue any challenges in any form within 3 months." The elder in charge announced the results of the battle. For a moment, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Zhou Xueming, Shi Yi, Chang Yueza. These 3 people are the top 3 among the inner disciples. Moreover, the direct disciples who challenged them are the weakest among the direct disciples. Yet, they all failed. This generation of direct disciples is very strong. I can see it. Many people whispered. For a moment, the martial arts practice field was not as noisy as before. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? The elder in charge asked. Facing this elder, no one in the martial arts practice field dared to step forward. What a joke. The 3 strongest direct disciples had all failed their challenge. Who would still challenge? It was purely looking for trouble. In the direct disciples area, many people sneered. Were they so easy to challenge? Luo Changhen stood at the front of the group of direct disciples and coldly swept his gaze over Ling Yun. There should be no one participating in the second round of direct disciple competition. He also admitted that he did not have the strength to challenge the core disciples. Now, he could only wait for the direct disciple ranking battle. Staring at Ling Yun, a sinister light flickered in his eyes. Before this, Ling Yun had mocked him by calling him a dog. This time around, he wanted to obtain first place in the core disciple ranking competition and ruthlessly humiliate Ling Yun. Ling Yun naturally noticed Luo Changhen's gaze. Seeing the sinister look in the other party's eyes, Ling Yun curled his lips in disdain. It seems that you are also a troublemaker. Lin Tiandao. Ling Yun was unhappy. Kid, where's your conscience? I spoke up for you before. I know. Lin Tiandao said, speaking of which, when I first arrived at the Ascension sect, I heard some people in the Immortal Spirit Valley say that you are vaguely the first direct disciple. Then, some time ago, Luo Changhen said that not long later, the first direct disciple would be his. At that time, he was interrupted by Gu Jianchen. However, it seemed that he wanted to say that he would be the first direct disciple. I was a little confused when I heard that. You have not confirmed the first direct disciple? He was indeed a little curious. The first direct disciple was not confirmed. Ling Yan curled his lips and said, yes, that person is at the peak of the Zephyr 9th layer and is very strong. However, about 2 months before you came to the Ascension sect, you accidentally lost your life outside. Therefore, the first place was naturally gone. Coincidentally, you were previously ranked second, so people said that you are vaguely the first direct disciple. Then, what was Luo Changhen's rank before? Ranked third. Ling Yan said, excluding others, his battle strength is not much worse than mine. Back then, I only lost in 1 move. Lin Tiandao nodded. In that case, Luo Changhen was indeed not weak. It seems that he wants to compete with you for the first place this time. Lin Tiandao said. Who cares about him? What's the use of being first? There is no beautiful little junior sister as a reward. It is just a ranking. At most, the sect will reward me with some baodan and precious weapons. I don't care. Ling Yan curled his lips and said, however, that stupid bird's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness when he looked at me. It is a little unpleasant. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Very soon, he will be even more unhappy. I will leave it to you. Don't be polite, just beat him up and send him flying. Ling Yan said. Previously, he asked Lin Tian to challenge the core disciples. Lin Tian said that it was not interesting. Then, he asked Lin Tian to challenge the direct disciples. Lin Tian agreed and said that he already had a candidate to challenge. At that time, he was just a little stunned and understood who Lin Tian wanted to challenge. Of course, it was Luo Changhen, who was beside Gu Jianchen. Therefore, when Lin Tian said that Luo Changhen would be even more unhappy, he knew very well what Lin Tian meant. He was not surprised or puzzled at all because he knew what Lin Tian wanted to do. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? In front, the elder in charge of the grand competition spoke again. After waiting for 2 breaths, he shook his head and said, "Now, the third, wait." A voice was heard. Lin Tian rose into the air and casually landed on an arena. Outer disciple Lin Tian challenges Luo Changhen. P.S. 5th update. I hope you enjoy watching. I will continue tomorrow. Also, thank you to Lemon Chichi for your support of 10,000. Thank you. Facing everyone, Lin Tian stepped onto an arena, appearing very calm. On the other hand, the rest of the people in the arena were shocked. Outer disciple Lin Tian? It's Lin Tian who killed Yu Qianling. He wants to challenge Luo Changhen? Many people were shocked. Lin Tian was undoubtedly the most interesting person in the Ascension Dao sect recently. He killed Yu Qianling's brother not long after he came to the Ascension Dao sect. Then, he killed Yu Qianling without hesitation. Not long ago, he even beat up the number 1 core disciple, Gu Jianchen, in his own courtyard. Now, Lin Tian wanted to challenge Luo Changhen. He wanted to challenge a true disciple from the outer sect. In the distance, the Ascension Dao sect master stared at the arena. Under the hazy light, the corners of his mouth seemed to be curling up. Luo Changhen stood at the front of the true disciples. His expression was ugly. Lin Tian wanted to challenge him. He was one of the top few true disciples, Lin Tian. Lin Tian wanted to challenge him as an outer disciple. Moreover, he had seen how terrifying Lin Tian was some time ago. He had even injured Gu Jianchen. Even though he relied on the killing formation, he was still wary of Lin Tian. Now that he was challenged by Lin Tian, he was both angry and fearful. True disciple, Luo Changhen, go up to the arena. The elder's voice sounded. Luo Changhen had no choice. He gritted his teeth and went up to the arena where Lin Tian was. He clenched his fists and stared at Lin Tian. Begin. The elder said. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Ling Yin said from the crowd, "Little Luo, go play in the outer sect." Ling Yin stared at Luo Changhen and waved goodbye. Luo Changhen's face turned cold. He looked at Ling Yin viciously and activated his true origin. He took out a sword and stared at Lin Tian Dao. You killed Yu Qianling and forced young Master Gu away. You only relied on the killing formation. Clang, the sound of the sword rang out. Lin Tian didn't say a word. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out a large sword of light. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sword of light closed in, shattering Luo Changhen's supreme treasure and landing on his chest. Pooh! Luo Changhen coughed out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. With a loud thud, he landed below the stage. Instantly, the crowd's expression changed. That Luo Changhen, the 9 heavens levitating technique, was actually knocked off the stage with a single strike? Oh my god! Someone gasped. In this place, everyone was shocked, their eyes wide open. These people knew that Lin Tian was very terrifying and could not be measured by the combat strength of an outer disciple, but they did not expect him to be so strong that he could send Luo Changhen flying with just one sword. In the true disciple area, the other true disciples felt a chill down their spines. They were all glad that Lin Tian did not challenge them. For a time, the elder in charge of the grand competition was shocked. It was not until 3 breaths later that he regained his senses and announced loudly, "Outer disciple Lin Tian has succeeded in the challenge and is promoted to a true disciple. True disciple Luo Changhen has been defeated and will return to the outer sect. Within 3 months, he is not allowed to issue any challenges in any form." Below the stage, Luo Changhen's clothes were stained with blood, and his mouth was also bleeding. He was in a sorry state, and his face was extremely pale. Just a moment ago, he wanted to show off his prowess in the ranking battle of the true disciples and win first place to humiliate Ling Yun. However, in the blink of an eye, he was challenged by Lin Tian and was knocked off the stage. Now, he was the most ordinary and lowest outer disciple. Even though he could rely on his own strength to become a true disciple again 3 months from now, these 3 months would undoubtedly cause him to become the laughingstock of the Ascension Dao sect. The number 3 true disciple had been directly reduced to an outer court disciple. Little Luo, calm down. You must not be anxious. It's only 3 months of being an outer court disciple. Just take it as reliving the path you've taken. Remember, calm down, calm down. You must not be anxious, or you'll vomit blood. Ling Yan's voice sounded out at the right time. You. Luo Changhen's face was livid while his body trembled. In the next moment, he was anxious, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence before fainting. Alas, look, I've already reminded you. How could you be so careless? How could you be so careless? Ling Yan sighed. All the Ascension sect disciples in the surroundings felt a chill run down their spines, and they said in their hearts, this fellow is really evil. He absolutely did it on purpose. Even the elder in charge of the grand competition was slightly speechless, and he ordered someone to carry Luo Changhen away to treat his injuries. Lin Tian walked down from the arena and arrived by Ling Yan's side. Does it feel good? He asked. I sent him flying with a sword. It feels good. Ling Yan laughed and said, however, it's a pity that bastard Gu Jianchen didn't come. If he saw his follower being sent flying with a sword, that bastard's expression would definitely be extremely good. Lin Tian looked towards the core disciples area. Gu Jianchen was indeed not there, which made him feel a little strange. The next round of the grand competition was to challenge the core disciples, and as a core disciple, Gu Jianchen should have arrived early. As if he knew what Lin Tian was thinking, Ling Yan said, that bastard is extremely arrogant and conceited. He must have thought that no one would dare to challenge him, so he came late to show off his nobility and strength. However, in reality, no one would dare to challenge him. In terms of true combat strength, he is indeed the strongest in the Ascension sect. No one would be foolish enough to seek trouble. As he spoke, Ling Yan suddenly tilted his head and pouted. I was just talking about that bastard, and he's here. Lin Tian raised his head and looked in that direction. He saw a figure descending from the sky in the core disciples area. It was Gu Jianchen. Compared to before, Gu Jianchen had changed into a purple gold robe today, which gave him a sense of majesty. A purple gold robe. Does he think that he will definitely become the holy son of the Ascension sect in the future? Ling Yan narrowed his eyes. Idiot. Lin Tian laughed. In the core disciples area, Gu Jianchen looked towards Lin Tian with a cold gaze. He knew that Lin Tianyi had sent Luo Changhen off the stage with a sword, causing Luo Changhen to fall from the third direct disciple to the lowest outer disciple. He stared at Lin Tian with a murderous gaze. Luo Changhen was his follower, and Lin Tian had slapped him in the face again, as if he felt the murderous intent from Gu Jianchen. Lin Tian raised his head and looked over. His lips moved slightly. Idiot, trash. He did not make a sound and only moved his lips. However, Gu Jianchen could undoubtedly read his lips. Suddenly, Gu Jianchen's face became even gloomier. His eyes were filled with gloom as a terrifying chill spread out. This chill was so terrifying that it caused many disciples to tremble. Someone stared at Gu Jianchen before following Gu Jianchen's gaze and landing on Lin Tian. Lin Tian sent Luo Changhen off the stage with a sword. Luo Changhen is Gu Jianchen's follower. This is equivalent to indirectly slapping Gu Jianchen's face. Gu Jianchen is obviously angry. Indirectly slapping his face? Previously, he had already slapped his face directly and was severely injured. What's an indirect slap to his face? At that time, he seemed to have relied on the power of the killing formation. In terms of true strength, Lin Tian should be no match for Gu Jianchen. It doesn't matter what he relied on. What's important is that he has indeed slapped Gu Jianchen's face. Speaking of which, how can Lin Tian have such a terrifying killing formation? Is he a powerful array manipulator? Many disciples were discussing. On the high platform, the reclusive elder followed Gu Jianquan's gaze and looked at Lin Tian. His eyes narrowed slightly. Beside him, the Ascension sect master looked very calm and did not have any reaction. However, in the next moment, the Ascension sect master suddenly raised his head and looked outside the Ascension sect. Boom! Outside the Ascension sect, a powerful divine power fluctuation surged as a figure stepped through the void and walked over. The phaseless immortal sect is here to pay a visit to the Ascension sect. May I? The sound wave covered the sky and the earth. It immediately reverberated throughout the Ascension Dao sect's martial arts practice field. Moreover, even though the person who spoke was asking if it was possible, he did not stop at all. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures walked into the Ascension Dao sect. Instantly, everyone in the Ascension sect martial arts practice field had a change of expression. The phaseless immortal sect was here to pay a visit to the Ascension sect? That was one of the 6 major immortal sects. This, for a moment, everyone was stunned. What are they doing? Ling Yan was surprised. The 6 major immortal sects were far more powerful than the 12 Dao sects. As one of the 6 major immortal sects, the phaseless immortal sect was here to pay a visit to the Ascension sect. Lin Tian also had a strange expression as he looked up at the 3 people in the sky. Then, his eyes narrowed. So powerful. These 3 people all had powerful auras. They seemed to be at the peak of the connecting immortal realm, especially the middle-aged man in the middle. Although he had a faint smile on his face, he gave people a feeling that he could swallow mountains and rivers. There was also a hint of coldness. The coldness on Gu Jianquan's body dissipated as he looked at the sky with a frown. In the distance, on the high platform, the blue-robed elder and the reclusive elder also frowned slightly and stood up. In front of them, the 3 people walked over and went directly to the high platform. The middle-aged man in the middle said, I happened to pass by this place and heard that the Ascension sect, which was once the leader of the 12 Dao sects, is holding a sect competition. Moreover, a saint will be chosen, so I couldn't help but come and take a look. Fellow Ascension sect master, you won't blame me, right? It is an honor for the sect master of the formless immortal sect to come to my Ascension sect as a guest. How would I dare to blame you? The Ascension sect master's face was still hazy as he looked at the middle-aged man and said, however, my Ascension sect is small and can't compare to the formless immortal sect. Today, the formless sect master has personally come to the Ascension sect. Aren't you afraid that it will damage your status? What? It's the sect master of the formless immortal sect? The surrounding crowd was shocked. The formless immortal sect's visit to the Ascension Dao sect had already shocked everyone. Now, hearing the words of the Ascension sect master, the disciples of the Ascension Dao sect were even more shocked. Among the 3 people who came, there was actually the master of the formless immortal sect? Even Lin Tian frowned. The master of the formless immortal sect had actually come personally. On the high platform, the formless sect master smiled faintly. Since fellow Ascension sect master is honored, there is no need to consider anything else. Just accept this honor. With that, the formless sect master opened his mouth again and said with narrowed eyes, on the other hand, fellow Ascension sect master, my formless immortal sect has come to visit the Ascension Dao sect. As the sect master, it's not appropriate for you to only use your divine sense to welcome us, right? Lin Tian was shocked when he heard that. The Ascension sect master on the high platform was just a divine consciousness incarnation? He naturally knew about the divine consciousness incarnation. When he was in the first heaven, the Violet Fairy had used such a technique. When he was in the second heaven, the Sun Physique had also used a divine consciousness incarnation to kill him. This kind of divine consciousness incarnation mainly relied on comprehension. An ordinary immortal ascension cultivator would definitely not be able to cultivate it. He did not expect the Ascension sect master on the high platform to be just a divine consciousness incarnation. At the same time, not only him, but the other Ascension Dao sect disciples were also shocked. This sect master, has he always appeared as a divine consciousness incarnation? I didn't feel it at all. Many people were shocked. In an instant, everyone on the training field was stunned as they looked at the Ascension sect master on the high platform. However, the blue-robed great elder and the secluded elder were not surprised. It was as if they already knew about this. As expected of the phaseless immortal sect master. You have good eyesight. The Ascension sect master smiled. In the next moment, the Ascension sect master on the high platform dissipated and turned into a ray of divine light that shot into the distance. Then, almost at the same time, a middle-aged man walked over from afar. His hair was a little messy. Senior Guardian? Lin Tian's expression changed. Beside him, Ling Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. The middle-aged man who walked over was the guardian of the profound God Pavilion. He walked up the high platform step by step. His actions, coupled with the disappearance of the Ascension sect master, made many people's expressions change. This beggar-like guardian, could it be, how is that possible? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Many people were shocked. At the same time, the blue-robed great elder and the secluded elder on the high platform bowed slightly to the middle-aged guardian. In the training field, all the elders of the Ascension Dao sect bowed. Sect master. In an instant, many elders called out in unison. Their brows were filled with respect. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. It's really the sect master? Sect master. Sect master, why is he guarding the profound God Pavilion? This, many people couldn't help but tremble. Although many people had vaguely guessed the identity of the middle-aged man when he walked over, they were still shocked when they saw the group of elders salute him and call out the two words sect master. It was actually the sect master. There were many disciples of the Ascension Dao sect, and almost all of them had been to the profound divine pavilion. Many of them had secretly mocked the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion and pointed at him behind his back. At this moment, all of them felt a chill run down their spines. The person who was once mocked for being dirty, smelly, and even a little sloppy was actually the master of the Ascension Dao sect. Little brat, you have a discerning eye. Ling Yan's eyes widened as he recalled the first time Lin Tian went to the Yunshan pavilion and saw a middle-aged man. Ling Yan suddenly felt that Lin Tian was too amazing. In other words, his luck was simply too good. Although Lin Tian had previously guessed the identity of the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion, he was still shocked when he heard the two words sect master from the elders. He finally understood why he had felt a vague familiar aura from the sect master when he first arrived at the martial arts practice field. That familiar aura actually came from the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion. The middle-aged man guarding the pavilion was the sect master of the Ascension Dao sect. At the same time, he also finally understood why the great elder stood out to stop Yu Qianling when he went to his residence to find trouble with him. He even said that it was the sect master's order. It turned out that the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion was the sect master of the Ascension Dao sect. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, sect master. Waves of voices rang out. On the huge martial arts practice field, all of the disciples of the Ascension Dao sect paid their respects. Lin Tian and Ling Yun were naturally no exception. They bowed seriously and paid their respects. Rise. The sect master of the Ascension Dao sect raised his hand slightly and walked up the high platform step by step. He stood in front of sect master Wu Xiang and stared at him indifferently. For a moment, the surroundings seemed to be very quiet. There was complete silence. Sect master Wu Xiang wore a purple robe and his build was similar to the sect master of the Ascension Dao sect. He sized up the sect master of the Ascension Dao sect and said with a smile, "Fellow sect master of the Ascension Dao sect, as the sect master of the Ascension Dao sect, your attire doesn't seem very dignified. You and I are both cultivators. Why are you so bothered?" Sect master Wu Xiang, since you want to watch the grand competition of the Ascension Dao sect, please take a seat. The sect master of the Ascension Dao sect said indifferently. As he spoke, the sect master of the Ascension Dao sect sat down on the high platform. A dim light flashed across sect master Wu Xiang's eyes. He then smiled and sat down beside the sect master of the Ascension Dao sect. Continue. The sect master of the Ascension Dao sect said. In the martial arts practice field, the elder in charge of the grand competition bowed and nodded. He then announced the start of the third round of the grand competition. The third round of the grand competition was to challenge the core disciples. Amongst the successor disciples, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. No one thought that they had the strength to challenge a core disciple, let alone an inner disciple or an outer disciple. No one would dare to challenge them. Moreover, at this time many people were intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards the high platform. This was because the Ascension sect master that had appeared before was actually just a wisp of divine sense. Now, his true body was sitting there, and it was actually the middle-aged man who was guarding the pavilion. Furthermore, at this time, beside the Ascension sect master sat the sect master of the Formless Immortal sect. Lin Tian frowned. He felt that the arrival of the Formless Immortal sect was a little strange, and the attitude of the Ascension sect master was also very strange. What's going on? He whispered to himself. He did not believe that the Formless Immortal sect and the others had really coincidentally passed by the Ascension Dao sect, and coincidentally discovered that the Ascension Dao sect was holding a sect competition to choose the Holy Son of this generation. That was why they had entered the Ascension Dao sect to take a look. Just think about it, would the master of the Formless Immortal sect just happen to pass by the Ascension sect at this time? Even if he really passed by outside, with the status of the Formless Immortal sect and the status of the sect master of the Formless Immortal sect, would he care about the Ascension Dao sect? Kid, you also feel that it's strange? Ling Yun whispered. It's something that anyone can sense, right? Lin Tian was speechless. Ling Yun nodded, glanced at the high platform, and said, I feel that the senior guarding the pavilion, cough cough, I'm wrong. I feel that the sect master seems to know the master of the Formless Immortal sect, and his attitude towards the master of the Formless Immortal sect is a little strange. At this moment, a voice sounded out from the front. The elder in charge of the grand competition announced the start of the fourth round of the grand competition. The fourth round of the grand competition, the outer court disciple ranking battle. Let's watch the sect competition first. Let's not care about anything else. Lin Tian said. At this time, he didn't think about the matter of the Formless Immortal sect coming here, and there was no point. Ling Yun nodded. Looking at the outer court disciples who had ascended the stage to participate in the ranking battle, he couldn't help but laugh softly. Sad little Luo Luo, not only did he fall from the third true disciple to an outer court disciple, he even fainted now, and can't even participate in the ranking battle. He will definitely be ranked at the bottom of the outer court disciples. Uncle Ling really feels sorry for him. So, you purposely made him faint not only to vent your anger at that time and embarrass him, but also so that he wouldn't be able to participate in the ranking battle of the outer court disciples in the future, and thus be ranked at the bottom of the outer court disciples? Lin Tian glanced at this perverted thief. Ling Yan had a bashful look on his face. Look at what you're saying, is Uncle Ling such a scheming person? Yes. Lin Tian Ondao. In front of him, waves of powerful true essence fluctuations came from the martial arts practice field's arena area. The outer court disciple ranking battle had officially begun. There were many outer court disciples, and they were the ones with the most disciples in the Ascension Dao school. As a result, the outer court disciple ranking battle took a lot of time, and it took more than 2 hours to finish. The abbot in charge of the pavilion announced the outer court disciple ranking loudly. Because Luo Changhen had fainted and could not fight, he was ranked at the bottom of the outer court disciple list. This, the third true disciple, Luo Changhen, is now. He has become the last outer court disciple? Among the outer court disciples, he is also at the bottom? What a tragedy. When Luo Changhen wakes up and finds out about this news, he will probably vomit blood and faint on the spot. Many people whispered. Falling from the third true disciple to an outer court disciple was already a shameful thing, and it had never happened before in the history of the Ascension Dao school. Now, Luo Changhen had not only fallen from the third true disciple to an outer court disciple, but he had also fallen to the bottom of the outer court disciple list, causing everyone to be flabbergasted. Many people thought about it and knew that Luo Changhen was destined to become the laughingstock of the Ascension Dao school, and it was even possible that the next generation of disciples of the Ascension Dao school would know about it. Thinking about it, this was really a sad thing because it was too embarrassing. Sigh, I feel sorry for little Luo Luo. Ling Yan stared at the group of outer court disciples with a serious expression. Actually, little Luo Luo is also a person with temperament, she just accidentally fainted after falling from the arena. If not, tell me honestly, wouldn't all of your rankings be pushed back by one place? With little Luolua's strength, would she definitely be ranked first in the outer court? He said it with a serious face. He kept saying little Luoluo and said first in the outer sect very loudly. Everyone, the group of outer court disciples cursed in their hearts, and they couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads. This person was really too ruthless, saying such words at this time. Wasn't it obvious that he was making Luo Changhen even more embarrassed? Falling from the third direct disciple to the outer court disciple, and then taking the first place in the outer court, was this a compliment? If it was a compliment, then something was wrong. In the martial arts arena, the group of elders was also speechless, and they couldn't help but think in their hearts, how did Luo Changhen provoke this person? Trash, you're courting death. A chill spread out. In the core disciple area, Gu Jianchen suddenly stood up, and his eyes were like knives as he stared at Ling Yun. Luo Changhen was his follower, and he didn't care about Luo Changhen's face, but he cared about his own face. As his follower, Luo Changhen had fallen to the bottom of the outer court disciples, and being ridiculed like this was equivalent to slapping his face. Facing this type of chilliness, many people were shocked, feeling a chill run down their backs. Almost at the same time, another voice sounded beside Ling Yun. Idiot trash, don't always bark at people like a dog, so noisy. Lin Tianling said. P.S. The first place of the monthly votes list has been overtaken, but the gap isn't big, dear, can we overtake it? Sob sob, rolling on the ground begging for monthly votes. Thank you, big guy. End of chapter. Hearing Lin Tian's words, many disciples in the martial arts practice field were shocked. Many of them couldn't help but shrink their necks. Lin Tian actually called the number 1 core disciple an idiot and trash. Gu Jianchen is an idiot? Trash? This ruthless person really dares to say that. This, someone muttered. In this place, no one dared to think so, not only these people, but even the elder in charge of the sect grand competition was astonished. What did you say? Gu Jianchen roared. An even more shocking chill spread out. Gu Jianchen's eyes became cold as he stared in Lin Tian's direction. I didn't know you before, but you asked me to go to the martial arts practice field for no reason. You even thought that I had to go. If I didn't go, then I would be bold and impudent. You came to find trouble with me. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? What's even more ridiculous is that you came aggressively, but in the blink of an eye, you were sent flying by me. You coughed up blood and were in a sorry state. If you're not trash, then what are you? Moreover, as a core disciple, you should have arrived at the sect grand competition as soon as possible. But what about you? You came late and changed into a dazzling golden robe. You thought that you would definitely become the chosen saint today, so you deliberately changed into a grand attire in advance to show that you're nobler than the other disciples? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Lin Tian's words were merciless. Every word hit the heart. He said coldly, I said that you're an idiot and trash. Am I wrong? His voice wasn't loud, but in an instant, everyone in the martial arts practice field widened their eyes. Many people naturally knew that not long ago, Gu Jianchen went to find trouble with Lin Tian and was sent flying by Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian brought up this matter in front of everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. Many people thought that Lin Tian was right. Gu Jianchen had charged over aggressively, but in the end, he had been sent flying. It was really embarrassing. At this moment, many people stared at Gu Jianchen's golden robes and recalled Lin Tian's words. They immediately felt that the golden robes were too dazzling. Gu Jianchen was going to become the chosen son today, so he deliberately put on his best clothes and came late to show off his nobility. This was too childish and idiotic. At this moment, all the disciples of the Ascension sect looked at Gu Jianchen with rather strange expressions. On the high platform, the Ascension Gate Master squinted his eyes slightly. His expression was indiscernible. The reclusive elder, Li Danyan, glanced at Lin Tian before looking at his disciple, Gu Jianchen. He did not make any reaction. On the other hand, a gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the sect master beside the Ascension Gate Master. His gaze landed on Gu Jianchen, who was standing at the front of the core disciple area. He said, Fellow Ascension Gate Master, from the discussions of some disciples of the Ascension Gate, this young man is called Gu Jianchen, right? Does this Gu Jianchen have absolute confidence in becoming the chosen son of the Ascension Gate today? So what if he does? Said the Ascension Gate Master. This Gu Jianchen, from the chilling intent he displayed earlier, his strength is not simple. He's very powerful. Said the Sect Master. Then, he looked in the direction of Lin Tian and squinted his eyes. As for this young man, he's rather interesting. The Ascension Gate Master looked in the direction of Lin Tian before retracting his gaze. He appeared extremely indifferent. He is rather interesting. The Sect Master of the Formless Sect narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It looks like the Sect Master of the Ascension Gate seems to be paying more attention to this young man than Gu Jianchen, who has absolute confidence in becoming the Saint of the Ascension Gate. This is rather curious. Compared to Sect Master Wu Xiang coming all the way to my Feather Transformation Dao Sect, this is nothing." Said the Ascension Gate Master. "Fellow Ascension Gate Master, you don't seem to welcome us. I've already said that I'm just passing by and have come to take a look." The Formless Sect Master smiled. "Then let's just call it a coincidence," said the Ascension Gate Master. As the two of them conversed, they stared at the training ground from beginning to end. They did not even glance at each other. In the training ground, Gu Jianchen's expression was extremely sinister. The chilling intent he gave off was even more shocking. "Lin Tian, you're just relying on the killing formation. What's the big deal? I can crush you to death with a single finger with my own strength," yelled Gu Jianchen. "TSK, beside Lin Tian," Ling Yin mocked, "if that's the case, you're just 10 years older than my brother and have cultivated for 10 more years. If he had 10 more years, what would you be? He could kill you with a single breath." Ling Yin knew that Lin Tian was only close to 19 years old, while Gu Jianchen was almost 29 years old. When everyone heard Ling Yin's words, they looked at Lin Tian with even more shock. They only knew that Lin Tian was terrifying, but they did not know Lin Tian's true age. Now that they knew from Ling Yin that Lin Tian was around 10 years younger than Gu Jianchen, they could not help but gasp. To be so terrifying at such a young age, he could be called a world-defying monster. Strength is strength. What does age have to do with it? Yelled Gu Jianchen. "Idiot, if you say that, my brother can send you flying. What does that have to do with the killing formation?" Ling Yin mocked. After spending so much time with Lin Tian, not only had Ling Yin become bolder, but his words had also become sharper. For a moment, Gu Jianchen could not find the words to refute. Staring at Ling Yin and Lin Tian, violent True Yuan intertwined outside of his body. A chilling sword intent spread out, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. It was extremely frightening. At this moment, the entire training ground could feel the threatening sword chi. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Lin Tian sneered in his heart and ignored Gu Jianchen. Instead, he looked at the elder in charge of the intersect tournament and bowed slightly. "My apologies, elder. Lin Tian and his friend have disrupted the intersect tournament. Please continue." The elder in charge of the intersect tournament nodded at Lin Tian. He thought to himself that Lin Tian was a good young man. Not only was he strong, but he was also very humble to his elders. On the other hand, Gu Jianchen was not so good. Although he was strong, he was a little overbearing. As a core disciple, not only did he come late to the intersect tournament, he even roared in front of everyone and released his chilling sword aura to envelop the entire training ground. His conduct was much worse than Lin Tian's. However, the elder did not say anything. He looked at the Ascension Sect disciples and said, "The 5th round, Inner Sect ranking battle." As soon as the elder finished speaking, the group of Inner Sect disciples immediately went up to the arena. Soon, a powerful wave of True Yuan swept over. Lin Tian and Ling Yin looked at the intersect tournament. In the core disciple area, Gu Jianchen's eyes were vicious as he stared coldly at Lin Tian and Ling Yin. Especially when he stared at Lin Tian, his eyes were filled with a bone-chilling killing intent. It was terrifying. Lin Tian could obviously sense the killing intent. He glanced at Gu Jianchen and his eyes were filled with scorn and disdain. "Idiot." Ling Yin chuckled. Ling Yin was only talking to Lin Tian. However, Gu Jianchen heard the two words and his eyes turned even colder. However, Lin Tian and Ling Yin ignored him. fight! Someone in the arena shouted. The inner disciples' Jinyuan fluctuations were much stronger than the outer disciples' Jinyuan fluctuations. Soon, half an hour passed. Because the number of inner court disciples was much fewer than outer court disciples, the time spent on the inner court ranking battle was naturally not long. After an hour, the inner court ranking battle ended. Some people's rankings were raised, and their faces were filled with joy. Some people retreated a lot, sighing slightly, and walked down the arena dejectedly. The sixth round is the direct disciple ranking battle. All direct disciples, enter the arena. The elder shouted. The ranking battle was very simple. It was a free-for-all battle, which could also be said to be a free-for-all battle. On a huge arena, whoever fell off the arena first, or who was the first to lose the ability to fight and fall to the ground, would be ranked at the back. Simple. Direct, Lin Tian and Ling Yun entered the arena. As the elder spoke again, the direct disciple ranking battle officially began. Boom. In an instant, the true Yuan that was much stronger than the inner sect disciple surged. The sound of swords and sabers resounded in all directions. Lin Tian and Ling Yun stood together. The surroundings were empty. Little brat, look at you. No one dares to come and fight you. Ling Yun said. Scram. Lin Tian glanced at him. This arena could be considered to be very large. There were dozens of true inheritors competing on it. However, not a single one of them approached Lin Tian and Ling Yun. The true inheritors were all intentionally keeping their distance from the two of them. These direct disciples knew that the two of them were not simple. Ling Yun himself had the title of number 1 direct disciple, and Lin Tian, who had just entered the Ascension Dao sect, was even more terrifying. Killing the core disciple Yu Qianling, sending Gu Jianchen flying, and defeating the powerful direct disciple Luo Changhen with a single sword strike. These people were not stupid. Why would they run over to Lin Tian at this time to seek trouble? Clang! 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 The sword and saber collided, and the battle became even more intense. About an hour later, only Ling Yun and Lin Tian were left standing on the arena. Why do we feel like we're here to watch the show? Ling Yun said. Lin Tian was speechless. It really did seem like it. In the end, Ling Yun shrugged his shoulders and jumped off the stage. It was impossible for him to fight with Lin Tian to compete for the number 1 direct disciple position. Lin Tian also jumped off the stage and walked to the side with Ling Yun. The crowd stared at the two of them, stunned for a moment. Why didn't the two of them compete? How could they be considered first? Not only these people, even the elders in charge of this competition were somewhat helpless. They wanted to let Lin Tian and Ling Yun fight to determine who was the number 1, but they knew that the two of them had a good relationship, so it was unlikely for them to fight in the arena. In the end, they could only follow the rules of Ling Yun leaving the arena before Lin Tianyi. Even if Lin Tian was the number 1 direct disciple of this generation, Ling Yun would still be ranked second. In this regard, Lin Tian and Ling Yun naturally would not have any objections. The two of them were not people who would care about this kind of ranking. Moreover, the two of them had a very good relationship, so it didn't matter who was the first and who was the second. The 7th round, the core disciple ranking battle. All core disciples, go to the arena. The elder announced. P.S. Thank you for the sweet taste of home, ZZF 20133, and the 2 friends of Taoism for their support. Thank you for the last banana, Flying Eagle, Xian Lin, I love, and other friends for their enthusiastic support. Thank you everyone. Today's update is a little slower than yesterday. Everyone, please forgive me. It's mainly because in the past few days, I've been writing until the wee hours of the morning. I'm really tired. I went out and bought a few cans of Red Bull, but the effect is not very obvious. In short, sorry, everyone, please forgive me. In the 7th round, the core disciple ranking battle. As the elder's words fell, a cold sword intent surged. Gu Jianchen transformed into a divine sword and appeared on the arena in the blink of an eye. His powerful aura shocked everyone around him. This Gu Jianchen has become stronger again. It seems like he's about to enter the 3rd heaven of the immortal ascension realm. Someone said. Ling Yan curled his lips and stared at Gu Jianchen with some mockery. Lin Tian stood at the side casually and did not pay attention to Gu Jianchen. Instead, he looked at the high platform. At this time, the matter related to him was over. He began to think again. Why did the phaseless immortal sect come to the Ascension sect? Whoosh, 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 the sound of air breaking rang out. Soon, the other 8 core disciples also walked onto the arena. They all deliberately distanced themselves from Gu Jianchen. Begin! The elder shouted. Suddenly, a powerful divine power spread out and filled the entire arena. The core disciples were all in the immortal ascension realm. They were all very strong. Because Yu Qianling was killed, there were only 9 of them left. The other 8 did not approach Gu Jianchen. They all used their divine powers and secret techniques. The divine power surged and shook the void, causing the eyes of many Ascension sect disciples to light up. Compared to the ordinary disciples, the core disciples were indeed too strong. The 10th Sun Kaitao is much stronger. He seems to have reached the peak of the first heaven of the immortal ascension realm. The 3rd Nie Qingpeng is actually suppressing the 2nd Shi Qiuji. Ying Renyi was originally the 6th, but now, he seems to be stronger than the 5th Zhong Shuhua. Many people were surprised. The changes in the 9 core disciples surprised many people. Sun Kaitao, who used to be the 10th core disciple, Ying Renai, the 6th core disciple, and the 3rd core disciple, Nie Qingpeng, all had a huge change in their battle prowess. However, these 8 people did not approach Gu Jianchen to challenge him. They all kept a distance from him. Humph. In the center, Gu Jianchen snorted with a cold arrogance. His eyes were like swords as he glanced at Lin Tian and Ling Yun. Lin Tian was originally guessing why the phaseless immortal sect came to the Ascension sect. At this moment, he felt a cold gaze on him. He turned his head and saw Gu Jianchen's threatening eyes. This stupid thing. Ling Yun naturally sensed Gu Jianchen's cold gaze and scolded rudely. Lin Tian glanced at Gu Jianchen and ignored him. He continued to think about what he had been thinking about. What the hell is going on? He frowned and muttered to himself. When the formless immortal sect came to the Emergence Dao sect, he keenly felt that something was wrong. On the stage, Gu Jianchen's eyes became even colder when he saw that Lin Tianji had only glanced at him and ignored him. Lin Tianji had actually ignored him. He stared at Lin Tian, his eyes flashing with killing intent and coldness. Boom, 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 soon, 15 minutes passed. 15 minutes later, the core disciple ranking battle ended. Out of the 9 core disciples, the first was still Gu Jianchen. Shi Qiuji, who was originally 2nd, was replaced by Nie Qingpeng and dropped to 3rd. The 4th Ding Ao was replaced by Ying Renyi and dropped to 5th, while the 5th Zhong Shuhua dropped to 6th. The 7th core disciple did not change, and the 8th though he was replaced by Sun Kaitao and dropped to 9th. The elder announced the result of the battle loudly. The new ranking of the core disciples: Gu Jianchen is 1st, Nie Qingpeng is 2nd, Shi Qiuji is 3rd, Ying Renyi is 4th, Ding Ao is 5th, Zhong Shuhua is 6th, Zhao Yang is 7th, Sun Kaitao is 8th, oh he is 9th. Such an ending surprised many people. Other than the 7th ranked Zhao Yang and the 1st ranked Gu Jianchen, the other core disciples' rankings had changed greatly. However, many disciples were only slightly surprised for a moment before they stopped thinking about it. This was because the 7th round had already ended and the final round was about to begin. The final round, the Holy Sun Succession Battle. Without a doubt, this final round of the Holy Sun Succession Battle was the core and key to today's large sect competition. Lin Tian naturally knew about this as well. At this moment, he stopped to think about the formless immortal sect. On the high platform, the Ascension sect master stood up with a faint radiance in his eyes. Let's not waste time on unnecessary words. It has been a long time since the previous generation. It is time for the sect to choose a suitable holy son. All disciples know the rules. Among the 9 core disciples, the holy son of this generation will be chosen from you. Now, all of you will fight again. Boom. Just as the Ascension sect master finished speaking, a majestic divine energy spread out. Gu Jianchen released an extremely shocking sword aura. Gu Jianchen was still standing on the stage. At this moment, a terrifying sword aura spread out. It was chilling and soul-shaking. For a moment, many people around the stage were shocked by the sword aura. Many people could not help but retreat. "Who dares to fight me?" Gu Jianchen shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, an even more powerful sword aura surged out. It was as if a peerless killing sword had appeared in this training ground. "This idiot is not much of a person, but he is indeed very strong," Ling Yan said. Lin Tian nodded. Lin Tian nodded. It was as Ling Yan had said. In terms of pure strength, Gu Jianchen was indeed very frightening. "Let me." Sun Kaitao, who was ranked 8th, walked out. He bowed slightly and said, "If I can't win, I hope senior brother Gu can show mercy." Without a doubt, the status of the chosen saint was very high. Once one became a chosen saint, they would become the next sect master of the emergence gate. They would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. As a result, no one had challenged Gu Jianchen in the ranking battles earlier. "If you want to fight with me, you have to be prepared to pay the price," Gu Jianchen said coldly. The sword aura bloomed in all directions, causing Sun Caitao's expression to change drastically. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still pierced through in a few breaths' time. He fell to the ground and retreated. However, Gu Jianchen did not stop there. The sword aura slashed out again. In the blink of an eye, Sun Kaitao was heavily injured. His 4 limbs were pierced through. Blood dyed the entire stage. Then, he was kicked out of the stage. How ruthless. He has already won, but he still. That's right. Many people whispered. "Let me." Divine energy intertwined. Another core disciple stepped forward. It was Zhao Yang, who was currently ranked 7th. The position of the Holy Sun was too tempting. Even though Zhao Yang knew that he might not be Gu Jianchen's opponent, he still wanted to try. "Whoever fights with me will have to pay the price," Gu Jianchen said coldly. Shocking divine might swept out in all directions. In this battle for the position of the Holy Sun, several other people stepped onto the arena one by one. Moreover, among these people, there were a few who had secretly hidden some of their strength and revealed it in this battle for the position of the Holy Sun. This caused many disciples of the Ascension Gate to be shocked because they were indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, in the end, those who had hidden their strength were still defeated by Gu Jianchen. They were not Gu Jianchen's opponent. During this process, Gu Jianchen's methods sent chills down the spines of many disciples of the Ascension sect. No matter who it was, as long as they did not fall off the stage, they would be severely injured by Gu Jianchen's attacks. Among them, the second-ranked Nie Qingpeng had admitted defeat, but his arms had still been chopped off. If it were not for the elder in charge of the sect's grand competition stopping Gu Jianchen in time, Nie Qingpeng might have been crippled or even killed on the stage. An hour later, the chosen saint's succession battle ended. Gu Jianchen stood in the ring, surrounded by a pool of blood. "A bunch of trash wants to fight with me? You're courting death. The position of the Holy Sun is mine. Only I deserve it," Gu Jianchen said coldly. Many disciples of the Ascension sect frowned. Gu Jianchen's methods were too cruel. Moreover, his words were too harsh. All core disciples had the right to fight for the position of the Holy Sun. Since he had already won and there was no enmity between them, why did he have to humiliate others like this? The disciples of the Ascension sect were not surprised that Gu Jianchen could stand on the stage in the end and win against the others, because they had already guessed it. As expected, this idiot won in the end. It's really unpleasant to have someone like him as the Holy Sun of the Ascension sect. Ling Yan curled his lips. Lin Tian did not care. He only glanced at Gu Jianchen indifferently. At this moment, the surroundings of the martial arts practice field seemed to have quietened down. The elder in charge of this sect grand competition turned his head and looked at the stage. "Ascension sect master, it seems to have ended. This Holy Sun is not bad. He has the dominance and sharpness of a cultivator." The formless sect master praised Gu Jianchen. The Ascension sect master's eyes flashed with a faint brilliance. He said with a different tone, "He is not bad." Standing up, the Ascension sect master looked at Gu Jianchen and smiled faintly. "The successor battle has ended. This generation's Holy Sun will be, wait." On the stage, Gu Jianchen spoke and interrupted the Ascension sect master. "Sect master, before I become the Holy Sun, there are some things that I would like to settle. As he spoke, Gu Jianchen glanced at Lin Tian and said coldly, this person rejected my invitation to a duel and is said to have the possibility of defeating me. Before I become the Holy Sun, I would like to ask for your permission to have a duel with him. I want to prove to everyone that I am the strongest in the Ascension sect. I am not someone some trash can compare to. Staring at Lin Tian, Gu Jianchen's eyes flashed with a sinister light. He wanted to cripple Lin Tian in front of everyone. Many disciples of the Ascension sect frowned. They secretly thought that Gu Jianchen was too overbearing. In the beginning, someone had only said that Lin Tian had the possibility of defeating him, so he forced Lin Tianyi into a duel. Lin Tian did not go, so he went to Lin Tian's residence to denounce him. Although he was sent flying by Lin Tian's killing formation, he had asked for it. He could not blame Lin Tian. Many people knew very well that the conflict between Lin Tian and Gu Jianchen had always been Gu Jianchen's fault. Now, Gu Jianchen was about to become the Holy Son of the Ascension sect, yet he still acted like this. It was a little too much. On the stage, the Ascension sect master glanced at Lin Tian before looking at Gu Jianchen. He said, you and Lin Tian are both the most outstanding disciples of my Ascension sect. I do not wish for there to be any more disputes between the two of you. Let bygones be bygones. There were conflicts between the two of you in the past, but fortunately, the two of you did not suffer any major losses. This is the best thing that can happen right now. I hope that the two of you can coexist amicably in the future and push my Ascension sect towards greater prosperity. Jianchen, listen to the sect master and inherit the position of Holy Son. The secluded elderly Danyan said. Gu Jianchen stared at the two great figures on the stage as he radiated with an even more powerful sword presence. Sect master, please allow this battle. The Ascension sect has me, Gu Jianchen, and no Lin Tian. I will definitely cripple him today. Staring at Lin Tian, the sword in Gu Jianchen's hand intertwined with cold sword light. The Ascension sect master and the secluded elderly Danyan frowned. Beside them, the sect master of the formless sect looked down with interest. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian soared into the air. Sect master, my apologies. Lin Tian does not wish to cause trouble, but he does not like to be bullied and forced by others for no reason. I do not have pride, but I have pride. Lin Tian's steps were very steady as he stepped through the air. He arrived at the largest stage at the very center of the training ground. His cold gaze landed on Gu Jianchen. Let's fight to the death. Come up. Seeing Lin Tian's actions and hearing Lin Tian's words, the expressions of everyone in the training field changed. Gu Jianchen once again challenged Lin Tianyi, but Lin Tian was even more aggressive. He directly went to the largest arena in the center and said, let's fight to the death. All the disciples of the Ascension Gate were moved. Lin Tian accepted the challenge. A battle to the death. At the same time, many people's eyes lit up. They recalled Lin Tian's words at the beginning. I have no pride, but I have a proud backbone. Many people repeated these words in their hearts. When they stared at Lin Tian, the light in their eyes became even brighter. It was not only the ordinary disciples. Even the group of elders were moved by Lin Tian's actions. Perhaps he is not as strong as Gu Jianchen now, but he is many times more outstanding than Gu Jianchen. Some elders muttered to themselves. On the high platform, the Ascension Gate sect leader looked at Lin Tian. His eyes flashed. I have no pride, but I have a proud backbone. As he muttered these words, the Ascension Gate sect leader's eyes flashed. He had a good impression of Lin Tian. Now that he heard these words, his heart was moved. He hid his identity as the sect leader. Because of some matters, he had been guarding the Profound God Pavilion for decades. He did not disguise himself. Instead, he casually watched the disciples enter and leave. Among these disciples, some of them were cold and mocking him. Some of them were disdainful of him. None of them bowed to him seriously like Lin Tian. A simple bow might not be important, but such a small detail was enough for him to see a lot. Lin Tian was very polite. He would not look down on others. He knew how to respect others. Just like the first 4 words of these words, Lin Tian had no pride. Ever since the first time they met at the Profound God Pavilion, he had been paying close attention to Lin Tian. Later, when he found out that Lin Tianxia had died because of Yu Shaoqing, he became even more satisfied with Lin Tian. Lin Tian, in order to protect his friends, he could do anything. He was a person who valued relationships. No matter what, he would not be bad. In the Godown city, a few disciples of the Golden Fire Dao school were arrogant and despotic. They wanted to kill Lin Tian and Ling Yun, but Lin Tian defeated them all by himself. Then, the genius successor of the dragon-seeking family, which was comparable to the 6 great immortal sects, stood out and asked Lin Tian to release them. How many people in this world would not be afraid of the descendant of the dragon-seeking family? At that time, if it were other people, they would definitely submit. However, Lin Tian didn't. Facing the descendant of the dragon-seeking family, he didn't back down. He killed the descendant of the dragon-seeking family without hesitation. This was just like the last 4 words of the 8 words, Lin Tian, have a proud and unyielding character. His actions were righteous, and he didn't fear anyone or any force. He stared at Lin Tian, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. How many hot-blooded youths like him could be found in this world? He shifted his gaze and looked at Gu Jianchen. His eyes also flickered, but they seemed a little complicated. Jianchen, back down. Don't cause trouble anymore. You're already the saint of the Emergence Dao School. Take out the magnanimity of a saint. The reclusive elderly Danyan said. Gu Jianchen stared at Lin Tian, and his face was ashen. No. Master, he insulted me again and again. I can't tolerate him. I want him dead. He asked the Emergence Dao School's leader to allow him to fight with Lin Tianyi. He wanted to cripple Lin Tian in front of everyone, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to respond so strongly. He directly went to the center of the main arena and proposed a life-and-death battle to him. Lin Tian, how dare he propose a life-and-death battle to him? This made him extremely furious. He felt like his dignity had been challenged once again. With a boom, a sharp sword intent spread out. Gu Jianchen leapt up and landed on the main arena like a killing sword. Come down. The reclusive elderly Danyan yelled. Why do you have to do this? At this moment, the formless sex leader spoke up. He looked at the main arena with interest and said, since the 2 of them want to fight, then let them fight. Isn't that good? Speaking of which, I'm quite optimistic about it. This holy son of yours is called Gu Jianchen. The other 2 people behind the formless sex leader were expressionless. They only stood to one side quietly like 2 marionettes. However, their auras were very powerful. The reclusive elderly Danyan frowned. He glanced at the formless sex leader before looking at the Emergence Dao School's leader beside him. Then let's fight. The Emergence Dao School's leader sighed. Whether it was Lin Tian or Gu Jianchen, the 2 of them wanted a life-and-death battle. This was their own decision. Even if he was the leader of the Emergence Dao School, he had no reason to interfere according to the rules. He stood on the high platform and looked at Lin Tian. His eyes flickered. Then, his gaze landed on Gu Jianchen. A complicated expression appeared on his face once again. The reclusive elderly Danyan could only nod and look at the blue-robed First Elder. The blue-robed First Elder soared into the air and walked down from the high platform. He arrived at the center of the arena and watched this life-and-death battle. Do you really want to fight? The blue-robed First Elder asked. According to the Emergence Dao School's leader and the reclusive elderly Danyan, they did not want the 2 of them to fight. Lin Tian was expressionless. His eyes were indifferent. He must die today. Gu Jianchen said. His eyes were cold and sinister as he expressed his battle intent. Then, he stared at Lin Tian and said, however, before the battle, I need to say something. You can't use the killing formation at that time. That day in Lin Tian's courtyard, he had felt the terror of the killing formation. It could definitely kill him easily. Gu Jianchen, do you have no F*king sense of shame? Ling Yan said from the martial arts arena. You asked for a battle, and now that others are responding, you actually want to stop them from using the killing formation? Then, do you want them to stand there and wait for you to attack and kill them so that you can prove your strength? How can someone like you be the saint of the Emergence Dao School? In the arena, the other disciples of the Emergence Dao School were also discussing softly. They were pointing at Gu Jianchen. This request was truly a little strange. In the center of the arena, Gu Jianchun's face was cold. Since you want to fight, you have to fight with your own strength. Apart from weapons, you can't rely on any external forces. My request is not excessive. Gu Jianchun did not care about Ling Yun's mockery. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Ling Yun ruthlessly. As for whether I'm worthy of being the saint of the Emergence Dao School, you will know after I kill him. Gu Jianchun stared at Ling Yun without hiding his killing intent. Everyone could feel such killing intent. Facing this killing intent, many people could not help but feel a chill on their necks. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Tian suddenly moved and appeared in front of Gu Jianchun like lightning. He raised his right hand and slapped. Slap, with a loud slap, Gu Jianchun was sent flying and landed at the edge of the arena. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened. Just a moment ago, Gu Jianchun was still arrogant and domineering, fearlessly revealing his murderous intent as he glared at Ling Yun. The next moment, he was sent flying with a single slap, rolling to the edge of the central main arena. The contrast between before and after was simply too stark. Lin Tian. Gu Jianchun stood up and roared. Lin Tian had actually slapped him while he was talking to Ling Yun. He had actually slapped him. I hate people who threaten my friends the most. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He could clearly see Gu Jianchun's killing intent towards Ling Yun. Staring at Gu Jianchun, an extremely powerful aura rushed out of his body. As you wish, I won't use the killing array. However, you can rest assured that even without the killing array, I will still let you know that you, Gu Jianchun, are just a piece of trash who only knows how to bark at others. Boom, tyrannical. Xiao Chen's quintessence vibrated, and a hurricane quickly spread out in all directions with him as the center. For a moment, the center of the arena shook. Everyone was shocked. So strong. Many people were shocked. At this moment, Lin Tian's aura was so powerful that it was frightening. It was like an ancient volcano that suddenly erupted. Even some of the Ascension sect elders who were in the immortal Ascension realm were shocked. He was too strong. Staring at Lin Tian, some of the ordinary elders who were in the second heaven of the Ascension realm were shocked. They actually felt that they might not be his match. On the high platform, the Ascension sect master's eyes flashed. Seventh heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm. Not long ago, Lin Tian had just broken through to the sixth heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm in the God-Down City. Now, in just 3 months, Lin Tian had broken through again, from the sixth heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm to the seventh heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm. Moreover, this aura was too strong, exceeding his expectations. Ascension Sect Master, this young man is not simple. Formless Sect Master narrowed his eyes. Boom, in the center of the main arena, waves of powerful true yuan rushed out of Lin Tian's body, causing the void to rumble. At this moment, Lin Tian stood in the arena like a god of war. His aura made everyone's heart tremble. I'll kill you. Gu Jianchun roared. Lin Tian's aura was very strong, but Gu Jianchun did not care. Only his face was ferocious. Lin Tian actually slapped him in front of everyone. To him, this was an absolute humiliation. Clang, with a flash, Gu Jianchun charged forward. The longsword in his hand was like a swimming dragon, intertwining with a cold light. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He faced Gu Jianchun head-on. With a single step, he crossed 10 meters and appeared in front of Gu Jianchun in an instant. He raised his right hand and punched out in a simple and direct manner. His fist landed on the void. Suddenly, it was like a thunderbolt had exploded. The void in front of him directly collapsed. Then, in the next moment, his fist landed and collided with Gu Jianchun's longsword head-on. Ka! A crisp sound was heard. The sword in Gu Jianchun's hand was instantly shattered into pieces. Gu Jianchun roared. With a shake of the sword hilt, an illusory sword appeared and slashed towards Lin Tian without any decrease in momentum. This is the Divine Light Sword? The Divine Light Sword was a very powerful ability in the Ascension sect. It was difficult to cultivate, but its offensive power was very strong. Gu Jianchun was able to use the Divine Light Sword in the blink of an eye when his longsword was shattered. This shocked many disciples of the Ascension sect. Kid, be careful. Ling Yun shouted. Lin Tian clearly felt that the illusory sword was not simple. However, his expression did not change at all. He opened his right hand, which was clenched into a fist. A silver divine diagram with a diameter of an inch appeared and pressed forward indifferently. Dao diagram of the four symbols, whoosh, with a soft sound, Gu Jianshan's illusory sword was instantly annihilated. It disappeared without a trace like a spark. This caused Gu Jianshan's expression to change slightly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He used the yin-yang row and turned into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Gu Jianshan again. He raised his right hand and slapped back. Slap, the second slap resounded throughout the entire martial arts practice field. P.S. 5th update. When I was writing it, I was not satisfied with it. I deleted a few hundred words and then rewrote it. It took me until now to update. Sorry. Tomorrow will still be the 5th update. However, the update will be a little late. Everyone, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Sorry. Sorry. End of chapter. A loud slap resounded. Following that, Gu Jianshan was sent flying again, rolling several feet away. In an instant, the entire martial arts practice field was dead silent again. Lin Tian had actually slapped Gu Jianshan again. Everyone was stunned. The number 1 core disciple, Gu Jianshan, was about to become the saint child of the Emergence Dao Gate. In other words, he was already the saint child of the Emergence Dao Gate. However, in the blink of an eye, he had been slapped twice by Lin Tian. Each slap was louder than the previous. After a few breaths, someone finally regained their senses and stared at the central arena in disbelief. The divine light sword was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, that Lin Tian, his speed, is so fast. He destroyed the divine light sword. How did he do it? Everyone's heart palpitated. The divine light sword was a great Dao-level divine ability, and its offensive power was very strong. However, it was destroyed by Lin Tian in an instant. Moreover, Lin Tian's subsequent actions were too fast as lightning. Most people only saw a blurry shadow, and in the next moment, they heard the sound of a slap and saw Gu Jianshan's figure flying. They did not see the entire process of Lin Tian's attack. Even some ordinary elders were shocked at this moment. So fast. Some elders said the same thing as many disciples. At the same time, on the high platform in the distance, the Ascension sect leader, the reclusive elders, and the formless sect leader were all shocked. Some ordinary people did not see Lin Tian's attack clearly, but the Ascension sect leader and the others saw it clearly. What is that diagram? The formless sect leader's eyes flashed. At this moment, the formless sect leader's gaze landed on Lin Tian, and his eyes shone brightly. Lin Tian. His roar resounded in the surroundings. Gu Jianshan stood up again, and his expression became extremely ferocious. He stared at Lin Tian like a wild beast. Lin Tian actually slapped him again. He was slapped by Lin Tianyi in front of so many people. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Didn't you want to prove to everyone that you are the strongest in the Ascension sect? Isn't it just some trash that can compare? Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. That's right, I'm not using the killing array right now. Lin Tian's voice was very calm, but it caused many people to tremble. Before the start of this life and death battle, Gu Jianshan had said that he wanted to rely on his own strength to fight and requested that Lin Tian not use the killing array. But now, Lin Tian had sent Gu Jianshan flying with his bare hands and then spat out, "I'm not using the killing array right now." This was simply a third slap to the face, the loudest slap in the face. Gu Jianshan's face twisted as he stared at Lin Tian viciously. His eyes were filled with rage. Boom, boundless divine power surged, sharp and cold. Gu Jianshan was filled with killing intent. A huge snake charged out from behind him. It was silver in color and had a pair of wings on its back. It was surrounded by strands of hazy mist and its eyes shone with a dark light. Venomous flying python? No. This is a divine ability. It's the great ancient soaring snake. Many disciples were shocked. It's the great ancient soaring snake's divine ability. A peak great Dao divine ability. someone said with certainty. Immediately, many people trembled. The soaring snake was a terrifying beast from ancient times. It was covered in silver scales and had a pair of wings on its back. Its body was shrouded in poisonous mist. It was very similar to the venomous flying python, but it was far from being comparable to the venomous flying python. In that era, a powerful cultivator had imitated the soaring snake's ability to create a technique. In the end, he had obtained the great ancient soaring snake. After the great ancient soaring snake's divine power was used, the soaring snake's body would be covered by divine power. Not only did it have powerful attack, perception, and dodging abilities, but the divine power shrouding the soaring snake's body could also weaken the enemy's strength. It could greatly reduce the enemy's speed and condense the flow of true origin or divine power. It was very terrifying. Kill! Gu Jianchen roared. The soaring snake's body covered his body. With a flash, his speed more than doubled. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Tian. He slammed his palm toward Lin Tian's chest. Before his hand arrived, a trace of the great ancient soaring snake's shroud had already landed on Lin Tian's body. Immediately, Lin Tian was shocked. He felt the true origin in his body shake. At this moment, Gu Jianchen's speed increased. His palm pressed down, and the sharp soaring snake's light shrouded it. With a sizzling sound, the void was directly annihilated. Lin Tian retreated with the yin-yang row, but he found that it was much more difficult to move. It was as if his body had become several times heavier. Even the flow of his true origin had become somewhat disrupted. At this moment, Gu Jianchen's palm pressed down. It was faster than before. Unable to dodge, he could only cross his arms in front of him. Bang! Gu Jianchen's palm landed firmly on Lin Tian's arms. A powerful force was transmitted over. With a grunt, Lin Tian was sent flying. Gu Jianchen stood where he was. The soaring snake's body covered his body. Do you think you can defeat me with your speed? With a boom, an even more powerful aura rushed out. A long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was engraved with all kinds of inscriptions. As soon as it appeared, it radiated with a terrifying immortal might. Without that killing formation, you're just an ant before me. A worm. I can crush you to death however I want to. Boom, immortal light flashed, and the sword hummed. Seeing this scene, everyone in the martial arts practice field shivered. An immortal artifact, and a high-grade one at that. Just now, Lin Tian's speed slowed down. It's many times slower. It seems, he's being suppressed by the great ancient soaring snake. As expected, Lin Tian may be strong, but in terms of combat ability, he's still far from Gu Jianchen's. The difference in cultivation is too great. One is in the immortal connecting realm, while the other is in the air. Sigh. Someone shook their head. In the main arena, Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Purple light flickered, and thunder crackled. A thunder god palace appeared behind him, and it covered his entire body. Then, a small starry sky appeared, and a bright moon appeared in it. There was a faint divine aura intertwined, like water ripples, spreading into his body. With a sizzling sound, a ball of light mist was shaken out of his body. Divine Him Palace. Starry Sky Moon. At this moment, he used the divining divine art to support the two kings' territories. He used the Divine Him Palace to protect his body, and the origin power of the Starry Sky Moon to force out the great ancient soaring snake's divine power. Then, he used the Divine Him Palace to destroy it. And that wasn't the end. With a boom, a divine image appeared behind him. It was 30 meters tall and majestic. It was the Bai family's immortal king arcane art. Then, the three-leaf clover sea, the divine weapon bell, heavenly lord. Doran's enlightenment place, the primeval mountain, the 9 springs sacred sword, and other divining divine images appeared, floating around him. Finally, a stone mirror appeared, and immortal light illuminated the sky. That 10 zhang tall divine shadow, what? What is it? And those. The three-leaf clover sea, the primeval mountain, and that blurry sword. What are those? That stone mirror seems to be a high-grade immortal artifact. The crowd was shocked. Just a moment ago, many people felt that Lin Tian was much weaker than Gu Jianchen in terms of battle prowess. After all, the difference in cultivation was enormous. Moreover, Gu Jianchen had a high-grade immortal sword in hand. Lin Tian should not be his opponent. However, at this moment, all of them turned pale with fright. Lin Tian had displayed one powerful special technique after another. Moreover, he also possessed a high-grade immortal artifact. Do you think it'll be useful just because you came up with some fancy stuff? Do you think you can fight me just because you have an immortal artifact of the same level as me? Gu Jianchen smiled viciously. The soaring serpent coiled around his body and charged at Lin Tian again. Immediately, the soaring serpent roared. Then, with a clang, the high-grade immortal artifact in his hand shone brightly and slashed at Lin Tian's left arm. I won't kill you directly. That's too easy for you. I'll cut off your limbs one by one to vent my anger. I'll let everyone see what happens to those who provoke me, Gu Jianchen. Clang, the soaring serpent was shrouded in light, and the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jianchen was in front of Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He stood where he was, unmoving like a mountain. Behind him, the 30-meter-tall divine image of the immortal king moved. It raised its left hand and slammed its right hand down at Gu Jianchen. At that moment, the space in front of them shook as if a sacred drum had been struck. As soon as Gu Jianchen got close, he met the palm of the great celestial king. He sneered and used his immortal sword to meet it, but the immortal artifact stone mirror collided with the immortal sword in his hand. With a crisp sound, it knocked him back. This shocked Gu Jianchen. The power from the stone mirror was too great. It was actually slightly stronger than the sword in his hand. At that moment, divine light exploded in the surroundings. Outside of Lin Tian's body, the Sea of Clover, the divine artifact bell, the exalted Doran's enlightenment ground, the primordial mountain, the 9 springs sacred sword, and other divine images flew over. They surrounded Gu Jianchen from all directions and mercilessly suppressed him with a thought from Lin Tian. In an instant, that piece of space shattered. Arg! A miserable cry rang out. In the next moment, Gu Jianchen's figure was sent flying. He landed 20 meters away in a sorry state. Immediately, the crowd's expression changed. At the same time, the Ascension sect master and the others on the high platform were also shocked. Lin Tian had injured Gu Jianchen again. Moreover, it was a serious injury. Gu Jianchen stood up in the distance. Blood was spurting out of his mouth. The great ancient soaring serpent's ability had been shattered. Only his sword was still in his hand. Staring at Lin Tian, Gu Jianchen was shocked and furious. Lin Tian had shattered his great ancient soaring serpent's ability and injured him again. What? Didn't you say that I'm just an ant before you? Didn't you say that you can crush me to death however you want? Why are you standing there spitting blood now? Lin Tian mocked. Then, his eyes turned completely cold. He walked forward step by step. I've already said that you're just a piece of trash. In terms of divine abilities, you can't compare to me. In terms of immortal artifacts, I can also suppress you. Only in terms of cultivation base, you are a few small realms higher than me. And with your higher cultivation base, when I send you flying again and again, it only shows that you are even more trash and even more incompetent. P.S. Thank you to Brother he had been writing since 1 o'clock in the morning. After deleting and editing, he finally finished writing the first chapter of the day. He was so tired that he had to go to sleep. Then, today's second, third, fourth, and fifth chapters are all after 3 in the afternoon. I hope everyone can forgive me. Finally, I would like to ask for a small amount of votes for next month to thank everyone. Lin Tian's words were extremely cold and piercing to the ear. Everyone in the surroundings of the martial arts practice ground gasped. Lin Tian, some people's hearts trembled. Was Gu Jianchen really a piece of trash? Of course not. Compared to the many disciples of the Ascension sect, Gu Jianchen was definitely a powerful genius. However, no one could refute Lin Tian's claim that Gu Jianchen was a piece of trash. Gu Jianchen was in the second tier of the Ascension realm, while Lin Tian was in the Zephyr realm. However, at this moment, Gu Jianchen was sent flying by Lin Tian, who was in the Zephyr realm, and his great ancient soaring serpent was destroyed. In comparison, if Gu Jianchen was not a piece of trash, what was he? On the high platform, the eyes of the Ascension sect master and the others were filled with radiance. Lin Tian's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Tian. A roar filled with anger sounded. Gu Jianchen held the high-grade immortal sword. His face was distorted when he heard Lin Tian's words. Other than barking, what else can you do? Lin Tianling said. He closed in on Gu Jianchen step by step. His speed suddenly increased. He used the yin-yang puppet and moved as if he was stepping on the marks. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Gu Jianchen. With a boom, he pushed the divine technique to the limit. The Divine Chime Palace, the Sun Ocean, the Starry Moon, the Three-Leaf Clover Sea, the Divine Weapon Bell, and the other divine elephants were all supported by him and pressed forward. His speed was extremely fast, and the Divine Chime divine technique was even more powerful. Under the pressure of the divine elephants, the void rumbled. Do I have to fight just because you asked me to? I didn't fight, so you came to find trouble with me. Do you think you are the king of the Ascension sect? Slap, Lin Tian's words were cold. He passed through the Divine Chime Palace and slapped Gu Jianchen's face. Gu Jianchen spat out blood and flew to one side. However, Lin Tianji took a step forward and appeared in front of him again. In the Ascension sect, other than you, everyone else is trash? Who do you think you are? Bang! The sun sea shook. Under the pressure of the sun, Lin Tian's fist landed heavily on Gu Jianchen's chest. At that moment, the sound of bones shattering rang out. Gu Jianchen was still in the air when he was sent flying in another direction. Lin Tian moved and caught up with him again, appearing in front of him. You want to cripple me in front of all the Ascension sect disciples? Can you cripple me? Stand up and let me see you cripple one of them. He clenched his fists and smashed them down. Pooh! Gu Jianchen screamed as he was smashed into the main ring by Lin Tianyi, causing cracks to appear all over the ring. You're truly a piece of trash. Right now, I only have you in front of me, Gu Jianchen. Without showing any mercy, Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked out viciously, sending Gu Jianchen flying again. Overbearing, unreasonable, condescending, and believing that everyone should respect him and listen to him, this was Gu Jianchen. How could Lin Tian show mercy to such a person? He used several divine elephants and stepped on the yin and yang row to move, enveloping Gu Jianchen as he punched him continuously. Even though Gu Jianchen had a high-grade immortal artifact, it was difficult for him to dodge such an attack because Lin Tian also had an immortal artifact. This, Gu Jianchen is, being suppressed? That Lin Tian, in the martial arts arena, the crowd was shocked. The powerful Gu Jianchen, the first core disciple and the second heaven of the Ascension sect, had already been confirmed as this generation's saint of the Ascension sect. But now, he was being suppressed by Lin Tian. Streams of blood splattered in the air, shocking everyone. Bang! 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 Lin Tian's expression was cold. He stepped on the yin and yang row and attacked mercilessly. The divine elephants pressed down one after another. For a moment, the entire central main arena was shaking. His current advantage was his strong physique and extreme speed. Just based on these 2 points, he could even compete with a fourth heaven of the Ascension realm. Now that he was close to Gu Jianchen, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. The divine elephants pressed down without any cost. The Sun Sea, Divine Cry Hall, Desolate Heaven World, and the Starry Sky Moon were all used. Ah! Gu Jianchen made a sound, but no one knew if it was a roar or a scream. Lin Tian. With a roar and a sonorous sword sound, Lin Tian shattered the divine elephants pressed down by Lin Tian, creating a hurricane. Lin Tian rushed forward in a flash. However, his expression changed in the next moment. He immediately stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Gu Jianchen's aura in front of him became blurry, but there was an extremely terrifying sword aura rushing up. Suddenly, an inexplicable throbbing came from his heart, causing his expression to change slightly. He instinctively dodged to the side. Almost at the same time, the immortal artifact stone mirror on his left shoulder shook violently, as if it had been hit by a sword light. An invisible sword light? Lin Tian's expression changed. He could feel the terrifying sword aura from Gu Jianchen, but he didn't see the sword light flying towards him. He didn't even feel the sword aura pressing down on him. He just instinctively felt a sense of danger and dodged to the right. Then, the mirror on his left shoulder shook violently as if it had been hit by the sword light. It could be imagined that if he hadn't dodged to the right, his throat might have been pierced on the spot. At that time, he would have died, staring at Gu Jianchen. His eyes flashed, but he didn't attack rashly. That invisible sword gleam just now made him feel danger. Kill! Gu Jianchen roared. His sword aura became even more shocking, and he chopped down at Lin Tian. He didn't see the sword light appear, nor did he feel the sword aura pressing down on him, but Lin Tian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He spread out the yin and yang ho and moved quickly based on his instincts, changing his position in the center of the main arena. Many people in the martial arts practice field felt strange when they saw this. In the eyes of the crowd, Gu Jianchen seemed to be waving his sword casually at the void, and there wasn't a single sword light. However, Lin Tian seemed to be coordinating with Gu Jianchen's movements to dodge. This made many people curious. What were these two doing at this time? Chi. At this moment, a soft sound was heard. In the center of the arena, Lin Tian's abdomen suddenly burst open, and bright red drops of blood sputtered into the void. This is? The crowd was shocked. Lin Tian's abdomen was suddenly cut open. It looked like a sword light had cut open his abdomen. I didn't see the sword light. Some people were puzzled. In the center of the main arena, Gu Jianchen's eyes were ferocious. He waved the upper-grade immortal weapon in his hand wildly, and the sword aura became stronger. Still, there was no sword light. Lin Tian couldn't feel the sword aura pressing down on him, but he could only feel death approaching. Chi. He used the immortal weapon to protect himself, and a light screen was propped up. However, the light screen was soon broken, and his right arm was cut open again. Gradually, he felt that Gu Jianchen's aura became blurry, and he gradually couldn't feel the sword aura. Even Gu Jianchen's appearance became slightly hazy, and he frowned. Kid, be careful. That seems to be the Emergence God sword. It's the Emergence God skill in the ancient scripture of the sect. Ling Yun shouted. As soon as this was said, the crowd was shocked, and they were all shocked. It's the Emergence God sword. The Emergence God skill in the Emergence God skill, known as the Invisible Sword Dao Divine Skill, the Undetectable Sword Dao Killing Technique? That's the Emergence God skill. As the ancient scripture of the sect, shouldn't only the Holy Son, the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and other core members of the sect be qualified to cultivate it? Gu Jianchen, how could he? Many people were shocked. Many powerful disciples of the Emergence God skill couldn't cultivate the ancient scripture of the Emergence God skill, but they knew it very well. Some people whispered. This ancient scripture was called the Emergence God skill, and it was said to be able to blur one's perception and make oneself illusory. It could even make one's aura and body disappear from the enemy's vision and divine sense. However, only the Holy Son, the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and other core members of the sect were qualified to cultivate this ancient scripture. But now, Gu Jianchen had just become the saint of the Ascension Dao sect, and he was already able to use such a divine ability. Obviously, it was impossible for him to have just learned it. In other words, Gu Jianchen had learned a divine ability like the Ascension God sword before. Has Gu Jianchen been cultivated as the Holy Son from the beginning? Some people's expressions changed. On the high platform, the Emergence God skill master looked at the central arena. There was no light in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Beside him, the formless sect master glanced at the Emergence God skill master, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Kill. 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 In the central arena, Gu Jianchen roared and waved the high-grade immortal weapon in his hand. No one could see the sword light. They could only see Lin Tian dodging in the main arena. The Emergence God sword can't be seen with the naked eye, and divine sense can't capture it. He's dodging purely by instinct. How many emergence-killing swords has he dodged in the process? Is his innate spiritual sense that strong? Everyone was shocked. The feather god sword could not be seen with the naked eye, and could not be captured with the divine sense. From the moment Gu Jianchen had swung his sword across the air, it was obvious that he had been using the feather god sword. From then until now, many people believed that Gu Jianchen had swung out at least 100 sword lights. However, facing hundreds of killing swords that could not be seen with the naked eye, and could not be captured with the divine sense, Lin Tian had only been hit by 2 sword lights. He had completely dodged the other sword lights by relying on his instincts. How powerful was his instinct? How terrifying was his spiritual sense? Is he a monster? Someone was horrified. On the main arena, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He moved quickly based on his instinct to avoid the approaching danger. It was also at this moment that a question in his heart was finally answered. Previously, when he discovered that the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion was the Ascension Gate sect master, he had been wondering why the elders of the other sects did not recognize that the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion was the Ascension Gate sect master when they were in the God Burial Mountain. Logically speaking, as one of the 12 sects, it was impossible for these people not to know what the Ascension Gate sect master looked like. Now, he finally figured it out. The Emergence God skill was said to be able to blur one's senses and make one illusory in the eyes of one's enemies. He guessed that the middle-aged man guarding the pavilion must have used the Emergence God skill master when they were in the God Burial Mountain. That was why those people couldn't see his true appearance or saw another appearance. After figuring out the reason why the Ascension sect master wasn't recognized in the God Burial Mountain, Lin Tian also figured out why the Ascension sect master's consciousness clone was hard to see. It was covered in a hazy mist. Clearly, it had something to do with the Ascension God technique. However, he was slightly curious as to why the Ascension sect master would go to the Profound God Pavilion to be a guard. Kill! A ruthless roar rang out. Lin Tianji felt a chill run down his spine. The yin-yang Tao flashed and moved 10 meters to the right. Because he was thinking about the Ascension sect master, he was a little late in dodging. Immediately, his sleeves were cut apart. It really is the Ascension God sword. It can't be seen with the naked eye and the consciousness can't capture it. How can he deal with this? Lin Tian can't keep dodging, right? Many people frowned. At this moment, they could feel the sword aura around Gu Jianchen's body rising rapidly. It was getting more and more terrifying. If this continued, Lin Tian's situation would get worse and worse. In the end, he would be defeated. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. You can only die. Kneel at my feet and become a corpse. Gu Jianchen said coldly. Staring at Lin Tian, Gu Jianchen's eyes were extremely vicious. They were filled with malevolence and ruthlessness. Lin Tian had insulted and contradicted him time and time again. He had injured him in the arena and forced him to use the Ascension God sword. He wanted to tear Lin Tian to pieces. Holding a high-grade immortal sword, he slashed at Lin Tian crazily. The invisible Ascension God sword quickly engulfed Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't say anything and only dodged with the yin-yang Tao. The crowd looked at the center of the arena. Although they couldn't see the sword lights clearly, there were no traces of blood on Lin Tian's body. His clothes weren't torn. They knew that Lin Tian had dodged all the invisible Ascension God sword. They couldn't help but be shocked. Not only these people, even the Ascension Gate sect leader and the reclusive elders on the high platform were moved. Fellow Ascension sect master, this young man called Lin Tian has a pretty good spiritual sense. He can be considered a genius. Formless sect master narrowed his eyes. The Ascension Gate sect leader did not say anything. He merely glanced at the phaseless sect leader indifferently before looking at the main arena in the center. Gu Jianchen roared with a sinister look in his eyes. He kept slashing with his immortal sword. There was no sword light, but in front of him, Lin Tian was constantly moving his body, and he could be considered to be in a slightly difficult situation. Ant! Don't jump around! Gu Jianchen shouted. As he spoke, the divine light of the high-grade immortal sword shone brightly. There was no sword light, but the sword momentum on his body became even sharper. Lin Tian relied on his instincts to dodge Gu Jianquan's ascension sword light. In half an hour, he was struck several more times, and he was unable to dodge them. During this process, he tried to get closer to Gu Jianquan, but he discovered that he could not. The closer he got to Gu Jianquan, the greater the sense of danger and death he felt. This sense of death prevented him from moving forward. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the yin-yang Tao flickered. Behind him, the solar ocean surged again. "Let the solar ocean shine in all directions," he said coldly. A blazing sun soared into the sky, emitting extremely intense light. It was so dazzling that many people had to cover their eyes. Gu Jianquan directly closed his eyes, and the high-grade immortal sword in his right hand slashed out again. "A harmless light just to make us close our eyes and take a nap. Are you putting on a monkey show?" He swung the high-grade immortal sword. Although there was no sword light, the sword momentum on his body became even more terrifying, causing the space around him to distort. Lin Tian did not say anything, and the solar ocean that he held up dissipated with a whoosh. Gu Jianquan's sword momentum became even stronger, and he naturally felt a greater threat, so he kept dodging. After a few dozen breaths, his left arm was struck again. Gu Jianquan sneered, and he regained his initial arrogance. He looked down at Lin Tian like an emperor. "Your spiritual sense is powerful, but you can keep dodging. Keep dodging. I have all the time in the world to accompany you. I'll slowly torture you to death." Lin Tian dodged and retreated 10 meters away with a mocking smile. Do you think you still have a chance to inherit the position of the Ascension Sect Saint? Death is your final destination." His words were indifferent. Almost at the same time, a black and white lotus petal fell from Gu Jianquan's head. Gu Jianquan's eyes were cold. "What is this?" Whoosh, the lotus petal was very fast, and it instantly sank into Gu Jianquan's head like a flash of light. "Ah!" Gu Jianquan let out a miserable shriek as he stumbled backwards. The sword of emergence he was about to use had been interrupted. Lin Tian did not hesitate. His figure flashed, and he took advantage of this gap to force his way over. He waved his right fist and landed it on Gu Jianquan's face. Bang! Gu Jianquan was sent flying. A tooth fell out, and it flew out with blood. "There's one thing that you're right about, very right." Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang ho, and smashed another fist down at Gu Jianquan's flying body. "That Yan Yang Wang wants you to close your eyes and take a nap." He could not see the winged sword with the naked eye, nor could he capture it with the senses of his soul. As a result, he used the dazzling sunlight of the sun sea to force Gu Jianquan to close his eyes. It was also at that moment that a petal of the yin-yang lotus floated out from between his eyebrows under the blinding sunlight. It moved slowly and appeared above Gu Jianquan's head in the next moment. In this way, the opportunity for a counterattack was perfect. The black and white lotus petal moved very quickly, and it had an absolute killing power against the sea of consciousness. After entering between Gu Jianquan's eyebrows, it directly charged into his sea of consciousness and exploded there. Although it was far from enough to destroy Gu Jianquan's sea of consciousness, it was enough to make Gu Jianquan feel intense pain and interrupt his ascension sword. Bang! Lin Tian punched Gu Jianquan's face again. Gu Jianquan was immediately sent flying and coughed up blood. Lin Tian closed in and used the divining divine technique to the limit. Many divine elephants appeared and pressed down on Gu Jianquan. At the same time, he also activated the immortal artifact stone mirror, causing it to shine with a peerless light. Lin Tian! Gu Jianquan roared as he activated the high-grade immortal artifact. With a boom, the sharp sword aura rushed out. With Gu Jianquan as the center, the space within 10 feet was filled with sword light. "You'll die here." Lin Tian said those words. He no longer held back and directly supported the complete phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. For a moment, the sky was filled with black and white lotus petals. They hummed like lotus swords and a dense aura of yin and yang spread out. On the high platform, the sect master of the phaseless immortal sect narrowed his eyes and shone brightly. A phenomenon in the sea of consciousness. Staring at Lin Tian, the light in the middle-aged man's eyes became brighter and brighter. To be able to comprehend a phenomenon in the sea of consciousness, one must be a genius among geniuses. What a pleasant surprise. I underestimated him just now. Turns out he's a true genius. The sect master of the Phaseless Immortal Sect smiled. The sect master of the Ascension Immortal Sect glanced at the sect master of the Phaseless Immortal Sect and said nothing. He only looked at the central main platform quietly. At this moment, the others in the martial arts field recognized what Lin Tian's Lotus Sea was and were all shocked. A phenomenon in the sea of consciousness can only be comprehended by true geniuses. It said that it can cross 8 levels at most to battle. Someone's heart palpitated. At this moment, these people stared at Lin Tian again and finally realized how terrifying Lin Tian was. Lin Tian actually controlled a phenomenon in the sea of consciousness. Only Ling Yun chuckled and wasn't surprised because he already knew that Lin Tian had such means. On the central platform, Lin Tian's eyes were cold as the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness swept out. Instantly, the entire main platform was covered by black and white lotus petals. For a moment, the black light of Yin and the white pure Yang intertwined. The Yin and Yang auras intertwined and merged, causing the space to seem to have returned to the primitive era where Yin and Yang auras existed. The void rippled like water. Gu Jianchen turned pale with fright as he felt a huge threat. His sea of consciousness actually trembled slightly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as a light flashed between his eyebrows. Suddenly, the dense black and white lotus petals on the main platform vibrated and intertwined to form a huge Yin and Yang lotus diagram. He took a step forward and used all his strength. His right hand held the Yin and Yang lotus diagram formed by the lotus petals and pressed it forward. With a hum, the Yin and Yang auras instantly spread out. Gu Jianchen felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but roar. In the blink of an eye, he used the great ancient soaring serpent to defend himself. Lin Tianling snorted and raised his left hand slightly. The 4 symbols Dao diagram formed in the blink of an eye and pressed down at close range. Gu Jianchen's great ancient soaring serpent resisted for a moment before it shattered with a sizzling sound. Kill! Lin Tianling shouted. Holding the Yin and Yang lotus diagram, he took a step forward and pressed down heavily. At this moment, he actually had less than half of his true essence left. This was because Gu Jianchen was indeed not an ordinary cultivator at the second sky of the immortal ascension realm. He was very strong and not easy to deal with. From the beginning to the end, he had been fighting in his peak state. Naturally, his true essence was consumed very quickly. At this moment, he held the Yin and Yang lotus diagram. His eyes were cold as he increased his power again, causing the Yin and Yang lotus diagram's aura to become even more terrifying. It enveloped Gu Jianchen completely. Ah! A scream rang out almost instantly. The Yin and Yang lotus diagram enveloped Gu Jianchen. The black and white light shook violently and only dispersed after a few breaths. Gu Jianchen's body flew out horizontally. His eyes were bloodshot and his 7 orifices were bleeding. He trembled at the edge of the main arena and struggled continuously. More than half of his body was dyed red with blood. At this moment, Gu Jianchen's sea of consciousness was severely damaged by the Yin and Yang lotus diagram. His aura was at its lowest point. Gu Jianchen, lost, someone murmured. For a moment, all the disciples of the Ascension sect in the arena were stunned. Even the ordinary sect elders were moved. They never thought that Lin Tianling would actually win against Gu Jianchen. Lin Tianling's eyes were cold. A long sword appeared in his hand as he stepped toward Gu Jianchen. Just one more strike and this battle would end. Bastard! Staring at Lin Tianling walking over, Gu Jianchen's eyes were extremely vicious. Suddenly, there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. He quickly took out a blood-red pill and threw it into his mouth. P.S. The 4th update should be around 10 p.m. At this time, Gu Jianchen's movements were a little fast. Almost at the moment he swallowed the blood-colored pellet, an extremely powerful wave spread out from his body. The violent vibration of divine power swept through the entire central main arena. Gu Jianchen jumped up and stood up again. He stared at Lin Tian viciously with undisguised murderous intent. He should have been seriously injured and unable to fight back. But now, his injuries have healed, and, it seems like he's even stronger than before. In the martial arts practice field, everyone's expression changed. Gu Jianchen had clearly been defeated by Lin Tian. Many people had seen that scene. At that time, Gu Jianchun's aura was so weak that it was impossible for him to even stand up. But now, in the blink of an eye, Gu Jianchun's injuries seemed to have healed. His exhausted divine power had recovered, and the waves he emitted were even stronger than when he was at his peak. "What did you swallow just now?" Lin Tianling said coldly. Gu Jianchun's eyes were sinister. His sword aura rose. "Nothing. It's just a catalyst to help me use my divine power." "Nothing? Catalyst?" Lin Tian stared coldly at Gu Jianchun and shouted, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Can't I tell that you swallowed the blood soul pill? It's an upper 6th grade pill. It can temporarily increase one's cultivation and combat strength and stimulate divine power." He was a 5th grade alchemist who had inherited the medicine master's immortal canon. There were few pills in this world that he did not recognize. What? Blood soul pill? It can temporarily increase one's cultivation and combat strength and stimulate divine power. Is there such a pill? Gu Jianchun swallowed that baodan? How can this be? I was wondering how his injuries healed in the blink of an eye. His aura even became stronger. Is this it? If that's true, then this is too much. Many people said. Damn it, Gu Jianchun, you shameless bastard. Ling Yan cursed. You were the one who told others not to use the killing formation at the start, saying that you wanted to rely on your own strength to fight. Now that you've swallowed such a pill, how can you have the nerve to live? Ling Yun naturally wouldn't doubt Lin Tian's words. Since Lin Tian said it, it had to be the truth. Gu Jianchun's expression changed slightly as his heart churned. He had paid a considerable price to obtain this baodan when he was training outside. He had been carefully keeping it, preparing for the Holy Sun battle. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in himself, but he didn't want any accidents to happen. He had to become the saint and step on everyone. In the end, he was defeated in a battle to the death with Lin Tian. He couldn't accept it, and he couldn't die, so he swallowed the blood soul pill. He couldn't die, and he had to kill Lin Tian. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Tian could recognize this baodan at a glance. Moreover, he was so clear about the effects of this baodan. In order not to be seen through, he had brought the blood soul pill out of the Ascension sect. He had paid the price of several precious treasures to invite a level 7 alchemist to evaluate this baodan. However, that level 7 alchemist couldn't say anything, and he couldn't say the name of the baodan or the effects of the baodan. This made him very relieved at that time, and he didn't care when he swallowed it. He didn't think that anyone would be able to see through it. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Tian could recognize the blood soul pill that even a level 7 alchemist couldn't recognize with just a glance. Secretly taking a deep breath, Gu Jianchun sneered and stared at Lin Tian Dao. I don't know what the blood soul pill you're talking about is. I only took an ordinary pill that I refined myself to complement the baodan. It has nothing to do with the blood soul pill you're talking about. I also don't know what the blood soul pill is. Gu Jianchun guessed that Lin Tian might have seen the blood soul pill before, so he could recognize it with just a glance. However, so what if he recognized it? As long as he didn't admit it, there would be no evidence. No one here could test the effects of the baodan. This blood soul pill belonged to the forbidden baodan. Back then, he had obtained it through some special means. Even a level 7 alchemist couldn't detect it, and the Ascension Gate only had a level 6 alchemist at most. He laughed sinisterly in his heart and stared at Lin Tian even more viciously. Now, are you afraid of death? So you're deliberately framing. Gu Jianchun. A deep and cold shout rang out, directly interrupting what Gu Jianchun wanted to say next. On the high platform, the Ascension Gate sect master's expression sank. He naturally saw Gu Jianchun swallow the baodan, but he actually didn't know that it was the blood soul pill. However, coincidentally, he cultivated the Ascension God art, and Gu Jianchun also cultivated a part of it. Just now, there was a slight resonance between the two, which allowed him to capture a trace of Gu Jianchun's thoughts. Lin Tian was actually speaking the truth. You've lost. Step down. The Ascension Gate sect master said. In the martial arts field, everyone was shocked. They all looked at the Ascension Gate sect master, and then at Gu Jianchun on the stage. Since the sect master said such words, it means, Lin Tian is speaking the truth. This, many people discussed. Then, everyone's gaze fell on Gu Jianchen. Was Gu Jianchen really that shameless? Faced with everyone's pointed fingers and strange gazes, Gu Jianchen's face turned green and purple. However, he clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. He forced himself to remain calm and said, "Sect Master, I don't understand what you mean. Enough. Step down." The Ascension Gate Sect Master shouted. Gu Jianchen looked at the Ascension Gate Sect Master and clenched his fists. He knew that there was no room for him to speak, so he could only walk down the stage. At this moment, his gaze became even more venomous. He hated Lin Tian to the core. He thought that everything was Lin Tian's fault. He felt that if Lin Tiandao didn't tell him that he had consumed the blood-soul elixir, no one would know about it. Then, he wouldn't have to embarrass himself and would have won this life-and-death battle. During this process, he had never thought that consuming the blood-soul elixir was against the rules. Moreover, he had consumed the blood-soul elixir because he wanted to use it to kill Lin Tian. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Gu Jianchen roared in his heart. The crowd stared at Gu Jianchen. Many of them looked at him with disdain, and many of them pointed fingers at him. There were also people who looked at Lin Tian with congratulatory smiles, congratulating Lin Tian for winning the battle. Compared to Lin Tian and Gu Jianchen, most of the Ascension Gate disciples had a better impression of Lin Tian. For better or for worse, Lin Tian had once caused great harm to Xianxia in the sect, helping many outer and inner sect disciples vent their anger and resentment. Clang, at this moment, an ear-piercing sword hum rang out. It slashed at Gu Jianchen's feet, creating a deep crack. You can only die if you stand in the central arena. You don't have the right to walk out alive. A cold voice rang out. Lin Tian stood in the central arena. He turned around and looked at the Ascension Gate Master on the high platform. He bowed and said, "Gate Master, please allow this battle to continue." Gu Jianchen wanted to cripple him and kill him for no reason. How could he let Gu Jianchen go? That blood-soul elixir. Gu Jianchen's aura is even stronger than when he was at his peak. He seems to have reached the third firmament of ascension. Lin Tian, why, he's too reckless. Many people's expressions changed. They couldn't understand why Lin Tian would say something like this at this moment. It was too irrational. Gate Master, I also request for this battle to continue. It won't end until one of us dies. Gu Jianchen also spoke. Instantly, the martial arts practice field was dead silent. Then, someone couldn't help but curse in a low voice, "I've never seen such a shameless person." When Lin Tian said that he wanted to continue the battle, he was courageous, which was admirable. As for Gu Jianchen, it was already despicable of him to consume a pill that could temporarily increase his cultivation when he was about to lose the battle. But now, after Lin Tian spoke, he actually followed suit and asked the master of the Ascension sect to continue the battle. Many disciples of the Ascension sect despised him for his shamelessness. They found him rather disgusting. Gu Jianchen, I finally understand where your strength comes from. I finally understand why you can become the first core disciple. It's because of your shamelessness. Ling Yin shouted, "From today onwards, Lord Ling has decided to look up to you. I'll definitely learn from you. This way, I'll definitely be able to dominate the 10 regions in the future." Ling Yan's voice wasn't soft. It spread throughout the entire martial arts practice field. Shameless. That's right. Don't you know how to write the word shameless? Many people whispered. In the central arena, Gu Jianchen naturally heard these discussions, but he didn't care at all. He only stared viciously at Lin Tian. He was going to continue this battle of life and death. He was going to kill Lin Tian. After that, he would still be the saint of the Ascension Gate. Those who mocked him, he would make them pay with their blood one by one. Kill. With a low roar, the divine energy outside Gu Jianchen's body became even more violent. He didn't wait for the Ascension Gate Master to speak and directly charged at Lin Tian. The high-grade immortal sword in his hand shone with an immortal light. "Brat, be careful." Ling Yan couldn't help but shout. At this moment, Gu Jianchen was even more terrifying than when he was at his peak after consuming the Baodan. He had reached the third heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. Although this would only be achieved in a short period of time, and once the effects of the blood soul pill wore off, it would fall back down, and there might even be severe side effects. However, that was not important. What was important was that the current Gu Jianchen was very terrifying, and he was worried about Lin Tian. Kill! Gu Jianchen's roar reverberated throughout the central arena. At this moment, the divine energy outside his body became much stronger. It was like a blazing flame. Facing this aura, Lin Tian's black hair danced wildly in front of his forehead. However, his eyes were terrifyingly cold. He raised his right hand. On each of his 5 fingers, a small green fireball jumped out. Moreover, each fireball had a strange imprint on it. It was mysterious and magical. P.S. The 5th watch should be at 2 o'clock in the morning. Everyone, wait until tomorrow to see it. Long, work hard to write. 5 balls of fire danced on his fingertips. Although they were small, they burned fiercely, twisting the space around them. The most peculiar thing was that there were strange patterns on the surface of the 5 balls of fire, giving people a feeling of fantasy. Die! Gu Jianchen roared. His divine power boiled like an erupting volcano as he charged at Lin Tian with his sword. After the blood soul pill entered his body, Gu Jianchen's injuries healed. He even temporarily broke through to the 3rd tier of the connecting immortal realm. With a clanging sound, the sound of swords rang out as dozens of sword lights slashed down towards Lin Tian. Every one of them was extremely terrifying. This, too strong. The space in front of us, is cracking? Lin Tian, how are we going to fight? This? Many people around the training field were shocked. At this moment, Gu Jianchen was even stronger than he was at his peak. Lin Tian, die. Remember, it's your arrogance that's going to kill you. Gu Jianchen sneered. 5 balls of green fire danced in Lin Tian's right hand, making sizzling sounds. Hearing Gu Jianchen's words, he couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Now, who was the arrogant one between him and Gu Jianchen? He didn't say anything. Although he was laughing, his eyes were cold. With a flick of his left hand, the immortal artifact stone mirror vibrated. A beam of immortal light more than 3 inches in diameter shot out, heading straight for Gu Jianchen. With a boom, the void rumbled. The immortal light was terrifying. Useless! Gu Jianchen yelled. Because of the blood soul pill, he was now in the 3rd tier of the connecting immortal realm. Although it was only temporary, he was still in the 3rd tier of the connecting immortal realm. He was several times stronger than when he was at his peak. He didn't care about the immortal light from the stone mirror that was more than 3 inches in diameter. He directly slashed forward with the immortal sword. Chi! With a crisp sound, the beam of immortal light was shattered. It's all in vain. You're too weak now, weaker than an ant. Gu Jianchen's eyes were vicious, but the next moment, his expression changed. Lin Tian stepped in front of him, leaving after images. How dare you, wind subjugation seal. With a cold voice, the 5 balls of fire in Lin Tian's right hand trembled and were pushed forward, landing on Gu Jianchen's chest. Gu Jianchen was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. He didn't feel any pain, nor did he feel any heat. Are you tickling me? Or do you want to use this flame to increase my body temperature? It's really, you? Suddenly, Gu Jianchen's laughter and mockery froze on his face, and his aura rapidly decreased. What happened? Gu Jianchen's aura has suddenly dropped rapidly. He's about to become like when he was heavily injured. This? Lin Tian, what did he do? Everyone was shocked. On the high platform, the Ascension Gate sect master revealed a strange expression as he stared seriously at Lin Tian's right hand. Those 5 balls of flames were very peculiar. The Taoist blueprint at the very beginning, the 5 flames, and the phenomenon in the Library of Heaven's Path. That young man is no ordinary person. The Phaseless sect master's eyes flashed. In the central main arena, Gu Jianchen's powerful aura receded like a tide. In the blink of an eye, it had weakened to the lowest point. He stared furiously at Lin Tian. What did you do to me? Why? Where did my power go? Bang! Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and punched Gu Jianchun's chin, sending him several meters into the air. He took a small step back. Just as Gu Jianchun's body was about to touch the surface of the arena, he kicked out again, sending Gu Jianchun flying again. However, in the next moment, he appeared beside Gu Jianchun again. He waved his right hand and sent Gu Jianchun crashing into the central main arena with a punch. Bang! He raised his right leg and stomped down hard on Gu Jianchun's face. With a cracking sound, the faint sound of a broken nose could be heard. Lin, bang! Lin Tian raised his right leg and stomped down hard again. This time, he landed on Gu Jianchun's chest. Immediately, the sound of ribs breaking resounded clearly in the space. After taking the blood soul pill, Gu Jianchun's cultivation had temporarily reached the third level of the connecting immortal realm. It was indeed very powerful and terrifying. However, how could Lin Tian be afraid? He was a fifth-level alchemist. Moreover, he had inherited the ancient scriptures of one of the 9 celestial sovereigns, the apothecary master. He had mastered many amazing alchemy skills. It was not difficult for him to use alchemy skills to erase the medicinal effects of a cultivator who had just taken a 6th-level Baodan. This was the power of the wind subjugation seal. He used the wind subjugation seal and injected its seal power into Gu Jianchun's body through his chest. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed all the medicinal effects of the blood soul pill in Gu Jianchun's body. After the medicinal effects were destroyed, Gu Jianchun's aura naturally weakened. His cultivation returned to the second level of the connecting immortal realm. His injuries were the same as before. No, they were even worse. At this time, Gu Jianchun's divine power had almost dried up. He could no longer use his immortal weapon. You, to me, bang! Lin Tian stomped down again. The sound of bones breaking rang out again. The crowd around the arena was stunned. Gu Jianchun, lost again? This time, he lost so quickly. His cultivation and aura from the third level of the connecting immortal realm just disappeared? Lin Tian, many people were shocked. In the central arena, Lin Tian kicked Gu Jianchun to the east and to the west. Gu Jianchun roared madly in humiliation. Only when Gu Jianchun's voice became hoarse did he finally stop. Then, with a clang, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It glowed with cold killing intent. He slashed it at Gu Jianchun's throat. I've said it before. Since you're standing on this arena, you'll only die. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. The sword flew through the air, aiming at Gu Jianchun's throat. Gu Jianchun's eyes widened in despair. This sword was very ordinary, but he couldn't dodge it at all. Swoosh! At this moment, the secluded elder appeared in the central arena. He grabbed Lin Tian's hand that was holding the sword. Let him live. The secluded elderly Danyan said. Why? Lin Tian's face darkened. If he won, he would let Gu Jianchun go. But if Gu Jianchun won, what would happen to him? As if knowing what he was thinking, the secluded elder said, if you lose, the sect master will definitely save your life. Lin Tian, spare his life. Take it that I'm asking for a favor from you. On the high platform, the Ascension sect master said. Lin Tian frowned. He paused for a moment and glanced coldly at Gu Jianchun. Only then did he keep his sword. He wanted to kill Gu Jianchun, but since the Ascension sect master personally asked for mercy, how could he refuse him? He respected this middle-aged man very much. After all, he was indebted to the Ascension sect master. Moreover, he believed that the Ascension sect master wouldn't be biased towards Gu Jianchun for no reason. There should be a reason that he didn't know. At this moment, applause sounded. On the high platform, the formless sect master clapped and stood up with a smile. Brilliant! Brilliant! The Ascension sect is indeed worthy of being the leader of the 12 Tao sects. Today's grand competition has truly broadened my horizons. As he spoke, the formless sect master glanced at Lin Tian and Gu Jianchun on the central arena. He said to the Ascension sect master, Ascension sect master, can you give these two to my formless immortal sect? I'm very satisfied with them. What? Everyone in the arena was shocked. The formless sect master actually wanted the Ascension sect master to give away Lin Tian and Gu Jianchun. For a moment, many people looked at each other in dismay. Lin Tian frowned. He didn't care about the formless sect master wanting the Ascension sect master to give him and Gu Jianchen to the formless immortal sect for the time being. Instead, he felt that the formless sect master's attitude towards the Ascension sect had started to change. The biggest change was in the way he addressed the Ascension sect master. He changed from the initial fellow Taoist Ascension sect master to Ascension sect master. There was a faint sense of superiority. Give them to the formless immortal sect? On the high platform, the Ascension sect master looked at the formless sect master and said, "Is the formless sect master joking? Lin Tian and Gu Jianchen are the most outstanding geniuses of my Ascension sect. Your request isn't very suitable, right?" "Of course I'm not joking. I'm very serious and I admire the two of them very much. I want to bring them back to the formless immortal sect and properly nurture them." The formless sect master spoke. However, there was an additional sense of dominance in his tone as he said, "As for whether it's suitable or not, that's a simple question. I feel that it's suitable, and the Ascension sect master, it's also very suitable for you to hand them over." The Ascension sect master looked at the central main stage and said, "Regardless of whether it's a joke or not, regardless of whether it's suitable or not, I'm indebted to the formless sect master for appreciating the two of them. However, I ask for your forgiveness. Giving away our own genius disciples to other sects is something that has never happened before in the history of the Ascension sect. I can't set a precedent and have nothing to say to my ancestors in the future. Does the Ascension sect master mean that you don't want to hand them over?" The formless sect master narrowed his eyes. "You'll regret it." Boom. Following the formless sect master's words, an earth-shattering rumble came from outside the Ascension sect. Even the earth shook because of it. Tyrannical divine powers intertwined together. The clouds in the sky rolled and surged. Dozens of figures stepped on the void and walked over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the entire training field of the Ascension sect in a circular shape, causing the expressions of many Ascension sect disciples to change. Vaguely, these people seemed to have blocked all the exits, causing all the Ascension sect disciples on the training field to tremble. They became a little uneasy. What were these people trying to do? Lin Tian stood on the central main stage and scanned the dozens of people. Then, his expression changed. A large amount of cold light shone in his eyes. People from the Golden Fire Dao sect. These dozens of people all had strong qi and blood. They were at the peak of the fourth heaven of the connecting immortal realm to the ninth heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Among these dozens of people, he realized that more than half of them had the same aura as the gray-robed old man that he met a few months ago. In other words, among these dozens of people, more than half of them were elders of the Golden Fire Dao sect. He shifted his gaze. A blue-robed old man from the east instantly shocked him. He actually felt the fluctuation of Dao from the old man. Great Dao realm expert. His heart trembled. P.S. 5th update. It's 4 a.m. now. It's tough. While typing, my eyelids are fighting. This chapter took me more than 4 hours to write. It's too far away from the estimated update time. Please forgive me. Then, I'll resume the 2 chapters update today. Everyone, please allow me to rest for a few days. At the end of the month, I'll erupt again. The daily update will still not be less than 5 chapters. Finally, I'll talk about the 2 chapters update today. They're both after 4 in the afternoon. I'm so tired. I'll go and catch up on sleep. I'll also ask for a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and his heart sank. A great Dao realm expert had come to the Ascension sect. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he did not come with good intentions. He glanced around. There were a total of 83 experts surrounding him. More than half of them seemed to belong to the Golden Fire Dao sect, including the great Dao realm expert. The remaining half of them had auras similar to the formless sect master. He even found an old man in a Daoist robe in the crowd. He emitted a strong soul power fluctuation. He was actually a peak rank 7 array manipulator. This made his heart sink even more. Looking at this person and thinking about the dozens of people who dared to enter the Ascension sect so casually, he guessed that the Ascension sect's guardian sect might have been destroyed. What happened? On the martial arts practice field, many disciples of the Ascension sect trembled slightly as a sense of fear rose in them. More than 80 people surrounded the martial arts practice field with cold and indifferent eyes. All of you. On the central main arena, the reclusive elderly Danyan's face was cold. Obviously, he knew that these people did not have good intentions. More than 80 people had cold expressions and did not say anything. Boom. 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 The tyrannical divine power fluctuation appeared again. Within the Ascension sect, 11 rays of light rushed out. They all looked like old men and were the other 11 reclusive elders of the Ascension sect. At this moment, they walked out with cold and ashen expressions and arrived above the martial arts practice field. It was also at this moment that laughter came from the high platform. It's only interesting when there are more people. The formless sect master rose into the air and stepped towards the center of the martial arts practice field. Behind him, the other 2 elders of the formless immortal sect followed him and stepped into the main arena. Their steps seemed to be very slow, but they landed on the main arena in the blink of an eye. People of the Ascension sect, listen up. Your sect master has publicly humiliated my formless immortal sect and wantonly trampled on my formless immortal sect's dignity. This is intolerable. The formless sect master said, there is a saying in the mortal world that when the emperor is angry, millions of corpses will fall. As one of the 6 great immortal sects, my formless immortal sect is far superior to the emperor of the mortal world and is not easy to bully. In order to protect the dignity of my formless immortal sect, today, I have to take action and make the Ascension sect disappear from the world. What? The expressions of the disciples of the Ascension sect changed drastically. If they wanted the Ascension sect to disappear from the world, wouldn't that mean annihilation? Sect. How could the sect leader humiliate the phaseless immortal sect? He only refused to send Lin Tian and Gu Jianchen out. Everyone was terrified. Around them, there were more than 80 outsiders standing outside the training field. The weakest of them was at the 4th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, and 18 of them were at the peak of the connecting immortal realm. In addition, there was a great virtue realm existence. With such strength, it was definitely possible for him to destroy the Ascension Dao sect. Moreover, the most important thing was that the person who said that the Dao school of Ascension would disappear was the master of the phaseless immortal sect. The phaseless immortal sect was one of the 6 great immortal sects. Even if a dozen or so Ascension Dao sects were to join forces, they would still be far from being comparable to the phaseless immortal sect. Now that the master of the phaseless immortal sect had said that he wanted to destroy the Ascension sect, how could the Ascension sect still have any hope of surviving? One by one, the disciples of the Ascension sect trembled. They had joined the Ascension sect to cultivate, but today, they were all going to be annihilated here? Lin Tian's expression changed as well. Even though he knew that the 3 of them weren't passing by the Ascension Dao sect by chance when they first arrived at the Ascension Dao sect, and that they weren't here to watch the Ascension Dao sect's grand competition, there should be something else. However, he never expected that they would actually want to destroy the Ascension Dao sect. It could be imagined that the sect leader of the phaseless sect definitely didn't suddenly want to destroy the Ascension sect. This point could also be seen from the fact that the other dozens of people had entered the Ascension Dao sect. This was something that had long been prepared. As for the phaseless sect leader's words of the Ascension sect leader insulting the dignity of the phaseless immortal sect, it was just an excuse to make a move. Damn it! The reclusive elderly Danyan charged towards the phaseless sect leader, but in the blink of an eye, he was forced to the front by the 2 elders behind the phaseless sect leader. The 2 elders attacked at the same time, unleashing a terrifying palm strike that sent Li Danyan flying 100 feet away. Gu Jianchen stood to the side. When he saw Li Danyan, who was at the 9th layer of the Ascension Immortal Realm, being sent flying in the blink of an eye, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. How rude. This sect master hasn't finished speaking yet. The phaseless sect leader wore a smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the entire training ground. He said, your sect leader and elders are rude, but my phaseless immortal sect is very benevolent. This is especially so for this sect leader. For the sake of people with talent, I won't kill all of you. I'll give you a chance. As long as you're a core disciple or above, as long as you're willing to leave the Ascension Dao sect immediately and join my phaseless immortal sect, you can avoid death and become stronger. As soon as the phaseless sect leader finished speaking, the disciples on the training ground trembled violently. Most of them revealed despair as they felt their bodies turn cold. The phaseless sect leader wanted them to betray the Ascension Tao sect. Only then would they have a chance to live. Moreover, only core disciples and core disciples had a choice. The others had no chance at all. They could only die here. On the high platform, the Ascension sect leader looked at the main stage in the center, then looked at the phaseless sect leader. There was not the slightest bit of surprise on his face, as if he had already known everything that was happening. However, although the Ascension sect leader's expression was not surprised, he looked at the phaseless sect leader coldly. There was also a different kind of light in his eyes. However, in the end, the coldness was even stronger. The phaseless sect leader raised his head to look at the high platform, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and once again swept his gaze across the training ground. Successor disciples and core disciples of the Ascension sect, I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you stand behind the sect leader within 10 breaths of time, you will be considered to have joined my phaseless immortal sect and can live. After 10 breaths of time, those who do not stand behind the sect leader will die here. The atmosphere in the training ground suddenly became abnormal. There were dozens of successor disciples and a few core disciples. Many of their faces were slightly pale, and their expressions were constantly changing. In the end, someone rushed up and arrived at the central main stage in the blink of an eye, standing behind the phaseless immortal sect leader, and elders. I'm sorry. I don't want to die. With the first person walking over, soon, more successor disciples and core disciples moved. Each of them was extremely fast as they rushed to the main stage and stood behind the phaseless sect leader. Many elders of the Ascension Tao sect had ugly expressions as they clenched their fists. On the high platform, the Ascension sect leader was expressionless as he looked at the phaseless sect leader. Master, don't worry. I will always remember that I was once a disciple of the Ascension Tao sect. At this moment, a voice rang out. On the central main stage, Gu Jianchen dragged his heavily injured body and quickly walked behind the phaseless sect leader. Instantly, the crowd's expression changed. Gu Jianchen? He actually also. He is already this generation's chosen saint. Before he was a chosen saint, he had already learned part of the Ascension divine technique, but now. Shameless. Many people cursed. Many people could understand that others had betrayed the Ascension Tao sect, but Gu Jianchen had already been taught part of the Ascension divine technique before he became a chosen saint. Clearly, the sect had been nurturing him with all their might, secretly raising him as the next sect leader. Moreover, his master, Li Danyan, had even swallowed his pride and saved Gu Jianchen in the battle to the death. The sect master had even personally pleaded for Lin Tian to spare Gu Jianchen and not kill him. Only then was Gu Jianchen saved. It could be said that the Ascension sect had done a great favor for Gu Jianchen. Without the Ascension Tao sect, Gu Jianchen wouldn't be the current Gu Jianchen. But now, Gu Jianchen had betrayed the Ascension Immortal sect just like the others and stood behind the phaseless sect leader. On the high platform, the Ascension sect leader looked at the central main stage. His gaze landed on Gu Jianchen, and the complicated expression in his eyes disappeared. There was no anger, only a thick sense of mockery. In the distance, Li Danyan had been injured by the two people from the phaseless immortal sect. At this moment, he was staring at Gu Jianchen, so angry that his entire body was trembling. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. The phaseless sect leader laughed loudly. His eyes shone brightly. He was very satisfied with Gu Jianchen. Raising his head, the phaseless sect leader glanced at the Ascension sect leader. Then, his gaze landed on Lin Tian. Young man, you should come as well. I can give you many resources that the Ascension sect can't. Your sky will be even wider. The phaseless sect leader was very surprised when he saw the battle between Lin Tian and Gu Jianchen. Not only was Lin Tian's talent shocking, but his intelligence was also extraordinary. He had comprehended a phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. He was very monstrous. Moreover, he saw Lin Tian use a few techniques that were similar to the King Physique and King Domain described in ancient books. He was even more surprised. King Domain was something that only a King Physique could use. Moreover, a King Physique could only use one King Domain. Lin Tian had vaguely used several different Qing domains. It was very shocking. It was very mysterious. Immediately, everyone's gaze landed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's gaze was very calm as he looked at the faceless sect leader. After 3 breaths, he stepped forward and walked towards the faceless sect leader. That Lin Tian, he's also. After all, this is a choice of life and death. Moreover, Lin Tian is not Gu Jianchen. The sect does not treat Lin Tian as well as Gu Jianchen. Many people shook their heads. Ling Yan's expression changed. Why was Lin Tian walking towards the faceless sect leader? On the high platform, the Ascension sect leader looked at Lin Tian with loneliness and disappointment in his eyes. Good. The faceless sect leader looked at Lin Tian walking over and could not help but laugh again. Then, he looked at the Ascension sect leader proudly. Lin Tian walked calmly towards the faceless sect leader. Soon, he was only a few feet away from the faceless sect leader. It was also at this moment that he suddenly sped up. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. The sword in his hand vibrated. Lightning and fire intertwined as he slashed towards the faceless sect leader's left side. Gu Jianchen was standing there. Such an action caused everyone's expression to change. On the high platform, the Ascension sect leader's expression changed once more. The loneliness and disappointment disappeared and were replaced by resplendence. The faceless sect leader was also moved. He quickly struck out with his hand. Lin Tian was extremely fast. His sword was about to hit Gu Jianchen, but it was still stopped at the last moment. The faceless sect leader's hurried palm strike surged and directly shattered Gu Jianchen's sword. Moreover, the remaining power was still very shocking. It directly flipped Gu Jianchen over. After he landed on the stage, he staggered several feet away and coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a pity. I was so close. He raised his right hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. P.S. Today's second update will be around 9 p.m. Because I've been really tired recently, I haven't had much time to sleep. As a result, the estimated update time is always wrong and delayed. Brothers and sisters, please forgive me. I sincerely apologize to everyone. Afterwards, Dragon will try his best to adjust his mental state and update earlier. Thank you everyone. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Tian glanced at the sect master of the formless sect before glancing coldly at Gu Jianchen. His eyes were filled with mockery. In the beginning, he wanted to kill Gu Jianchen because Gu Jianchen was overbearing and rude. He wanted to cripple him and provoke him. At that time, he only looked down on Gu Jianchen and only felt disgust. He was never angry. But now, he had some anger. The sect had been secretly nurturing him as a saint, and the sect master of the Ascension sect personally asked him not to kill him. But now, he betrayed the Ascension sect without hesitation and stood behind the person who wanted to destroy the Ascension sect. Trash, he said coldly. Gu Jianchen's face immediately turned ashen, but soon, a sinister look flashed across his eyes. Whether I leave the Ascension sect or not, the Ascension sect will be destroyed in the end. If I stay, I will only die with the Ascension sect. What's the use of sacrificing my life? Moreover, since ancient times, a wise man submits to circumstances. My choice is correct. The disciples of the Ascension sect were stunned. Then, they became incomparably angry and focused on Gu Jianchen. Shameless. Shameless thing. The sect has been nurturing people like you. Scum. Many people cursed. He betrayed the sect that he was indebted to and stood behind the person who wanted to destroy the sect. Yet, he still said such righteous words. Gu Jianchen snorted coldly and swept his cold gaze across the crowd. I, Gu Jianchen, am destined to rush to the highest level of the heavens. How can my life be compared to mediocre people like you? If you die, you die. Even if you live, you don't have much of a future. But I'm different. I'll only get stronger and stronger. My world should be even vaster. Hearing this, the disciples of the Ascension sect were even more furious. Good. The sect master of the formless sect laughed. Cultivators should have the tyranny of cultivators and the cruelty of cultivators. Everything in the world should be given up and given up. As he spoke, the sect master of the formless sect looked at Lin Tian and said, "What about you? As long as you leave the Feather Transformation Tao School and join my phaseless immortal sect, I can guarantee that I will give you resources that the Feather Transformation Tao School will never be able to give you, and your future will be smooth sailing." Lin Tian looked at the sect master of formless sect without any change in expression. He didn't say a single word. Back then, when he first met the Ascension Gate sect leader, the Ascension Gate sect leader had given him 2 powerful abhijnas. Then, when he was training outside the Ascension Gate sect, the Ascension Gate sect leader had even killed an elder of the Golden Fire Tao sect for him. As such, how could he possibly leave the Ascension Tao sect at this time? Leaving the Ascension Tao sect was equivalent to betraying the Ascension sect master. He, Lin Tian, was not an ungrateful person. He looked at the phaseless sect, indifferently and speechlessly. Without a doubt, this was the answer that had been given. The face of the Wu Xiang sect immediately sank. Lin Tian had refused. "You rejected my invitation and refused to leave the Ascension Tao sect because you want to show these people your noble character and unquestionable integrity?" The phaseless sect master said coldly. "Put away your sarcasm." Lin Tian's voice was very calm. "I, Lin Tian, have never thought of myself as a person of noble character and unquestionable integrity, much less show it to anyone. I just have my principles and bottom line. Sect master has protected me several times and treated me with kindness. I, Lin Tian, understand." He said, "Today, I will live and die with the sect." His simple words and calm tone were like the evening drum and morning bell at this moment, causing many people to tremble involuntarily. A drop of kindness gushing spring retribution, everyone in the world knew of this sentence. However, how many people could truly achieve it? Now, Lin Tian had done it. At this moment of life and death, he could clearly leave the sect in exchange for a better future and a smoother cultivation path. However, Lin Tian did not. Instead, he chose to live and die with the sect. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Tian. For a moment, they even forgot their fear and despair. Now, there was only admiration and reverence. "Kid, well said." Ling Yin roared. The elders of the Ascension Tao sect stared at Lin Tian, their eyes sparkling with divine light. There was such a young man in the Ascension sect. The blue-robed great elder clenched his fist slightly. Sect master did not misjudge him. A few months ago, when Lin Tian killed Yu Xiaoqing, he personally went to the Ascension Tower to ask the sect master of the Ascension sect how to deal with the consciousness incarnation placed there. However, the voice that came from the Ascension Tower asked Yu Xiaoqing's brother, Yu Qianling, to stop causing trouble. It even asked him to step in and stop Yu Qianling from attacking Lin Tian. At that time, even though Yu Xiaoqing deserved to die, he did not understand why the sect master of the Ascension sect would do this for an outer sect disciple who had just entered the sect. Was he not afraid of causing trouble for a core disciple with a bright future? Now, he understood. At this moment, many disciples of the Ascension sect looked at Lin Tian and involuntarily clenched their fists. Their despair and fear gradually disappeared. More than 90% of these people were outer and inner sect disciples. When they had no choice but to wait for death, Lin Tian's simple and calm words ignited the passion in many people's hearts. "We're going to die anyway. What's the use of fear and despair? We'll live and die with the sect." An older inner sect disciple shouted. Soon, more disciples of the Ascension sect shouted the words that Lin Tian Dao said. "Live and die with the sect." In an instant, the words "live and die with the sect" reverberated throughout the entire martial arts practice field. Some of the reclusive elders of the Ascension sect trembled slightly. These people were all old people who had lived for hundreds of years. It was difficult for their emotions to be stirred. However, now, their eyes flickered intensely as they looked at Lin Tian. This young man used his simple words to ignite the passion and fighting spirit of the despairing disciples of the Ascension sect. Formless sect master's face sank completely. Not only did Lin Tian reject him, but he also made the other disciples of the Ascension sect no longer fear him. "Your choice surprised me and made me feel very regretful." Staring at Lin Tian, Formless sect master's voice was very cold. "I thought highly of you and originally wanted to give you a bright future. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you, your talent is astonishing. Therefore, your rejection is equivalent to your death. Since a person like you can't be used by me, you can only be killed by me." After saying the last sentence coldly, Formless Sect Master's figure flashed and pounced towards Lin Tian like a bolt of lightning. His cold killing intent was vast and mighty, and a sharp palm force slashed towards Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian frowned. He naturally knew that his rejection would lead to Formless Sect Master's annihilation. He wasn't surprised at all. He stepped on the yin-yang avatar and retreated quickly. The current him was definitely no match for Formless Sect Master. Scram! Almost at the same time, a cold voice sounded. The Ascension Sect Master's figure appeared in front of Lin Tian and struck out with his palm. With a bang, Formless Sect Master was directly blasted away. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating 50 feet. Lin Tian stopped the yin-yang avatar and paused. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." "Lin Tian, thank you. Thank you for not letting me down," the Ascension Sect Master said. In the face of calamity and death, it was the best time to test and see a person clearly. At this moment, it could be said that staying in the Ascension Sect was equivalent to choosing death. Under such circumstances, Lin Tian didn't hesitate to reject Formless Sect Master's invitation and generous treatment. He chose to live and die with the Ascension Sect Master. This made the Ascension Sect Master very moved. "Sect Master, please don't say that. Lin Tian's actions are what he should do," Lin Tiandao said. As he spoke, he looked at the Ascension Sect Master and voiced the doubts in his heart. "But Sect Master, why is the Phaseless Immortal Sect targeting us?" "You." As one of the 6 great immortal sects, it was impossible for the Phaseless Immortal Sect to attack the Ascension Dao Gate for no reason and to destroy the Ascension Dao Gate. Moreover, from the looks of it, the attitude of the Ascension Sect Master towards the Phaseless Immortal Sect was truly somewhat strange. The Ascension Sect Master looked at Lin Tian. He raised his right hand slightly and dense divine energy surged towards Lin Tian to help Lin Tian heal. Earlier, Lin Tian wanted to kill Gu Jianchen, but he was injured by Formless Sect Master. "Let me tell you a story." The Ascension Sect Master looked at Lin Tian and said, "Many years ago, a genius entered the Ascension Sect. His name was Tua Yili. He was only 11 years old when he entered the inner sect. That year, the Ascension Sect Master of that generation accepted him as a personal disciple. He took great care of him and taught him diligently. Tua Yili didn't disappoint the Ascension Sect Master of that generation. After receiving personal guidance, his cultivation grew even faster and he became even stronger. He advanced triumphantly. 7 years later, another boy entered the Ascension Sect. His name was Lu Wuwei. His talent was just as outstanding. From the outer sect to the inner sect, from the inner sect to a true disciple, from a true disciple to a core disciple, he gradually caught up to Tua Yili. Just like Tua Yili, he shook the entire Ascension Sect. The Ascension Sect Master said, to the Ascension Sect, that was a period of glory. Tua Yili was strong and domineering, while Lu Wuwei was free and easy. Although their personalities were completely different and they didn't interact much, they were known as the Ascension Sect's twin prodigies. Not only were they respected by the Ascension Sect's disciples, they were also famous in the 12 sections. Many years passed. That generation determined the Ascension Sect's holy sun. Without exception, the final battle was between Tua Yili and Lu Wuwei. It was also that battle that changed many things. That battle was very intense. When Lu Wuwei was about to lose, the Ascension Sect Master of that generation suddenly discovered something extremely painful. His disciple, Tua Yili, whom he taught with great care like his own son, used a forbidden technique that could increase his battle prowess by several times during the battle. However, because this forbidden technique was incomplete, it required him to absorb a cultivator's source energy to cultivate it. At that time, he discovered that when Tua Yili used this forbidden technique, his body had the source energy of some of the sect's elite disciples who had died mysteriously. Those elite disciples who had died mysteriously were all killed by Tua Yili in secret and became materials for Tua Yili to cultivate the forbidden technique. At that time, the Ascension Sect Master of that generation was furious. According to the sect's rules, he was supposed to kill Tua Yili. However, in the end, he couldn't bear it and couldn't do it. Because of the many years of careful teaching, the Ascension sect master of that generation had already treated Tua Yili as his own son. Therefore, in the end, he only crippled Tua Yili's cultivation and expelled him from the Ascension sect. As for Lu Wuwei, he became that generation's holy son of the Ascension sect. Originally, I thought that everything would come to an end because of this. Unfortunately, it didn't. Tua Yili, who was expelled from the sect, did not feel grateful to the Ascension sect master for not killing him. Instead, he was filled with endless resentment. He resented the entire Ascension sect. It has to be said that Tua Yili was very talented. After his cultivation was crippled, he actually re-embarked on the path of cultivation in an extremely short period of time and obtained even greater achievements. As he spoke, the Ascension sect master raised his head and looked at the faceless immortal sect master. End of chapter. When Lin Tian heard this, he followed the gaze of the Ascension sect leader and was immediately shocked. He is Tua Yili? He could not help but ask. The Ascension sect leader did not say anything and only nodded lightly. Lin Tian's expression changed once again. Even though he could easily guess that the formless sect's master was Tua Yili from back then from the Ascension Gate's master, he still could not help but be shocked when he received the Ascension Gate's master's personal confirmation. The sect leader of this generation of the formless immortal sect, one of the 6 great immortal sects, was actually a disciple of the Ascension sect. This, the master of the formless immortal sect, how could this be? On the martial arts practice field, all the disciples of the Ascension sect were shocked, and all of them turned pale with fright. The 12 reclusive elders were not surprised at all, but their eyes were very cold. Obviously, they knew about this matter. Lin Tian looked at the Ascension sect leader and said, "Sect leader, then, you were the one who fought with him in the Holy Sun battle." The Ascension sect leader still did not say anything and nodded his head in loneliness. With a cold snort, the formless sect leader looked at the Ascension sect leader with a sinister expression. "Lu Wuwei, what is the meaning of your loneliness? I was the one who won that battle. The position of Holy Sun should have been mine. But that old thing crippled my cultivation for the death of a few trashy disciples and expelled me from the Ascension Dao sect, allowing you, the loser, to obtain the position of Saint Sun. Now, you actually have a lonely expression? What do you have to be lonely about?" Staring at the Ascension sect leader, the formless sect leader's eyes were sinister. The Ascension sect leader laughed mockingly. "I only feel pity for the previous sect leader. He taught you with all his heart and treated you as his own son. He hoped that you could become the Holy Sun, that you could inherit the position of the next sect leader, that you could protect the Ascension sect, that you could lead the Ascension sect to greater heights, and that he was filled with expectations for you, but you, in order to cultivate the forbidden technique, secretly killed the elite disciples of the sect one by one, and used their source energy as cultivation nourishment, breaking the heart of the previous sect leader. That year, many elders requested for you to be executed. It was the sect leader who felt endless pressure and guilt towards the elite disciples that you killed, so he spared your life. He only crippled your cultivation and expelled you from the Ascension Dao sect. As for you, not only are you unrepentant and ungrateful, you even returned to the Ascension Dao Gate with resentment and the intent to destroy your teacher, your benefactor. You call him an old bastard." The Ascension Gate sect master's voice was calm. There was no anger in it, only a hint of desolation. He felt that it was not worth it for the previous Ascension Gate sect master. Beside him, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart. A teacher for a day, a father for life. This was what the sages had said. He had always felt that this was the truth and that this was how it should be. The previous Ascension Gate leader treated Tua Yili like that. When Tua Yili secretly killed many elite disciples of the sect to use them as nutrients to cultivate the forbidden technique, when many elders demanded that Tua Yili be executed, the Ascension Gate leader bore the boundless pressure alone. With the guilt and sins of those dead elite disciples, he only crippled Tua Yili's cultivation and expelled him from the Ascension Gate sect, giving Tua Yili a chance to continue living. This was a huge favor. A huge favor. However, not only did Tua Yili not appreciate it, he even developed resentment. After obtaining greater achievements and returning to the Ascension Gate sect, He actually wanted to destroy the sect that the previous Ascension Gate sect master had spent so much effort on. He actually called his teacher, who was like a father to him, an old bastard. This made him clench his fists. Even though he also called an old drunkard an old bastard, when he called him that, it was with respect from the bottom of his heart. He just felt that it was more intimate than calling him master. However, this Tuo Yili was clearly different from him. Trash, he said coldly. The formless gate sect master looked over. His eyes were gloomy and filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Tian. You are right. He is trash. Furthermore, he is the dirtiest trash. The Ascension Gate sect master said. The ridicule in his eyes became even stronger. His gaze landed on Gu Jianchen, who was behind the formless gate sect master. Do you want to hear about Gu Jianchen? Lin Tian did not say anything. He only nodded silently. After the battle with the Saint Child, who knows how many years had passed. The previous Ascension Gate sect master abdicated and took over the position of the Great Elder who had passed away. He became the new Ascension Gate sect master and I became the new Ascension Gate sect master. The Ascension Gate sect master said, about 10 years ago, a youth entered the Ascension Gate sect. His name is Gu Jianchen. He is 18 years old and has a heroic appearance. Although their ages are different, Gu Jianchen is too similar to Tuo Yili. They are equally domineering, equally powerful, and equally talented. When the previous Ascension Gate sect master, who was already a great elder, heard about it, his body trembled. He said to me that he seemed to have seen that person from back then. That person's cultivation was crippled and he was expelled from the sect. That year, as an old man past his prime, he bowed and asked the reclusive elderly Dan Yen to come out and accept Gu Jianchen as his disciple. He even gave Gu Jianchen a portion of the Ascension God technique that only the Saint, Ascension Gate sect master, and Great Elder were qualified to cultivate. Back then, when he crippled that person's cultivation, he said that he was guilty and did not teach his disciple well. As a master, he did not teach his disciple well and caused his disciple to go astray. He said that it was his fault. When he saw someone who was almost the same as that person, he wanted to make up for what happened back then. Back then, that person's cultivation was crippled and he was expelled from the sect, so he did not become the saint. When he saw Gu Jianchen, who was almost the same as that person, he wanted to nurture Gu Jianchen to become the saint of this generation. He wanted to make up for that man who was crippled and expelled from the sect. Lin Tian's expression changed. Many disciples of the Ascension Gate trembled as well. In reality, back then, after understanding Gu Jianchen's temperament, the reclusive elders and I all wanted to refuse the previous Ascension Gate sect master's request. However, when we saw the grief of an old man past his prime, we all agreed in the end. The previous Ascension Gate sect master had given his life's work to the Ascension Gate sect. Now that he wanted to make up for something, how could we refuse? Even though there was nothing to make up for. Furthermore, I myself had no reason to refuse the previous Ascension Gate sect master's request. From a certain perspective, I was the one who replaced the position of the person the previous Ascension Gate sect master had high hopes for. That year, the reclusive elderly Dan Yen came out and took Gu Jianchen as his disciple. Even though he did not like Gu Jianchen's temperament, he still taught him with all his heart due to the previous Ascension Gate sect master's request. He passed on the essence of the Ascension God sword that the previous Ascension Gate sect master had given to Gu Jianchen. He also gave Gu Jianchen a high-grade immortal sword and his own cultivation experience. At that time, we thought that even though Gu Jianchen's temperament was exactly the same as that person's, perhaps he was simply overbearing and arrogant. We did our best to nurture him and gave him all the resources of the sect. We even sided with him in a fair battle of life and death. We had already decided internally that he would become the saint of this generation, the next Ascension Gate sect master. The Ascension Gate sect master raised his head and glanced at Gu Jianchen. He said mockingly, "It's a pity that the outcome was like this." The disciples of the Ascension Gate trembled. No wonder the reclusive elder, who only appeared when the sect was in danger, would personally come out to take in a disciple. No wonder Gu Jianchen had already learned the Ascension God sword before becoming a saint. No wonder the Ascension Gate sect master would personally ask Lin Tian to spare Gu Jianchen's life when Gu Jianchen lost to Lin Tian in a battle of life and death. As it turned out, everything was because of the previous Ascension Gate sect master. So even some of the regular elders were shocked. There was actually such a hidden story regarding Gu Jianchen. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He glanced at Gu Jianchen and the coldness in his eyes became even denser. The Ascension Gate sect master glanced at Gu Jianchen before his gaze landed on the Formless Gate sect master. When you returned to the Ascension Gate, you valued him at first sight because he had the same personality as you. In reality, he was the same. He was just as sinister and just as despicable. When the sect was in danger, he could abandon his master without any hesitation. He could trample on the sect that had nurtured him so carefully beneath his feet without any hesitation. I didn't think highly of him from the very beginning. I sent an avatar of my soul to guard the Ascension God Tower and went to the Divine Accumulation Pavilion. It was there that I met the youth beside me. When I returned to the Ascension Gate sect, you asked me why I paid more attention to him than to Gu Jianchen, who was completely confident of becoming the saint of the Ascension Gate sect. Do you understand now? The person I valued, even when facing death, could have survived and had a better future waiting for him, still chose to stand by my side. He chose to live and die with the sect. The Ascension Gate sect master's eyes were filled with pride as he looked at Gu Jianchen and the Formless Gate sect master. Don't you find it ironic? Gu Jianchen trembled and his face became extremely pale. The Formless Gate sect master's face became completely gloomy. Enough. I don't want to hear about the past in Gu Jianchen's matters. Call that old bastard out. Back then, he crippled my cultivation and chased me out of the Ascension Gate sect. Today, he's sowing a grudge. Lin Tian clenched his fists. Sowing a grudge? What kind of grudge was this? A sinister, despicable, and ungrateful person. He actually said that he was sowing a grudge. The Ascension Gate sect master sneered. That's why I said that the previous sect master was too pitiful. Back then, he let you go under great pressure and gave you a chance to live. In the end, you called him an old bastard and sowed a grudge. How sad is that? Looking at the Formless Gate sect master, the Ascension Gate sect master's smile was slightly lonely. Now, the only thing that can give the sect master some consolation is that he didn't have to feel pain and despair when he saw this scene a few years ago. That's because the two people he valued betrayed him in the end. When the Ascension Gate sect master said this, everyone's expression changed. The previous Ascension Gate sect master and the current Ascension Gate sect Grand Elder had both passed away a few years ago? What did you say? The Formless Gate sect master's expression darkened. That old bastard is already dead. Lin Tian's expression changed as well. The Ascension Gate sect Grand Elder had actually passed away a few years ago? In the past, it was the previous sect master who pushed the Ascension Gate sect to the top of the 12 sections. When the previous sect master was still a sect master, he had already reached the Great Tao realm. However, because of what happened back then, he was sad and depressed. In the end, he accumulated an inner demon and died from exhaustion. Originally, he should have had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. A trace of sorrow flashed through the Ascension Gate sect master's eyes. When his gaze landed on the Formless Gate sect master again, his eyes were completely cold. The previous sect master gave his life to the Ascension Gate sect, but he died because of you. Now, the Ascension Gate sect might not be able to escape the calamity of being destroyed, but you won't have it easy either. Today, I'll put a complete end to what happened back then. Even if the sect is destroyed, I'll definitely kill you. Boom! Powerful divine energy rushed out from the Ascension Gate sect master's body. The entire world was trembling, and there was actually a strong fluctuation of Tao. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Great Tao realm? Lin Tian's expression changed. Powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions and rushed out from the Ascension sect master's body. Instantly, the expressions of everyone in the training field changed. At this moment, everyone felt the fluctuations of Tao. At this moment, the Ascension sect master seemed to have turned into a monument. He was clearly standing in front of them, but he gave off a feeling that he was infinitely far away. It was a kind of lofty and majestic feeling. This is, Sect Master, he actually, Great Tao Realm? Sect Master, is in the Great Tao Realm? Everyone's heart palpitated. Even the 12 secluded elders changed their expressions. Clearly, these 12 experts did not know about this before. Good, Wu Wei, good. Some of the secluded elders were excited. The 12 sect masters were all in the immortal ascension realm, but the ascension sect master had already reached the great Tao realm. The 6 major immortal sects were far more powerful than the 12 sections. However, their foundation was much stronger than the 12 sections. They had more great Tao realm experts and immortal ascension realm experts, but their sect masters were only in the immortal ascension realm. Now, after the previous ascension sect master, Lu Wuwei, the current ascension sect master, had created another miracle and stepped into the great Tao realm, in this generation, among the 12 sect masters and the 6 major immortal sects, only the ascension sect master was in the great Tao realm. In comparison, this was a kind of glory. A kind of pride. Around the training field, the immortal ascension realm experts from the Golden Fire Tao sect and the Phaseless Immortal sect were also moved. The great Tao realm blue-robed elder's eyes glowed as he stared coldly at the ascension sect master. The killing intent in his eyes gradually spread out. The Phaseless sect master's face darkened. His gaze was vicious. You have stepped into the great Tao realm? How is that possible? Staring at the ascension sect master, anger appeared in the Phaseless sect master's eyes. Back then, he had re-embarked on the path of cultivation and entered the Phaseless Immortal sect by chance. He cultivated even harder and finally became the saint and sect master of the Phaseless Immortal sect with his talent. He had reached the peak of the immortal ascension realm. Unexpectedly, someone who was once weaker than him had actually stepped into the great Tao realm. This is impossible. You knew that you would die, but you still secretly consumed a forbidden pill like the blood soul pill? The Phaseless sect master shouted. As soon as these words came out, many people were shocked and subconsciously looked at sect master Wu Xiong. You were once a genius disciple of the Ascension Tao Gate. You should know very well how many divine abilities, secret arts, martial skills, and cultivation techniques are stored in the divine accumulation pavilion of the Ascension Tao Gate. All these years, I've been staying in the Yunshan pavilion, casually guarding it. I've been lazy and messy, I don't care about my image. Is it really because I'm bored? The Ascension Gate Master laughed mockingly, and an even stronger wave spread out. I have learned all the techniques and laws in that place. Therefore, I have reached the great Tao realm. What? There are at least tens of thousands of techniques in the ninefold divine accumulation pavilion. Sovereign, this, on the martial arts practice field, the expressions of all the Ascension sect disciples changed. Some of the people who had mocked the Ascension Gate Master when he was guarding the pavilion all revealed expressions of shame. They had only seen the Ascension Gate Master's messy appearance when he was guarding the pavilion. They had never imagined that the Ascension Gate Master had been there the entire time. At this moment, many people realized that the Ascension Gate Master wasn't messy on purpose. Instead, he had spent all his time on cultivating cultivation techniques and had forgotten about time. He didn't take care of himself, which was why he looked like a beggar in everyone's eyes. Lin Tian was also moved. So that's how it is. The Ascension Gate Master went to guard the Divine Accumulation Pavilion to cultivate. He had actually learned all the techniques in the pavilion, which shocked Lin Tian. He also finally understood why the Ascension Gate Master could casually name 2 divine abilities and pinpoint their exact locations. It turned out that the Ascension Gate Master had cultivated all of them. So hard-working. He had always felt that he had been working very hard on his cultivation. He was very hard-working, and not many people could compare to him. However, at this moment, his heart couldn't help but tremble. The Ascension Gate Master was even more hard-working than him. Even more hard-working. He recalled that at night, when everyone was resting, the Ascension Gate Master would be in the Divine Accumulation Pavilion, silently cultivating the divine abilities and secret arts in the Divine Accumulation Pavilion. He looked at the Ascension Gate Master. The Ascension Gate Master was indeed a person worthy of his respect in every aspect. Enough! The Formless Sect Master shouted. His eyes were even more sinister and ferocious. He was exactly the same as Gu Jianchen. So what if you've reached the Grand Tao realm? When I came here, I took into account that the Grand Tao realm old bastard was still alive. Now that the old bastard is dead and you've reached the Grand Tao realm, you're still just a Grand Tao realm cultivator. The situation of the Ascension Gate Master hasn't changed. It doesn't conflict with my plan at all. Today, the Ascension Gate Master will still be destroyed by my hands. On the training ground, the excitement that had just risen in the hearts of many Ascension Gate disciples was instantly extinguished. The situation had indeed not changed. The Formless Sect Master mocked, "Indeed, it doesn't conflict with your plan at all. However, at the very least, you're very jealous, very unjust, and very unwilling to accept this because you've always felt that you're the strongest. You felt that no one among the Ascension Gate disciples of your generation could compare to you. After joining the Formless Immortal Sect, you might have thought so even more. But now, standing in this place, you've discovered that I, who was in the same generation as you, have far surpassed you and stepped on you under my feet. Your self-esteem and pride have suffered a huge blow at this moment, haven't they?" The Formless Sect Master's cheeks became a little distorted, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his eyes were full of terrifying flames. "People of the Golden Flames Gate, listen up. After destroying the Ascension Gate, I'll increase the reward by 10%. I'll give you 50% of the Ascension Gate's heritage." The Formless Sect Master stared at the Ascension Gate Master with ferocious eyes and shouted, "Now, kill. Kill everyone in this place, don't leave a single one alive. Especially the person beside him, kill him quickly for me." Lin Tian clenched his fists and finally understood why the Golden Flames Gate came with him. It turned out that Tua Yili had promised to give 40% of the Ascension Gate's heritage to the Golden Flames Gate after destroying the Ascension Gate. Now, he had increased it to 50%. 50% of the Ascension Gate's heritage was indeed a great temptation for the Golden Flames Gate, which was at the same level. It seems that the Formless Immortal Sect didn't fully know about the destruction of the Ascension Gate. "It's just that you're simply ungrateful," he said. If the entire Formless Immortal Sect wanted to destroy the Ascension Gate, Tua Yili wouldn't have to ask the Golden Flames Gate for help. And the experts of the Formless Immortal Sect who came here were obviously secretly bribed after Tua Yili became the Formless Sect Master. Listening to Lin Tian's words, the Ascension Gate Master and the others didn't have any emotional reaction. Obviously, they had already guessed it. The Formless Sect Master Tua Yili's eyes were cold, so what? After destroying the Ascension Gate, I'll bring back 50% of the Ascension Gate's heritage and dozens of outstanding geniuses. It will be of great benefit to the Formless Immortal Sect, and the Formless Immortal Sect will only be happy. Compared to the 6 major immortal sects, so what if the Ascension Gate is destroyed? It's destroyed, it's destroyed. Speaking coldly, Tua Yili's expression was sinister. Moreover, I'm now the Formless Immortal Sect Master. I'm standing here for the Formless Immortal Sect. Kill for me. Tua Yili finally roared out these 3 words, which shook the void and caused it to rumble. Immediately, the martial arts practice field was surrounded by resplendent lights. The Immortal Ascension Realm experts of the Golden Flames Gate all attacked. In just a moment, miserable screams rang out. Most of the people standing in the martial arts practice field were ordinary disciples. Facing the attacks of the Immortal Ascension Realm experts, how could they resist? In just a few breaths of time, streaks of bloody mist exploded in the martial arts practice field. Broken arms, slanted heads, and blood-stained sternum fell all over the ground, causing this place to turn into a purgatory on earth in the blink of an eye. "Bastard!" An elder roared, his eyes about to pop out of their sockets. The 12 secluded elders of the Ascension Gate all moved, crazily attacking. However, the 12 secluded elders of the Golden Flames Gate had all arrived, and there were also a few existences at the peak of the Immortal Ascension Realm from the Formless Immortal Sect. In this aspect, they were not weaker than them at all, firmly suppressing the 12 of them. As for the other level of Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators, the Ascension Gate could not compare to the people from the Golden Flames Gate and the Formless Immortal Sect. The weakest of the other party was at the 4th heaven of the Immortal Ascension Realm, while the Ascension Gate's ordinary elders were mostly at the early stage of the Immortal Ascension Realm and the 2nd heaven of the Immortal Ascension Realm. Pft! 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 Blood mist drifted in the air, and a few ordinary elders of the Ascension Gate were killed. The situation was completely one-sided. The Ascension Gate was no match for the people brought by Tua Yili. Moreover, at this time, there were still some experts on Tua Yili's side who had yet to make a move. They only watched indifferently. Ah! Screams echoed and resounded in all directions. The blood of many disciples of the Ascension Gate had been ignited by Lin Tian just now. They roared out that they would live and die with the sect, and they were indeed doing so. However, they did not have the slightest ability to resist, and their fear could not be truly concealed. At this time, facing the experts of the Golden Flames Gate and the formless immortal sect who were mercilessly reaping lives, the ordinary disciples could only tremble. Lin Tian clenched his fists. Although these people did not have a deep relationship with him, he was still angry at this moment. The Ascension Gate sect leader's body trembled slightly as he closed his eyes in pain. These people were all disciples of the Ascension Gate and could be said to be his subordinates. However, at this moment, these people had all died tragically in the hands of the enemy, killed in the martial arts practice field of their own sect. After 3 breaths, he opened his eyes again. His eyes were completely shrouded in killing intent as he charged towards the formless sect leader. "Don't forget this old man's existence." A cold voice sounded. In the distance, the blue-robed elder of the Golden Flames Gate stepped out and stood in front of the Ascension Gate sect leader, blocking his path. At the same time, in another place, an expert of the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal realm stepped out from the sky and charged towards Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Scram! With a loud roar, the Ascension Gate sect leader retreated and appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. He directly slammed his palm towards that person. As expected, with a puff, the expert of the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal realm exploded and his body and soul were destroyed. The blue-robed Great Elder and the secluded elderly Dan Yen had also rushed over to save him. However, they arrived slightly later than the Ascension Gate sect leader. At this moment, they appeared beside Lin Tian. "It's good that you're fine," the blue-robed Great Elder said. The Ascension Gate sect leader stared ahead and said, "Elders, you don't have to participate in the battle. Give it your all and send him out." The blue-robed Great Elder and the secluded elderly Dan Yen trembled before nodding heavily. The young man in front of them was worth it. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. "Give it their all and send him out?" "Lin Tian, you are the most outstanding young man I have ever met. It is not because of your talent or strength, but because you are Lin Tian. Really, I am very happy to have met you. I hope that you can continue to live. You don't have to think about revenge or rebuilding the Ascension Gate sect in the future. As long as you are alive, that is enough." The Ascension Gate sect leader had his back facing Lin Tiandao. The blue-robed Great Elder and the secluded elderly Dan Yen stood by the side. Their gazes landed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's heart trembled slightly. He didn't have to think about revenge or rebuilding the Ascension Gate sect. As long as he was alive, that was enough. The Ascension Gate sect leader's words moved him. He took a deep breath, and a divine radiance flashed across his eyes. "Sect leader, can you release the power that seals the 12 immortal meridians? I wish to borrow the immortal meridians." The Ascension Gate master was slightly confused. "Immortal veins? You want to borrow immortal veins? What do you mean?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Ascension Gate master was slightly puzzled. "Everyone, please search for the most complete version." In the novel, Lin Tian knew that the 12 immortal veins under the sect were sealed by a special power. This was very normal, because everyone knew that the immortal veins and spiritual roots of the great powers were sealed by a special power to prevent the spiritual energy of the sect from leaking out and to maintain the spiritual energy of the sect. However, what did it mean to borrow the spiritual veins? At the side, the blue-robed Great Elder and the secluded elderly Dan Yen were also puzzled. They didn't know what Lin Tian was talking about. Borrowing immortal veins to fight. Lin Tian Andao. The Ascension Gate master and the others frowned. They still didn't understand. The Ascension Gate master said, "Lin Tian, leave. With the current situation, the sect really doesn't have any hope. I'm very grateful that you didn't give up on the sect. I'm very grateful that you still want to fight it this time. However, Gu Jianshan was right. Whether you stay or not, the sect will be destroyed. If you stay, you'll just die with the sect. You'll just be throwing away your life for nothing. Now, leave immediately." Lin Tian shook his head. "Gate Master, you've protected me many times and treated me with kindness. Moreover, my friends are also here. How can I leave alone? That's heartless and even more unrighteous. For Gate Master, for the sect, I'm willing to fight. Even if I die, I won't regret it. As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly. Moreover, I won't die. Gate Master, please believe me. The Ascension Gate Master trembled. He couldn't help but clench his fists. The blue-robed Great Elder and the secluded elderly Dan Yen also trembled. For the Gate Master, for the sect, he was willing to fight. Even if he died, he wouldn't regret it. The three of them were deeply moved at this moment. Are you sure? The Ascension Gate Master looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's gaze was very resolute. It was so resolute that the Ascension Gate Master was moved. If he still refused, he would be blaspheming Lin Tian's will. I'm sure. Lin Tian nodded seriously. Sect Master, please release the power that seals the 12 immortal veins. However, in the end, 1 or 2 of the 12 immortal veins may be destroyed, and the spiritual energy of the Ascension Dao sect will be greatly affected. So what if I destroy 1 or 2 of them? At this point, as long as they are useful to you, what harm is there in destroying them all? The Ascension Gate sect leader didn't understand what Lin Tian was trying to do. At this moment, he didn't have the time to think or ask. Most importantly, he trusted Lin Tian. In the next moment, he raised his hand and formed a seal. A circle of light flashed, forming a wheel of light that was sent into the depths of the Ascension Gate. The seal has been undone. The Ascension Gate leader said. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. The dragon tattoo on the soles of his feet flashed, and he quickly sank into the ground with lightning speed. The dragon tattoo intertwined like a chain. He stared ahead. The immortal ascension experts of the Golden Fire Dao sect and the phaseless immortal sect were mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Ascension Dao sect's disciples. Although many of the ordinary elders and hidden elders of the Ascension Dao sect roared and tried their best to resist, it was a pity that they couldn't stop them at all. One by one, the Ascension Dao sect's disciples died tragically, and their blood stained the training ground. He saw Tua Yili laughing savagely, and he was laughing very happily. He saw Gu Jianzhen's expressionless face, but his eyes were filled with mockery. The dragon tattoo sank into the ground and came to a world of immortal veins. The 12 immortal veins were horizontally spread out, and each one was 1,000 feet long. At this moment, the power that sealed the 12 immortal veins disappeared. I feel it. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. Stepping on the center of the arena, he stomped his right leg hard. In an instant, the entire training ground shook violently. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. 12 dragons rushed out from the training ground, and each of them was dozens of feet long. It was as if 12 legendary true dragons had appeared in the world. 12 pairs of huge dragon eyes looked down on the earth, revealing the might of the dragon. In an instant, everyone in the martial arts practice field trembled and looked over in unison. That is? The 12 dragons floated around Lin Tian. The power of each dragon was extremely terrifying, as vast as the ocean. Even some peak ninth heaven experts trembled in their hearts, and a huge pressure rose. The Ascension Sect Master and the Hidden Elders were the closest to Lin Tian. At this moment, they were also shocked. This was especially so for the Ascension Gate Master. As a powerful existence at the Grand Dao realm, he deeply felt how terrifying these 12 dragons were. Even though they didn't pose much pressure to him, this level of power could almost annihilate all cultivators below the Grand Dao realm. In the sky, the Grand Dao realm expert of the Golden Fire Dao sect was naturally shocked. He was shocked by the 12 dragons around Lin Tian's body. Boom! The space shook, and gusts of hurricane swept out in all directions with Lin Tian as the center. Standing on the center of the main arena, Lin Tian tilted his head and looked in the direction of the training ground. With a flash of his feet, he disappeared and left the center of the main arena in an instant. At the same time, the piercing dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens. The 12 dragons roared and moved out of thin air, crushing the sky. At the next moment, Lin Tian appeared beside Ling Yun. At this moment, Ling Yun was covered in blood, and his injuries were very serious. Are you okay? Lin Tian asked. Ling Yun looked at Lin Tian in shock. At this moment, the 12 dragons moved with Lin Tian, circling around him. "Kid, what are you doing?" Ling Yan was really shocked. The scene in front of him was too shocking. The 12 dragons were dozens of feet long. The mighty power was too terrifying. They were really like the legendary true dragons. Lin Tianyi smiled and tilted his head to the left. His eyes instantly became very cold. There stood a fifth heaven of the immortal ascension realm from the Golden Fire Dao sect. It was this person who had severely injured Ling Yun with one strike. Roar! The dragon's roar sounded again. A huge dragon swooped down and instantly drowned this person. With a puff, a bloody mist exploded. The fifth heaven of the immortal ascension realm from the Golden Fire Dao sect fell. Not even a trace of him was left. This is? How can this be? With just one strike, the expressions of many immortal ascension realm experts changed. At the side, some of the disciples of the Ascension Dao sect were shocked. Even some elders and reclusive elders were moved. In a higher place, the expression of the blue-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect changed. How could a small cultivator at the 7th level of the Ascension realm suddenly display such terrifying strength? He actually killed a 5th level of the Immortal Ascension realm expert in an instant. "What did you do?" A shout rang out. In the center of the main arena, Tua Yili's eyes were like knives as he stared in the direction of Lin Tian. Behind Tua Yili, Gu Jianshan's expression changed. The strength that Lin Tian displayed at this time was actually able to kill a 5th level of the Immortal Ascension realm expert in an instant. Lin Tian tilted his head and swept his gaze across the blood-stained martial arts practice field. He looked at the corpses scattered around. Although these people were not related to him, they were all from the same sect. He shifted his gaze and looked at Tua Yili in the center of the arena. He looked at Gu Jianshan behind Tua Yili, and then looked up at the blue-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect. His gaze was very cold. It was very cold and cruel. "Sect leader, I'll leave that person in the Great Dao realm to you. As for the rest, I'll do it," he said. The moment his words fell, the ground beneath his feet shook again. The dragon's roar became even more ear-piercing. Roar! One of the 12 great dragons protected his body while the others rushed in all directions, charging towards some of the Immortal Ascension realm experts of the Golden Fire Dao sect. A peak 6th heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm expert from the Golden Fire Dao sect said coldly, "You, a 7th heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm cultivator, actually want to kill all of us? Do you really think that you can do it?" Roar! The dragon's roar was ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, a large dragon approached. "You, pooh!" The large dragon roared and directly swallowed this peak 6th heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm expert into its stomach. Then, it crushed him into pieces within the dragon's body. This? Another strike, how is this possible? Everyone was horrified. How could a 7th heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm cultivator suddenly become so strong? He actually killed an Immortal Ascension realm expert like tearing a painting. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered. With a thought, the large dragon moved. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the 9 underworlds. At this moment, the other 10 large dragons roared towards the sky with great divine might, smashing the 4 ordinary Immortal Ascension realm experts of the Golden Fire Dao sect who were closer to them into pieces. Blood splattered all over the sky. The crowd was shocked. In the blink of an eye, 6 Immortal Ascension realm experts from the Golden Fire Dao sect had died. They were killed in an instant. This? How? The disciples of the Ascension Dao sect stared at the scene in front of them. They stared at Lin Tian's figure in shock and excitement. "You're courting death." A peerless chill descended from the sky. The blue-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect stepped forward and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian had actually killed 6 Immortal Ascension realm experts from the Golden Fire Dao sect in the blink of an eye. This loss was too great. "You're the one who's courting death." The Ascension Dao sect master arrived in a flash, bringing with him the might of lightning, blocking the Golden Fire Dao sect's great Dao realm expert. The blue-robed elder's eyes were cold. Dao waves surged around his body like a rolling divine sea. However, the Ascension Dao sect master blocked in front of him. He was not weaker than him. Moreover, the Ascension Dao sect master's aura gradually became sharper. There was a great force that locked onto him. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the Ascension Dao sect master. Then, he tilted his head and looked in Tua Yili's direction. Lin Tian, you've surprised me once again. Although I don't know what you're doing now, I can feel that the Ascension Dao sect will be able to survive this time. We won't be destroyed. In fact, because of you, we now have the ability to annihilate all the invaders. The Ascension Dao sect master's voice rang in Lin Tian's ears. He was filled with unconcealable excitement. It was only after 3 breaths that he forced himself to calm down. Then, he said in a more serious tone, however, we can't kill all the invaders. After that, pay more attention. Don't worry about the people from the Golden Fire Dao sect. If you can kill them, kill them. As for the people from the Phaseless Immortal sect, other than Tua Yili, try not to kill the others. Just don't let them attack the disciples of the sect. A light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Then, he nodded silently. He understood what the Ascension Dao sect master was thinking. Destroying the Ascension Dao sect was not the intention of the Phaseless Immortal sect. It was just that Tua Yili had secretly come here to take revenge. Therefore, he had invited the people from the Golden Fire Dao sect to help. Some of the experts from the Phaseless Immortal sect were probably bribed by Tua Yili or came here for other reasons. Not killing them was the best choice. There were more than 30 Immortal Realm experts from the Phaseless Immortal sect. If they killed all of them now, even if it was reasonable, it was very likely that the Phaseless Immortal sect would be enraged. After all, more than 30 Immortal Realm experts were a very powerful force. If all of them were killed, even the Phaseless Immortal sect of the 6 major immortal sects would not be able to bear it. At that time, once the Phaseless Immortal sect was enraged, it would definitely bring an even more terrifying disaster to the Ascension sect. As for Tua Yili, although he was the formless sect master of this generation, he was originally a disciple of the Ascension Dao school. Now that he had secretly brought experts from the Immortal sect to exterminate the Ascension Dao school, and hid it from the group of Supreme Elders and most of the hidden elders of the Immortal sect, it could already be considered a severe violation of the sect rules of the Formless Immortal sect. They would only kill Tua Yili alone, and let go of the other 30 or so experts from the Formless Immortal sect. As for the people from the Golden Fire Dao sect, they did not need to care about them. As one of the 12 sects, the Ascension Dao sect did not need to worry about the Golden Fire Dao sect. Understood. He shifted his gaze away from the Ascension sect master and coldly looked at Tua Yili and Gu Jianchen. The 12 dragons roared into the sky. After crushing a few experts, they flew back and coiled around Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at Tua Yili and Gu Jianchen in the center of the arena. Perverted thief, be careful, he said to Ling Yun. A healing Baodan appeared in his hand. He handed it to Ling Yun and then turned to look outside the arena. He looked at the living quarters of the outer sect disciples. Shui was now in the house, so he should be safe. After all, today was the sect tournament, and everyone had come to the training field. Those who had come with Tua Yili were also in the training field. He turned his head again and looked at the main arena in the center. Roar! The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet intertwined as the 12 dragons roared in unison, releasing an even stronger divine might. With a flash of his feet, he instantly appeared on the main arena in the center. A dragon moved with him and charged towards Tua Yili. Young man, you are too arrogant. Beside Tua Yili, 2 elders from the Phaseless Immortal sect rushed over. Their divine power surged out, and their eyes were cold. These 2 people were at the peak of the Immortal Ascension stage. Get out of the way. Lin Tian Ondao. His footsteps were steady. 2 more dragons rushed over. The dragon's might was vast and pressed towards the 2 Immortal Ascension stage experts from the Phaseless Immortal sect. The power of the 2 dragons was too strong. In an instant, the 2 people from the Phaseless Immortal sect were sent flying. The 2 of them were moved and their eyes were filled with shock. Just now, the power of the 2 dragons was too terrifying. Even as strong as they were, they felt a sense of powerlessness the moment they came into contact with it. It was as if they were facing a great Dao expert. Staring at this scene, everyone was shocked. Whether it was the people from the Ascension sect, the Golden Fire sect, or the Phaseless Immortal sect, at this moment, everyone was stunned. Even an expert at the peak of the Immortal Ascension stage couldn't stop Lin Tian. Good, good, good. Loud laughter rang out. The aura on the Ascension sect master's body suddenly rose. The fluctuations of the great Tao swept in all directions and pressed towards the blue-robed expert from the Golden Fire sect with an even stronger force. Everyone, kill! A reclusive elder of the Ascension Tao sect roared. At this time, the anger had lessened. Instead, it was replaced by the pleasant surprise brought by Lin Tian. Everyone was excited. Boom, 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 in an instant, the auras of the many elders of the Ascension sect increased greatly, and their fighting spirit soared. Ripples of divine power spread out and intertwined in all directions. In the center of the main stage, Lin Tian's feet were covered with dragon patterns. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Tua Yili in one step. His eyes were cold. With a thought, the dragon roared and charged towards Tua Yili. Tua Yili snorted coldly. His eyes were threatening, and his tyrannical divine power burst out. As the current master of the formless immortal sect, his strength was naturally not weak. Although the current Lin Tian was very strange and powerful, how could he be afraid? Buzz! A divine shield rose up from behind him and faced the huge dragon head-on. It actually blocked the huge dragon head-on. I can see that you're using some sort of crafty technique to borrow external power. It's very powerful. But with this level of strength, no. Tua Yili's eyes were cold, but in the next moment, his expression changed. Roar! The dragon roared and two more huge dragons rushed over. In an instant, the three huge dragons merged together. Each of them was dozens of feet long, and 3 pairs of dragon eyes were majestic. Bang! The divine dragon swung its tail and shattered Tua Yili's divine shield. Tua Yili was forced to retreat, and his clothes were torn. Suddenly, Tua Yili's face turned pale. He was actually sent flying by a cultivator of the 7th level of the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian did not say anything and did not force him to attack. After sending Tua Yili flying, some of the true disciples and core disciples of the Ascension sect who were standing behind Tua Yili were now exposed. He stared at one of them. Gu Jianchen. Lin Tian, staring at Lin Tian, Gu Jianchen was a little frightened and kept retreating. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. A long sword appeared in his hand, shining with a cold light. Kill him. Kill. Kill the scum. The elders and disciples of the Ascension sect roared in unison. The reclusive elderly Danyan looked over and clenched his fists. Veins appeared on his forehead. Lin Tian, kill. Although he and the Ascension sect leader did not like Gu Jianchen's character in the beginning, under the request of the previous Ascension sect leader, he still came out and accepted Gu Jianchen as his disciple. All these years, he had been teaching Gu Jianchen carefully. He was Gu Jianchen's master. Now that Gu Jianchen had shamelessly defected and stepped on the kindness of the sect, how could Li Danyan not be angry? Lin Tian stared at Gu Jianchen, and the sword in his hand flashed. The viciousness and arrogance in Gu Jianchen's eyes completely disappeared. He was shocked and frightened. His body trembled. Don't kill me. He had just witnessed how terrifying Lin Tian was at this moment. Killing a 6th-level immortal connecting realm expert was as easy as tearing apart a painting. Even if he was in his peak state, he wouldn't be able to block it, let alone now that he was heavily injured. Trash. Killing you would only dirty my hands. Lin Tianling said. Gu Jianchen trembled. Killing me will dirty my hands? A trace of viciousness flashed in the depths of his eyes. He hated Lin Tian to the core. However, at this moment, he only wanted to live. As long as he could live. As long as he could live, he would make Lin Tian suffer a fate worse than death in the future. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Yes, I am trash. Killing me will only dirty your hands, so, no, pooh. The sword light swept out and chopped off Gu Jianchen's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Gu Jianchen's corpse fell. His head rolled not far away, and his eyes were wide open. Good. Good kill. Li Danyan shouted. Gu Jianchen, a person that the Ascension sect had carefully nurtured, the shame of the Ascension sect, was finally killed by Lin Tian. He laughed loudly. His laughter was carefree and sad. He pounced on the enemy who was fighting even more violently. The other disciples of the Ascension Dao sect also felt that their anger had been vented. Many of them roared, "Good kill!" In the central main arena, Lin Tian listened to these voices and looked at the other people who were standing with Gu Jianchen. These people were also disciples of the Ascension sect. They were the true disciples and core disciples. Previously, they had left the Ascension sect and stood behind Tua Yili. He looked at these people and did not say anything in the end. He turned his head to look at Tua Yili and stepped forward. These people chose to leave the Ascension sect at that time. Although they were disloyal, it was understandable. They just wanted to live. He stepped forward step by step and stood at the edge of the central main arena. He looked at the corpses of the Ascension sect disciples on the training field. Blood dyed the ground red. Many people had died miserably. Strands of dragon patterns entered the ground from the soles of his feet and wrapped around the 12 immortal veins. "Rise," he said in a low voice. His right leg stepped on the central main arena and shook slightly. Immediately, the training field shook again. An even louder dragon roar resounded through the training field. This time, a total of 99 spiritual dragons rushed up. Although they were not as powerful as the 12 dragons that rushed up at the beginning, they were still very shocking. Each of them was about 30 meters long. What's going on? What kind of method is this? In an instant, the expressions of the people from the Golden Fire sect and the Faceless Immortal sect changed. This scene was too terrifying. The people from the Ascension sect were pleasantly surprised and excited. "Kill." Lin Tian spat out a word coldly. Immediately, the 99 spiritual dragons that rushed out roared. They crushed the sky and rushed towards the people from the Golden Fire sect. D****, we, pft. An expert from the Golden Fire sect at the 6th level of the Immortal Ascension realm shouted. He was instantly entangled by 9 spiritual dragons and exploded. At the same time, some of the other experts from the Golden Fire sect were in great trouble. They were all entangled by several spiritual dragons. At this time, the experts from the Golden Fire Dao School and the experts from the Faceless Immortal sect were all stunned. At this time, they no longer had the strength to kill the disciples of the Ascension sect. The spirit dragons that rushed up caused them to fall into a predicament. Pft. 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 More and more experts from the Golden Fire Dao School exploded one after another. Good. Good. Ha 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 ha, kill. Kill. The elders of the Ascension sect roared and pounced forward with the dozens of spiritual dragons. Lin Tian stood on the central arena. His eyes flickered. Under his feet, more dragon patterns rushed into the ground. He tilted his head and looked at Tua Yili. He took a step forward and directly rushed over. "Surround him and kill him first." Tua Yili saw that Lin Tian was acting strangely at this moment. He ordered the others from the Faceless Immortal sect to kill Lin Tian first. Instantly, more than 10 people from the Faceless Immortal sect rushed over. Among them, there were 4 experts at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm. Looking at these people, Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He wanted to kill them, but in the end, he did not. Just as the Ascension sect master had thought, it did not matter if he killed the people from the Golden Fire sect or Tua Yili. However, if he killed all the 30 people from the Faceless Immortal sect, it was very likely that the Faceless Immortal sect would be enraged and bring an even greater disaster to the Ascension sect. "Get lost," he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon patterns deep underground shook again. After returning to the Ascension sect from the God Burial Mountain, he had been cultivating the Dragon Burial Scripture and had improved a lot. Now that the 12 immortal meridians had been unsealed, he could freely mobilize the power below for his own use and control the entire scene. With a boom, the 12 dragons that followed him shone even brighter and stronger. They let out dragon roars and blasted the dozen or so people away. The dozen or so people's expressions changed. In the distance, the others were also shocked. Too powerful, Who below the great Dao realm would be able to withstand such might? Tua Yili's face was ferocious as he stared at Lin Tian. He had cultivated bitterly for so many years and came back to take revenge. How could it be destroyed by a little cultivator at the 7th celestial layer of the Imperial Sky Realm? Absolutely impossible. Activate the Great Formation. He tilted his head and roared into the distance. There stood an old man in a Taoist robe. He nodded and formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, dense formation patterns appeared. Cold killing intent intertwined, causing the expressions of the many disciples and elders of the Ascension sect to change. A cold light flashed in the Ascension sect master's eyes. From the moment Tua Yili came here, he had secretly sent a voice transmission to some of the elders of the Ascension sect to search the surroundings of the Ascension sect. Later, when the people from the Golden Fire sect appeared, he did not see the people he sent out return. He knew that the people he secretly sent out had all been killed. None of them survived. It was also at that time that he felt that the sect's great formation was no longer responding to him and had been destroyed. He guessed that Tua Yili had invited a powerful array controller. However, what he did not expect was that after Tua Yili had the array controller destroy the sect's great formation, he had also engraved a killing formation. At this moment, the killing formation had appeared. The dense killing patterns made him frown. These killing patterns were not a threat to a great virtue realm elite like him. However, it would not take much effort to kill an immortal connecting realm elite. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked coldly at the old man in a Taoist robe in the distance. Stage 7 Array Controller, do you think that I have underestimated you? Boom. A dragon-shaped sword rushed out from the ground below the old man in a Taoist robe. It was extremely fast and instantly pierced through the void. The old man in a Taoist robe turned pale with fright. This sword was aimed directly at him. It was obvious that it had been prepared for a long time. Moreover, the speed of the sword was too fast. Without any preparation, he could not dodge it at all. Save, pooh. The sword soared through the sky with a power that could cut through everything. It instantly cut the old man in a Taoist robe into pieces. In an instant, the dense formation patterns that had lit up dimmed and then dissipated. The killing intent also disappeared without a trace. P.S. Thank you Taoist and Kong Si for supporting me with 300,000 traversing coins and becoming the Golden Alliance leader of the 10 Directional Divine Kings. Thank you on my knees. Then, let's warm up a little. The 5th chapter will be released on the 30th of this month. Oh, seeing that the dragon is so hardworking, I beg for everyone's monthly votes to support him. Those who have monthly votes, please give them to the dragon. Thank you. When the Golden Fire Dao School and the Phaseless Immortal sect attacked, Lin Tian had already noticed the existence of the Taoist robed old man. He also guessed that the Feather Transformation Dao School's sect protecting array might have been destroyed. He even thought that the other party might set up a terrifying array. Therefore, after the 12 immortal veins were unsealed, he had already secretly mobilized the power of the immortal veins to form a dragon-shaped sword and placed it below the array controller. At this moment, when the other party activated the array to form a seal, he decisively took out the dragon-shaped sword below. He grasped the opportunity very well. The other party couldn't resist at all. In the end, although the other party's array control level was astonishing, he was still only a cultivator at the 4th heaven of the immortal realm. Blood and water scattered and fell on the martial arts practice field. Damn it. You deserve to die. Tua Yili stared at Lin Tian and roared. He had paid a great price to invite this peak 7th grade array controller. But now, before the killing array engraved by the other party could be activated, he was killed. This made him extremely angry. He roared at the crowd, "Kill him. Kill him first." Immediately, many gazes fell on Lin Tian in the martial arts practice field. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they didn't hide it at all. In an instant, among the people from the Golden Fire Dao School, 5 cultivators at the peak of the 8th heaven of the immortal realm stepped toward Lin Tian. The 5 of them used their great divine abilities together, and the vast killing light that filled the sky pressed down on Lin Tian. "I was waiting for you," Lin Tianling said. The sound of clanging and clanging could be heard endlessly. The martial arts practice field shook, and the dense dragon-shaped swords rushed up like a fountain of swords. Sizzling sounds intertwined. In the blink of an eye, the great divine abilities of the 5 people were all shattered by the dragon-shaped swords. This is? Several people's hearts palpitated. Clang, the sound of the swords was ear-piercing. Under Lin Tian's feet, strands of dragon patterns spread out, attracting the power of the immortal veins underground to surge up. Under his will, the power of the immortal veins condensed into dragon-shaped swords. There were more than 100 of them, and they mercilessly slashed at the 5 people. Puff, in the blink of an eye, one of them was chopped into pieces, and blood dyed the sky red. The others felt their scalps go numb as they felt a huge threat. One of them shouted, "Retreat." "Do you think you can retreat?" Lin Tianling said. Now, the 12 immortal veins of the Ascension Dao sect had been unsealed, and the entire Ascension Dao sect was under his control. It could be said that the entire Ascension Dao sect was now his domain. Under the great Dao realm, he feared no one and could annihilate everything. Clang, the sound of swords was ear-piercing, and as they retreated, even more dragon-shaped swords rushed out. These dragon-shaped swords were much weaker than the one that had killed the rank 7 array controller, but they were superior in number, covering the entire area. Miserable shrieks rang out as one of them was pierced through the chest. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood before his head was chopped off. The last 3 people who stepped forward retreated in fear, but how could they escape? In an instant, they were submerged by the dragon-shaped sword forest. Pooh! 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 Blood mist exploded, and the 3 of them died. 5 8th level connecting immortal cultivators were actually. Lin Tian, what did he do? No matter what he did, we are saved. Our sect, it seems, won't be destroyed. When he came, he killed Yi Xiaoyu, Yi Xiaoqing, Yi Yuan, and Yu Qianling. Now, he is the savior of the sect. Lin Tian. Many Ascension sect disciples were excited. Many Ascension sect elders were also surprised and excited. The asterisk starred. A furious roar sounded and descended from the sky. An incomparably terrifying fluctuation suddenly appeared on the training field. In the sky, the great Dao realm powerhouse of the Golden Fire Dao sect was furious. He watched as Lin Tian killed more than 10 immortal Ascension realm powerhouses of the Golden Fire Dao sect. At this moment, he shook his body and summoned a shuttle-shaped golden awl. This shuttle-shaped golden awl was surrounded by wisps of red flames. As soon as it appeared, a sharp aura swept out in all directions, distorting the space around it. High-grade Dao weapon. Many people's expressions changed, revealing shocked expressions. The great Dao realm powerhouse of the Golden Fire Dao sect actually brought out his sect's strongest high-grade Dao weapon. Die. The great Dao realm powerhouse of the Golden Fire Dao sect roared. The shuttle-shaped golden all above his head slashed out a beam of all light, piercing towards Lin Tian's head. Do you think that only your Golden Fire Dao sect has Dao weapons? The Ascension sect leader snorted. With a boom, a powerful divine aura rushed out from the depths of the Ascension sect. A 9-layered divine pagoda rushed over. This was the strongest foundation of the Ascension sect. At first, it was only 3 inches tall, but it quickly grew to 10 feet tall. With a bang, it shattered the all-light of the Dao weapon that was pressing towards Lin Tian. Then, the Ascension sect leader formed a seal with both hands. The 9-layered divine pagoda went up and collided with the shuttle-shaped golden awl. The Dao weapons of the 2 sects collided, shattering the void on the spot. The entire training field cracked, spreading out like a spider web. Lin Tian looked over there. Then, he turned his head and looked in another direction. Over there, stood the formless sect leader, Tua Yili. His eyes were cold. He stepped forward, crossing several feet with each step. Roar. Dragon roars shook the heavens and earth. 12 huge dragons followed him. Each of them was dozens of feet long. They were shockingly vast. Junior. Tua Yili's eyes were cold. They were filled with anger. Lin Tianyi didn't show any mercy. He directly spoke and slashed his sword towards Tua Yili. Ungrateful trash. Hearing the Ascension sect leader talk about the past, even though those things had nothing to do with him, he still felt angry. The previous Ascension sect leader gave Tua Yili everything and treated him like his own son. Back then, when Tua Yili secretly killed many of the Ascension sect's elites to use as cultivation materials, when everyone wanted to kill Tua Yili, he was under great pressure and guilt. He only crippled Tua Yili's cultivation and expelled him from the Ascension sect, giving him a chance to live. In the end, he still felt sorry for Tua Yili. He felt that he didn't teach Tua Yili well, which led Tua Yili to walk on the wrong path in the end. Then, when he found Gu Jianchen, who was similar to Tua Yili, the previous sect leader did everything he could to ask the reclusive elderly Dan Yen to accept Gu Jianchen as his disciple. He taught Gu Jianchen carefully. Even so, he still felt guilty and uneasy. In the end, he gave birth to a heart demon and died from exhaustion. Such a person, what kind of kindness did Tua Yili have? Even his real father wouldn't be like this, right? However, even so, Tua Yili was not grateful at all. He only remembered that his cultivation was once destroyed. He resented the previous Ascension Gate leader and the entire Ascension Gate leader. Not only did he insult the previous Ascension Gate leader, who was like a father to him, as an old thing, he even wanted to destroy the Ascension Gate leader, who had put in so much effort into it. How sinister was that? Heartless. Unrighteous. Unfaithful. Unfilial. You still have the face to come back here. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Lin Tian shouted. The 12 dragons trembled. They roared towards the sky and rushed towards Tua Yili. Such a terrifying power gathered together. Tua Yili was immediately sent flying. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood in the air. Sect leader. The expressions of the people from the phaseless immortal sect changed. They quickly rushed over. These were 4 experts at the peak of the Ascension immortal realm. Their divine power was unparalleled. They used their divine abilities from afar and slashed towards Lin Tian. Get lost. Lin Tianling said. With a shift of his will, the 4 dragons swept across and swung their tails in unison, sending the 4 experts who were rushing over flying. He stepped forward. His eyes were cold. He once again pressed towards Tua Yili. Tua Yili took out a high-grade immortal weapon. It was a high-grade immortal sword. He slashed towards Lin Tian. His face was a bit pale. He was the master of the phaseless immortal sect. He was an expert at the 9th heaven of the Ascension immortal realm. Now, he was actually injured by a flying cultivator. I have a high-grade immortal weapon too. And it's stronger than yours. Lin Tian's words were ruthless. The stone mirror appeared. He activated it with his majestic immortal spirit aura. Suddenly, the stone mirror shone brightly. Its power was extremely strong. It suppressed the high-grade immortal sword that Tua Yili took out. Tua Yili was once again sent flying. He did not stop. He took another step forward and pressed towards Tua Yili. Right now, he was only at the 7th heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm. However, he could control the 12 immortal veins of the Ascension Dao Gate. In this place, he was not afraid of anyone below the Great Dao Realm. He could fight with anyone below the Great Dao Realm. Even if it was a super strong cultivator at the peak of the connecting immortal realm, at this moment, in this place, under such circumstances, it was nothing to him. Pfft. Bang. Bang. Over and over again, Tua Yili was sent flying. His blood stained the void. Damn you. After stabilizing his body, Tua Yili roared at Lin Tian. At this time, his entire body was covered in blood. His hair was scattered. He no longer had the calmness and pride that he had when he said that he would destroy the Ascension Immortal sect. His face was full of ferocity. With a boom, a bloody light suddenly rushed out from his body. The aura on his body surged, shocking everyone. Many elders of the Ascension Immortal sect looked over and their expressions changed. At this moment, the aura on Tua Yili's body seemed to have surpassed the Ascension Immortal realm and reached another level. You're courting death. Staring at Lin Tian, Tua Yili's eyes were like a venomous snake's. They were filled with anger and dense flames. With a boom, powerful divine energy spread out and shook all directions. Faintly, there was a weak Dao wave surging out. Someone's expression changed. half-step to the great virtue realm? In the sky, the Ascension Immortal sect leader looked down. His expression changed. Lin Tian, he has cultivated a forbidden technique that can increase one's combat strength by several times. Don't fight him head-on. As he spoke, the Ascension Immortal sect leader shook off the Golden Fire Immortal sect's great virtue realm expert and stepped over. In the past, he had fought with Tua Yili. Naturally, he knew why Tua Yili had suddenly become so strong. He also knew how terrifying the forbidden technique that Tua Yili cultivated was. Although it was badly damaged, its power was very terrifying. No need. I'll do it. Lin Tianling said. He stepped forward with a cold gaze. Even though Tua Yili was now comparable to a half-step great virtue realm expert, he was not afraid at all. In my life, I hate two kinds of people the most. The first is those who hurt my friends. The second is those who are unfilial. Staring at Tua Yili, his eyes were cold. You want to destroy the Ascension Immortal sect, but you brought people who hurt my friends. You have no respect at all. You call your master, who is like your father, an old thing. Trash like you may look good on the outside, but you're worse than pigs and dogs. He stomped on the ground fiercely. In an instant, an ear-piercing dragon roar sounded. At this moment, the entire Ascension Immortal sect shook. An immortal dragon that was more than 2,000 feet long rushed out from behind him. The huge dragon head looked down on the world and coldly looked at Tua Yili. A 200-meter-long dragon appeared in the sky. Its head was shockingly large, and its eyes were several times larger than lanterns. It looked down coldly at Tui Lai, and a real dragon's might spread out, causing Tui Lai to tremble involuntarily. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. The 200-meter-long dragon stared at the huge dragon. The power around it was too shocking. At this moment, everyone involuntarily stopped. Even the Ascension Sect Master and the blue-robed elder from the Golden Fire Dao Gate were the same. They looked in Lin Tian's direction in disbelief, and shock appeared in their eyes. Tui Lai's pupils constricted. Even though he had used a forbidden technique and was now comparable to a half-step great Dao expert, facing the 200-meter-long dragon behind Lin Tian, he still felt his heart tremble. It was as if it was a real dragon. Lin Tian looked ahead, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. So what if you have reached the half-step great Dao? You will still die here. He controlled 12 immortal meridians, and now the entire Ascension Dao Gate was his domain. He was invincible under the great Dao realm. With a thought, the 200-meter-long dragon behind him roared, and its might pressed down on Tui Lai. The dragon's body crushed past, and in an instant, the space in its path collapsed. This huge dragon had gathered the power of more than half of the immortal meridians. Formless. Tui Lai roared, and with his half-step great Dao realm strength, he activated a powerful divine ability of the formless immortal sect. In an instant, the sky was filled with killing lights, and the faint fluctuations of the great Dao, from all directions, welcomed the 200-meter-long dragon. Unfortunately, it was useless. With a swoosh, all the killing lights of the divine abilities were shattered. The huge dragon shook, and in an instant, Tui Lai was sent flying. He coughed up blood in the air, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The 200-meter-long dragon roared and went forward again. Sect Master. The expressions of the experts from the formless immortal sect changed, and they all rushed over, using their divine abilities and secret techniques to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he glanced at these people. Roar. The dragon's roar was ear-piercing. The first 12 dragons that rushed out roared and welcomed these people. In the blink of an eye, all of them were sent flying and tumbled over 30 meters away. Strong. Too strong. Apart from great Dao cultivators, who can compete with him? Lin Tian. The Ascension Sect disciples clenched their fists as they stared at Lin Tian's back. Their eyes were filled with excitement and reverence. Ah! Tui Lai roared. He struggled to stabilize himself and stared at Lin Tian. You bastard! You ruined my plans. Tui Lai's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't have the demeanor of an immortal sect leader. At this moment, he truly hated Lin Tian. He had come to take revenge on the Emergence Dao sect. Everything had been planned and he had made complete preparations. He should have succeeded and easily destroyed the emergence Dao sect. However, Lin Tian had ruined everything. Boom, an even more violent fluctuation rushed out. The great Dao fluctuation outside his body became even stronger. Lin Tian took a step forward, and the 200-zhang long dragon roared at the sky, pressing down on Tua Yili. At the same time, the 12 dragons that had rushed out first all flew back, pressing down on Tua Yili together. Damn thing, it's you. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The 200-meter-long dragon was in front, and the 1,200-meter-long dragons were behind. They completely surrounded Tua Yili. Kill. Lin Tianlong spat out a word coldly. In an instant, the 13 dragons followed him. The word kill once again roared and rushed towards Tua Yili, who was in the center of the formation. What happened to the previous Ascension sect leader had nothing to do with him. However, it didn't have to be related to him for him to be angry. It was like seeing someone humiliating his father on the street and even attacking his father. If such a thing happened to any normal person, they would feel angry. He felt that if a person couldn't even fulfill the word filial piety, then that person really didn't have the right to live in this world. Tua Yili was undoubtedly such a person. The current Ascension sect leader treated him very well. He valued him and protected him many times. Back then, he even killed an elder of the Golden Flames sect for him. Since the Ascension sect leader treated him so well, he naturally felt a sense of belonging to the Ascension sect. Now that Tua Yili had come to destroy the Emergence Dao sect and killed countless disciples of the Emergence Dao sect, his anger had increased by several times. The 13 dragons rushed down and collapsed the void, covering Tua Yili. Ah! Tua Yili screamed. Although he used a forbidden technique to forcibly raise his strength to the level of a half-step Great Dao, he was still no match for the 13 dragons. With a bang, he flew out from the attack of the 13 dragons. Half of his body was in tatters. Blood dyed his body red, and his hair was even more disheveled. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered. With a thought, the 13 dragons moved together. Roar. The 13 dragons roared and attacked from all directions. Among them, the first 12 dragons could kill an expert of the 8th heaven of the immortal realm. As for the last dragon that was more than 200 feet long, it was condensed from more than half of his immortal vein. With such power gathered together, how could an ordinary person contend against it? In an instant, Tua Yili was sent flying again, and one of his arms was crushed. Sect leader. The expressions of the 30-odd people from the phaseless immortal sect changed. At this moment, they abandoned their opponents and all rushed over. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His right leg shook on the ground again. A wave of immortal light rushed up, forming a wave of angry sea god. Bang! 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 Including a few experts at the peak of the immortal realm, dozens of people from the phaseless immortal sect were all sent flying. He didn't care about these people. His gaze was still on Tua Yili. His right leg shook again, and the dragon patterns shone brightly. Aoo! The 13 dragons roared and intertwined with each other. A huge immortal spirit dragon that was more than 500 feet long appeared between heaven and earth. Such a huge dragon caused the Ascension sect leader and the Golden Fire Dao School's Great Dao Realm experts to tremble. They felt a sense of pressure. At the next moment, the Golden Fire Dao School's Great Dao Realm expert came back to his senses. He shouted towards the martial arts arena, "Stop him!" This huge dragon was too terrifying. The current Tua Yili definitely couldn't stop it. After saying that, this Great Dao Realm expert abandoned the Ascension sect leader and rushed towards Tua Yili like lightning. "Get lost!" The Ascension sect leader shouted. The 9-layered divine pagoda shone brightly, blocking the blue-robed old man from the Golden Fire Dao School. Boom! 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 Dozens of divine lights rushed up. The people from the phaseless immortal sect rushed towards Lin Tian again. The divine might that was intertwined became even more terrifying. "You can't stop me," Lin Tianling said. Near the 12 immortal veins underground, the dragon patterns flickered even more intensely. The entire Ascension Dao School shook again. Dozens of spiritual dragons rushed up and surrounded Lin Tian. They annihilated the divine light of the people from the phaseless immortal sect. He stared at Tuyi Lai. The huge immortal spirit dragon that was more than 500 feet long roared, stirring up gusts of spiritual wind. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Lin Tian, kill. The shame of our Ascension Dao school. The heart demon of the previous Ascension sect leader who sacrificed everything for the Ascension sect. Kill him. Avenge our dead sect members. Loud roars rang out one after another. These voices were the voices of everyone in the Ascension Dao sect. The Ascension Dao sect leader, the 12 secluded elders, the dozens of ordinary elders, and the disciples of the Ascension Dao sect. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Tuyi Lai. Everyone clenched their fists. Their faces were filled with grief, anger, and hatred. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. A large word resounded through the 9 heavens. Kill. Roar. The 500 feet long immortal spirit dragon roared and swooped down from the sky, drowning Tuyi Lai in an instant. Tuyi Lai roared in fear and used all his techniques. However, he couldn't block it at all. Pooh. A bloody mist exploded within the immortal spirit dragon. Tuyi Lai collapsed, his body and soul destroyed. In an instant, the entire world quietened down as if it had lost all rhythm. The 30-odd immortal connecting immortals of the phaseless immortal sect were all stunned. Their sect leader had actually been killed. At the sight of the Ascension Dao school, waves of laughter suddenly rang out. Kill. Kill. Good kill. Ungrateful bastard, you've finally gotten what you deserve. Voices rang out one after another. The people of the Ascension sect all felt happy. The Ascension sect leader's eyes flashed with a faint sadness. He looked at the depths of the Ascension sect. Sect leader, what happened back then is over. In the depths of the Ascension sect was the tomb of the past Ascension sect leaders. How dare you? You. How dare you kill the sect leader of the phaseless immortal sect? The blue-robed elder of the Golden Fire Dao school was shocked and angry. The Ascension sect leader tilted his head and looked over. His eyes were cold. The 9-layered divine pagoda shone brightly and directly pressed down on this person. At the same time, Lin Tian tilted his head. Cold light flashed in his eyes. Rise. The 500 feet long immortal spirit dragon had already dissipated after killing Tuyi Lai. He stepped on the martial arts field, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flashed. In an instant, a dense number of dragon-shaped swords rushed out. There were hundreds of them, and they shone like real swords. Kill. Another word floated out from his mouth. Hundreds of dragon-shaped swords flew across the sky and rushed forward, piercing through the sky. All of them were aimed at the people of the Golden Fire Dao school. Pooh. 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 The dragon-shaped swords were too powerful, and there were too many of them. At this moment, the people of the Golden Fire Dao school were in great trouble. In the blink of an eye, 7 fourth heaven immortal realm experts were chopped into pieces, dying under the dense number of dragon-shaped swords. Clang! The sound of swords whistling could be heard. The dense number of dragon-shaped swords tore through the void and slashed towards every person of the Golden Fire Dao school. Instantly, this place was covered by the dragon-shaped swords. Let's go too. Kill. Slash all of them. The hidden elders and powerful ordinary elders of the Ascension sect shouted. They attacked together with the dragon-shaped swords. At this moment, all of them were only attacking the people of the Golden Fire Dao school. They didn't attack the people of the phaseless immortal sect. Obviously, these people had received instructions from the Ascension sect leader and knew that it wasn't good to kill the people of the phaseless immortal sect now. End of this chapter. Violent divine energy interweaved in all directions. At this moment, all the immortal Ascension realm experts in the Ascension Dao sect who could fight all moved and crazily charged towards the people from the Golden Fire Dao sect. Please search Taste Book Yen Network to see the most complete. In an instant, the murderous aura surged like a stormy sea. At this moment, because of Lin Tian, the experts of the Ascension Dao sect all had a kind of aura, and their battle chi surged. Roar. The dragon roar reverberated, and the dragon patterns under Lin Tian's feet flickered. One spirit dragon after another rushed up and mercilessly swept into the sky. In the blink of an eye, 3 people from the Golden Fire Dao sect suffered. They were smashed into pieces and couldn't be more dead. Kill! The dozens of Immortal Ascension Realm experts from the Ascension Dao sect roared. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and their attacks were merciless. To the people from the Golden Fire Dao sect, this was a great disaster. Yu, a reclusive elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect who was at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm, had a livid expression as he quickly retreated. This person's opponent was a reclusive elder from the Ascension Dao sect. Originally, the two of them were on par, but at this moment, the aura of the reclusive elder from the Ascension Dao sect completely suppressed the reclusive elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect, causing him to retreat continuously. Clang! At this moment, an ear-piercing sword whistle sounded. Lin Tian stepped on the martial arts practice field. He controlled the 12 immortal meridians of the Ascension Dao sect and controlled the entire scene. Naturally, he was also staring at the battle between the two of them. At this moment, he activated the 33 dragon-shaped swords and forced them towards the reclusive elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect. The expression of the person from the Golden Fire Dao sect changed drastically. He had just been forced back by the elder from the Ascension Dao sect and couldn't dodge the 33 dragon swords at all. Stop, puff, a bloody mist exploded, and the reclusive elder from the Golden Fire Dao sect was directly cut into pieces, dying tragically in the martial arts practice field. All right. The reclusive elder from the Ascension Dao sect who had been fighting with this person laughed wildly. With a flash of his feet, he rushed in another direction. Lin Tian stared at the scene. The dragon patterns sank into the ground and drew out even more immortal spiritual light, gathering into a dragon and dragon sword. Clang! Roar! The dragon sword clanged, and the dragon let out a dragon roar that covered the entire martial arts practice field. Ah! No! Damn it, you! Screams of terror and anger echoed from time to time, accompanied by bursts of bloody mist. Including the great Dao realm expert in blue robes, there were a total of 47 people from the Golden Fire Dao sect who came to the Feather Transformation Dao sect. At this moment, out of the 47 experts, 23 of them were killed. Among them were even 2 reclusive elders who were at the peak of the connecting immortal realm. This caused the great Dao realm expert from the Golden Fire Dao sect to be both shocked and enraged. His aged body couldn't help but tremble. This person was the supreme elder of this generation of the Golden Fire Dao school, and was invited by Tua Yili to help. Because Tua Yili had promised to destroy the Ascension sect, he would give him nearly half of the Ascension sect's foundation, which made this person very moved. In addition, Tua Yili was the master of one of the 6 great immortal sects, the Phaseless Immortal Sect. If he agreed to Tua Yili's request, he would be able to befriend the Phaseless Immortal Sect. Furthermore, Tua Yili had paid a high price to hire a formation manipulator at the peak of the 7th rank, who could destroy the Ascension Dao sect's sect-protecting array. As such, as long as he mobilized the sect's experts, it could be said that destroying the Ascension Dao sect was an absolute matter. Thus, in the end, he gladly agreed. He brought out almost all the experts of the Golden Fire Dao Gate, and even brought out the high-grade Dao weapon, the Golden Awl. He was only waiting to destroy the Emergence Dao Gate and take away nearly half of the Emergence Dao Gate's resources. But now, the outcome was like this: in the blink of an eye, more than half of the dozens of experts he had brought with him had died. On the other hand, only Tua Yili was killed from the Phaseless Immortal sect. The people from the Ascension sect did not even attack the other people from the Phaseless Immortal sect. Ah! The Grand Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate roared. His eyes were red and about to pop out of their sockets. You asked for it. The Ascension Gate Master said coldly. The 9-layered divine pagoda shone resplendently, breaking apart the Golden Fire Dao Gate's fusiform golden awl and pressing towards the Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder. The Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder roared and activated his divine technique. Dao waves surged, distorting the entire space. Boom! This was a battle between Dao realm experts. Dao waves interweaved, incomparably terrifying, causing everyone to feel fear. Lin Tian stepped on the martial arts field and looked up with indifferent eyes. He shook the ground, and dozens of large dragons rushed up into the sky, appearing beside the Ascension Gate Master. They cooperated with the Ascension Gate Master to kill the Golden Fire Tao Gate's Grand Elder. Damn Junior. The Golden Fire Tao Gate's Grand Elder looked at Lin Tian and roared. It could be said that the current situation was completely caused by Lin Tian. Old thing. Lin Tian replied. When he had just arrived in the third heaven, the people of the Golden Fire Tao Gate had bullied Shui Yi. Then, it was the people of this Tao Gate who snatched his and Ling Yun's divine accumulation fruit in the withered spirit wasteland, wanting to kill them. Then, the elders of this faction knew that the divine accumulation fruit belonged to him and Ling Yun, but they still twisted the truth and tried to kill him several times. Now, the Grand Elder of this Tao Gate had led a group of people to the Ascension Gate, wanting to help Tua Yili destroy the Ascension Gate and seize the foundation that the Ascension Gate had accumulated for so many years. He had killed many disciples of the Ascension Gate. This time, it naturally made him more and more angry at the Golden Fire Tao Gate, and the killing intent in his heart was like a sea. He shook the ground again, and more large dragons appeared. Dense dragon-shaped swords rushed up, clanging loudly. Today, none of the people you brought here can leave alive, he said coldly. The dragon roars shook, resounding in all directions. Together with the dragon-shaped swords, they crazily attacked everyone from the Golden Fire Tao Gate. Puff, 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 blood mist exploded one after another. In an instant, another 3 immortal Ascension Realm experts of the Golden Fire Tao Gate were killed. As far as the eye could see, this was a terrifying scene. At this moment, there were a total of 99 large dragons coiling around the martial practice field. Every one of them was over 30 meters long, and they sealed off all directions. At the same time, hundreds of dragon-shaped swords crisscrossed, each of them at least 1.5 feet long, intertwined with a sharp sword that seemed to have materialized, and like a rain of swords, they slashed at the people of the Golden Fire Tao School. Ah! Miserable screams reverberated, incomparably ear-piercing. Blood sprinkled down like rain, shocking everyone here. The dozens of experts from the Phaseless Immortal sect had already recovered from the fact that Tua Yili had been killed. Originally, they were all shocked and angry, but at this moment, they were all trembling. They were all stunned, and some of them couldn't help but tremble slightly. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. It was like a hell of a dragon and a dragon sword that could cut through everything. For a time, none of the dozens of people from the Phaseless Immortal sect dared to make a move as they looked forward with pale faces. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out incessantly as the dozens of people from the Golden Fire Tao School were terrified. Kill! The secluded elders and powerful ordinary elders of the Feather Transformation Tao School roared in unison. Their battle intent soared into the heavens as they cooperated with Lin Tian's dragon and dragon sword, crazily attacking the group of people from the Golden Fire Tao School without mercy. Pfft! Another secluded elder of the Golden Fire Tao School was killed, and blood dyed the void. Next! Li Danyan roared. At this time, Lin Tian used the Dragon Burial Scripture to control the 12 immortal veins and the entire battlefield. The balance of the battle was completely broken, and the people from the Golden Fire Tao School couldn't resist at all. One by one, the experts were terrified and were mercilessly killed one after another. Pfft! 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 The blood mist continued to explode, as if a blood-red firework was being set off. You bastards! The Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Tao School roared in anger. Seeing the people he brought being killed one by one in front of him, his eyes were filled with blood and hatred. At this time, of the dozens of experts he brought, 4 of the 12 secluded elders had died, and 25 of the 34 ordinary elders had died. More than half of the Golden Fire Tao School's strength had been lost here. Go! Retreat! He roared. The balance of the battle was completely broken. If they continued to fight, the people from the Golden Fire Tao School would all die sooner or later. Go! The other experts of the Golden Fire Tao School trembled and quickly retreated. At this time, the people from the Golden Fire Tao School had long lost their fighting spirit. They only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. I said, none of you can leave. A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian raised his hand and formed a seal. Instantly, dense array patterns interweaved around the Emergence Tao School, and killing intent was cold. This is the killing array set by that Taoist-robed array controller. How is this possible? The people from the Golden Fire Tao school were shocked. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and emotionless. A rank 7 killing array harms others and oneself. He coldly spat out a word, kill. He cultivated the supreme ancient scripture, the divine one soul technique. After killing the rank 7 array controller in the Taoist robe, he used the spiritual energy of the 12 immortal veins to secretly circulate the divine one soul technique to comprehend the killing array that the old man in the Taoist robe had engraved around the emergence Tao school. Because the old man in the Taoist robe had been killed, the killing array had lost its owner. In addition, he used the dragon burial scripture and had the help of the vast spiritual energy of the 12 immortal veins. It didn't take long for him to refine the killing array engraved by the old man in the Taoist robe. At this moment, it opened and directly sealed the void in all directions, trapping everyone from the Golden Fire Tao school. Suddenly, the killing patterns shook and completely boiled. A terrifying killing light appeared and crazily slashed down. Miserable screams sounded again. It was mournful and filled with despair. Pooh! 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 Bloody mists exploded one after another. It was incomparably mournful. The experts of the Golden Fire Tao school screamed and tried their best to resist, but they couldn't stop it at all. More and more people died miserably. Many experts of the Ascension Tao school were originally chasing after the people of the Golden Fire Tao school, but at this moment, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. As far as the eye could see, a thick killing light stretched horizontally. Dense dragon swords bloomed, and a dragon that was dozens of feet long roared. The entire martial arts practice field was covered. The experts of the Golden Fire Tao school died miserably one after another. Their heads were chopped off, their hearts were pierced by the dragon swords, and their bodies were shattered by the dragon. Blood fell like rain. The Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Tao school roared. Blood was about to drip out of his eyes. He desperately rushed towards Lin Tianxia, wanting to save the remaining experts of the sect. However, he was blocked by the Ascension Tao school's 9-layered divine pagoda. He couldn't rush over at all. Supreme Elder, save me. Elder, save. Ah. No. The experts of the Golden Fire Tao school were terrified, and their faces were filled with despair. Lin Tianxia was expressionless. The dragon burial scripture and the divine one soul technique were activated at the same time. For a moment, the dragon roared and the killing light interweaved. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered, dyeing the void red. The horrifying scenes continued one after another. Blood dyed the entire martial arts practice field red. As far as the eye could see, broken corpses were scattered on the ground. It was a shocking sight. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They're all dead. A disciple of the Ascension Tao sect muttered. The 30-odd people from the formless immortal sect were all stunned as they stared at Lin Tian on the martial arts practice field. All of them felt a chill down their spines and their hearts trembled. This youth who looked only 19 years old was simply, like a peerless demon who had suddenly awakened. He controlled the entire scene alone and actually killed dozens of immortal ascension experts from the Golden Fire Tao sect. Bastard! An angry roar sounded. The Golden Fire Tao sect's Grand Elder's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The 40-odd experts he had brought with him, including 12 secluded elders at the peak of the immortal ascension stage, were all killed in this place. The Golden Fire Tao sect was completely destroyed. Ah! With a crazy roar, this person coughed out a mouthful of blood and pounced towards Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. The Ascension sect leader snorted coldly. The 9-story pagoda shook, and thousands of divine lights shot out. At the same time, Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He formed a seal with both hands and controlled the rank 7 killing array carved by the old man in the Taoist robe. With his mind, he controlled the killing light and slashed it towards the Golden Fire Tao sect's Grand Elder. Then, he activated the dragon burial scripture and mobilized the dozens of dragons and dense dragon swords on the martial arts practice field to rush into the sky, attacking this person from all directions. With a bang, many forces combined and directly sent the Golden Fire Dao Sect's Grand Elder flying dozens of feet away. Slash! Lin Tianling said. The rank 7 killing array boiled. All the killing light gathered and condensed into a 3-foot-long divine sword with terrifying killing intent. The Ascension sect leader stepped forward. The 9-story pagoda shook and scattered Dao light all over the sky. Pfft! The Golden Fire Dao Sect's Grand Elder coughed out blood again and was sent flying. Half of his body was almost crushed as he crashed into a large rock. Struggling to regain his balance, the Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder roared. As if he had lost all reason, he crazily attacked Lin Tian, wanting to kill Lin Tian. However, when facing the joint forces of the Ascension Gate Master and Lin Tian, who possessed 12 immortal veins, he was no match for them at all. He was sent flying again and again. His clothes were torn, and his entire body was covered in blood. Bang! 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 After an unknown amount of time, the Grand Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate coughed out blood as his body trembled violently. His eyes, which were originally filled with hostility and malevolence, finally showed a hint of rationality. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Lin Tian and retreated a few steps. He let out a loud roar, and the divine power in his body erupted like a volcano. Boom! The murderous light of the shuttle-shaped golden all exploded, and the waves of the great Dao surged. This superior-grade Dao weapon had almost turned into a sun. Terrifying fluctuations rolled down from the heavens. Be careful. The Ascension Gate Sect Master reminded in a deep voice. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate was frantically activating his superior-grade Dao weapon. It could be said that he was in a very dangerous situation. Lin Tian nodded and mobilized even more Immortal Veins power to protect his body. At the same time, he quickly attracted the murderous light of the Stage 7 killing formation. In the heavens, the Grand Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate stared at Lin Tian with hatred. Bastard! I will not let you go. As his words fell, the power of the shuttle-shaped golden all became even stronger, causing Lin Tian and the Ascension Gate Master to become serious. However, in the next moment, both of their expressions changed at the same time. The Grand Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate suddenly used the golden all to slash at the Ascension Gate Master. After tearing apart the Stage 7 killing formation, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out of the Ascension Gate Master in the blink of an eye. The Ascension Gate Master was slightly angered. Clearly, he did not expect this to happen. He took a step out of the Ascension Gate Master, and the 9-story divine pagoda shone brightly. Lin Tian was also shocked. He originally thought that the other party was going to fight them crazily, but he did not expect that the other party had actually fled. After a few breaths, the Ascension Gate Master walked back and shook his head at Lin Tian. He has gone far away. We can't catch up. What a pity. Lin Tian Dao controlled the Immortal Vein. If he joined forces with the Ascension Gate Master, they could have killed the other party here. After all, the Ascension Gate Master was not weaker than the other party. Moreover, in terms of blood chi, the Ascension Gate Master was slightly stronger. The Ascension Gate Master did not say anything. He landed on the training field and looked at the corpses of the Ascension Gate Master's disciples. There was a faint pain in his eyes. On this day, the Ascension Dao sect was saved, but many disciples had died. These disciples had died tragically in their own sect's martial practice field. Many of them did not even have complete corpses left. It was a desolate scene. Lin Tian did not say anything. He naturally understood the Ascension Gate Master's feelings. The other people from the Ascension Gate Master were also very quiet at this moment. After a long time, the Ascension Gate Master calmed down and nodded at Lin Tian. Then, he looked at the 30 people from the Phaseless Immortal sect. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over as well. Facing the gazes of the two, the 30 people trembled. The Ascension Gate Master was a great Dao realm existence. Lin Tian had also displayed his ferocious power and killed dozens of Immortal Realm experts from the Golden Fire Gate Master. They could be said to be extremely fierce. How could they not be afraid? What do you all want? One of them gritted his teeth and said. The 30 people stood together, full of caution and vigilance. Of course, there was also fear in their hearts. The Ascension Gate Master looked at the 30 people. His eyes were deep and cold, but he forcefully suppressed the coldness. Your Generation Sect Master, Tua Yili, was originally a disciple of the Ascension Gate Master. I have already explained the reason previously. I believe all of you should be clear about it. He came to my Ascension Dao sect with a personal grudge and an ungrateful heart. He wanted to destroy my Ascension Dao sect. This was not your sect's intention. We only wanted to kill him. It can be considered as cleaning up the sect for the previous Ascension Dao sect leader. As for all of you, you are only bewitched by Tua Yili. Therefore, the Ascension Gate Master will not make things difficult for all of you. All of you can leave. The Ascension Gate Master actually wanted to kill these people as well, but in the end, he still had to weigh the pros and cons. If he really killed these 30 people, the Phaseless Immortal sect would definitely be enraged. At that time, even if he had reason, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. At that time, the Phaseless Immortal sect would definitely bring along a thunderous pressure, and the Ascension Gate Master would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. If he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid, but he was the master of the Ascension Dao school, so he had to consider the safety of his disciples and the inheritance of the sect. Therefore, he couldn't kill the 30 people in front of him. Letting them leave was the best choice. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as he swept his gaze across the 30-odd people. He was already very clear about what the Ascension Gate Master was thinking. Are you serious? The 30-odd people from the Phaseless Immortal sect were all moved. The Ascension Gate Master actually didn't kill them and let them leave just like that. The Ascension Gate Master didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. The 30-odd people from the Phaseless Immortal sect were silent. They cupped their hands towards the Ascension Gate Master and then walked out of the Ascension Gate. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 people disappeared into the distance. Sect Master, a weak voice sounded. Not far away, some of the Ascension Gate disciples who were standing behind Tua Yili looked over. For a moment, the rest of the people from the Ascension Dao school looked over with expressionless faces. The Ascension Gate Master looked over and sighed. I don't blame you for choosing to leave the Ascension Dao school at that time. After all, it was a choice between life and death. But now, I can't continue to keep you in the Ascension Dao school. Since you have already left, you are no longer a disciple of the Ascension Dao school and I am no longer your sect master. You can leave too. These disciples were all true disciples and core disciples of the Ascension Dao school. They were all very strong and were all geniuses. However, these people didn't have a loyal heart. The Ascension Gate Master understood their choice at that time, but he couldn't keep them in the Ascension Dao school. What was the point of keeping people who had already betrayed the sect? The people who spoke trembled. Their faces turned pale and shame appeared on their faces. At this point, what else could they say? These people trembled as they bowed. Then, they lowered their heads and walked out of the Ascension Gate. Not long after, these people also disappeared from the sight of the people from the Ascension Dao school. The entire training field was dyed red with blood and there were corpses everywhere. A breeze blew past and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Everyone swept across the training field and then their eyes fell on Lin Tian. The Ascension Gate Master looked at Lin Tian and took a deep breath. Then, he bowed to Lin Tian. Lin Tian was shocked. Sect Master, what are you doing? He wanted to stop the Ascension Gate Master but was stopped by the Ascension Gate Master. Lin Tian, there's no need to be so polite. You can accept this bow. The Ascension Gate Master said. This middle-aged man, the Ascension Gate Master, bowed 90 degrees to express his gratitude to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, the sect master is right. You can accept this bow. The reclusive elderly Danyan said. As he spoke, he also bowed. The other reclusive elders and ordinary elders did the same at this moment and bowed to Lin Tian. This bow was out of gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. In the face of life and death, Lin Tian rejected the enemy's invitation and chose to stay in the Ascension Gate Master. He chose to fight alongside the Ascension Gate Master. He chose to live and die with the Ascension Gate Master. This made the Ascension Gate elders deeply moved. Right now, the Ascension Dao sect had not been destroyed. This was all thanks to Lin Tian. Without Lin Tian, the Ascension Dao sect would have been destroyed. Sect Master, Elders, please rise. Lin Tian is a member of the sect. It's only right for him to do his best for the sect. Lin Tian Dao. At this moment, he reached out and helped the Ascension Gate Master up. The Ascension Gate Master had treated him well and protected him several times. This made him feel a sense of belonging to the Ascension Gate Master. It was just like the Burning Sun sect. Since he had a sense of belonging, he would treat this place as another home. It was only right for him to do his best for his family. The Ascension Gate Master stood up and the other elders also stood up. At this moment, the disciples of the Ascension Dao sect were also looking at Lin Tian. All of them had reverence and admiration in their eyes. But soon, everyone was shocked by the smell of blood in the air. Looking at the martial arts arena, the corpses of their fellow disciples were lying on the ground miserably. Some of them died with their eyes wide open and were filled with indescribable sorrow. Find the corpses of our fellow disciples and bury them properly. The Ascension Gate Master said softly. This middle-aged man did not have the airs of a sect master. He personally walked into the martial arts arena and carried the corpse of a disciple of the Ascension Gate Master out from the rubble of the arena. He then placed it on the ground steadily. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with respect. A sect master, an existence of the Grand Dao realm, was willing to do this for an ordinary disciple. It was really rare. He silently followed behind the Ascension Gate Master and walked forward to find the corpses of his fellow disciples. P.S. 5 chapters will be updated tomorrow. In addition, I wish everyone a happy May Day in advance. Speaking of which, tomorrow is the end of the month. Those who still have monthly votes, please vote for the 10-directional Divine King. This dragon thanks everyone. The martial arts practice field was filled with blood and corpses. Lin Tian followed behind the Ascension sect leader and found the corpses of his fellow sect members. The other elders and ordinary disciples naturally started to move as well. Their faces were filled with sadness. Not long ago, they were still fellow disciples of the same sect. Now, they were separated by life and death. They had become ice-cold corpses. Some of them didn't even have complete corpses. It was a very sad scene. There was a sense of sorrow in the air. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. Everyone tidied up the martial arts practice field and quickly packed everything up. The dead disciples and ordinary elders of the Ascension Dao sect were all buried in the back mountain. The dead people of the Golden Fire Dao sect were thrown into a barren mountain far away from the Ascension sect. The sky was already dark. The sun had started to set. At this moment, everyone from the Ascension sect was at the back of the mountain. They silently paid their respects to the graves of their fellow sect members. Lin Tian, I won't say any more words of thanks. Have a good rest. I'm going to the depths of the sect to sweep the grave of the previous sect leader. The Ascension sect leader said. Looking at the depths of the Ascension sect, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with sadness. Lin Tian nodded silently. The source of this battle was Tua Yili, who had betrayed the previous sect leader. The previous sect leader wanted to make up for Tua Yili's betrayal. Gu Jianchen, who was valued highly by the previous sect leader, also betrayed him in the end. For the previous sect leader who had given all his efforts to the Ascension sect, this was a great tragedy. Now that the battle had ended, the two people who had betrayed the previous Ascension Gate Master had been killed in the Ascension Gate. The Ascension Gate Master probably had a lot to say to the previous Ascension Gate Master. Lin Tian didn't say much. Together with Ling Yun, they slowly left the mountain and walked towards the residence area of the outer sect. Soon, the small courtyard appeared before them. Have a good rest. Ling Yun said. This usually frivolous man's eyes were a little dim at this moment. He patted Lin Tian's shoulder and walked towards the core disciple area. On this day, although the sect was saved, many disciples had died. Everyone in the Ascension sect was sorrowful. Ling Yun was naturally no exception. After all, the people who died were from the same sect. Lin Tian nodded as she watched Ling Yun leave. Only then did she enter the small courtyard. Just as he thought, everyone had gone to the martial arts practice field for the sect grand competition. The people that Tua Yili had brought were also in the martial arts practice field. The entire battlefield was in the martial arts practice field. The other places of the Feather Transformation Dao sect were not affected. This small courtyard was also very intact. He entered the house. Shuiyi was also safe and sound. A rare smile appeared on his face. After a simple dinner with Shuiyi, he returned to his room to cultivate. Of course, the so-called cultivation was actually just circulating the four extremes meridians and adjusting one's essence, qi, and spirit. After all, he had just experienced a great battle. It was obviously not very possible for him to immediately start cultivating, and it was not very beneficial either. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. 7 days later, the Ascension Dao Gate gradually returned to normal. The disciples recovered from their sorrow and immersed themselves in cultivation. After the great battle 7 days ago, these disciples had all become diligent and hardworking. In the past, they would only cultivate for 6 hours a day. Now, they could cultivate for 12 hours a day. Everyone's essence, energy, and spirit were rapidly increasing. Lin Tian naturally adjusted his state of mind. Today, he brought Shuiyi out of the small courtyard to cultivate in the Immortal Spirit Valley. There were many more disciples coming and going in the sect than usual. They were all in a hurry to cultivate. When they saw Lin Tian and Shuiyi walking past, everyone stopped in their tracks. "Senior Brother Lin." "Good morning, Senior Brother Lin." "Senior Brother Lin." "Senior Sister Shui." Everyone greeted him with respect in their eyes. Most of these people were actually older than Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian was very strong. More importantly, Lin Tian's performance in the battle 7 days ago had won everyone's respect. Therefore, they all called Lin Tian Senior Brother. As for Shuiyi and Lin Tianyi, they were almost always together and had a close relationship. Naturally, they were called Senior Sister. Lin Tian did not act arrogantly. He nodded to these people one by one before walking towards the Immortal Spirit Valley. After entering the Immortal Spirit Valley, he chose 2 stone rooms that were next to it. He threw in a certain amount of beast cores and began to cultivate. Buzz. A faint silver light interweaved on the surface of his body. He circulated the 4 extreme scriptures, mobilized his true essence, and slowly refined it. At this time, in another place, the Formless Immortal Sect. The Formless Immortal Sect was located in the mountains. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the island was suspended in the air. There were immortal birds circling around the sect. What? An angry roar sounded out from a hall deep within the Formless Immortal Sect. More than 30 people from the Formless Immortal Sect returned with Tuyi Lai from the Ascension Dao School. Among them, a few hidden elders entered the hall and truthfully reported what had happened in the Ascension Dao School to the 8 figures in the hall. This palace was called the Non-Phase Immortal Palace, and it was a very important place in the Non-Phase Immortal Sect. As for the 8 figures that resided within, they were the 8 supreme elders of the Non-Phase Immortal Sect of this generation, and all of them were at the Great Dao Realm. Now, after hearing the reports of a few hidden elders, the 8 of them were furious. The master of their Formless Immortal Sect had actually been killed in the Ascension Dao School. The eyes of the 8 of them were filled with coldness and anger. "Let the Ascension Dao School hand over that Lin Tian," one of them said coldly. The hidden elders who had returned from the Ascension Dao School told them everything that had happened. This generation's sect master, Tuyi Lai, had died at the hands of Lin Tian. A little cultivator of the Zephyr realm had actually killed the sect master of their Formless Immortal Sect. Inside Immortal Palace, the few hidden elders who returned trembled. One of them said softly, "Elder, they originally could have killed all of us, but they didn't, instead releasing all of us. Now, instead doing this, it seems, a bit inappropriate, right?" "Shut up." A powerful force surged from the front and sent the person who spoke flying with a bang. "You all left the sect without permission. I have yet to convict you of your crimes, and now you actually dare to plead for an outsider. Right now, it is my Formless Immortal Sect's face that has been trampled on." The person who spoke had ice-cold eyes. "If it wasn't for them letting all of you go, do you think I would have let it go just because I wanted one person?" He had already sent his troops down and flattened his Ascension Dao School. Right now, I only want one disciple from the Ascension Dao School to kill my Formless Immortal Sect's sect master. But, get out. With a loud bang, a hurricane surged, directly blasting the person who spoke out of the formless immortal palace. Send a message to the Ascension Dao School, tell them to hand over that disciple called Lin Tian. Otherwise, don't blame my formless immortal sect for being ruthless. A cold voice came from the formless immortal palace. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. The Ascension Dao School had completely returned to normal. All the disciples were diligently cultivating, and their essence, energy, and spirit rose very quickly. During these days, there were many disciples coming and going in the sect, and they became even more hardworking. On this day, a palm-sized divine talisman suddenly appeared above the Ascension Dao School, and a cold voice sounded out. Ascension Dao School, hand over Lin Tian to my formless immortal sect within 7 days. Otherwise, the Ascension Dao School will be removed from the Xing continent. As the cold voice fell, with a chi sound, the divine talisman shattered and turned into specks of starlight that dissipated in the air. In an instant, the entire Ascension Dao School became deathly silent. What? You want us to call out Senior Brother Lin? Why? The sect leader has already let all of them go. He only killed that ungrateful and shameless person. All the disciples of the Ascension sect were enraged. The Ascension sect leader was discussing some matters with the 12 secluded elders in a large hall. When he heard this voice, he suddenly stood up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a bang, he smashed the jade table in front of him into pieces. You've gone too far. Li Danyan was furious. Lin Tian lived in a small courtyard, so he naturally heard the voice coming from the divine talisman. His eyes immediately turned cold. The formless immortal sect wanted to kill him. Lin, Shuiyi stood beside Lin Tian, her voice very soft. A few days ago, Shuiyi naturally already knew about what had happened in the sect. At this moment, the formless immortal sect had released the divine note talisman and wanted the Ascension Dao School to hand over Lin Tian. Everyone in the Ascension Dao School was furious. At this moment, all the disciples of the Ascension sect clenched their fists. This is too much. The 6 great immortal sects are too despicable. Do you think we're easy to bully? A disciple said angrily. Everyone's faces were filled with anger as they cursed the formless immortal sect. After that, everyone actually gathered at the sect's martial arts practice field at the same time. You want us to hand over Senior Brother Lin? Don't even think about it. What bullshit immortal sect, let's fight them to the death. Let's go all out. One by one, the disciples of the Ascension sect roared. More than 10 days ago, when Lin Tian was facing life and death, he resolutely chose to stay in the Ascension Dao School and fight alongside the Ascension sect leader. He stood up to protect the Ascension Dao School, killed Tua Yili, and killed dozens of people from the Golden Flames Dao School. It could be said that if not for Lin Tian, the sect would have been destroyed long ago. Without Lin Tian, they would have long been corpses. Perhaps they wouldn't even be able to preserve their corpses. They might have been eaten by wild dogs, eaten by wolves, or pecked by vultures. Lin Tian was their benefactor. Now, the formless immortal sect wanted the Ascension Dao School to hand over Lin Tian. How could these people be willing? After experiencing death once, their blood had long been ignited. At this moment, they were gathered in the martial arts practice field and roaring. At most, we'll just die. *CK the formless immortal sect, let's fight them to the death. Even if we die, we have to bite off a piece of their flesh. The group of disciples roared in anger. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Within the Ascension Dao School, a group of ordinary elders, 12 hidden elders, and the Ascension sect leader had all arrived and appeared on the main stage. Looking at all the disciples of the Ascension Dao School who had gathered here and roared, the group of people couldn't help but nod their heads. Their eyes were filled with satisfaction and gratification. Well said. Although my Ascension Dao School is not as strong as his formless immortal sect, we are not afraid of a battle. The Ascension sect leader shouted. The formless immortal sect wanted him to hand over Lin Tian. How could that be possible? At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with satisfaction towards the disciples, but also anger towards the formless immortal sect. I'm not afraid of a battle. Fight them to the death. Even if we die, we're not afraid. Everyone roared. Lin Tian and Shui had also come to this place. Seeing this scene and hearing the voices of the disciples of the Ascension sect, he was slightly moved and a smile appeared on his face. Half a month ago, he had fought for the sect, and protected all the disciples of the sect. Now, it seemed that it was indeed worth it, when the formless immortal sect said that they would flatten the entire Ascension Dao school if they did not hand him over. None of them were afraid. Instead, they were angry for him and gathered at the martial arts practice field without hesitation. They said that even if they died, they would not hand him over. At most, they would fight with the formless immortal sect, at most, they would die. As for the Ascension sect leader, the 12 hidden elders, and the group of ordinary elders, their eyes were also filled with a strong fighting spirit. None of these people would abandon him. Even if the sect was destroyed because of this, they would not be afraid of a battle. His sacrifice was completely worth it. Sect leader. He calmed down a little and came to the side of the central stage. He looked at the Ascension sect leader and said, "Please expel me from the sect." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone in the martial arts practice field was shocked. Lin Tian actually asked the Ascension sect leader to expel him from the sect? "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting?" Ling Yin jumped over. The Ascension sect leader's expression also changed. "Lin Tian, what are you saying?" The 12 reclusive elders and the group of ordinary elders were all moved. "Elder brother Lin, you fought for the sect and for us. You protected the sect and us. How could we possibly expel you? We'll fight it out with the phaseless immortal sect. We're not afraid of death." "Yes. We're not afraid. Fight it out with them." The group of disciples shouted. These people were not stupid. They knew very well why Lin Tian said that. He did not want to implicate the entire sect because of himself. Lin Tian was touched. He looked at Ling Yun and the others. "Thank you. Thank you for not abandoning me at this time. Even if you die, you're willing to fight the phaseless immortal sect." His voice was very calm. However, everyone should be very clear about the strength of the phaseless immortal sect. With our strength, we won't have any room to resist. If we resist by force, we'll only be destroyed. If you expel me from the sect, the phaseless immortal sect will only target me. There will be no reason for them to attack the Ascension sect. He tilted his head and looked at the Ascension sect leader. "Sect leader, please believe me. At this time, this is the best choice. If you expel me from the Ascension sect, the sect will be safe. As for me, it'll be easier for me to resist them alone." The Ascension sect would not hand him over. They would fight for him together, even if the sect was destroyed. This made him very touched. However, there were some things that he had to consider carefully. The sect was willing to fight for him at all costs, but in a real battle, it was absolutely impossible to stop the phaseless immortal sect. If the phaseless immortal sect came, even if he controlled the immortal veins again, it would not be of much use. This vein had 8 great Dao realm experts, and it was not something that the Yuhua Dao school could compare to. It was also not something that he could defeat by controlling the immortal veins. Moreover, in the battle half a month ago, one of the 12 immortal veins had already been destroyed. If he stayed in the Ascension Dao school, he would attract the army of the formless immortal sect. At that time, he and the Ascension Dao school would be destroyed together, and if he walked out of the Ascension Dao school alone, where in the world could he not go? He alone had many ways to deal with the phaseless immortal sect. If the phaseless immortal sect wanted to deal with him, it would not be that easy. The Ascension Gate sect master leaped down from the center of the main arena. He looked at Lin Tian and shook his head. "I understand what you said. Who here doesn't? However, how am I supposed to expel you from the sect? You fought for the sect, allowing it to survive and protect the lives of many disciples. Without you, the sect would have been destroyed long ago. The rest of us would have died long ago. Now, you want me to expel you from the sect. If I really do that, how can I, Lu Wuwei, and the Ascension Dao School, face you?" "That's right, senior brother Lin. If we expel you from the sect, how can we face you? We know that you are thinking for us, for the sake of the sect's inheritance, but you can't do that. Although we are weak and useless, we are willing to fight. Even if we die, we will have no regrets." the group of disciples shouted. Lin Tian looked at these people with a smile on his face. He was touched. It was enough for him to hear these people's words. Their intentions represented everything. Sect Master, I have made up my mind. Please expel me from the sect and announce it to the world. I am alone. It will not be easy for the formless immortal sect to deal with me. Lin Tian looked at the Ascension Gate sect master with a serious expression. Then, he looked at the girl beside him and said softly, moreover, I want to find a place for her to stay. The sect must be passed down. If I stay in the sect will definitely be destroyed. She and I will definitely die in the Ascension Dao School. This young girl was his savior. Moreover, after a few months of interaction, he also liked this young girl very much. He hoped that she could live a good life. I only hope that after I leave, the sect can help me take good care of her. That's enough. Shui trembled, as if she was about to lose her most precious thing. She reached out and pulled Lin Tian tightly. Wherever you go, I will go. In the past, she was bullied and scolded by the villagers. In the back mountain, she was injured and sent flying by a stranger. However, she had never felt wronged or afraid. But now, she was a little afraid. She did not want to be separated from Lin Tian. She was alone. Lin Tian was her only family in this world. Lin Tianyi smiled and stroked the girl's hair. You staying here will be the greatest help to me. Are you willing to stay? The girl trembled slightly and tears welled up in her eyes. She knew that Lin Tian was worried about her safety. He only wanted her to stay in the Ascension Dao School. That way, she would be safe. She also knew that if she really left with Lin Tianyi, Lin Tian would have to spend energy to take care of her. That way, she would be a burden to Lin Tian. I will stay and wait for you to return. Lin Tian's eyes were gentle. This girl actually knew what he was thinking. She also knew how to think for him. He shifted his gaze to Ling Yun and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the Ascension Gate sect master. Sect master, please expel me from the Ascension Dao School. I have made up my mind. I can do it. The Ascension Gate sect master clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with anger towards the phaseless immortal sect. At the same time, there was a deep sense of helplessness. All right. Finally, the Ascension Gate sect master nodded. Sect master. Sect master, you can't. You can't do this. The group of Ascension sect disciples shouted. The Ascension Gate sect master didn't say anything. Divine light rushed out of his body and enveloped Lin Tian and Shui. He slowly ascended to the center of the arena. After landing on the main arena, this middle-aged man enveloped Lin Tian with divine light and faced all the Ascension sect disciples in the arena. Sect master, what are you doing? Lin Tian was slightly puzzled. The Ascension Gate sect master swept his gaze across the entire arena. Then, his gaze landed on Lin Tian. Everyone in the Ascension Dao School is here. It is suitable for everyone to be witnesses. As he spoke, he took off a jade ring from his right middle finger. The word Ascension was engraved on it. Holding this jade ring, he passed it to Lin Tian. This is the jade ring left behind by the founder of the Ascension Dao School. It is the symbol of the sect master. As you said, I will expel you from the Ascension Dao School. However, from today onwards, you, Lin Tian, will be the new sect master of the Ascension Dao School. Lin Tian had protected the entire sect and all the disciples in the battle half a month ago. Now, when the phaseless immortal sect was pressuring him, Lin Tian took the initiative to ask him to expel him from the sect to protect the peace of the Ascension Dao School. Such loyalty and such a young man made the Ascension Gate sect master feel as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest. It was difficult for him to breathe. He was furious. He was furious that the phaseless immortal sect was too much of a bully. He had clearly let go of all the immortal Ascension realm cultivators from the phaseless immortal sect, except for Tuai Lai. He did not kill a single one of them, but the other party did this. He blamed himself, blamed his sect for being too weak, and was unable to protect Lin Tian at this time. Moreover, this battle was originally because the sect had implicated Lin Tian. Lin Tian had killed Tuyi Lai for the sect, but now, Lin Tian had to bear all of this alone. He was even more proud that he had taken a fancy to such a young man. Could there be a second young man like him in this world? He was unable to reject Lin Tian's "I've made up my mind," because what Lin Tian said was indeed reasonable. He was not afraid of the faceless immortal sect, nor were the other people in the sect. Even if the sect was destroyed, they were willing to fight against the faceless immortal sect, but when the time came, they would not be able to resist at all. Instead, they would be able to pin Lin Tian down in the Ascension Dao School, making it more dangerous for Lin Tian to walk out of the sect alone. Thus, he could only agree to expel Lin Tian from the Ascension Dao School. However, before that, he had to send the sect's sincerity. This young man would be the new sect leader of the Ascension sect. Lin Tian's expression changed. At the same time, everyone in the martial arts practice field was moved and shocked. The 12 hidden elders and the ordinary elders were also shocked, but they quickly recovered and did not say anything. Lin Tian declined and said, "Sect leader, you are still at your peak, and it is far from time to abdicate. Moreover, if I leave the Ascension Dao School, I will lose my status as a disciple of the Ascension Dao School. How can I take away the symbol of the sect leader that was left behind by the founder of the Ascension sect? Furthermore, I have never thought of becoming the sect leader, not even a core disciple. If I were to encounter any mishaps outside, this thing would fall into the hands of others, and the sect would definitely be in a lot of trouble." He was really surprised. He did not expect that the Ascension sect leader would pass the position of sect leader to him at this time. The Ascension sect leader shook his head and stared at Lin Tian. "I will abdicate and succeed the previous Ascension sect leader as the new supreme elder. You will become the new sect leader. Although you will not be in the Ascension Dao School for a period of time, it does not matter. The sect leader does not necessarily have to stay in the sect." The Ascension sect leader said, "Just as you said, I will expel you from the sect and announce to the world that we are only putting up a front for the world and the faceless immortal sect. You, Lin Tian, will always be a member of the Ascension Dao School no matter where you are." The Ascension sect leader said with a serious face, "Moreover, nothing will happen to you." Lin Tian's heart trembled when he heard this. "Lin Tian, accept it. Apart from you, who else is more qualified to be the new sect leader? Accept it." Li Danyan and the other 12 hidden elders said. "Senior brother Lin, accept it. We are willing to respect senior brother Lin as the new sect leader. Senior brother, please accept it." The group of disciples said. The Ascension sect leader looked at Lin Tian with a divine light in his eyes. "Lin Tian, you said that you have made up your mind, and so do I." Lin Tian was shocked. He looked at the Ascension sect leader and saw absolute determination in the Ascension sect leader's eyes. He clenched his fists and looked at the entire training ground. "Senior brother, please inherit the position of the sect leader." The group of Ascension sect disciples said in unison. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the Ascension sect leader again. He was touched and his eyes shone brightly. "All right," he said in a deep voice. He asked the Ascension sect leader to expel him from the sect and said that he had made up his mind. The Ascension sect leader agreed. Now, after agreeing to expel him from the sect, the Ascension sect leader passed the position of the sect leader to him and said that he had made up his mind. How could he refuse? He nodded his head heavily and replied to the Ascension sect leader with the same word. "All right." The Ascension sect leader's eyes shone brightly. He personally put the jade ring on Lin Tian's right middle finger. Then, he took a step back and stood behind Lin Tian. He looked at the entire training ground. "Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader." In an instant, everyone bowed to Lin Tian. A thunderous voice resounded in the sky above the training field. All the disciples of the Ascension Dao sect shouted in unison. The ordinary elders followed suit and bowed. Their expressions were solemn, and their eyes were filled with respect. Audiobook net. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He looked at the Ascension sect leader's jade ring on his right hand. Then, he looked at the training field. "Please rise." He raised his hands. Everyone stood up straight as their gazes landed on Lin Tian. All of them clenched their fists tightly. Looking at the training field and the Ascension sect disciples who were looking at him with respect, his voice was calm but also serious. I, Lin Tian, might not be in the sect for a long time in the future. I won't be able to participate in the matters of the sect. However, no matter where I am, I will always remember that I am a part of the sect. I will remember that this is another home. I will remember that everyone in the Ascension Dao sect is my family. As he spoke, a bright light flashed in his eyes. I, Lin Tian, will not die even if I venture into the world alone. I will become stronger. In the future, I will bring glory to the Ascension Dao sect and push the sect to greater heights. The disciples in the training field had the same look in their eyes. All of them clenched their fists even tighter. We believe in the sect leader. The crowd roared. These disciples had respect on their faces. Many of them looked at Lin Tian with burning eyes. Their voices were louder and louder. It was only after dozens of breaths that the crowd quietened down. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the Ascension sect leader, Lu Wuwei. Sect leader, thank you for your trust. If you thank me, I will only feel more ashamed. You have shouldered everything in the Ascension Dao sect alone. Lu Wuwei's eyes dimmed. Lin Tian did not say anything. He looked at Shuiyi, Ling Yun, and finally Lu Wuwei. I will leave today. Lu Wuwei was slightly shocked. Even though he knew that Lin Tian would eventually leave the Ascension Dao sect, he did not expect him to leave today. He knew that there was no point in persuading him to stay. Do you need to prepare anything? No need. Lin Tian shook his head. He tilted his head to look at the girl beside him, his eyes full of gentleness. In the future, he would not be able to see Shuiyi for a long time. Once again, he was going to roam the world alone. Can I accept her as my disciple? Lu Wuwei suddenly said. Lin Tian was moved. He looked at Lu Wuwei and asked, can I? Lu Wuwei was a great Dao realm expert. With such an expert taking in Shuiyi as a disciple, it was definitely a great thing for Shuiyi. His future cultivation would be very smooth. I will take her in as my disciple and guide her in your stead. The resources of the Ascension Dao sect will be given to her. I believe that none of the disciples here will have any objections. Lu Wuwei said. No objections. No objections. No objections. All the disciples roared in unison. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with gratitude. He looked at the girl beside him and said softly, Shuiyi, greet your teacher. The girl was very obedient. She came to Lu Wuwei and bowed seriously, Master. All right. Lu Wuwei personally helped the girl up. The girl stood up, but she was still looking at Lin Tian. Now, they were going to be separated. Lin Tian brushed the girl's long hair and looked at Lu Wuwei. After a pause, he transmitted his voice, Sect Master, Shuiyi, she has the heavenly demon body. Lu Wuwei was shocked, and his face immediately revealed a look of shock. He looked at Shuiyi in disbelief. This weak girl actually had the king body? Taking a deep breath, Lu Wuwei's gaze moved away from the girl and looked at Lin Tian. He said, I promise you that as long as the sect exists, she will exist. Even if the sect perishes, I will protect her. Thank you. Lin Tian thanked him seriously and said softly, then, sect master and elders, I'll be leaving. Lu Wuwei trembled, and so did the 12 secluded elders. They all clenched their fists. Even though they knew that Lin Tian was going to leave, when Lin Tian said the words I'm leaving, these people still felt very uncomfortable. Guilt and self-blame appeared in their eyes, and hatred for the phaseless immortal sect surfaced. Such a young man was forced out of the Ascension sect by the phaseless immortal sect. Lin, the girl choked, reluctant to part. Lin Tian gently wiped away the tears at the corner of the girl's eyes, took a step back, and looked at Ling Yun in the crowd. He gave a brotherly smile, and his body slowly rose into the air. Lowering his head, he looked at the disciples of the Ascension sect, at the Ascension sect master Lu Wuwei, at the 12 secluded elders, and finally at the girl who was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Without saying anything else, he stepped on the void and walked out of the Ascension sect. Farewell, sect master. Farewell, sect master. Farewell, sect master. A loud sound like a wave resounded in the martial arts practice field. All the disciples and ordinary elders bowed in unison. Lin Tian's back was facing the crowd as he walked into the distance step by step. In his eyes, there were only mountains and rivers, and only the vast world. Breaking through the imperial court, going to the limitless realm, fighting alone in all directions. Wielding a long sword, proud of the flourishing continent, laughing at who is the king of the world. On the martial arts practice field, everyone trembled. They couldn't help but feel the blood in their bodies boil. Laughing at the world. Who is the king? Lu Wuwei trembled slightly as his eyes flashed. Good. 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 The 12 secluded elders were also trembling as they stared at Lin Tian's back in shock. All of them clenched their fists. How heroic was this young man? Finally, Lin Tian's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, and he completely left the Ascension sect. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day in the vast Shin continent, a voice came from the Ascension sect. The Ascension sect's successor disciple, Lin Tian, was expelled from the Ascension sect. For a time, many people in the Shin continent revealed strange expressions. It's just expelling a successor disciple. Why is there such a big commotion? One of the 12 sects, they are a big faction. Who knows what these big factions are thinking and doing? However, that successor disciple called Lin Tian shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. That's true. However, it doesn't matter much. In the end, it's just expelling a disciple. It's just a small matter. That's right, a big faction. It's such a small matter. How boring. Don't worry about it, drink, drink. Many people discussed. Almost at the same time, in the Formless Immortal sect. What a Ascension sect, playing this game with my Formless Immortal sect. In the Formless Immortal Palace, the 8 great Tao Realm Supreme Elders of this faction were all furious. One of them directly smashed a jade chair. The eyes of the 8 of them were cold. The Ascension Tao sect expelled Lin Tian from the sect and announced it to the world. This way, it would have nothing to do with Lin Tian, and could even be considered to have given the Formless Immortal sect some face. After all, the Ascension Tao sect expelled Lin Tian from the sect because of the anger of the Formless Immortal sect. As such, the Formless Immortal sect naturally couldn't say anything, much less do anything. Send out the experts to track down that rascal. One of them said. At this moment, on the other side, one of the 12 sects, the Golden Flames Tao sect, Lin Tian. The eyes of the Supreme Elder of the Golden Flames Tao sect were cold and filled with killing intent. Vaguely, this person could guess that Lin Tian's expulsion from the Ascension Tao school was definitely related to the Phaseless Immortal sect. He didn't know what kind of pressure the Phaseless Immortal sect had put on the Ascension Tao school, he only knew that Lin Tian was now alone. Without the Ascension Tao school's protection, he could easily kill Lin Tian. It had already been 3 days since he left the Ascension Tao sect. In a small forest, Lin Tian walked silently, his eyes flickering. His footsteps were very gentle. He walked past ordinary green mountains and walked along a small stream, listening to the roars of beasts and the cries of sparrows in the forest. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, he arrived in front of another old mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a continuous stretch of crimson-red mountain range. There was an indescribable chill floating in the air, giving people a sense of dread. The God Burial Mountain has fallen. I'm back. He whispered. His eyes carried a faint light as he stepped into the old forest. Not long after, he walked thousands of feet and truly stepped into the God Burial Mountain. As far as the eye could see, the mountain ranges that were like dragon ridges were connected to each other. It gave people a sense of shock and desolation. There was an extremely ancient aura intertwining in the air. Lin Tian stepped into the God Burial Mountain for the second time. He appeared to be very calm as he walked step by step through the mountain ranges. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered as he walked forward step by step. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet sank into the God Burial Mountain. He carefully explored this forbidden territory that was said to be able to bury gods. With the dragon patterns as eyes, under the ground, vast spiritual energy and terrifying murderous aura intertwined, rolling like waves. Although he did not condense immortal meridians, it was more terrifying than immortal meridians. Several hours later, he entered God Burial Mountain and landed far away. He sat down cross-legged on a withered yellow boulder. The Dragon Burial Formation. He whispered softly, and the dragon talisman beside him jumped out. The Dragon Burial Formation was a divine formation recorded in the Dragon Burial scripture. It relied on the power of heaven and earth to set up the formation, and it could bury everything. He sat cross-legged on the big rock and silently comprehended this divine formation. Dragon talismans jumped out like swimming dragons. Buzz. The dragon talismans flickered and shone brightly. The Dragon Burial Formation was not as difficult to cultivate as the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye, but it was not easy to comprehend. Lin Tian sat on the big rock and silently cultivated. It was not until half a month had passed that he opened his eyes. Wisps of dragon light flashed in his eyes. He stood up and scanned the God Burial Mountain range. He stepped forward and left the big rock. He walked very slowly. With every step, strange dragon patterns flashed under his feet, and he disappeared under the God Burial Mountain like light. At the same time, he raised his right hand. A faint silver light flickered, and the soul light intertwined to carve formation patterns in the void. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. On this day, he came to the center of the God Burial Mountain range and came to a pile of rocks. This place was originally an enormous mountain cave. However, it had collapsed later on. A faint light flickered in his eyes. His right foot stomped on the ground, and suddenly, a large amount of pitch-black light rushed up like a volcanic eruption, shattering all the rocks in front of him. Sand and dust filled the sky. Roar, with a fierce roar, the 9 ancient corpses were shaken out, and faint Tao waves intertwined around their bodies. The 9 ancient corpses had tattered clothes, and a thick black fog was intertwined around their bodies. Their eyes were hollow, and there was a terrifying cold air intertwining around them. Please search, taste book Net, to see the most complete. Their bodies were withered like zombies. With a roar, they pounced toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was expressionless. Dragon marks flickered and intertwined around his body like chains of divine light. In an instant, the 9 ancient corpses stopped and stared at Lin Tian. When they died at the stone tablet in the past, they were affected by the Dragon Burial scripture in the stone tablet and became the undead guardians of the Dragon Burial scripture. Now, Lin Tian used the Dragon Burial scripture as if he was standing in front of the 9 ancient corpses. For a moment, the 9 ancient corpses were stunned. Next, listen to me. Lin Tian. His eyes flashed with a dim light. Dragon marks intertwined under his feet, and strands of dark baleful aura rushed up from the bottom of the God Burial Mountain. Like a dark spring, it crazily surged into the 9 ancient corpses, causing their bodies to gradually expand. After that, 15 minutes passed. The baleful aura around the 9 ancient corpses became extremely dense, and their eyes became as black as ink. Buzz. Rolling death aura intertwined around the 9 ancient corpses. Vaguely, the Tao fluctuations around their bodies became even denser, as if a weak flame had turned into a burning flame. Lin Tian looked at them. Until another 15 minutes passed, the dragon marks under his feet dimmed, and no longer injected dark baleful aura into the 9 ancient corpses. Looking at the 9 ancient corpses, he nodded to himself. His eyes flashed, and he left this place and walked into the distance. He still walked very slowly. The dragon marks under his feet were one after another, and his right hand was drawing runes in the air. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian finally stopped. He appeared at the peak of a red mountain and casually sat down on a large rock. He lowered his head and looked at the Ascension sect leader's jade ring on his right hand. He paused for a moment, then took it off and carefully placed it into the stone ring. Phaseless Immortal Sect. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. It was currently night, and he casually sat on the large rock. Very quickly, the night passed. On this day, when the morning sun appeared, the earth was covered in a layer of faint morning light. The cultivators began a new day of cultivation. It was also on this day that a voice suddenly came from God Burial Mountain. Formless Immortal Sect, didn't you want to kill me? I, Lin Tian, will be waiting for you at the God Burial Mountain. All of a sudden, the crowd in the God Down City, which was the closest, was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the voice spread across the entire Shin continent. My God, who is this Lin Tian? So fierce? He actually dares to openly challenge the phaseless immortal sect. That's one of the 6 great immortal sects. It's incomparably terrifying. In terms of foundation, it's second only to the 3 great imperial dynasties. Wait, Lin Tian? He seems to be the successor disciple who was expelled from the Ascension Dao Gate not long ago. This seems to be the case. If that's the case, then judging by the standards of the 12 Taoist gates, that Lin Tian is at most in the Zephyr realm. Zephyr realm openly challenging the phaseless immortal sect. This bro is really not ordinary. Is he actually this strong? The phaseless immortal sect wants to kill him? What did he do? Many people stared. A Zephyr realm cultivator actually publicly challenged one of the 6 great immortal sects, the phaseless immortal sect. In an instant, the entire Shin continent was in an uproar. Speaking of which, this Lin Tian is actually calling for a battle in the dangerous place of the God Burial Mountain. What is he doing? Strange. This is too strange. It's not too strange, it's too bold. It's not too bold, it's too courting death. Anyway, let's go take a look. Of course I have to go take a look. This is quite a show. Many people were discussing. For a time, many cultivators moved, heading towards the direction of the God Burial Mountain from all directions. Compared to the phaseless immortal sect, one of the 6 great immortal sects, the cultivators of the Zephyr realm were simply too insignificant and weak. But now, a small cultivator of the Zephyr realm actually dared to challenge the phaseless immortal sect in such a manner, sitting quietly at the foot of the God Burial Mountain, waiting for the phaseless immortal sect to arrive. Phaseless immortal sect. How arrogant. A furious roar rang out from the depths of the phaseless immortal sect. Inside the phaseless immortal palace, the 8 supreme elders of this faction were all furious. During this period of time, the 8 of them had sent out experts from the sect to search for traces of Lin Tian. They wanted to find him and kill him to wash away the shame of the sect, but they couldn't find a single trace of Lin Tian. For this reason, they even went to the Ascension sect to investigate, but to no avail. And now, Lin Tian had actually stood up on his own and openly challenged his phaseless immortal sect in the God Burial Mountain. How dare you? The few of them were furious. A mere Zephyr realm cultivator actually dared to challenge his phaseless immortal sect. This was like an ant wantonly provoking an elephant. Send someone to bring back the head of this evil creature. Someone said coldly. This person was wearing a purple robe and was the 8th supreme elder of the phaseless immortal sect. According to the people who came back from the Ascension Dao sect, this evil creature is a bit strange. I don't know what method it used, but it suddenly became very strong. With the cultivation of the 7th layer of the Zephyr realm, it was actually able to kill an expert at the peak of the immortal Ascension realm. Be careful. This old man will personally bring people over and see what kind of storm he can stir up. The purple-robed man said. In an instant, this person disappeared from the phaseless immortal palace. Almost at the same time, in another place, the Golden Flames Dao sect. Thief Lin. The supreme elder of the Golden Flames Dao sect gritted his teeth. With a flash of light, he disappeared from his original spot and rushed out of the Golden Flames Dao sect. Not long ago, in the Ascension Dao sect, Lin Tian used a strange method to kill everyone in the Golden Flames Dao sect who went to the Ascension Dao sect. The core strength of his Golden Flames Dao sect was completely destroyed. Now, the entire sect existed in name only. This made him hate Lin Tian to the core. During this period of time, he had also sent people to search for Lin Tian's traces, but to no avail. Now that Lin Tian had stood up and publicly shouted out his location to challenge the phaseless immortal sect, how could he still wait quietly? He wanted to go to the God Burial Mountain and personally tear Lin Tian apart. So what if Lin Tian was strange? In the end, he was just a small cultivator at the Zephyr realm, and he was a great Dao realm expert. In the sky, the scorching sun appeared, illuminating the land with rays of sunlight. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. In the past few days, the Goddown city had become lively once again. Many cultivators had gathered here and were looking at the God Burial Mountain from afar. Many people's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. All of this was because a few days ago, a voice came from the God Burial Mountain. It came from a small cultivator of the Zephyr realm, calling for a battle against the phaseless immortal sect. Strange. How strange. This is the first time I've seen such a suicidal person. I don't think so. For a cultivator of the airborne realm to dare to challenge the phaseless immortal sect like this, he should have some confidence. That makes sense. It does make sense, but I really can't think of what kind of methods a little cultivator of the flying realm can use to contend against the experts of the phaseless immortal sect. Many people were discussing in a restaurant in the city. This restaurant was the most famous restaurant in the Goddown city. Its location was extremely good, and at this moment, the restaurant was already filled with cultivators. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out in the distance. Dozens of figures appeared in the sky, all of them with tyrannical blood energy. With a whoosh, everyone in the tavern stood up. People from the phaseless immortal sect. A total of 27 people, all of them at the immortal ascension realm. Wait, the person at the front. It seems like he has the fluctuations of the Tao. It seems to be. The 8th Supreme Elder of the phaseless immortal sect is at the Great Tao realm. Great Tao realm expert? Such a big shot actually came in person? Everyone was shocked. To set up such a formation for a small cultivator of the Zephyr realm, it seems like the phaseless immortal sect wants to show off their might. Not only do they want to kill Lin Tian, they also want to crush him. They want to show the world how powerful the phaseless immortal sect is, and not just anyone can provoke them. That should be the case. Someone analyzed. However, I am still very curious. Why would the phaseless immortal sect want to kill a small cultivator of the airborne realm? Indeed, I am also very curious. Could it be that the expulsion of this Lin Tian from the Ascension Tao sect is also related to the phaseless immortal sect? Regardless of that, it's not important now. The most important thing is that the people from the phaseless immortal sect have entered the God Burial Mountain. Someone pointed into the distance. In the air, the 27 people from the phaseless immortal sect, led by the purple-robed 8th Elder, stepped on the air and arrived outside the God Burial Mountain in the blink of an eye. This group of people had strong waves of divine power intertwined around their bodies. Wherever they passed, the void rumbled. This was especially so for the purple-robed 8th Elder. The void around him was distorted as if he was a source of destruction. A great Tao realm expert, someone who has comprehended and controlled the Tao laws. Some people's hearts palpitated. At this time, the sky above the Goddown city was already filled with people. Many people were looking ahead from afar. At this time, these people's gazes followed the movements of the group from the phaseless immortal sect. All of them were very excited. Soon, the group from the phaseless immortal sect stepped into the God Burial Mountain. They directly stepped into the air and did not stop at the edge. He actually didn't stop at the edge and walked in through the air. As expected of a great Tao realm expert. He has the confidence to go with him. He really is different. Indeed. Many people were shocked. The God Burial Mountain was famous for its danger. Usually, when cultivators entered the mountain, they would stop at the edge of the mountain and walk in. However, the group from the phaseless immortal sect directly entered through the air, causing many people to be shocked. Inside the God Burial Mountain, dozens of people from the phaseless immortal sect, led by the purple-robed 8th Elder, stepped on the air and walked forward step by step. This Scarlet Mountain was very strange. Near the center, cultivators would be suppressed and unable to fly. They couldn't even use the artifact Imperial technique. However, in the outer region, there was no such effect and they could fly. At this moment, the group from the phaseless immortal sect was still in the outer region. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled another 300 meters. Thief Lin, get out here. The purple-robed 8th Elder of the phaseless immortal sect shouted. Cold auras interweaved in the surroundings, distorting the void and rumbling. The group from the phaseless immortal sect all had cold eyes. At the same time, outside the God Burial Mountain, everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared unblinkingly at the God Burial Mountain. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, a voice sounded from the center of the God Burial Mountain. In the center of the God Burial Mountain, Lin Tian, who was wearing a black robe, slowly rose up. He stepped on the air and climbed up step by step. Instantly, everyone was shocked. He is Lin Tian? So young. From the looks of it, he seems to be around 19 years old. You must be focusing on the wrong thing. That Lin Tian, he is in the center of the God Burial Mountain, and he is actually able to fly. This. Indeed. He was actually able to fly in the center of the mountain? How is this possible? This is too strange. This Lin Tian. The crowd was moved. There was a strange power suppressing the center of the God Burial Mountain, making it difficult for cultivators to fly, and even the artifact imperial technique could not be used. There were some records of this in the ancient books of the Shin continent, and many cultivators knew about it. However, at this moment, a small cultivator of the airborne realm actually rose from the center of the God Burial Mountain and stepped on the air to climb up. The dozens of people from the formless immortal sect had strange expressions on their faces, but they quickly turned cold. Aunt! How dare you? The purple-robed elder in the lead said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. Lin Tian laughed as he stepped on the air and walked out of the center of the God Burial Mountain step by step. He arrived above a red mountain that was 1,000 feet away from the dozens of people from the formless immortal sect, and then landed on the ground of the mountain peak. He raised his head and looked at the dozens of people from the formless immortal sect. He looked at the purple-robed elder in the lead and immediately felt the fluctuations of the Tao law from the other party's body. A Tao realm expert has personally come. You really think highly of me? He smiled faintly. In fact, he was not surprised at all that the other party had a great Tao realm expert. After all, when he was at the Emergence Tao school, he had used the Dragon Burial scripture to display his divine might and even killed some of the peak immortal realm experts from the Golden Fire Tao school. The dozens of people from the formless immortal sect that the Emergence Tao school had released would definitely tell the great elders of the formless immortal sect what had happened. I just want the world to see that my formless immortal sect is not something that any cat or dog can provoke. If they provoke us, they will die. The purple-robed elder said. As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent intertwined around his body. What's the hurry? We have plenty of time. Lin Tian gave a cold smile and shifted his gaze towards the crowd of cultivators in the sky outside the God Burial Mountain. Everyone, you must be very curious. What exactly happened between me and the phaseless immortal sect that made me openly challenge one of the 6 great immortal sects? Do you want to know? Outside the God Burial Mountain, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Here, one side was a small cultivator in the Zephyr realm, and the other side was one of the 6 great immortal sects, the phaseless immortal sect. The strength between the two was a very clear contrast, but previously, Lin Tian, who was in the Zephyr realm, actually said that the phaseless immortal sect wanted to kill him, and even publicly challenged the phaseless immortal sect at the God Burial Mountain. At this moment, hearing Lin Tian's words, all of their gazes shifted to Lin Tian, waiting for Lin Tian to continue. Lin Tian smiled and said, Not long ago, I was a disciple of the Ascension Tao school, and not long ago, the sect head of the phaseless immortal sect, Tuyi Lai, brought more than 30 Ascension Immortal Elders of the Phaseless Immortal Sect and entered the Ascension Tao School during the Great Competition. He spoke very quickly, revealing some of the things that happened that day, including the fact that the sect head of the Phaseless Immortal Sect, Tuyi Lai, was once a disciple of the Ascension Tao School, and how Tuyi Lai was ungrateful to the sect head of the Ascension Tao School. What? There's such a thing? The current sect head of the Phaseless Immortal Sect was actually a disciple of the Ascension Tao School? This, from the looks of it, the current sect head of the Phaseless Immortal Sect, that Tuyi Lai, is really. Many people looked at the dozens of people from the Phaseless Immortal Sect. Seeing the cold expression of the purple-robed elder in the lead, they knew that what Lin Tian said was true, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Many people thought that this generation's sect head was too shameless and should be killed. However, looking at the group of experts from the Phaseless Immortal Sect in front of them, no one dared to say it out loud. Then, what is this now? Some people were puzzled. Many people looked at Lin Tian. They were curious as to why Lin Tian, who had participated in that battle, would be expelled from the sect and appear here. Facing everyone's gazes, Lin Tian spoke quickly, this generation's formless sect leader, Tua Yili, is an ungrateful person. He broke the heart of the previous generation's Ascension sect leader, who was his benefactor. He even wanted to destroy the Ascension sect. He led a group of experts and killed hundreds of Ascension sect disciples. I had no choice but to use some special means to kill him. After killing Tua Yili, we could have killed all the other 30 or so people from the Faceless Immortal sect. However, we felt that this was only Tua Yili's personal grudge, and not the original intention of the Faceless Immortal sect. We killed Tua Yili to clean up the sect and kill the evil source. The other 30 or so people were just bewitched, so we didn't hurt them, didn't make things difficult for them, and let them all go. As he spoke, Lin Tian looked at the dozens of people from the Faceless Immortal sect, his face full of ridicule. However, his Faceless Immortal sect. Enough, shut up. In front of the dozens of people from the Faceless Immortal sect, the purple-robed old man said coldly. His face was somewhat ashen, and his killing intent became even stronger. Looking at this person, Lin Tian laughed disdainfully. What, are you afraid that I will tell the truth? Do you feel ashamed? With a mocking smile, he spoke very quickly. He looked at the crowd outside the God Burial Mountain and continued, that day, we didn't make things difficult for the 30 or so immortal channeling experts of the Faceless Immortal sect. We could have killed them but didn't kill them. It could be considered that we respected the Faceless Immortal sect enough, right? However, the Faceless Immortal sect sent a message to the Ascension Dao sect, asking them to hand over me, the person who killed Tua Yili, and kill me. Otherwise, they would trample the Ascension Dao sect to the ground. This is the face of the Faceless Immortal sect. Although the Ascension Dao sect is one of the 12 sects and is not weak, how can it contend against the Faceless Immortal sect, one of the 6 great immortal sects? Even though the sect leader and elders were angry, even though the fellow sect members were angry, what could they do? There was no good way, so I could only ask the sect leader to expel me from the Ascension sect. This way, I would have nothing to do with the Ascension sect. Lin Tiandao said, so, I am not a disciple of the Ascension sect right now. So, I am standing here right now. After hearing his words, the crowd outside the God Burial Mountain was shocked. A while ago, the Ascension Dao sect expelled their true disciples and announced it to the world. So this is what happened. Such coercion. The Faceless Immortal sect. Isn't this a bit too much? Isn't this the same as that Tua Yili? Ungrateful? That's right, this is really, many people whispered. Hearing Lin Tian's words and seeing the expressions of the people from the Faceless Immortal sect, these people knew that Lin Tian was not lying at all. This caused these people to frown. Many of them could not help but point at the dozens of people from the Faceless Immortal sect. Tua Yili deserved to die 10,000 times, and the 30 or so people who followed him deserved to die as well. After all, they had destroyed other people's sects for no reason and killed many disciples of the Ascension sect. However, at that time, the Ascension Dao sect let go of these 30 people and did not make things difficult for them. They did not kill a single one of them, which could be considered to have given the Faceless Immortal sect enough face. In Lin Tian's words, it could be considered to have respected the Faceless Immortal sect enough. This was because, logically speaking, even if the Ascension Dao sect killed those 30 people, the Faceless Immortal sect would have nothing to say. They should even apologize to the Ascension Dao sect. But even so, after the Ascension Dao sect let go of more than 30 people from the Faceless Immortal sect, the Faceless Immortal sect forced them to hand over Lin Tian. If they didn't, they would destroy the Ascension Dao sect. They were simply like bandits in the mortal world. The people here were all cultivators, so it was normal for them to know that the strong preyed on the weak in the world of cultivators. Whoever was strong was right, but even so, many people still had some complaints about the actions of the Faceless Immortal sect, because it was simply too much. The dozens of people from the Faceless Immortal sect could naturally feel the gazes of these people. They only felt their cheeks suddenly become burning hot. Especially the purple-robed old man in the lead, the way he stared at Lin Tian became even more sinister. Lin Tian did not care about this at all. He stared at the violet-robed old man as his face was filled with mockery. There's a saying that the master of a sect represents the image of the sect. This saying is not wrong at all. Your faceless immortal sect's current generation sect master is despicable, shameless, and your faceless immortal sect is indeed despicable, shameless, and shameless. Your bloodline has truly played out the word ungrateful to the fullest. I can't go back to the Ascension Dao sect. With the shamelessness of your faceless immortal sect, if I go back, you will definitely suppress the Ascension Dao sect. Right now, I, Lin Tian, am all alone and no longer have anything to do with the Ascension Dao sect. I am me, just Lin Tian. Staring at the dozens of people from the faceless immortal sect, he coldly said, I, Lin Tian, will never forget the things that your faceless immortal sect has brought to me, Lin Tian. In the future, your faceless immortal sect will be in my hands, bit by bit. Towards destruction. He told everyone in the world that he no longer had anything to do with the Ascension Dao sect. He directly humiliated the faceless immortal sect and pulled all the spearheads towards himself, completely cutting off the possibility of the faceless immortal sect having any crooked thoughts towards the Ascension Dao sect. One of the 6 great immortal sects, if they couldn't even deal with him, Lin Tianyi, how could they have the face to find trouble with the Ascension Dao sect? That would only make the faceless immortal sect the laughingstock of the 3rd heaven, the laughingstock of the 10th heaven. The dozens of people from the faceless immortal sect all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Some of them were ashen, and the purple-robed elder in the lead had a sinister look in his eyes. Destroy my faceless immortal sect bit by bit. Little bastard, you are just an ant in the airborne realm, yet you dare to say such words. Kill him and bring his head over. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. In an instant, the immortal might was vast and mighty. Behind the purple-robed elder, a few immortal realm experts immediately moved. Their eyes were filled with bone-piercing killing intent as they pounced towards Lin Tian. P.S. The 5th watch has arrived, I hope you will enjoy it. Originally, he wanted to finish his dinner before coming back to write the 5th watch, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. He was really worried that his typing speed was too slow, and that it would drag on for a long time. He was afraid that everyone would wait for a long time, so he decided to finish writing before eating. Then, with a whoosh, the 5th watch appeared an hour earlier than what the dragon had said. The divine light was vast and mighty, and a total of 5 immortal reaching realm powerhouses pressed down on Lin Tian. None of them were weak, and the void rumbled. Please search, taste book.net, to see the most complete novel. In the distance, the crowd stared at this scene, and their hearts trembled. 5 immortal reaching realm powerhouses, and the weakest is at the 5th level of the immortal reaching realm. How are they going to fight? That Lin Tian is only at the Zephyr realm. Many people were shocked. 5 powerhouses at the 5th level of the immortal reaching realm and above were pressing down on a small cultivator at the Zephyr realm. These people had never seen such a scene before. Usually, one immortal reaching realm powerhouse could easily crush a Zephyr realm cultivator, but now, 5 of them were pressing down together. Moreover, the weakest of the 5 was at the 5th level of the Zephyr realm. Boom, a violent hurricane swept out, with the 5 as the source, surging in all directions. For a moment, the God Burial Mountain was no longer peaceful. The hurricane was mixed with killing intent, cold and bone-piercing, and shook the void. Lin Tian stood on the peak of the mountain, and the black hair on his forehead danced wildly in the wind. There was no fear in his eyes, only coldness and mockery. He raised his head and looked at the purple-robed elder who was the leader of the dozens of people. I said that your faceless immortal sect would be destroyed in my hands little by little. Today is the first step. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon pattern on the soles of his feet flickered and shook slightly. Boom, 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 the earth shook, and dozens of black lights rushed up from the ground, like black killing light pillars, as if they were going to shatter the sky. What is this? Puff, the expression of the faceless immortal sect member who was at the front changed, but the next moment, he was penetrated and died on the spot. The other 4 people's faces changed in shock, and they all stopped and dodged. These black beams of light caused them to feel waves of fear. What did he do? He killed a 5th level of the immortal reaching realm in the blink of an eye. Oh my God! In the distance, the crowd widened their eyes as they watched this scene in disbelief. It was too strange, it was too strange. These black light beams seemed to be filled with endless qi. How did he do it? someone said with a trembling voice. As far as the eye could see, the dense black light continued to rush up, intertwining with the evil chi, causing many people to feel a chill down their spines. Boom, streaks of black light rumbled and trembled, as if they were terrifying beams of killing light that had rushed out from hell. Retreat! One of the people who rushed forward shouted. Among them, there was an expert at the peak of the 6th level of the connecting immortal realm. He used a powerful movement technique to dodge the black killing light. The others nodded when they heard this, and all of them retreated. This black killing light was really too terrifying. Can you return it? Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. With a boom, even more black light rushed out. It was as black as ink, and it almost completely sealed off the space in all directions. Pooh! In the blink of an eye, another person was penetrated. His body was corroded into a puddle of pus by the black light. The other 3 were horrified. They moved even faster and retreated. However, it was completely useless. There were too many black killing lights. Damn it, you, Pooh! One of them opened his mouth. However, in the next moment, his protective light screen was shattered by a dozen black lights, and he directly exploded on the spot. Then, the other 2 people did not manage to escape. Their ending was very tragic. Their bodies were completely torn apart by the black light. A cold wind blew, and blood sprinkled on the surface of the God Burial Mountain. It was indescribably evil. In the distance, the crowd looked at the God Burial Mountain from afar, and they were all stunned. 5 Immortal Realm experts were actually killed in an instant. How did he do it? Someone muttered. A airborne realm cultivator killed 5 Immortal Realm experts in the blink of an eye. Among them, the weakest was at the 5th level of the Immortal Realm. Beast! A furious roar sounded. The purple-robed elder from the Phaseless Immortal sect stared at Lin Tian with a sinister gaze. 5 Immortal Realm experts of his Phaseless Immortal sect had actually died at the hands of Lin Tian. Those were 5 Immortal Realm experts, and the weakest was at the 5th level of the Immortal Realm. Even for his Phaseless Immortal sect, this was still an extraordinary battle strength. Losing them like this was too great of a loss. Lin Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and a faint smile hung on his face. His smile was very mocking. Are you angry? 5 Immortal Realm experts were killed so easily. The loss isn't small, right? Do you feel sorry for them? He looked at the purple-robed elder and said, or do you feel embarrassed? You brought a crowd here and set up such a huge formation to deal with a small cultivator in the flying realm. You wanted to let the world see how powerful your Phaseless Immortal sect was, and not just anyone could provoke you. However, in the end, from the very beginning, 5 people from your Phaseless Immortal sect were killed. Do you feel like your old face has been ruthlessly slapped in the face? Do you feel a burning pain? No, a sense of shame? After pausing for a moment, Lin Tian suddenly smiled and said, oh right, I forgot. You don't know what shame is, so how can you feel shame? I'm really sorry, forgive me for what I said just now, but let's change it to pain. In the distance, the crowd all stared at him. This bro, these words, it's too sharp. Many people stared at Lin Tian, feeling that Lin Tian's words were even more damaging to the people of the Phaseless Immortal sect than the killing intent from before. It was as he said, it was like a loud slap to the face of the purple-robed elder. The faces of the dozens of experts from the Phaseless Immortal sect turned ashen, they were both shocked and angry. A flying cultivator actually dared to humiliate the Phaseless Immortal sect like this. It really is as strange as those people said. The purple-robed elder's eyes were sinister. All of you, retreat. I will personally kill him. He said to the 20 or so Immortal Realm experts behind him. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards Lin Tian. The 20 or so people nodded. Naturally, they would not disobey. They all stared at Lin Tian with cold gazes and retreated. Retreat? Since you're here, don't even think about retreating. Lin Tian said. The dragon runes beneath his feet flickered as he quickly disappeared into the foot of the God Burial Mountain. Aoo! The dragon's roar was ear-piercing and resounded in all directions. In all directions, large dragons rushed up. Some were as black as ink, while some were as divine silver. Each of them was dozens of feet long, and they emitted a majestic dragon's might that seemed real, trapping the dozens of people from the faceless immortal sect in the center. Dozens of dragon eyes looked down at the crowd. Cold. Majesty. This is? Dragon body? There's a total of 99 of them? In the distance, the crowd trembled. As far as the eye could see, 99 dragons coiled around the god burial mountain. Half of them were pitch black, while the other half were silver. The evil aura and the gentle spirit energy interweaved together, bringing about an extremely terrifying power that shocked everyone. If these people were already like this, then what about the dozens of people who were surrounded by the 99 dragons? At this moment, the expressions of the 20 or so immortal realm experts from the phaseless immortal sect all changed. They felt a chill run down their spines. The purple-robed elder was also moved. The 99 dragons were not a threat to him, and did not even make him feel any pressure. However, a cultivator at the 7th level of the Imperial Sky Realm actually displayed such a level of power, causing him to be very shocked. It is indeed as strange as what the few people who returned said. You cannot be measured with common sense, you beast. This level of power is indeed extraordinary. The purple-robed elder's eyes were cold as he took a step forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. However, so what? In front of this old man, no matter what methods you use, you will always be a lowly ant. With a boom, the air trembled and divine energy surged. The surrounding 99 dragons couldn't help but tremble. The great Dao realm expert, the 8th supreme elder of the phaseless immortal sect, actually. He personally made a move? So. How terrifying. The great Dao realm. Many people trembled. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had killed 5 immortal realm experts and summoned 99 dragons. This was truly shocking to everyone, causing them to be alarmed and feel how terrifying Lin Tian was. However, at this moment, when the purple-robed elder pressed down on Lin Tian, these people couldn't help but shake their heads. Even if a flying cultivator had astonishing methods, how could he possibly contend against a great Dao realm expert? That was a person who had grasped the Dao and was at an extraordinary level. The 20 or so people from the phaseless immortal sect calmed down and returned to normal. They all looked at Lin Tian coldly, as if they were looking at a corpse. The 8th supreme elder of their bloodline had personally made a move. He was in the great Dao realm, so how could he worry about not being able to kill a flying cultivator? He could suppress him with a raise of his hand. Killing Lin Tian was as simple as crushing an ant. Lin Tian stood on the mountain peak, and when he saw the purple-robed elder walking over, his expression was very calm, and did not reveal the slightest bit of fear. Old thing, don't be anxious. I've specially prepared a few friends for you. They'll accompany you for the time being. He said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister roar sounded from the center of the god burial mountain. In the blink of an eye, 9 black shadows rushed over. They were 9 numb ancient corpses. Their clothes were tattered, and their eyes were as black as ink. These, corpses? Ancient corpses are sentient. What a dense aura of death. Wait. There are fluctuations of Dao laws outside their bodies. In the distance, the crowd was shocked. The 9 ancient corpses rushed to the front like a wave of death ice. A dense fog of death surged, carrying strands of Dao law fluctuations, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. These 9 ancient corpses were simply like death gods that had come from the depths of hell. Even the purple-robed elder was moved. This was the first time his expression changed. The 9 ancient corpses made him feel a huge pressure. Not far away, the other 20 or so people from the phaseless immortal sect turned pale and couldn't help but tremble. These 9 ancient corpses were too terrifying. Lin Tian stood on the mountain peak without moving a single step. He looked at the purple-robed elder and said, "Tear him apart." As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 ancient corpses immediately roared. Like 9 evil ghosts, they rushed out and pounced towards the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder was shocked. He didn't dare to be careless. His divine power surged as he faced the 9 ancient corpses. Boom, in an instant, the light of the divine power and the fog of death intertwined, and the void was shaken until it collapsed inch by inch. Not long ago, Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture and injected a vast amount of dark murderous aura into the 9 ancient corpses, causing their strength to increase by a lot. Tearing apart a peak immortal powerhouse was as easy as tearing a painting. At this moment, the 9 ancient corpses attacked together. Even though the purple-robed elder was a great Dao realm powerhouse, he was still in a difficult situation in the blink of an eye. P.S. Thank you to the King of Three Virtues Education for supporting me with 2 million horizontal coins and becoming the supreme of the 10 directions divine kings. Thank you. Deeply grateful. Thank you on my knees. I can't say too much. I can only work hard to write in return. Thank you again. Then, I'll report the results of last month to everyone. Last month, we were ranked 6th on the monthly votes list. All of this is thanks to everyone. Dragon didn't know how to say emotional words. In short, thank you everyone. His heart was filled with gratitude. The 9 ancient corpses exuded an extremely dense aura of death. Black fog rolled around their bodies, and there were even wisps of great path fluctuations. It was as if 9 peerless evil spirits had really stepped out of hell, forcing the purple-robed elder to dodge repeatedly. Elder. The other immortal ascension realm experts of the phaseless immortal sect all changed their expressions, and their faces turned pale. The 8th grand elder of their sect, a great path realm existence, was actually at a disadvantage at this moment and was being suppressed. In the distance, the crowd that was looking at this place was also shocked as they stared at Lin Tian in shock. He was prepared a long time ago. He actually prepared 9 ancient corpses like this. They actually have the fluctuations of great path. They were all great path realm existences when they were alive. But, how can he control them? This? Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was too shocking. An airborne realm youth was actually able to control 9 ancient corpses of the great path. Moreover, these ancient corpses were already sentient. There were only 21 immortal ascension realm experts left from the phaseless immortal sect. At this moment, they were staring at Lin Tian with fear and anger. You deliberately tricked us. One of them said angrily. Lin Tian was disdainful, and his eyes were filled with sarcasm. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered and jumped. Instantly, the 99 dragons that rushed out roared at the sky in unison. I'll deal with you first. Before this, I'll borrow a few words from your grand elder. His voice was serene, and he stood on the crimson mountain peak, not moving an inch. Now, in front of me, all of you are nothing but insignificant ants. Roar. The dragon roars were vast and mighty. The 99 dragons moved and immediately pressed towards the 21 people in the center. The 21 people's expressions changed. They each used their powerful divine abilities and quickly dodged. However, the power of the 99 dragons was too powerful. Ordinary immortal ascension realm experts couldn't withstand it at all. In the blink of an eye, one of the 5th-level immortal ascension realm experts was entangled by 3 dragons and directly exploded into pieces. The dragon roars were ear-piercing as it charged forward again. Damn it, everyone together. Pfft. Someone spoke, but before he could finish his words, he was pressed down by 6 pitch-black dragons and directly shattered into pieces in the void. Blood sprinkled like water, floating on the surface of God Burial Mountain. Roar. The dragon roared, as if it was real, mercilessly attacking the immortal connecting experts of the phaseless immortal sect, sealing them in the center. Pooh. 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 Along with the dragon's roar, another 3 people exploded in an instant, their bodies and souls destroyed. In the distance, the crowd stared at this scene and trembled violently. They felt a chill run down their spines and their scalps numb. What did he do? Someone said while trembling. It was too terrifying. A little Zephyr realm cultivator, standing on the peak of the Crimson Mountain, had easily killed several immortal connecting realm experts. It feels like the entire God Burial Mountain is his domain. Someone murmured. As far as the eye could see, inside the God Burial Mountain, Lin Tian was dressed in a black robe, standing motionlessly at the peak of the mountain. Only a large dragon was coiling around, and wherever it passed, the experts of the formless immortal sect could not resist at all, and could only dodge again and again. Among these people, there were experts at the 8th heaven of the immortal connecting realm. They were very strong, but at this moment, they were also exhausted. There were too many dragons, With a puff, an expert at the 8th heaven of the immortal connecting realm exploded, only letting out a scream of despair before disappearing into thin air. Beast! The purple-robed elder from the phaseless immortal sect roared. He had brought more than 20 immortal connecting realm experts with him, and they were all elites of the phaseless immortal sect. But now, 11 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. 11 people, 11 immortal connecting realm cultivators. He roared angrily, and his divine power surged. He used his great divine power to attack Lin Xianxia, crushing the void from afar. Lin Tianji glanced in that direction, not caring at all. Roar! The 9 ancient corpses roared, and the black mist of death rolled like waves, forming a huge black barrier. With a swish, the purple-robed elder's killing light was blocked, and then it melted like ice in the black mist of death. Take care of yourself first. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 ancient corpses roared again. 9 pairs of eyes were as black as ink as they coldly charged towards the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder was extremely angry, but facing these 9 ancient corpses, it was really troublesome. It was difficult to break free. Lin Tiantan glanced at the purple-robed elder indifferently, tilted his head, and looked forward again. I don't like to bully others, and I hate being bullied even more. If anyone wants to bully me, then I'm sorry. Kill. His voice was very calm and indifferent. For a moment, the dragon's roar became even louder. The pitch-black dragon and the divine silver dragon roared at the same time. Their eyes were cold and majestic as they pounced towards the other immortal connecting realm experts of the phaseless immortal sect who were still alive. Each of these dragons was dozens of feet long, and they were all constructed from extremely terrifying baleful aura and strange spiritual energy. They contained a natural killing light, and after they intertwined, they became even more terrifying. Puff! 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 Blood fell from the void, and another 3 cultivators at the 5th level of the immortal connecting realm were entangled by the baleful Een dragon and exploded. Ah! Screams rang out. Some people weren't killed immediately, but they suffered unimaginable injuries and couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, in the next moment, the sound dissipated, and a pitch-black dragon rushed past, directly shattering them. Lin Tian stood on the peak of the Crimson Mountain and looked at all of this indifferently. Roar! The dragon's roar rang out again, and another immortal connecting realm expert was smashed into pieces. Then, his broken body was swallowed into the stomach of a huge dragon. This huge dragon was completely condensed from the baleful aura. It was the pure essence of baleful aura. Back then, just a wisp of it could corrode a 4th level of the immortal connecting realm expert. Now, the baleful essence of a huge dragon naturally annihilated this person in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 immortal connecting realm experts left in front of him. These 10 people were very powerful. All of them were at the 8th level of the immortal connecting realm. They stood back to back, their eyes filled with fear. Phaseless immortal sect, one of the 6 great immortal sects. As people of such a powerful force, you are actually afraid? You actually showed a terrified expression in front of a small airborne realm cultivator. It seems a little outrageous, right? You are simply humiliating the phaseless immortal sect. Lin Tiantan looked at the crowd indifferently. He looked calm, but the sarcasm in his voice could be heard by anyone. Then, I'll help your supreme elder punish him. There's no need to be polite. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, the ground shook. Clang! An ear-piercing sword sound rang out. Under the ground, pitch-black dragon-shaped swords rushed up. They were densely packed, and there were hundreds of them. They shot out like a sword spring. The speed of these dragon-shaped swords was extremely fast. As soon as they rushed out, they merged with the huge dragon that had appeared earlier and rushed towards the remaining 10 people of the phaseless immortal sect. This was a kind of general trend. The void was cut open with huge cracks. Pooh! In an instant, the nearest expert of the 8th level of the immortal connecting realm was drowned and directly crushed by the huge sword and dragon. The remaining 9 people were terrified. Their faces were ashen, and they couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Damn you, what the hell is this, Pooh? Someone opened his mouth, but he was instantly suppressed by the 7 dragons and dozens of dragon swords, exploding in the void on the spot. There were still 8 people left. All of them were terrified, and their hands were trembling. I said, "There's no need to be polite. Lin Tiandao." As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon and dragon sword pressed towards the 8 people together. The God Burial Mountain had been in the Xing continent for an incalculable amount of time. It had always been one of the most dangerous and terrifying places in this vast territory. Who knew how much terrifying baleful aura and strange spirit energy were hidden underground? It was impossible to estimate. Now, he was standing in this God Burial Mountain and using the Dragon Burial scripture to fight. He was much stronger than when he was in the Ascension Dao sect. Although the Ascension Dao sect had 12 immortal veins, even the ancient celestial venerables had come to this God Burial Mountain. Comparing the two, it was obvious that the 12 immortal veins of the Ascension Dao sect could not be compared to the power that fell from the God Burial Mountain. However, the power that fell from the God Burial Mountain could not be used for cultivation. Even if it contained endless spirit light, because it had been intertwined with the baleful aura for a long time, the spirit light was no longer pure spirit energy. It was filled with killing power. Roar! Dozens of large dragons roared again, and strange dragon swords followed beside them. Pooh! 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 Ear-piercing screams rang out, and a few bloody mists exploded. Another 3 people exploded in the void, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, only 5 of the 20 or so immortal Ascension Realm experts from the phaseless immortal sect were left. Lin Tian. You damned beast! The purple-robed elder roared, his eyes red. He had brought more than 20 people, but now, only 5 of them were left. Are you a wild dog? You only know how to roar. Lin Tian mocked, if you have the ability, come and kill me. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered even more intensely. The dragons and dragon swords trembled, and for a moment, light shone brightly. Stop, pooh. Someone retreated, but in an instant, his head was chopped off by the dragon sword. Blood spurted out from his throat and rushed up to a height of 10 feet. Elder, save us. Ah. Someone called for help, but there was no help at all. In the blink of an eye, he was entangled by several pitch-black dragons and divine silver dragons. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword slashed over immediately, cutting him into pieces as if he was cutting grass. In the blink of an eye, another 2 people were killed. Of the original 20 or so immortal Ascension Realm experts, only 3 were left. In the distance, the crowd trembled and could not stop trembling. The 8th Supreme Elder of the Phaseless Immortal Sect had brought more than 20 Immortal Ascension Realm experts. Many of them were at the 8th heaven of the Immortal Ascension Realm, and all of them were elites of the sect. But now, more than half of such a group of elites were killed by a small cultivator in the airborne realm in a moment, leaving only 3 people. This is simply a peerless demon. Some people were terrified. Staring at Lin Tian in the God Burial Mountain, many people could not help but tremble, feeling as if their hearts were being grabbed by someone. Thief Lin! At this moment, a furious roar came from the distance. A blue-robed elder rushed over, his eyes full of resentment and hostility, and obvious Dao law fluctuations intertwined around his body. Everyone in this place was startled when they heard this furious roar and saw the blue-robed old man charging over from the distance. That is? The fluctuation of Dao laws. Another great Dao realm expert. This person seems to be the Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate. Someone's expression changed. The blue-robed elder rushed over from afar, his eyes filled with hatred and ruthlessness. It was the Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate. Not long ago, Lin Tian had slaughtered dozens of Golden Fire Dao Gate experts in the Emergence Dao Gate, including the 12 reclusive elders of the Golden Fire Dao Gate. He had almost completely destroyed the Golden Fire Dao Gate, causing this person to hate Lin Tian to the core. When he heard Lin Tian call for a battle with the Phaseless Immortal Sect, this person did not hesitate at all. He directly rushed out of the Golden Fire Dao Gate and stepped over. Thief Lin! Kill! The Supreme Elder of the Golden Sun Dao Gate rushed over and roared. He directly rushed into the God Burial Mountain and pounced towards Lin Tian. What? The Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate actually came to kill that Lin Tian? What's going on? Previously, Lin Tian Dao did not mention the Golden Fire Dao Gate when the sect master of the Phaseless Immortal Sect, Tua Yili, went to the Emergence Dao Gate. Therefore, these people naturally did not understand why the Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate was charging towards Lin Tian. At this moment, after a moment of doubt, most people's hearts trembled. Two great Dao realm experts want to kill him. How did that Lin Tian offend so many big shots? If two great Dao realm experts attacked together, then many people felt a chill down their spines. A small cultivator at the Zephyr realm had actually attracted two great Dao realm experts to kill him. This was too big of a commotion. Moreover, if two great Dao realm experts attacked together, would the 9 ancient corpses be able to block them in the end? Boom! The Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao Gate roared angrily. The killing light in his body trembled, and he had already arrived 100 feet away from Lin Tian. For a moment, the killing light became even more intense. Lin Tian stood at the peak of Crimson Mountain and watched as the Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder charged over. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. "I've been waiting for you." Lin Tian was very calm. With a move of the mind instructs, in a second, 4 of the 9 ancient corpses that surrounded the purple-robed old man from the Phaseless Immortal Sect welcomed this person. Back when he was in the Feather Transformation Dao School, he had killed dozens of experts from the Golden Fire Dao School. That was almost 90% of the Golden Fire Dao School's strength. How could the Golden Fire Dao School's Grand Elder not hate him? When he shouted in the God Burial Mountain, the people from the Golden Fire Dao School would definitely be able to hear him. Since they could hear him, they would definitely rush over. He was very clear on this point, so he was not surprised at all by the Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao School. Everything was under his control. Roar! The ancient corpse roared, the black fog of death churning, rushing towards the Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder. Scram! The Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder shouted and slapped forward with his palm. Divine light surged as if it was about to be annihilated in all directions. Unfortunately, the 4 ancient corpses were not ordinary. The surging black fog of death rushed forward and annihilated the divine light. The Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder's pupils trembled, and he was instantly moved. He could tell that the 4 ancient corpses were not ordinary. There were actually faint fluctuations of Dao laws intertwining around their bodies. They were not ordinary evil spirits. Play with him. Lin Tian Dao. Immediately, the 4 ancient corpses roared again. Like immortal undead generals, they charged towards the Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder. They were great Dao realm experts when they were alive. They had not died for long, so their bodies were very well preserved. After Lin Tian deliberately injected evil baleful aura into them, they became even stronger than when they were alive. Moreover, the black fog around their bodies was also very terrifying. It carried a power that could corrode everything. Instantly, the Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder fell into trouble. Thief! The Golden Fire Dao Gate's Grand Elder stared at Lin Tian as he fought the 4 ancient corpses. His eyes were filled with viciousness. Lin Tian glanced at this person and looked to the other side. There stood 3 Immortal Ascension Realm experts from the Formless Immortal Sect. "I'll send you guys on your way," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of dragons and the dense dragon-shaped swords moved in unison. In an instant, the dragons roared and the dragon swords hummed. They closed in from all directions and pressed down on the 3 Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators from the Formless Immortal Sect. This was a kind of offensive momentum. Wherever the dozens of dragons and the dense dragon swords passed, the void would distort on the spot. A destructive aura interweaved in all directions. "Beast, stop!" The purple-robed elder from the Formless Immortal Sect roared. He wanted to pounce over to save them, but unfortunately, he could not escape from the 5 ancient corpses. Pooh! In an instant, a bloody mist exploded in front of him. One of the 3 was crushed by the combined forces of several large dragons. Instant kill, formless. Break! Someone roared. The light of the divine ability floated all over the sky, killing the surrounding large dragons and protecting himself. However, this was useless. Dozens of large dragons and dragon-shaped swords pressed down, shattering everything on the spot. Pooh! This person's body was shattered into pieces. Then, he was slashed into a bloody mist by the dragon-shaped swords that filled the sky. The last person was terrified. At this time, he did not even have the courage to fight. He could not help but tremble. He opened his mouth to call for help, but in the next moment, he was pressed down by all the large dragons and dragon-shaped swords. He did not even have the chance to scream before his body and soul were destroyed. Blood fell, dyeing the ground below red. More than 20 people, all dead. Outside the god burial mountain, someone muttered. As far as the eye could see, one could vaguely see some broken corpses on the ground of the mountain. Blood flowed out bit by bit. It was a shocking sight. Many people raised their heads to look at Lin Tian. Their eyes could not help but be stunned. What was going on with this young man in the airborne realm? What kind of method did he use? He had actually killed dozens of Immortal Ascension realm experts in the blink of an eye. ****. An angry roar sounded. The eyes of the purple-robed elder from the formless immortal sect were red. His eyes were about to split open. The 20 or so Immortal Ascension experts he had brought with him had all been killed at this moment. 20 or so Immortal Ascension experts. Such a loss was too great, moreover, it was too embarrassing. Angry? Angry? Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at him with an indifferent expression. However, do you have the right to be angry? You asked for it. He glanced at the Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao School and continued, back then, this old thing from the Golden Fire Dao School accepted the invitation of your sect master to help and sent almost all the experts of the sect to the Ascension Dao School. In the end, only he was left to escape in a sorry state. The rest all died in the Ascension Dao School. As for your formless immortal sect, on that day, it was not your formless immortal sect's intention to destroy the Ascension Dao School, so you let go of those 30 people and only killed the ungrateful Tua Yili. However, I did not expect that your formless immortal sect was as ungrateful as Tua Yili, and repaid kindness with enmity. That is why you have such an ending now. Not only will the 20 people you brought be killed, you will also die here. In the future, the formless immortal sect will also be destroyed. As he spoke, he looked at the Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao School. You are the same. Last time, I let you escape, but this time, you won't be so lucky. This place will be your burial ground. After you die, the Golden Fire Dao School will be destroyed before the formless immortal sect. What? Last time, the Golden Fire Dao School followed the sect master of the formless immortal sect to the Ascension Dao School and sent out all the powerful experts of the sect? And all of them died in the Ascension Dao School? This was also killed by this Lin Tian? It seems like, it's like this. No wonder. No wonder the Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao School also rushed over to kill Lin Tian. Many people were shocked. They finally understood why the Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao School had also rushed over to kill Lin Tian. Then, these people were shocked. In that case, wouldn't the current Golden Fire Dao School only exist in name? Thief Lin. This old man will kill you. Kill you. The Supreme Elder of the Golden Fire Dao School roared. Bastard. I will tear off your skin later. I will light you up in a sky lantern. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The purple-robed elder from the formless immortal sect roared. At this moment, the 2 Dao realm experts were unprecedentedly angry. Their eyes were red, and they wished they could swallow Lin Tian alive. Looking at the two of them, Lin Tian was very calm. He was still standing on the peak of the Crimson Mountain, looking down at the world like an ancient emperor. You don't have a chance. Looking at Lin Tian, he said indifferently, coming here, there is only one word waiting for you, and that is death. Boom, the god burial mountain suddenly shook violently. Ear-piercing dragon roars rang out, louder than ever. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred on the god burial mountain. The ground trembled, and then, a dense number of dragons rushed out. Each of them was 1,000 feet long, and their numbers were difficult to count. They were pitch black and divine silver. The moment they appeared, they roared towards the sky. Pairs of cold and dignified eyes stared at the supreme elder of the Golden Fire Tao School and the purple-robed elder of the formless immortal sect. It was as if a group of dragons from the primordial era had traveled through time and space, wanting to completely tear the two of them apart. This, heavens, this is... What? This number, the crowd was stunned. The supreme elder of the Golden Flames Tao School and the purple-robed elder of the phaseless immortal sect were also shocked. Looking at the dense number of 300-meter-long dragons that were rushing up from all directions, even as powerful as them, at this moment, they felt their hearts tremble. They truly felt threatened. The purple-robed elder was shocked and furious. "You, don't be anxious." Lin Tian interrupted the man. His voice was indifferent. "There's more." As his words fell, the sky and earth shook as if the entire universe was about to collapse. The God Burial Mountain was instantly covered by a destructive force. Tens of thousands of murderous light pillars that were as thick as arms soared into the sky, sweeping up terrifying hurricanes, causing the entire world to darken. At this moment, countless complicated and unfathomable patterns appeared in this space, completely enveloping the supreme elder of the Golden Flames Tao School and the purple-robed elder of the phaseless immortal sect. The invisible killing intent seemed to cause the world to tremble. Crack. End of chapter 593. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.